all or nothing, sink or swim, continue to fight or take the flight home. This is the last day of Stage 3 here at the Blast TV Austin Major, where all 6 remaining teams are fighting tooth and nail for the final spots at the Moody Centre. My name is Ferris Biz, joined by Dupree and Pimp for what is a culmination of what has been a couple of epic weeks here in the booths, but playoffs await, Peter, and we're very excited about that.
I'm so excited for playoffs. It's also going to be my first arena experience as an analyst, so for me to go, in that department is also going to be exciting, but it's got to be more exciting for the teams, and we've come a long way. Now we're at the last day of Stage 3. You know, it's been an enjoyable ride.
This is my favorite day, you know, at the majors. You know, the day before the playoff, the day where we find 3 more teams for the playoff, the day where 3 teams will be left with nothing, take a flight home, say whatever you want. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tension in here, and I love it.
Should we take a recap of all the action, all the antics that have gone down so far here at the Blast TV Austin Major? I believe we can start with Stage 1. All the way back then, when we had a hell of a lot of new teams, a hell of a lot of major newbies entering the fray. I think we should frame this as talking about, you know, the good and the bad coming out of each stage. If you don't mind, Jacob, I'm going to look at the glass rather half full to start off things, with the good coming out of Stage 1. As we mentioned, hell of a lot of rookies in that stage, which meant that, you know, a lot of the smaller regions got to show what they're capable of.
Yeah, I think that was partly the main story for the good stuff right here. Obviously, teams like Bait progressing, Nemiga as well, a team full of new players, full of rookies coming into the major, did a really good job. And overall, it was this kind of, you know, a lot of people phrase this stage as, is it really part of the major? It's a new stage. It's something we have to dive into and something we have to accept is now part of the majors. But I think they justified themselves by playing some good level Counter-Strike. You saw the tensions get higher and higher. You could see how much it meant to the teams, and all this experience that was gathered in Stage 1 for the smaller teams, so to speak, in Legacy, Linvision, Nemiga for that matter. They used that in the further stages. So overall, I was very positively surprised with Stage 1 here at the major.
I think Stage 1 was also interesting in the way that Stage 1 is a place for all the new players to get some experience, and it's also like if you dive into like the majority of the teams, you will find players that will potentially be something for the future. And I think that is where this one shines, that so many players get to this point and they just want to go to the major. This is for a majority of the players in Stage 1, this was their first ever major, and for them to come in and to showcase themselves, that's really good for them. That's really good experience. And we are also just experiencing somewhat of a generational shift in Counter-Strike. You know, a lot of the old players and the old guard is starting to shift out. Maybe they get too old. All the new players come in with like new, refreshed energy. So I think this was an interesting stage, even though some people claim that it was not part of the major.
A word interesting could be used when we're talking about the North American representation in that Stage 1. Interesting in a terrible, dismal abomination of a way, because pretty much every single North American team, they didn't make it through, which is wild.
It is wild, especially considering it was Stage 1. That was supposed to be the stage where they could, you know, play the big guys, where they could puff themselves up and be like, we're NA, we can make it through, and then we'd probably laugh at you at Stage 2, but not even making it from Stage 1. The fashion they played in, complexity coming in with a stand-in, couldn't get anything done. NIG, I guess we didn't have the highest expectations for them. They looked decent in certain games, but couldn't make it either. Frustration shown, understandably. And then Wildcard, a team that I actually had high hope for, a team that I thought would be able to make it to Stage 2 and maybe even fight to become part of Stage 3, didn't make it either. So yeah, it was a disaster for North American Counter-Strike, and another reality check as in how far away they are from everyone. Now, we spoke about Brazilian struggling as well. Now, they have done tremendously well at this major, which we're going to speak about later. But for NA, they're just left behind now as by far the weakest region. Not even close.
I also expected more out of both Wildcard, but also from complexity, obviously. And out of the 3, I think that, as you mentioned, Wildcard was probably the one that we expected to go through alongside, maybe also alongside complexity, if they would have had like the full core. I think it's also, you can see how much it means to all the teams from North America that, you know, you have a major in Austin, right? They all want to go out and show their colors and show that, hey, we can still play good Counter-Strike in North America, but that was not really the case. Everything just seemed to not go their way.
Even with the stand-in situation for complexity, I still expected them to do better, right? It's not like Junior came in, you know, 6 hours before they were debuting at the major. They'd had weeks of practice with that kid, and I kind of thought they could bolster something. Alongside FlyQuest, they were one of the top touted teams to be coming into that stage. Couldn't do anything.
No, I think they were one of the bigger disappointments as well. I thought FlyQuest have looked somewhat decent in some of the Tier 1 tournaments that we got to see them. Nedic coming into the lineup as well. Regardless, starting to find some form. Them getting rid of Dexter, you know, bringing in a new in-game leader and inside. I thought it was moving in the right direction. And then this tournament is another wake-up call, another I guess, puzzling experiment for them where I'm like, have you stagnated? Are you not better? Is it actually going the wrong direction? I thought more FlyQuest. I thought they were going to be able to make it, especially considering how they went 2-0 and then lost 3 best-of-3s in a row again at another major.
It just feels like they're cursed at this point. Like it seems like history is repeating itself for them all the time. And you know, for them, you know, it's. For me, it just stands out as it's always 2 steps ahead and then like maybe 3 steps back. You know, it's literally always like we expect them to do something good. You know, they've been looking better at the other tournaments that they come into this one, and they even said to themselves like the pressure they couldn't handle the pressure. It was too much for them because they probably also saw themselves as one of the favorites of stage 1, and they just didn't live up to the expectations. And they are just a team that just lacks still this experience of actually making it far and deep into tournaments.
If you can't handle the heat, then get out the goddamn kitchen. And so they did in stage 1. We can check in with the stage 2 bracket over on Blast TV as well to see exactly how that action did go down. As once again, we started back at the 0-0 stage with the best of ones coming into play. I guess one of the goods, which we're going to be recapping pretty much every single stage, Legacy and Linvision. Obviously, Linvision did meet their end yesterday. Legacy still in with a fighting chance, and this is where it was most impressive, right? Because they went 3-0 here. That's crazy.
That is crazy. That is crazy. Beating MIBR in the process, beating 3D Max in the process, and then beating FaZe 2-0 in a best-of-3 in the process as well. That was legit as it gets. That was very, very cool to see Legacy, a team that has been probably the most, I wouldn't say hated team, but one of the most controversial teams coming into the tournament, as they shouldn't really have been here. They didn't qualify in the first place. They replaced the team that had some visa issues in Bestia, and then they come in and they just blew everyone's expectation apart. I think it's one of the coolest stories we had at the major so far.
I'm very happy to see Legacy already on still being in the prime of actually making the playoffs. You know, coming out of nowhere, coming as a team that shouldn't have been here, and then just breaking all expectations. And one thing is that how they have broken all the expectations, but it's more about like how they also play. Like they come in playing super fearless Counter-Strike. You know, they're in a state now also where you have a couple of players in there that's been playing the game for a while, has never really been breaking through. Maybe this is their breakthrough event. So there's a lot of cool storylines for Legacy.
And that's the thing, it's never felt like lucky for Legacy to get anything over the line. They've had to face some damn good teams. They've had to end Vitality's win streak in the process. But fixating back on stage 2, the good there, I think we can throw Namiga in that same category as well. I didn't really know what to expect. I wasn't really too familiar with their playstyle, but it was great to see them put themselves on the map, qualify for stage 3, where sadly they did meet their end, but it was a good run.
A team full of rookies doing a good job. A team full of rookies clearly showing that they got better from stage 1 to stage 2. I saw some of the first game in stage 1 where I remember they played Imperial in an 0-1 game. They should have lost that best of 1 on train, but from that moment and onwards, they won it, and they got better and better and better. It's very cool to see a team, Peter, progressing and actively, by the eye test at the very least, getting better game by game by game. And as you spoke about it, getting experience at this stage under this pressure, that's only going to make them stronger for the future as well.
And for me, they're like a smaller edition of how Bait has been looking like coming in from the tier 2. Like it's not like Namiga is a team that we haven't heard of before. Like some of the players inside of the team is also players that has been around for the scene for a while. Still waiting for this kind of breakthrough. So in some sense, it was a surprise, obviously, that Namiga made it this far, and now that they made it to the third stage, you just clearly see that the opposition got too hard. You know, they were running out of steam. But from where they come from and from what they maybe also self put them up to expect for this major, they've just broken all the records.
Speaking of expectations, Falcons, we have to talk about it coming out of stage 2.
Once more.
Not matching them, I know. Breaks your little heart, Pre. But the fact they didn't make it out, that's just simply not good enough, right?
When you have the names of MongolZ and Nico, and for that matter also matches coming from the past of where he has been playing, then you're a team that are bound to make playoffs, and at least you need to make it out of stage 2. I mean, nothing was working for Falcons. Like the pressure got to them. They played some of the worst Counter-Strike we've been seeing. Like it was almost at a stage where we feel like when MongolZ got into the team, they were playing off the honeymoon, and they seem to be doing better now. They actually got some practice, and they only got worse. I think it's a case of them having so much pressure mounted on them from themselves, but also from the community. And I think the community expects so much of you when you have these stars, and also the whole storyline of buying a roster that is so expensive. So there's just so many unknown factors that they have to deal with, and that has just been too much for them. And then obviously, whenever they got into the games, one thing is that they had expectations, but they just couldn't play simple, good Counter-Strike.
It was crazy to witness the downfall of Falcons during this tournament. I feel every game we were covering them, we were like, oh, now you finally got the win. Then the pressure's off. You're gonna show up in a better form. Okay, today wasn't that great. You got the win, but tomorrow against MIBR, it's gonna be easy peasy 2-0, and then the complete capitulation on Inferno with the clutch, everything. It was just a very sad story. It was very sad to witness it unfold like that. And I just want to leave the viewers with the fact that they finished a joint 9th 19 to 22nd at this tournament. You know, the second best team in the world, the team that went into a lot of grand finals, the team that came close to beating Vitality, a team that is built to win trophies, didn't even make it to stage 3. Weren't even close making it to stage 3. It is an absolute disaster.
And also a team like, you know, that everyone expected to make at least top 4. You know, that's a team that should have gone into the grand final. They were supposed to take down Vitality. You know?
Yeah, they were supposed to be the ones that ended the Vitality win streak, right?
Yeah.
I think that's a kind of wider context of the conversation that, you know, it's not even rumors. It's almost confirmed that there will be roster changes moving into the second half of 2025. And I think a lot of people have opinions on that, you know, being circulated before you're coming into the most important tournament of the year. For my money, having never been in a team before, I don't think that breeds probably the best mental space if you know this is your last dance with the team coming into the Austin Major.
No, I think it's in all honesty, it's unacceptable, especially because it happened 2 majors in a row for Falcons. You were part of that first iteration in Shanghai where you didn't make it even. You played the Armar qualifier, had Simple as a stand-in, didn't look great. Then you come into this major, you finally have some success leading into it, and then again you put yourself in a situation where one of the players, or maybe even 2 of the players, are fearful of losing their spot to Kyusuke coming in. I don't think it's acceptable if you're Falcons. Now, for context, Heroic had the same thing going on, but they are more like a farmers team. You know, 2 of the players have been bought out, or Son Payas is moving to G2 together with the coach Saw, and I can somewhat respect that a team with the status of Heroic, they have to sell off some of their players. There's some economics in it as well, and they are of a lower status, so to speak. So there will be scenarios where that's just going to be the case. That's just the hard reality. But for Falcons, they didn't have to do this. That's a decision. You know, that's an active decision to now come in for the second major again with a dead team. And I'm sad to see it unfold the way it did, but I'm also happy to see there's a consequence to that, because I don't like it.
Oh, I totally agree. I think it's there's 2 ways you can look at it. Like, one thing is that you are a team that is so kind of established as Falcons, where you enter a tournament before you already know that, okay, I might not be here. Then you have a team like Heroic where you go into the tournament knowing, okay, we have some teammates that has already been sold off. That's just a hard reality. That is what we have to deal with. But they still make the best of it. Whereas it feels like the guys in Falcons were like, we're actually, like, before the major, we knew already we're not going to be here. You know, that does something to mentality coming into the tournament.
I think, like, maybe there's a little bit of a difference, right? When, you know, like, Heroic were being very open, very candid about it. We know there's going to be changes. We know this is our last dance. They can be honest about it. Whereas with Falcons, like, shout out to Kixon. He gave me some sort of vague answer when I kind of asked about that subject. But when you're kind of dodging it and it's not official, and maybe you don't know which player, like, makes the conversation a whole lot more complicated. One more team I want to talk about for the bad coming out of stage 2. That is, sadly, BetBoom. Boomage, former major champion. Unfortunately, not able to bolster the result to qualify for stage 3.
Exile as well. Boomage and Exile. Sorte, a guy that 2 years ago were rumored to join Na'Vi instead of Wonderful. Players that really have a high stock value, a high name value, but just couldn't get it together. We saw pretty much all the games, Peter, as well, and we were waiting for, oh, now they're going to come through, or now they're going to show the experience. But I'm left disappointed with BetBoom, and I'm starting to feel this roster is just not going to work out.
I feel like it's kind of the same thing all the time with BetBoom. Like, you expect stuff from them, but they just never really show up, you know, and with the names they have on this team, like, you have this idea that they're gonna go out and play some good Counter-Strike because they have experienced so much in the past, but they also have, like, the talents of Magnorius inside the team, but it just never really gets to work. And Exile is probably, to me, the biggest talking point in this one. A guy that has been praised as being maybe a top 5 after being back in Gambit, and now, like, he just looks completely out of it, and he's still somewhat young, but he just doesn't really have seem to think his group.
His downfall needs to be studied. It's as simple as it is.
I think we need to study the stage 3 bracket as well. That is where we do indeed find ourselves over on the right-hand side of the screen. The game's going down today. But I was, you know, I'm going to be honest, I was kind of worried coming out of stage 2. I was like, hey, man, without Falcons coming through, with FaZe just barely scraping by, what's going to be the story of the favorites coming into stage 3? You know, Vitality lost their opening game. I was like, okay, this is going to be the underdog major. You know, logic restored itself. We do get the favorites, or some of them, moving through to the playoffs.
We do get the favorites, most likely going to move through the playoff. I think a lot of that will come down to today. We could have potential 3 massive upsets later on today, but
I'm talking like Spirit, Vitality.
Exactly.
We already got some
right?
Na'Vi as well. We got some of them. I think they had to fight for it, and I think that's what I want to take away from here. There's no easy way getting into the playoff at the majors anymore. Even though you are top dog, even though you are Spirit, Na'Vi, Vitality for that matter, you know, who haven't lost a game in 30 games coming into the tournament, you still have to fight fight for it in order to get into the playoffs. So I think the overall level of Counter-Strike and how some of the smaller teams with the smaller budgets, with the smaller players are able to pressure the big dogs, that's the story for me. Yes, the favorites make it, most likely. Some of them have done already. But the fact of the matter is that the ground level, the base floor of Counter-Strike is just incredible high at the moment.
I'm in a position where, as a player, you know, I've been playing these type of games and stages for so many years, and I'm actually at a stage where I want to say that the group stage is actually the most stressful one you can play as a player, because like you have the best of ones where you if you just have one bad day in the first day, then you can literally find yourself 0-2, and you know, in that department that you just feel the pressure like leave it the further you go, and once you actually make playoffs, that is where you're like, oh guys, we made it.
Now we just got to see B-roll of the favourites, or the supposed favourites, the 5 of them moving forward. One of those teams is not like the other, though. I didn't expect Furia to be making it through, not least in a 3-0 fashion.
No, they're the legacy of Stage 3, so to speak. You know, that's a big surprise for them to go 3-0. I love it, though. I love Furia finally took a chance on the roster, finally went away from having to sign overpaid Brazilian players and trying to find new Brazilian talent that just at the moment didn't exist. Went for Yekinda, which is a very controversial pickup. He didn't have a great time in Team Liquid at all. He's finally working. And then MongolZ, who's been one of the biggest surprises so far this major. He's playing at an incredible high level, let alone falling the in-game leader as an anchor, and they make it work, going 3-0. As harsh as we've been on Furia for the past 4 years, because they've been abysmal, they've been horrible, they've been a laughing stock for many years. I love to see that they finally took a gamble and they finally made it work out. Them making the playoff is one of the most positive surprises so far at the major.
It's really great for them, and I think that we all wanted to see Yuri and Caterada in the international lineup, because we felt like the Brazilians' core had just stagnated, and now it's like, okay, we're not going to go out and we're not going to go to the international. We're going to bring the international team to Furia instead. Like, so for them to have a final, I totally agree with Jacob. It's a good job, and I think that what Furia has proven here is that they. Maybe not a contender for the title, but I think they can actually make some more progress inside of the playoffs.
We've obviously already mentioned these 2 names coming all the way from Stage 1, but Linvision and Legacy. Let's save the Legacy conversation because they still do have a chance, a realistic one, of qualifying to the playoffs in their game versus MOUZ. But shout out to Linvision, tying for the, what was it, since 2018, since Tyloo at the Face It London Major. As the deepest a Chinese team have ever made it into a tournament. They were very proud of themselves, as they should be.
Best placed Chinese team ever at a major together with Tyloo. You're right, and I would argue that this one is more impressive for Linvision. They had to go through Stage 1 to Stage 2 and also really had to fight for it in that sense in a more competitive era of Counter-Strike as well. And let's not forget that they're probably the team with the most aura in terms of Emilia QQ. All that he's given us, you know, in terms of personality, in terms of celebration, in terms of mood, excitement. It's fun to watch these teams coming into it. We don't get to see Linvision at the top tier tournaments. Maybe we'll do in the future, but for us to get to learn Emilia QQ, to learn a little bit better his story, his background, the celebration, his everything, that's what the major is all about.
Exactly, that is what we also get to learn and experience that major. You get to meet new personalities, new characters, new people screaming at each other. Like, you get to get like on a personal level with some of the players, which is nice. You know, they share a lot of them, especially when they come from a very unknown entity. You can see like he's just doing the bowman here, like it's something that we haven't seen before. I think that is that's also one of the beauty things of majors, that you also get to experience players in a different way than you normally do.
And the cool thing is Emilia QQ, probably the most outspoken, outreacting guy at the major, and then he's sitting next to Call Me Sue, who's the most calm dude I've ever talked to. So calculated, so calm, so nice to be around, and then he has this madman next to him. It's just a fun combination of players.
Chaos and order. We absolutely love to see that smashed on together. Sad to see them go, but yeah, an incredible run from Linvision nonetheless. We've got to talk about the bad, though, which does involve mentioning Aurora and Team Liquid. Let's start off with the Aurora side of the equation, because you know, we talked about the consistency of them making it to playoffs. Pretty much every single tournament they attended this year, they would make the playoffs of. Not here at the major. They didn't choose to peak at the right time.
Nothing but disappointing for Aurora, but obviously they also found themselves in a very hard matchup against MOUZ yesterday, and also a series that got really close. And I think that for Aurora, you know, they have been very consistent. And to me, maybe they are the new studio merchants over MOUZ. You know, they're the studio merchant that has been playing so great when there's no like atmospheric pressure. And I think that is also what has gotten them so far. And every time they would go into the playoffs and into arenas, they would actually start looking like pretty flat. I think for Aurora, then it was more about that. They simply found too many bad performances on the days. Like first they looked good in the beginning, but they had a hard time going into the next game. They went 1-1, and then the second game of the day where they won into 1-2, they simply just looked so flat. Like the way they approached the game, the way they had the game plan and the divisions just not showing up, they did look out of it. It was good to see they kind of bounced back yet, but it was not enough against MOUZ.
I agree. I think when you look at the route at the major so far, beating FaZe Clan was impressive. Then losing to Furia in that 1-0 game, that was not expected. That was a game Aurora was supposed to win. And the biggest one for me was the G2 game, 100%. Where they were completely completely out of it, didn't do anything on Inferno. I think Major even said it, like we lost a couple of rounds to Glocks, and I don't know what happened in that game. We played so bad, and you said it as well, Peter, one of the worst games you've seen Aurora play of all time, and that moment we kind of knew, oh, it's not looking great for them, and then it's just fate that they were to face MOUZ in that lower bracket game. I don't think Aurora deserved to be part of the playoff. It's a little bit disappointing in the sense that we've seen them play well throughout the year, but I think we're also seeing a team that has now stabilized or stagnated to a point where we knew they were not going to be a top 5 or top 4 team. We knew they didn't have the player material for that. We knew they didn't have the budget for that matter. They are a national lineup as well, only Turkish players, which I respect a lot, and I think is a very cool thing in modern day and age Counter-Strike, but that also limits you in certain ways of getting new talent, attracting new talent. There's a very small pool of players you can choose between. So in terms of setting expectations for the future, if Aurora can come back to the point where they get to the playoffs consistently, that's nice, but them winning tournaments, that's long gone.
Liquid as well, I'm not even, honestly, I'm not even sure where to start the conversation with them. Expectations much higher. We heard from Naf, he's not even sure whether he's going to be part of this Liquid roster moving forward, which for him, long-time Liquid member, it's just painful, right? It's painful when you look at every single metric of this Liquid squad.
That's one way to start, because Naf has obviously had the worst slump of his career. Like, he looks completely out of it, and he said many times that he feel like he's lacking space within the team ever since they got Nerds, but also Shui. It's like they have too many playmakers on the team. They have too many people that want to try and take space and look good on the server, and that is just not something that's been working out for NAF. And, you know, going into the major with this uncertainty is never really good, and obviously this is a reply from a player that probably obviously know that he's getting cut. You know, I don't think you'd ever have a player going out saying, yeah, I've already been cut from the team, so obviously he's just trying to protect himself. But Liquid has just been looking completely flat this major. Let's just cut it how it is. And I was kind of worried when I also heard Twist say that they were actually exhausted coming out of their boot camp. You know, that is not what the boot camp is supposed to do.
No.
It's supposed to give you a good fundamental to going into the major. It's going to give you some vibe scoring. It's also going to where you can fine-tune everything, but it looked like it just took more energy out of the tank for Liquid.
If the first North American major in plus 6 years, 5 years is not enough to motivate the only North American team that has a realistic shot at making the playoff to do well, then I don't know what's going to help Team Liquid. How do you motivate yourself for the next upcoming tournaments? Nafly, you spoke about him as well. That needs to be studied as well. I think he lacks confidence. I think he's completely out of it. Last year, he poised a 1.14 rating for the entire year, which was very admirable considering where Liquid were at.
Yeah.
So far this year, 0.95. He dropped 0.20 on average so far this year. That is a massive downfall. Not even Exile can contest that, which is a big issue. So for Nafly, he's out of it. I don't know what it is, but I want that to see, you know, some more of a change. Maybe join Wildcard, get some confidence again, but Liquid is clearly another place for you to be now.
End of the line for Liquid here in Austin, and unfortunately for one of our next two teams, they will also meet a similar fate. That is MOUZ versus Legacy, a spot in the playoffs or a plane ticket home. Let's talk about MOUZ because, you know, we're talking about, on one hand, a team that was never supposed to be here. On the other, a team that we all expected to be going through 3-0. What's been the story of MOUZ so far in Stage 3?
Peter kind of said it before. A bad day one can really put you in a tough position, and I think that's what happened to MOUZ. Day one, they lose to Virtus.pro in a very close game. They also lose to FaZe in a somewhat close game, and that's a bad day one. We knew MOUZ were going to bounce back. We knew that in the best of threes, they were going to look great. But let's not forget that against Team Liquid, they came dangerously close to being eliminated as well. Was it triple overtime on the third deciding map?
Yeah.
Aurora again yesterday. They had to go all 3 maps, but I will make the case, Peter, that it only gets easier here for MOUZ. When you think of it, you know, the first game against Liquid in an 0-2 game, that's maximum pressure. Then you play Aurora, same level opposition. That's also a lot of pressure. You win that one. And with all due respect to Legacy, if you're MOUZ right now, you're pretty happy that the 2-2 game is against MOUZ and not against the MongolZ or G2 or whatever. I think they got the best possible opponent for the situation. So for MOUZ, they kind of rid off the storm, and now they have to get the job done.
I actually like the approach that MOUZ has taken to this one, that they put themselves in this situation. It was not any blame on the best of ones or the other things that could have gone wrong. It was like we just played bad and we didn't deserve to actually have a better start. That's how it is. Now they have been grinding themselves back. Now they're 1 match away from the playoffs. I still believe in MouseSports. I think that MouseSports is obviously in a position where they don't have this superstar they have to rely on. So they are more reliant on actually playing a lot more and a lot better as a team. And I think one of the worrying signs that I've seen out of MouseSports is that it just sometimes looks like they're trying to go a little bit too much of individual plays. They're not playing off each other the way they're supposed to do that. And it kind of resembles me in the fashion that it's like a team that is trying to get themselves kickstarted on the individual part.
I agree with that comment. They didn't blame the best ones. They didn't blame anyone but themselves. And for that, it is also kind of cool when you look forward. There is a world where they beat Legacy today. They are the favorites. There's also a high likelihood, depending on the other results, and if the favorites win, that they will face Furia in a quarterfinal in the opposite side of the bracket than Vitality. So it could be that MOUZ went from the worst possible start of the major to now be in a position where at the playoff, they're in prime position to maybe even make the final.
Well, speaking of one of the individuals that has been powering up, that is Spinks, and I checked in with him ahead of this game versus Legacy. Spinks, just looking at your run here so far in Austin, obviously Liquid, that was a tough game. Aurora, also a 2-1 affair. Do you feel like now that you've got Legacy on the horizons that you're kind of over the hurdle of the hardest teams that you'll face?
No. I think Legacy are a pretty good team. I think that they surprised a lot of people out there. They beat Vitality 3-3, so yeah, we can't underestimate them, especially knowing the 2-2 game in the major. So yeah, of course, in the big picture we are the favorites, but in the same time, we need to fight for it.
I think it was after the Liquid game that Jimmy said, maybe this can spark our CS as a MOUZ team. Do you feel like you were able to play MOUZ's CS in the game versus Aurora yesterday?
Better than before. Of course, everyone knows we didn't get our A game yet, but definitely we played better than we did before. I think Liquid game was really close. I think they had the upper hand for most of the game, and maybe we got a bit of luck as well with some hero plays in the end. But yeah, I think we're starting to play better every day, and I'm looking forward to keep improving for today.
Considering that you're the only former major champion on the side of MOUZ, have you had to take up any additional responsibility with the guys around you to kind of, get them back up to the level that we expect MOUZ to be performing at?
I try to put the input, I think, that can help the team. I think majors are a lot about mental. It's not necessarily if you're the better team you will win this time. It's really about mental, in my opinion, especially these stages. So I'm trying to help in what I think I can do better for the team, but in the same time, yeah, that's it.
Considering you just said, you haven't been playing at your A game, how would you rate MOUZ's game, in terms of coming into this match? Are we saying C game, B game? What are we saying?
I expect us to be able to win the A game. I think we can't just give excuses every time. We had 4 games now, and every time, we could do better, we could do better. Of course you can do better, but eventually if you don't do it consistently, are you in this level? So yeah, we need to hit it.
Final question, just considering we get Inferno picked by Legacy, of course, they've looked so solid on that map throughout the whole tournament. I was just speaking to Jamal, and he said, maybe now teams have had time to kind of look at us, see how we approach the map. Maybe we're not going to have such a dominant win today. How do you feel about facing them on that particular map?
I'm confident about our Inferno. I think yesterday we played pretty good against Aurora. I wasn't at my best on Inferno, and I think if I would play a bit better, we would win this map as well. So I'm confident, and they say they might not get a dominant win. Maybe they want to get a win at all.
Well, yeah, I appreciate how honest he was with, the fact that they haven't, just exactly as you were saying, Peter, right? They haven't been playing up to the level that we expect MOUZ playing. They've acknowledged that. But it's about the reaction, right? It's about the bounce back, and yeah, this is undoubtedly going to be a tough game for them.
Oh, but no matter the result of this one is going to be a disappointment. Sorry, that's not how we're going to rephrase that. The way that MOUZ has been playing coming into this one has been a little bit disappointing. But now when they go up against the team of Legacy, they need to go out and win this one. They're one match away from the playoffs. They simply just have to do better than what they've done. But I actually think they have grown to the occasion. Actually, has been playing a lot better.
Speaking of Legacy, I think you asked a very relevant question in terms of Inferno. That is by far the biggest weak point of MOUZ's map pool. It's been for quite some time. We've seen Legacy be, dare I say, one of the best teams at this tournament on Inferno. They've been owning it against pretty much everyone they've been playing it against. So I think there's a way in this series for Legacy, and I think they believe that they can make this game competitive. Let's not be dishonest here. They're not the favorites. I don't think Legacy expects to beat MOUZ. They didn't expect to go into the playoff, but I do think that they're sitting right now in the booth with a feeling that it can potentially happen, especially when you consider Inferno's in the mix.
How much of a percentage are you giving this one? Because it has been one of the most beautiful Cinderella runs that we have seen at a major in recent years, right? A team that is replacing a team that couldn't make it here due to unfortunate visa issues. We were counting them out every single step of the way. When you're one best of 3 away from the playoffs. You reckon they're feeling the pressure now? Surely. This is the time they're going to be feeling it.
They should be, but on the other hand, I think MOUZ maybe will feel the pressure even more because they know that they're one match away from actually just qualifying for playoffs. And for Legacy to make that Cinderella story going into playoffs will be huge for them. I think it's actually a good matchup for them. I think that is one of the matchups that I think Legacy feels most comfortable around because every time Legacy goes up against a team that they feel like, okay, we are the worst team, we should beat, then I think they play better. Like they play off the pressure, and I think that MOUZ Sports can end up in a position where they feel the pressure coming to them, and if Legacy can put on the right amount of pressure in the crucial situations, I think they can actually win.
Inferno is the biggest question mark to me. If MOUZ can show they can beat Legacy on Inferno, they also show us and the rest of the teams in the playoff that they're ready to play that map and ready to play it should it be picked against them, which has been the case in Dallas, which has been the case in Melbourne, which has been the case at all the big tournaments. So I hope that MOUZ would have worked on Inferno coming into the tournament, and this is a great time to showcase it. Whereas for Legacy, that's the ticket into the matchup. If they win Inferno, they have a chance for you. You wanted the percentage. I think, based on the two teams, it's 80% towards MOUZ, 20% towards Legacy. But considering we have Inferno in the mix and the I guess disparity in level between the two, I'd say it's a 70-30 advantage to MOUZ. There's a world.
So you're not respecting the underdog. Are you respecting underdog?
30% is respecting
I think there's a case that Legacy can go out and win Inferno, so there could be a 3-map on the likes of this one, but I'm going to have to give it to MOUZ Sports.
MOUZ has to win.
They have to, but...
All the expectations on
True.
the shoulders of MOUZ. We've seen Legacy do it once before. They were the ones to end the streak of vitality. Can they make it all the way through to the playoffs?
That's what we're here to find out. It's the team that wasn't supposed to be here taking on the team that wasn't supposed to be anywhere but in the playoffs. MOUZ started 0-2, disastrous opener to stage 3. They've had to go on this reverse sweep to end up here, and now they have to beat back Legacy if they want to make it into those playoffs.
Yeah, but look at those odds, Harry. Those are easy, right? MOUZ are big favorites. What could be the problem today? It's not like Legacy have done anything crazy. Oh wait, reminder, they took down Vitality to start off this group stage here in stage 3, breaking a 30-match win streak of the best team in the world on Inferno, which just happens to be our second map in this series. So yeah, no doubt about it. Legacy may be underdogs today, but they are here to play, and I hope they don't crumble under the pressure. I hope they challenge MOUZ in this matchup, because they've had just a Cinderella run that would be a shame to go out with the ball being cancelled.
Yeah, and look, they've been underdogs throughout this whole thing, man. The journey started all the way back in stage 1 at the 11th hour, being called up as a last-minute invite to Austin for wildcard, for Legacy rather, and even down in that 1-2 position back in stage 1. These guys were backs against the wall fighting for their lives all the way at the start of the Austin Major run.
Well, welcome back, and you've got to get through some of the toughest teams in this tournament if you want to make that top 8 into the playoffs. MOUZ sitting right there on their recovery arc. 0-2 into 2-2, and one match separates you from that championship stage. Stage MOUZ haven't missed out on in CS2 yet. They don't plan on doing so today. Dumao fighting in the donut. They come running his way into this A split.
Legacy having a scramble, rotates over. And they're going to play fast and through this CT smoke. Brolin not concerned, up close, battles back, and that leaves it just on Nissim. 1v3, and they know where he is. Going to try and play his hand out now. Spotted and dealt with. It's a clean finish in the pistol with a strong start from MOUZ's captain. You've seen Torshi being this hype the whole way through this 0-2 reverse sweep run.
I do like that. You set the precedent early, because that's the thing. You know Legacy are going to scream at you in this game. You could be stoic, you could be quiet, you could say nothing. They're going to scream at you every round they win. Dumao is going to have something to say. So Torshi battles it back, brings the energy for MOUZ, trying to hype up his teammates.
You are so good, bro!
Definitely the right move here for MOUZ, just to set the energy high to start this series, because it's going to get crazy. Legacy fighting in the cave. MP9s come rushing through the Molotov, and it turns into a bloodbath. 1-for-1 down the ramp. Spinks needs help from the mid side. He can't stop them. Lux and Dumao get 2 more kills, and MOUZ are thrust into a 2-on-4. Look at the leave as well. Immediate reset for Legacy. I think MOUZ have realized that they started to move back. They're going to take the space.
Oh, good catch for Torshi, and he's going to keep taking space away. Jimmy now moves in to join him, and Nissim still very far removed in this round. So for now, Sadzin operating alone, trying to be loud here. Hoping that lends a bit more room to his teammate on this wrap round.
Ooh.
Jimmy on the line gets deleted. Torshi is in a corner. He can't move anywhere. They've got him trapped in. Nails the first, but Torshi can't battle it back for a second. And this force buy goes the way of Legacy. This game starting off at a high tempo already. Force out from the Brazilian squad.
And just a really annoying round to lose for MOUZ, because that player who's throwing util to get them out mid is late from T-spawn. If he's there at door and he can assist Spinks, Spinks isn't caught up on Heaven. He's going to be covered on the ramp side. MOUZ will suddenly keep their advantage. Instead, they just get run at by Legacy. I've just been hearing Boa Caralho every day of this goddamn event, Harry. It ain't stopping. Everyone's doing it. Pain up later. Oh, the boost is dangerous, but they were tucked pretty tight in that corner. Legacy didn't see. Can Torshi find anything? Fighting on the lane side, Torshi still doesn't see a thing over this smoke, so his teammates are kind of getting hung out to dry right now. Oh my god, he doesn't even know. Inside of the corner, Lux hasn't seen these players caught with nades out. Lucky to be alive. This one's going nowhere fast for MOUZ. Hero AK can't even break through, and they keep it flawless. Focused faces here on Lux, the captain of Legacy. Someone, I think, undermentioned in this run, right? All the attention has come from the star power of players like Dumao, from Saturn's AWP, from the energy they've been bringing. But Lux has been sitting in the middle of this team, leading them every step of the way through some of the best Counter-Strike rosters in the world.
Ooh, that's a rough timing on this backstab. The pistols just get chewed up, and so back-to-back flawless rounds here for Legacy. That's a lot of money banked up.
Ka-ching.
10 players surviving over the last 2 rounds. And they also won all of this from that force buy in the second. This is a very early swing of momentum going their way.
Yeah, winning that pistol can be a poison chalice sometimes, because it just puts you in this horrible position if you can't convert. And I mean, it was a pretty loose second round for MOUZ. And one they're still paying the price for. Here's that full buy. No warps yet. Fast run boost into middle. The Molotov not in the way. Lux's elbow already, and they're trying to keep pressure on Cave right now to stop MOUZ from coming up from Heaven. In the meantime, MOUZ just run through the B smoke into an empty site.
This is going to leave Legacy in a bit of an awkward position here. Fast on this lane flank, but no one from MOUZ feeling that pressure to challenge yet. Where it could get interesting is with Exertion here. He's actually getting flanked by Dumao. Aggressive on the A push. And Exertion now been spotted. There's the backstab arriving. But he gets out with 2 kills from ramp, and Legacy left lacking. Lato on this aggressive push out through the cave. Brings it even, brings us back into this 3-on-3. It's hard to justify, hard to go for. MOUZ at the end of the day just picked the right site, called the bluff on the ramp smoke, run through it.
Yeah.
And Legacy never get to that position to begin the retake.
Xertion catches one off guard, but then I would have loved to see the rest of Legacy just hold for another second to give Dumao that kill for free. Instead, Xertion gets 2 frags before the flank comes in. So Legacy rushed it a little bit, but they felt like they were on the clock with limited kits, limited time, and MOUZ already deep in that B-bomb site. They didn't want to wait forever. And so MOUZ come through with their first gun round. And Legacy aren't too worried. Plenty of money, an AWP, and still 5 grand in the bank. Legacy sitting pretty here. MOUZ looking for a late mid take. Spinks trying to come from the Heaven side, smoking that Molotov and making a move. And MOUZ have that control. Not even a smoke down. Taking risky fights, and it's going to cost them. Nissim opening kill. Very hard one to recommit to for Nissim, but he's going to go back. That's a ballsy move on 40 health with no assistance. He gets 2 kills. MOUZ stops that B presence. And we're going to see a lot of this here with Brolin B. MOUZ on the lane pushes on both halves. As MOUZ sits stuck in a 2v5. Legacy know when to disengage. I think they're comms have been very clean when it comes to this. Everyone on the same page. Like that 4-spy round, they get a couple of kills in cave, they all run back and fully reset to regroup. This one's still split. There are 1v1s available, but no one's really overcommitting. A lot of info play coming in. Lux jumping red. Nissim jiggling donut. MOUZ are not going to get offered easy kills. Look at this. I mean, they're just not throwing this round. That's the call here for Legacy. Just win it. MOUZ might get a little bit eager. And MOUZ know now they're boxed in. Another flawless round.
Yeah, it's how clean these rounds are, and it's concerning. Legacy feeling great. MOUZ a little bit worried, right? The energy was super high. They win that pistol round. Torshi's pumping everyone up, but since that point, there's been very little to get excited about, and the L's they've fielded have been super one-sided.
That's kind of
rounds like this. And, dude, I mean, you can see why Legacy have made it to this position, right? They're all kind of peaking at this perfect moment. This is the best Counter-Strike they've ever played. There's no doubt about it. There's a lot of movement in these CT sides. No one's afraid to make their play, make their moves. That double dip from Nissim being an example of something that comes with the confidence of this squad and where they've been on, right? Like, that's a wild decision to go back and fight mid twice over.
Yeah. And that's also the fight that Xertion's looking for, right? He's trying to peek donut, gets caught into an awkward spray, whiffs it. Like, you need Xertion on form today if you're going to win this game. As your hard entry player on T-side Ancient, rounds don't come for free. So MOUZ back to the drawing board with another 4-buy, round the save. No overcommitment in middle for Legacy. MOUZ feign and A attack early. Just trying to keep the pressure on, burn this util and shuffle the defense here for Legacy. But through the smoke, Sadzin takes that kill and Brolin's put down. The picture clears up now. Legacy know it's a fake.
I was going to confirm that. That's a big spot from him on the lane. Not just the bomb, but 3 players.
Was it worth it, though? No kills from that. And MOUZ are far from committed. Even bring the bomb back out of B after this spot. Oh, perfect reposition for Sadzin, but he's going to miss the timing. That's if they go mid. I think this is just A with Xertion playing cave later. Nissim, oh dear. Are you clearing this late round, do you think? I'm not.
MOUZ are going to hope they have to. This is potentially lethal, and Legacy have read into this, right? That orb's kind of floated back into the donut. Sadzin's going to be here to lend a helping hand. If he can take the eyeballs, the attention away from Nissim, this position could tear everything away.
You hope Xertion's contact force players out of position, but if no one gets a kill, then no one's going to move.
Now they start making noise in main. Sadzin not here to make any sound or draw the attention away. It's not needed. Nissim bides his time and finds that perfect moment. Another super clean round from Legacy.
It's just a really cheeky position that, yeah, early in a round may get spammed, but MOUZ are playing contact. They're trying to surprise you. And with Xertion getting nothing on that B bomb site, again, there's no reason to rotate. The A anchor can just stay in position. Everyone's fine. They call, hey, it's just one player. 3 kills spray for Nissim. And he ain't missing. This is a worrying sign for MOUZ to kickstart the day.
Oh yeah, this is their pick to open up. Inferno has been kind of the backbone map of this Legacy run. That was also where they secured the victory over Vitality and broke their win streak. Been a bit of a strugglesome map for MOUZ, and that's up next in this series. Winner go into playoffs, a loser 1 game short. And MOUZ and this squad trying to embark on the O2 recovery mission. To do that, though, they have to stop a red-hot Legacy fighting all the way from stage 1 through stage 2, flawless. And now in this position, where the playoffs are within touching distance, Lato and Dumao combined for the opening couple of kills out towards the doors here. Nissim going to take up the line. And dude, everyone is in great form for Legacy. There's not a weak link in sight.
Yeah, again, just pistols, but again, super clean. That's what matters about having these rounds just fly by for Legacy. They are in flow state, 6-2 up, everything working right now, making some great reads. And, you know, you talk about the Legacy run. You also got to talk about the MOUZ run because they went 0-2 down here in this stage, Harry. They came in cold, losing difficult BO1s to a ready and raring VP and also a follow-up to FaZe. But MOUZ made this all the way back to 2-2. Such a rarity to see teams get out from 0-2, man. Across all the Swiss majors, only 14% of teams 0-2 have still made it through to the next stage. That hasn't happened yet here in Austin. That didn't happen in Shanghai. MOUZ want to make something new here at the major. But right now, nothing's pointing to it. They're just getting destroyed. Every kill coming in. Legacy slaughtering MOUZ across the map. No trades in sight, and no rounds either. 7-2, 5 alive. I can't keep saying it.
Dude, and you know, every bone in your body tells you, like, okay, Legacy have done an insane job to make it this far. Hell, you might be rooting for them, but there's supposed to be a factor of experience at play here. The idea that this is a super high-pressure matchup. MOUZ is supposed to have the edge in that regard.
Yeah, no doubt MOUZ are feeling pressure as well, but I think that also applies to Legacy, because even though you can make the argument that, yeah, they were never supposed to be here, they've already gone deeper than anyone expected. Like, now there sort of are kind of expectations on Legacy, even though they're the underdog. It's like, oh, you came all this way to lose this match? No, they clearly did not. They are seizing this opportunity, knowing they are just 2 maps of play away from Arena Counter-Strike. The deepest in a competition these players will have ever made it. We've had major appearances before for some of these guys, but never like this.
MOUZ just can't get anything going. They're going to try another one of these A-pops, but Nissim has had their number, man. This guy's switched on right now. Very active across the map. He's got support. 2 players lying in wait in at A. And Nissim, just quick work made of these first players in. Eventually overwhelmed. These pistols find something for MOUZ. This is the closest round they've had in a long time. Swing out in Donut, Lato gonna punish, and just Torshi left, hoping he can chase down this orb. Got himself a bit of purchase here, but Dumao just peppering him from behind.
And in both those swing fights, what is it? It's 80 damage for MOUZ. It's not clean. It's not a guaranteed kill. It's so close. And yeah, sadly, the closest round we've had in some time for MOUZ, but it's still not one they're about to win. Legacy holds strong at 8-2 on CT side. And MOUZ are crumbling. Make no mistake about it. Xertion 2-10 on this T side right now. When he's on, this can be one of the best entry fraggers in the world. He's gonna have to find something here in these last couple. Walking out
look,
middle.
like if MOUZ break through with 4 rounds, they can do something here, but
they don't care. They're just running at them.
Yeah, it's not. Legacy aren't playing with fear. These guys,
look at him go,
have got full faith in themselves in this game. Given the circumstances, what's on the line? They're not in their heads. They're not questioning anything.
No, they're not playing
They want to take all the fights they can because they've been winning them. And so Jimmy on this aggro push finds himself in a swing position. In through the back lines. Most successful player in this round's been getting him up into the red room.
I like this reset though. Legacy are going to be worried about the back line.
Lato's hunting though. They're just going to catch him out on this island in mid. 12 and 4 for Lato to open. Him and Doom out topping the charts. And Spinks left looking on from the sidelines as this T side has passed by in an instant. MOUZ can't believe this is happening. This was supposed to be, you know, their story, their turnaround from 0-2. Triumphant in the end. That's not what's happening. It's brutal. Legacy are destroying them. And Spinks looking to give this a go, walking in and through the ramp side, decided last minute to give that a try.
Unreal to see Lato and Dumao both topping the charts like this. 4 years in the making, these guys have been following each other around, roster to roster, trying and trying again to get a deep run. We call them the next best thing in Brazil. We said they were the upcoming players. They never really achieved it. They never really proved it. Well, today they are. Getting into majors, but never getting deep. 13 and 4, 11 and 4. They are running at MOUZ. And they ain't gonna stop. Nissim swung out mid with a flashbang. You won't see the MOUZ are late to this one. Right now, Legacy out of position, but they've been pushing through smokes. They've been playing aggressive all damn tournament and flanking to heaven already coming in as Nissim lines up both mid players. Popping through this smoke is not gonna answer your call, MOUZ. 2v5. Yet another unwinnable round. And MOUZ have been in this all day.
Yeah, the entire game has felt exactly like this to the MOUZ squad. They can't get anything going. They're not even making a dent in these rounds. And hell, they open this up by winning the pistol. And they've got 2 rounds on this T side.
Yeah.
This is as brutal as it gets. Legacy are gunning for the playoffs.
This is not the MOUZ I expected either, right? Like, pressure aside, this is a team that traditionally were called studio merchants, right? That was a while ago. They've absolutely proven themselves on the stages, but these are the kind of games you would expect MOUZ to mop up. Well, not today, as Nissim finds 4 to shut them out, and Dumao will not shut up. Brazilian CS looking to leave a legacy once again at a Counter-Strike major, as this team that were never supposed to be here sit up 10-2 in the final game of Stage 3. There's playoffs on the line, an arena of Counter-Strike fans waiting just days away in the Moody Center, and Legacy are starting strong. MOUZ are crumbling under the pressure.
Yeah, it is a ludicrously dominant start here for Legacy. Pistol round picked up for MOUZ. That's one of 2 rounds they get in that first half. Legacy, every round they win was dominant. It felt like they had 4 or 5 players surviving more often than not. This is not a close game. This is MOUZ's map pick. Up next is Inferno. That's the map that Legacy broke the Vitality win streak on, and has been one of the cornerstone maps of this run from Stage 1 to now. MOUZ needed to show up on Ancient to start the day. By comparison, Legacy haven't looked to play a lot of Ancient here at the tournament.
Wow. What can you do about that? Felt like Torshi had the kill right there for him with a player turning on the boost, and Lux covers from the bottom. So Legacy take that 5-on-4, and they are just sitting back and soaking it in right now, waiting to hit this B bomb site with a smoke and a molly. Wouldn't surprise me to see this molly even saved to the post plant. That's the kind of thing that Legacy are feeling right now. That's what I'm expecting. We'll see if Lux gets that in. Double smoke exec, really trying to cover positions. MOUZ have 2 guys in the site. They smoke off cave as well. They say you can't come in. Legacy don't care. Right through the ramp. Brolin eats that Molotov. Nissan looking to slide through the smoke, and Xerxon has to step up.
Good hold, Exertion's dualies. Gonna put fresh mag in, and Brolin turns back around to cover him. Only Lux left standing, but low HP on 2 of these players. Jimmy arrives at the perfect moment. Pistol round picked up for the MOUZ squad, but that was how they opened this game.
Yeah, if I'm Legacy, I'm just buying off of... I'm buying off of confidence right now. 2K in the bank, it's nothing to play with, but you've done it before, you can do it again. Legacy call a timeout.
Like as well, you talk about MOUZ, how they've been known, right, as like group stage merchants, people who, when the pressure isn't at its highest, often never struggle. MOUZ are kind of a certainty to make playoff runs coming into this major. They could beat everyone with the exception of 1 team, and that team was Vitality.
And that's a crazy spot. This is the front runner squad left in the major, arguably, at least off of results, to be able to threaten Vitality. Sure, I'm looking at Spirit with glee to think that they could do it as well, but MOUZ have provably taken them 5 maps in a final.
But you know, the story with this MOUZ squad of having to kind of get used to uplifting their level for these high pressure situations, and the journey that took for all of these players to kind of accomplish. It's wild to think that Legacy over the course of this major have hit that same type of level up, being able to deal with these high pressure scenarios and a fast B pop. Once more, this side of the map gets tested. Spinks holds the line, but Brolin's overran.
No long control, only 1 player takes it. They get a little lost there in that hit. Would have loved to see, on the reload, good cover from Xerxon. Would love to see more players go for that long control, but they got stalled out behind the util. And so Legacy should not be winning this round. Sadzin sits back in the cave, tries to buy a few more seconds, but there's a kid in play, and MOUZ are going to move in quick.
Oh, smoke's gone deep. That's awful. That's weird.
Okay.
But a missed spray. And a defuse held.
It was there. It was winnable. Just saying.
was.
Just saying. He's forgiven. Spinks comes up with 3. Xerxon with the last 2. And MOUZ try and pull the comeback of a lifetime.
I mean, MOUZ just have to take it round by round.
Yeah.
It's like, can't get too invested yet. There's a lot of ground to cover. And these have been, you know, force buys, partial buys for Legacy. The real test is coming for this MOUZ squad.
Yeah, they're not giving up, right? They're not going down after a 10-2 half. Seen some insane comebacks of this tournament. Something special about majors. Legacy know that better than most. Flash through the cave smoke and full blind is Brolin. What an entry. Cool little trick here for Legacy to force a 5v4, but they walk out A main at the same time into the AWP. Torshi really trying to commit to these fights. It's going to hear them run away. Just put the fear in them enough that Legacy will speed up towards B. Right now, only one player in the bomb site.
Oh, Spinks is so blind and they'll clear him.
Oh, wow.
Up on the smoke spam, Sadzin. He's just torn this whole thing away.
I love
MOUZ, the comeback they were hoping to embark on, already chipped through on these aggressive purchases for Legacy. They just keep throwing things at MOUZ.
And that wasn't even the second round force. This was the third round half buy. Most of these players didn't have armor, pistols and flashes. And I love that Legacy go into the ramp smoke, they spam with the deagles, and makes MOUZ look right at that smoke in case someone comes through. Then the perfect flash over the wall, and Spinks couldn't see a thing. One player in B, MOUZ pay the price. They don't get to celebrate long. And now, really, how do you win this game? Sure, Torshi's AWP is still here, but MOUZ lose all their economy yet again at the start of the half, and Legacy are but rounds away from stealing MOUZ's pick. It's not meant to be. You're believing off the 10-2 pistol win. I don't know if I'm believing anymore. 11-4 down, MOUZ in the hole, 2K per player. If it's not Torshi going crazy with an AWP, what could it possibly be?
And you're even, you're feeling this. It's like when the game started, pistol round goes the way of MOUZ. Torshi's the guy trying to hype everyone up, right? Trying to make sure the spirits are good. They lose to the force buy in round 2. And past that point, you have a string of rounds racked up against you. You don't have anything to smile about. You don't have anything to get excited about. The vibes are looking like an all-time low for MOUZ. They can't believe this 0-2 comeback is getting torn away in the third and final best of 3.
Hoping Cyclone can be a voice of reason here. Still looking very calm. He's seen his team win from these score lines time after time, and I mean it. Like MOUZ are a comeback team. They have shown great proclivity to do so, but not in this game, Harry. Not in this game. This should be Legacy locking in Ancient.
No, I mean, MOUZ can feel like Legacy have hit that next level, that flow state where everyone's on the same page, everyone's got ideas, it's all flowing. MOUZ have reached these heights before. They know what it feels like, but they don't feel like they themselves can get there in this game.
There's no room for 2. Legacy get that red room control right now. MOUZ are gambling. That's all they can do. A roll of the dice in this B site. Legacy smoke it off, putting pressure on MOUZ immediately. Jimmy comes through and blocks them in red room. Very important smoke to stop this turning into an A split. Maybe all he's done is delay it, but at least allows Torshi to pull his AWP over to this side of the map. We said it had to be him. A couple of Famises in play. Jimmy going to choose to give it up, play late on this cross. Zershan hiding in the donut. Torshi comes to support. If MOUZ is going to do it, they have to do it together.
Jimmy traded. Dumao gets past him and the rest of the team follow through behind Dumao.
Here we go.
Torshi's AWP will be in the right place. This is where Torshi has to save MOUZ. Jiggled on the spawn, he takes one of the domes straight away, and that AWP gets hounded down. The one heavy hitting item of the round removed.
Dropped and picked back up.
Just Spinks left in this. 9 HP, 1 bullet will end his round. 1 bullet puts Legacy right there.
So unbelievably aware, so sharp. They jiggle the AWP 2-3 times. They headshot him through the corner. Torshi didn't get a chance. They didn't know where the AWP was. It never fired. They are so ready. Legacy earning this W, 12-4. Even though MOUZ get exactly what they want, a 1-for-1 with prior warning and info on where Legacy are going with the AWP in the right place, it's not enough. And Legacy take a breather, 12-4, their timeout. They know this game is in the palm of their hand. They want to crush it right here and now.
Luck's going crazy in the comms. trying to hash out what they want to do in this next round. What
he's
could be the last round played on Ancient.
He's been in this position before. Lux and Nissim were back in that Pain squad. Pain, who made it 2-2 in Copenhagen and played against Na'Vi, who went on to win the major. They lost that game. Lux, since picking up from the school of Big Uzera, now leading this young squad. He is not here to throw this game today. Legacy making the most of their mission.
They're ready for the cave play. They're set up to deal with this. They have a guy jumping up heaven. Doom out right now playing this crossfire with Lux. They were prepared for contact out through heaven. They had the read, 3-on-3.
A ramp.
And the aggression from Torshi gets stemmed, fires off, but doesn't get anything from it. Jimmy getting pressured. That's such an awful hit.
No. Oh,
Exertion
no.
can't hit a thing. MOUZ is shaken. They can't believe what's happening. This is so dominant. Just Torshi, but he feels like a co-pilot in his own body right now. This is gone. Legacy run away with the MOUZ pick. MOUZ never even had a chance. They are stun-locked out of this game. And one more map, Inferno, Legacy's pick, one of the backbone maps of this entire run from stage 1 to stage 3. Up next, Legacy, this is their golden chance to lock in those playoffs.
Legacy put on a clinic and I am simply stunned. I'm going to be totally honest. I thought maybe this was a possibility when we were moving into Inferno. It's a tried and tested map for Legacy. No way in hell did I see this happening. Or MOUZ's pick of Ancient. They never had a foot in the door. They just never had a chance, Jacob.
No, they just continue to do it. Game after game after game, we write them off. We think, okay, now they hit the ceiling. Now they hit the limit. Now they're facing MOUZ in a best of 3. At a spot for the playoff, and they just do it again. They played fearless Counter-Strike, Peter. We saw the first 5 or 6 rounds. They were just in the face of MOUZ every single round, and they played with not a single care in the world, and they make them look silly, just like they did against Vitality in the opening game at this stage. It's hard for us to describe, it's hard for us to quantify, but at the end of the day, we just gotta respect the hell out of Legacy right now for doing exactly what they're doing, which is beating some of the best teams in the world. Quite convincing as well.
I think this is the worst I've seen MOUZ Sports perform ever.
Yeah.
I think the way they looked in terms of the reaction outside the server, but also inside, was just really, really poor. I think that Legacy obviously played super great, but MOUZ Sports looked completely out of it. They didn't have any response. They didn't have a chance. They would lose all fights. They would not make the right call. They would make the wrong rotations. I don't think you can take anything away from this game that MOUZ did well.
The opening duel went 15-2 in favor of Legacy.
How the game went on, right?
15-2. Brolan and Exertion, your 2 entry fraggers on the T side, your 2 space takers, they went a combined 1 for 11 in opening duels, those 2. So when you're saying they didn't get anything going their way in the beginning of the rounds, that's a fact right there. Those stats are not looking to put out.
And I'm making that face purely because MOUZ, they were supposed to be making it to the playoffs, right? They do have a chance to turn it around, but after that sort of performance, like, man, we've got to give credit to Legacy for coming out the gate so hot. It was a concern that you had, Dupree, about MOUZ. You know, we haven't seen them having those, you know, quick fire starts, 2 maps. Legacy took full advantage of that, right?
It's one thing is that you have the players on Legacy playing super great, but also the way that they react as a team and the way they play off each other is something that I've been praising them for. And it's like when one guy decides to go for a play somewhere else, then someone else picks it up and he goes aggressive somewhere else. And you saw Nissim getting multiple frags from Donut, where he actually, this is like a position that's super hard to play, especially because Anthony is a very T-sided map in terms of getting mid control. So he found himself in a lot of positions where he was just going for straight up 1v1s, but he just won them all the time. And I don't think there was like a case where he would only get 1 frag. I think he got multi-kills every single time.
There's a saying in Counter-Strike, Peter, you probably know that you know, trust your aim. You know, trust your aim. Whenever you speak to a player, whenever a player is maybe not sure whether he wants to go for a duel or not, and you as a teammate is observing, trust your aim, trust your aim. I feel like all Legacy is doing on the server right now is telling each other to trust their aim. Because you can see in every single duel, they're wide swinging, they're exposing their entire body. It's not shoulder peeking, then swinging out. It's not like playing a little bit carefully or being tactful about it. It's full on swinging, full on fighting, and they're trusting their aim, they're trusting in their own abilities. And imagine doing that when you know your Legacy. You're going up against Exertion, you're going up against Torsi, you're going up against a team that's been consistently the 3rd or 2nd best team throughout the entirety of the year, and you trust in your own abilities to be better than them.
And I think it's one thing is trusting your aim, But another thing for Legacy is also trusting your instinct, because that is what I see when I watch Legacy, is that they trust with like what they are supposed to do as individuals. Because I think it was MOUZ, he just went down B ramp like in the beginning of the round, just straight off picked the guy off in B lobby, you know. And then you had Lado going out of cave, you have Nissan fighting outside of Donut, you know. They just seem to be so confident in whatever they do. And of course, when you're up like this and you know that you are probably the weaker team in this, well, at least on paper, the weaker team, then you also need to go for these fights. Because if you sit back and just let MouseSports do whatever they want and get into a position where they can, you know, puzzle things together and play off each other, then you will probably lose. So they take the fight to MouseSports, and they're just showing up in a way that MouseSports is ready for.
We've seen this from Dumao a lot throughout this tournament, I feel, and Lado. Another time we do a quiz cost package where both of them are involved in one of them. They seem to be a very well-functioning duo, and I know we're going to go into Inferno in just a couple of moments, but watch out for that one there as well, because they play Banana together, and they are constantly fighting. We saw it in Ancient. You described it, Peter, pushing out of caves, pushing down of ramp, again, exposing the entirety of his body and just trusting in the instant, trusting in the aim. This is the round you're talking about. Dumao pushing down, getting a kill, instantly followed up by Lado, again going for a kill. I just love this re-aggression that is constantly coming in, and the fact that they're playing off each other. The trade game from Legacy is also top tier.
dupreeh, I hope you don't mind me, bringing this up on air, but it's a question that I pose a lot to teams. Is like, what is your identity? What do you want to be known for? You had a really nice way of kind of summarizing, outside of play style for the side of Legacy is just making fools out of the top tier teams, because they consistently seem to be doing it, and it's so spectacular to witness because not only Vitality was in that mix with that best of one, but MOUZ here as well. Like, it's insane what they're able to deliver.
It just looks like Legacy just always thrives whenever they're not the favorite in the matchup. Like, every time they go up against a top team, they want to go out and prove that we can beat you guys. Like, yeah, you are a top team maybe because you have a lot of VRS points and everything, and the way you've been playing is like you have your own little bubble inside of tier 1. They're trying to burst this bubble and try to get into the folds of these teams, and they've definitely shown this way. It's not because Legacy is like playing so tactical good CS, but they're just playing out of their intuition, and they're playing the game. They're playing what they have in front of them, like what they see in front of their screen and what happens on the server, what happens on the kill feed. That's what they play off, and that is what makes them so great. Like, they just take and pick up the initiative and actually go for the plays when they feel like this there instead of hesitating.
It's hard not to just praise Legacy for what we just seen and what we've seen so far at the major, but just to add a little context of it as well, it is a very much hit and miss team. When you look at the result from stage 1, they lost to Linvision 13-7, a game that wasn't competitive at all. Then they had a game against Bedboom where they lost 13-3, so it makes you wonder, how does a team beat Vitality 13-2? How does a team beat MOUZ in this fashion while also losing 13-3 to Bedboom or 13-7 to Linvision? So it comes with a caveat. When you're playing so much, and trusting your instinct, trusting your aim, it's either going to work very, very well or it's not going to work at all. Right now it's working, and that's great for Legacy, but there is a pitfall potentially that we have seen earlier in the tournament that MOUZ will have to believe in.
And that's the thing. It does come down to the response from MOUZ, right? You were telling me a story in the green room, dupreeh, about, when you've been in these situations so prep heavy, your opponent, you've got all, your staff working around you, giving all the tools that you think you need to be succeeding in this particular match. The issue is what happens when that doesn't work, right? And we're seeing that play out right now for MOUZ.
I think the easiest answer would just say that they have to go out and reset, but I gotta earn my money here, and I think that from our sports in this situation, like they've probably come into this game, they prepared and they had like a game plan and they know how they want to react to certain things, but when that doesn't work, then you can get kind of blindfolded into just keep playing this kind of style, and you just end up in a position where you forget about the game. You forget about what's actually happening in front of your screen. Instead of playing Counter-Strike for what you actually have and what the actual things that's brought to you, you just keep relying on the preparation and things that you've been working and come into this match. But right now, MOUZ, they just need to leave that all behind. They need to go into an Inferno now where they just need to focus on playing the fundamentals and forget all the preparation. Just start playing Counter-Strike.
That's the question. How are MOUZ going to be responding? We're going to have to wait until the other side of this break to be finding out. And this is going to be a tough hill to climb, because Legacy, they've been demons on this map of Inferno, and now just one map away from making the Cinderella story a reality and earning a spot in the playoffs.
Hi everybody, I'm Dumo. I will show what is inside my bag. Okay guys, first of all, at my mouse pad, this is my equipment first. This is my keyboard, kinda combos with the pad, but it was random, not on purpose. I have my mouse, the one I'm using right now. I have books, this one 5 rings. This one is in search of purples. And this is my Bible. I received it from my mom. I have this mouse and I have this version, a little gold. Good, no? Yeah? I just think it's fun, you know? Yeah. Just good, just kept my table for myself. I have these glasses, stays and playoffs when there is people to have some extra content. Basically my extra glass. Okay, another mouse with my name, another mouse, and I have an extra if this one break it. And guys, just one more in case of both break it, you know? We never know the future, you know? I have my notes thing, my 2 notes, you know? It's an extra one. Then gloves. I have this one from ECL. It's the coin. Cables. Cable. Oh, I found my charger. I have opened apart extra glasses. Maybe both break it. I have watches. This both. This is my first one. I have like this to be hanging around, you know. My coach gave it to me. Yes, that's everything I have. Oh my God, guys. I have this mouse too.
So how many rounds Legacy got on CT side of Ancient is how many mice allegedly DeMau turns up to a tournament with. Just in case. I'll bring a nice round 10. Good for him.
Good for him. What?
I don't think he would
right.
ever bring 10 mice to like to a tournament.
You can never be too safe. You can. That's why he's so relaxed now, because he knows no matter what, he's always going to have a
chill guy,
working
Peter.
mouse.
You know, chill guy bringing his mouse to the event.
I'm playing some damn good Counter-Strike.
Yeah,
Do you
that's
think they're big chillin' moving into Inferno? It's been a map that they have put up some insane results on. We didn't run the interview earlier. DeMau said he is a little bit concerned that people have maybe figured out what's so good about Inferno. But
I want to say something, teacher. Yeah, Peter, you had a point about Legacy playing the absolute best when there's no pressure. I would argue now the pressure returns towards Legacy. They know that Inferno is the home ground. They know that they're actually supposed to win Inferno. They knew coming into the matchup that was the ticket into the matchup. So I kind of feel if we go by that theory, which I kind of agree with, then now the pressure turns towards Legacy, and now is where we should see Legacy play their worst brand of Counter-Strike, which should give MOUZ a chance of coming back into the game. If not, then Legacy have proven that they can do it all, you know, and also play above the pressure. So that's my theory right here.
Well, should we check in with Mahone, because I believe he has a moment to be breaking down as to why Legacy have looked so dominant on the grounds of Inferno.
Yes, that's right. So Legacy, you know, they've been having Inferno as their kind of bread and butter map, but one of the reasons why is because of their B takes. Now, their B takes, I've talked about it before, but what I actually want to talk about instead is that if you give them the banana control, it's actually going to be a problem. Here's an example from the Vitality game where what we're going to see initially is Legacy, they're going to take the banana control, and the goal here is really to try to push Flames off. To push Flames off back towards that B bomb site. And the real key after you push Flames back off that B bomb site is to actually get this player off the arch side position. Because the real goal for Legacy here is to create banana pressure and actually float back towards A. This is actually a strategy that they run. They have banana control right at the start, and instantly they go back into an instant A hit. You'll see that Sadson tosses 2 smokes here, Library and Arch. And what this does is it allows Lotto and Lux to actually push in towards that arch side position. Now, the key here is that they don't even wait for the smokes to bloom. And the reason why is because by putting that early pressure towards that banana side and forcing the arch side rotate to go towards B, it means they only have a timing window that they can use to actually wrap towards A site. They don't want to lose that timing window, so they actually push in even before the smokes fade. And look at the situation on the radar. Because they've set up this condition, they're now in a position where they can actually fight the A site from all angles. A player from apps, players from short, players wrapping towards that long side. And that makes it very easy for them to actually fight the players in the site because it's just not that much map control they really have. And it's all the result of them pressuring towards B. Here's another example, or rather, I just want to restate here that Apex, as soon as the smokes fade, or as soon as the smokes bloom, rather, they don't have space to actually retake the site, and that's what allows them to get the site. So here's another example against the 3D Max game. Now, same thing again, 4 players here pressuring towards Banana, same idea. They want to pull that arch side rotate away. You'll see here, after they get the pressure towards B, they have 4 players over towards B side. They instantly go over towards mid. Then they drop the arch and library smokes. Lux and Lotto, they're already here. They catch the player on the side, and that is the round. So that's something that's going to be key here for Legacy, is that when they take this Banana side, it's not just that they go and hit B. Sometimes they actually float back towards A, and this is actually a strategy. For MOUZ, they're going to have to watch out for this. If they give them too much respect at Banana, they're going to be opening themselves up to this strategy.
Thank you so much for that breakdown, Mahone. Yeah, we know the hurt that Legacy can deliver on Inferno, but is it enough to eliminate MOUZ from the Blast TV Austin Major? We're about to find out.
Oh yes, the pressure now reaches fever pitch, Hugo. It's all on the line. For Legacy, playoffs a bit of map away. For MOUZ, they have to try and start the recovery here and now on the Legacy backbone map. And you can see those odds have flipped right on over. Legacy now are the favorites. And I agree, you know, you're heading onto the map that they've won in every single game they've played at the Major.
I do like that Pimp brought up on the desk, like, hey, does it kind of flip now in a way? Does it kind of flip? Because now they are so close, and this is where we see teams crumble, and, you know, everyone expects MOUZ to lose from this point. But my issue with that right now is this has been the go-to map for Legacy in this tournament. They have played it 5 times. They have won it 5 times, and they have won it dominantly near about every time. Only Wildcard took them to double digits. They made quick work of Vitality. They are comfortable on the T side of Inferno.
Form they came into this series with, it was truly terrifying. Enough to give MOUZ nightmares. And so let's see how they look in this pistol. A walk through the apartments. Torchy will get out with 1 at least. And aggression down through Banana. Clear that MOUZ want to try and build up some confidence early. They don't want to come in feeling scared or playing like it. So they've made a series of aggressive moves in this pistol round. Here's the aggression over towards Banana.
Ooh, these shots are just getting recovered right now for MOUZ, but that's still fine. 4v3, and bailing from Banana is Lux. Speed up in the apartments, needs a quick clean kill for Brolin, and he gets one at least. Trades positions, that's fine by him. Bomb pick back up, can Sadzen get in the corner to plant this package, and that's a nice move if he can. Ooh, takes the fight instead, humbles Brolin, puts him on 5, and the bomb plant down, but the round should elude him. And so MOUZ come through with a pistol, but that's not been the problem, has it? Both back on Ancient. Ooh, a lot being said from Torchy here. And hopefully, something along the lines of, guys, don't screw this second round up. They will force. Yes, yes, they will.
Yeah, he is right. They are forcing.
Yeah, they have 2 AKs. You better watch out. This is a crazy buy. Sadzen and Dumao dropping AKs over. You don't see this much.
It was this round that got away from them on Ancient. MOUZ, that is, right? It was the force buy for Legacy in round 2 that got picked up. And that was where, like, the hurt really began. It's so important for MOUZ that they're able to win this one. If they do want to try and come back in this series, I don't know if they can take another setback of having this force buy round go against them. So that's a big pickup for Spinks.
He could have just taken the damage there. He might have even got a kill, but just his perfect peat. Molly pushes Torchy out. Spinks at least has found a 5v4, but those AKs are going to be shuffled over to the next man in line. There's some with armor is in the apartments, so it's got to be on Sadzen right now. And Brolin's come from that B bomb side to assist. They're taking arch control. This can't end B though. They've not got the real estate for that. They're just looking for this kill with Brolin trapped in. He might get anxious and he walks right into this AK. That's exactly what Legacy wanted. Knowing that's a B player as well is going to change the plan. They pull back. They know they've got a 4-on-1 at this B bomb site.
Oh, Exertion really has his work cut out for him. Will find himself under the microscope here as he's got 3 players coming his way. 2 in first through the temple. Exertion holds the line for that first kill, but he can't wrangle in Lato. Low HP on Torshi, that first player to rotate past.
He has timing though. Torshi should play. They have no idea.
Oh, and it's the AK that's gonna get dropped first. Lato shot in the side of the dome. No idea that they've crossed out already. DuMao can't find a thing, and Nissim too far away. Torshi with that timing. Oh my God, that's a couple of clean kills at the end for Nissim. It is a very expensive win for MOUZ.
And you know what I'm doing if I'm Legacy? I'm buying again, and I'm buying one more time. And hilariously, this is the round they won on Ancient. It wasn't round 2 of the T-side, it was round 3. On the first half, it was round 2. So they've done it before. They'll look to do it again, surely. 4 kills, or 5 kills rather, as Nissim gets the closer. And even though the defuse is robbed from underneath them, still something to be happy about if you're Legacy. Nice indeed. MOUZ is just happy they found a second round in a map that is not their bread nor their butter. Running into Torshi, he's going to block them. Not scared of a arch trap. They go through the smoke. He gets caught from apartments. His teammate falls immediately. And I'm going to say Jimpat needs to watch out in this game because he was irrelevant back on Ancient. Another young player that is perhaps dealing with the struggles of success. And he's been in waning form for a little bit now. MOUZ need him in this matchup in the apartments because Nissim has been a force to be reckoned with in this tournament. Jimmy dying instantly leads to Torshi getting shot in the back, and Legacy again on that 3rd round bye will break MOUZ. Will they do it 5 alive? Oh no.
Yeah, I mean, dude, Nissim's been lethal, and I think you're dead on about Jimmy having to keep his eyes peeled. If kind of Lato and DuMao can sometimes feel like the fire of this team, Nissim's the smoke, man. He's the silent killer. Like, he lurking around, even thinking of that, like, 1v3, so smooth and clean with the Tech 9. He's going to keep them looking over their shoulder. And so there's that. Capitalizing on all the damage done in the 2nd round force buy. MOUZ are now broken. They come into this round with a collection of SMGs. And 1 gun for Spinks.
Search and solo B again, but he's got all the util to work with. So he can play this retake set. Legacy haven't taken this control just yet, but going a little bit slower to ascertain what MOUZ have got to play with. Lux has already put 1 down. Torshi trades. Meanwhile, the B site's been lost. The Legacy realize that they've got an open runway after that entry. A free site for the taking. Spinks might even just throw himself through this smoke. He goes back around the long way. Lato looks on a lurk. And options are open with this bomb coming back. Oh my God, DuMao slipped the smoke. DuMao has slipped behind B, and I'd call the bomb back, I think. Right?
Yeah,
this is such a good position.
Like, Legacy have timings on 2 players right now, both making separate plays. Lato,
he needs to make noise.
He's making sound over here towards A, hoping to keep both players for MOUZ nearby. But they're not falling for this. Torshi's still walking the mid-walk.
Don't need this kill clean.
And so it is DuMao that has to find Spinks, and I think he's seen him closing the distance. There's DuMao in the feed, and they know about this player that slipped past. They're ready for Torshi. You're spinning and juggling a lot of plates right there if you're Legacy, but 2 timings go their way and they find success on both of them.
Dude, the comms are really, really clean, man, because they could have panicked in numerous situations there when they pulled the bomb back and then MOUZ hits his timing and he realizes, hey, I could just flank this one B guy and we win the round. So walk back to me, boys. And Legacy don't jump the gun on either side of the map. Lato stays in position, gets his lurk kills. And MOUZ must be feeling frustrated right now with how some of these rounds are going down. Breaking the money completely, put onto default pistols. 1 flash for middle.
And dude, if you're MOUZ, it's like straight away, you're just kind of taken straight back to how you've felt on Ancient to open this up, right? And no one was having a good time there. You could see it in their faces. You could feel it in the comms.
And what's awkward as well is one of the players who we kind of needed a lot from in that first map is Xerxan, and he's on this B bomb site, which, as Mahone showed, like this is going to be the place where Legacy probably win out their T side. They're going to be fighting Banana. They're going to be going for executes. And so Xerxan's got to be very, very switched on this CT side if it's going to be a MOUZ map. In this round, Legacy just waltz into that empty bomb site. Xerxan will get himself an AK. Saving this could go a long way.
Lato with a chance to deny the save even. Also doesn't want to risk giving another gun over. He's trying to walk that line.
This looks good. Spinks may as well just run, but... Such an insane clear. Just hop, pre-aim into the hole. He digs a grave for MOUZ. 3-2 now. MOUZ have a full bite. They have a saved AK. Let's see how they deal with this banana control.
I mean, dude, if Legacy win this round right now, break MOUZ's money again, this is going to start to feel like just another beating for MOUZ.
Oh, yeah.
Dumao and Lato, first 2 to find success. Jimmy's got his work cut out for him, and he gets blindsided by Nissim out through the apartments.
He was ready. Nissim's just so quick on that kill. I don't think Jimmy can even see him through the
like
Molotov.
from a place of desperation, MOUZ might have to seriously entertain this round.
Yeah, I'm down for it.
2 on 3, and just to try and get something going, they give it a look in. But nothing presented, no one out in top mid, no one fighting them on long.
I mean, yeah.
And that's the thing, you know, Legacy, they'll be very, very confident off the top of the round. Once they get in a post plant like this, they're never going to give MOUZ a reason to go for it.
I guess that's the expectation. It still would be nice to see MOUZ like peek in and look for a mistake, but you are right, Legacy are fully tucked in. They're here to win. Up to a 4th on this T side now. MOUZ, again, exits, risky, need both kills here to make it worth it. Brolin will find them, but the bomb gets him from this far. And so, was it worth it? Arguably not. Because damage on your opponent's economy is only as valuable as the rounds you win. And if you win none, that damage is irrelevant. Legacy coming with 10K on many players. MOUZ call their first timeout, at least getting on it early yet again. But it does just feel like a similar case to that game of Ancient. Can anyone stop this roll of Legacy? I like how he called Nissim the silent killer, because he's really been going under the radar, but on maps like this is where he shows some of his best work.
A very entertaining player to kind of watch, because you only get him at his most impactful moments in the round. But, you know, he'll really pick and choose his moments on the extremities. And we often only get to see the best parts of that, but he does all the build-up on his lonesome. That's some crazy nades down through Banana. My word, Legacy are hurting. That's so much damage right off the top of this round. Okay, MOUZ. They've got our attention. This is a good way for it all to have started. Low HP for Satin and Lux. Aggression in towards top banana. And Nissim's actually left the extremities. He's left the A push. And so this means that Legacy likely to commit here. They've conceded real estate on the other side of the map. If they did go back, they'd have a lot to clear. So this might just be a very up-tempo, change of pace round. The initial volley of Util was meant to get Brolin out into the open. He's gone straight away. Exertion, desperate times, call for desperate measures. Oh, knife pull, spinks out now, and it's 2 smoke pushes that bring MOUZ back in.
Yeah, big round for Exertion coming through that smoke, and layer after layer for MOUZ. Suffocating Legacy. They get stalled out in the top of banana. Good flashbangs. MOUZ play oppressive CS. And again, on paper, these are the stronger individuals. These are the more proven players. These are the fights they should be winning. So, nice to see MOUZ play with some bravado in this game. Especially with how silenced they felt, how muzzled on Ancient. A grenade as well to start this round. MOUZ looking to recover now. Exertion eating grenades again. They hunt him in the corner, nowhere to go. Fully blind, eating nades. There is a trade. Brolin looks to commit here. Very dangerous move. That would be the B-side falling if he died. But more damage done keeps Legacy humbled, and they will slow the round down.
This is the exact round that was described at the analyst desk portion of this game by Mahone. One of these B fakes up through banana to draw the rotates away, and then pull up into a fast A play from Legacy.
And there's no one here. MOUZ bit down completely on that play.
So the tried and tested method behind this Inferno success racks up another round for this Legacy squad. Maintaining that lead and putting more doubt in the minds of MOUZ. And that's the worst thing about losing, you know, rounds like this. Next time you're feeling that contact, that pressure over towards banana, and you hesitate on the rotate by just an extra few seconds just to make sure it's confirmed. It's conditioning that Lux can try and use as the game rages on. For now, MOUZ feel like they can stomach one extra loss. They have money to get these guns out again, so it's not the end of the line yet for MOUZ on this CT side. Lux planning out the rounds that lie ahead. Brolin coming to terms with the rounds that have just passed.
I mean, Xertion's doing a lot of the calling in this series. At least it's felt like he is. Whenever we see him on the play cams, he is very vocal, calling his shots. Gonna have to do so on the B side, right? On CT side. Call your setup, what nades you need, and they work wonders. High damage. They allow the space for Legacy, but it comes at a cost of health. And Legacy have at least kept a strong setup here. But MOUZ are about to re-clear it out. The sooner Legacy go, the better. These are the exact nades Mahone was showing us. They're going to go for this pop pretty soon. It's Torshi and it's Jimmy up against the world. Oh, that smoke missed.
It's out through the apartments, though. Jimmy, slow start to the series. Feeling the burn. Gets out with a double. And now his teammates arrive. Jimmy staves them off long enough for the cavalry to arrive. And MOUZ repel that up-tempo A hit out through the apartments.
Yeah, they try and do it a little bit different there, right? Same smokes, but go out through apps and just try and pop. They get stalled out in the mouth. Jimmy gets his double kill, and with the missed smokes, Brolin sees there's nothing on long. He just comes through Moto and helps his team. So, nice to see MOUZ react. Legacy, a little bit too slow. But maybe we'll see some more default rounds now. They've already done a good T side. They want to make it great. This is their final buy before pistols must be dispersed, so... Oh dear. time for Legacy to play more standard. That's from the spawn.
Yeah, they've played with a lot of pace thus far on this T side, but it felt like almost that's what the Cyclone timeout was about. Oh, what? God, do out! That's a wild smoke shot to open. They just keep funneling through this banana smoke. Sadzin, one shot from death on the rifle, no less. He leads the charge with the entries.
That wasn't meant to happen. Not the second kill, let alone the third.
And that is a brutal chain of events for MOUZ. Two players twice over felt like they should have had Sadzin dead to rights. Instead, he's torn this whole round away. Jimmy moves in, the fourth player to try and deal with Sadzin, and finally someone will best him. But it took nearly the whole team to stop that one player. Jimmy, alone in this clutch, is iced out, and that's got Sadzin on his feet. Breaking through the one-man army, the rifle up through Banana.
Oh, he broke through. First major for this player. Everyone else has had their chance in the limelight. This guy is seizing it. He was the guy in stage 2 on this 3-0 run for Legacy to show up, where 3 players of that Legacy team were in the top 10 rated. And he's been a little bit quieter here, up against the world's best. That's where we've looked to Dumao, to Lato to carry them through. What a round coming through for Sadzin, just to break MOUZ's momentum here in this T side. Orpa does it with a rifle. And Legacy win a round that they weren't planning to.
And this really is like the swing round now to decide this first half.
Oh, if Legacy win it, it's going to be a wash, Harry.
Yeah, MOUZ can still stay afloat here and split the half 6-6 if they find success. But if they don't, Legacy end this half, but rounds away from playoffs in Austin. And so it's back to this A play, back to this A site. Last time they came here, Jimmy P from down in the pit put on a show. Was his 3K that helped locked it in for MOUZ. Other than that, though, he's had a quiet series.
Good grenade to slow it down at least. He'll still take the fights, sees a little bit more, and that's a bomb on the map as well. Panic station, panic button here for MOUZ. Can they flush this Brazilian squad out? It looks good. 0 smokes down, and they just walk into open sight lines, easily held by MOUZ. 4-on-1, no ammo for Dumao. Whoa, the Glock burst is brutal, but winning this is a different conversation entirely. He's forced forward, funneled into the bomb site and into that AWP. Torshi with 2, and MOUZ try and stop this streak here from Legacy.
It's a very dry hit. As you say, open sight lines allow MOUZ to just pick and choose their battles there. The AWP undisturbed on it to rotate over. And I mean, you know, it felt like as well, we had that timeout for Cyclone, you saw him speaking to the guys. It felt like MOUZ from that point on have leant back a little. It was a far more brawly game right off the top. Suddenly it became more about this util damage down through Banana, getting the good nades in, instead of scrapping for it and fighting from the car. And you feel like maybe that's a bit of a reminder from Cyclone. Guys, we don't have to play and meet them on this brawly level of Counter-Strike. Feels like the pace of these rounds for Legacy has been very, very high. And so MOUZ getting a hold on to this util to take the pace out of the close. No util burned for Legacy in contrast. Now we head into a little timeout as well, just to fix some problems for Sadzin down on the end. Not ideal. There's a little stoppage of play. MOUZ winning that last round. Looking to chain together 2 to close out the half. That was the one that could have broke their backs if they lost it. That would have been an 8-4 half, as good as done for Legacy.
Not where you want to be sitting right now for a couple of minutes in silence here. with how tense this game has been, with how much is on the line. Also for MOUZ, who don't have the fortune of a map in their pocket. I say fortune, it wasn't gifted, it was earned here by Legacy.
I mean, both these squads have been fighting really hard from their respective positions. For MOUZ, it was slow starts right at the start of the event that put them down 0-2 at the end of the first day. They've had to grind back in from 0-2 down to try and get to those playoffs. The place where you expected MOUZ to end up. One of the favorites to get there. A lot of people picked this team to 3-0.
True.
In stage 3, only squad they haven't been able to beat this year was Vitality. Other than that, sky was the limit for MOUZ. For this Legacy team, a journey starting all the way back in stage 1. Coming in on a controversy. Landing in stage 1. Being 1-2, just a game away from elimination. Yeah. Flawless in stage 2.
With all the noise, you could have expected nothing from this team. Instead, they've seized the opportunity, they've run with it every step of the way into this B bomb site. Team kill as well. Advantage held for MOUZ. But again, they slipped through the smoke. Was it spotted? Doesn't matter. Sphinx has found a deep kill. His teammate's still alive in the bomb site. You need this frag. And even then, it's a 2v2. And you're trapped out committed. Sadzin tries to help through the smoke. Nissan boxed in. The nades are pulled by Torshi. What an error. 1v2 for Jimmy with a pistol. They got to come in quick.
Low HP for Sadzin. One shot would do it. Jimmy has a full belt of util, but does he want to get caught in the open playing with nades? These are the mind games at play, but the instant comes in. Jimmy with a quick swivel seals the deal on a tie half for this MOUZ squad. Jimmy starting to come alive, and MOUZ with a far better scoreline. Can they save themselves and this major run on Inferno?
There aren't that many esports organizations that have been around for as long as MOUZ have, but they're one of the first organizations that I think really took the talent side of it seriously. It paid off massively. The number one thing probably to mention is got to be Kerrigan. You know, rewind time long enough, speaks to his legacy with the game and just how much, you know, he's managed to do. And the other one probably is Nico, who was picked up, you know, pretty early on. That was his first escape from the Balkan scene, playing with iNation, all the rest of it, and then he came in and played with MOUZ and was essentially the whole team. It was Nico trying to carry every round for a long time there, and probably set him up for what he's been doing for the rest of his career, more or less.
Find one more, the molly isn't going to touch him. And what on earth has just happened as Deagle is on fire and Shox is going to walk into it as well. Nico is on fire.
This current MOUZ core has almost too many storylines. Like the classic one is about how the roster came from the academy side and consumed the entire team. Cyclone and his longevity with the team and what he's managed to build across multiple rosters, which I think is really impressive. And the most recent one for me is probably Brolan. Having to take over as an IGL, I still feel like under somewhat unclear circumstances, and the whole entire community, probably including myself, thought that was going to fail on almost day one. And then they managed to actually make it look amazing. I'm actually still kind of blown away by that fact. It's so hard to judge who is going to be better on MOUZ, and I think it's one of the things that makes them sort of dangerous. Torshi and Exertion, they played such different roles that it's hard to match them one-to-one.
Look at the energy.
I think Torshi's explosive personality is one of the things that actually makes him insanely valuable on the team. You can tell when they're playing how much he contributes to the overall energy. But Exertion's lurking capabilities and like how much he can turn around a game on his own, for me, that's super rare, and so I'll probably pick him over everybody else. In my opinion, there's no reason why MOUZ couldn't win a major. I think they've got all of the essential ingredients. There's a certain chemistry in the team when they're winning that I think is really hard to stop. I know that they're living under the stigma of constantly almost making it and then not quite making it and, you know, losing to Vitality. All the rest of it is going to be down to, I think, coincidence and timing, and I can't see why they wouldn't be able to.
Why do you think Inferno is such a comfortable map for you guys?
It's a map that we know the protocols, we understand the rotations and movement and timings. So I think that's why we we play very well. But as the more we play, the harder it gets, you know, because the teams will see things and you have to adapt some things. So yeah, that's kind of something that we know that we are going through, and yeah.
MOUZ bite back somewhat here on Inferno. It's Legacy's map pick. They sit just rounds away from the major playoffs, and for MOUZ, they've got to claw this one back and take us all the way on Nuke. Safe to say, looking better than Ancient, but the bar was pretty low for MOUZ after that first map, getting absolutely blown out of their first half. Still need more from MOUZ if they're to convince us. Would be the first loss on Inferno for Legacy, all major, 5 wins straight, including a stomp over Vitality in the BO1s. This is a MOUZ returning to form from 0-2. No strangers to comebacks, and it could all start with that. Nissan 1-for-1 in the apartments. MOUZ pick up the pace.
Ready to go on this abs pop. Santin will meet them there. Full blind and mid-air. 2 strokes of luck for Santin, but that third one's all skill, baby. Pistol round locked in for Legacy.
He's out of his chair as well. Brazilians with something to say, something to shout. And MOUZ, devastating pistol to lose. That's the first pistol they've lost in this series. Should be a good sign, really, but all these force buys have come through for Legacy. Now they don't even need to do it on hard mode. Can MOUZ do what's been done to them all series?
Dude, that's just such a wild sequence to have go against you as well. You're looking at the kill feed of your MOUZ. First kill jumping, second kill blind. Everything going the way of Legacy in that pistol.
So quick.
And MOUZ up-tempo round as they explode out into the top of middle. Legacy weren't set up for this, but they'll get Lux into the long side on time. Beats down upon the MOUZ squad as they drip on through one by one into the waiting guns of Legacy.
Just a limp execute, man. No util really for MOUZ. They had no smoke long side. They had no flash short side. They had nothing in that round. Pistol armor running and praying for trades. They don't get a single kill. Legacy converts easily. Something to be said for that. MOUZ couldn't do it once on their pistol rounds. Legacy just slipping by and waving as MOUZ sit at the bus stop. Full eco now. Grenades at car, hoping Legacy are confident enough to go for a swing. They don't. So MOUZ aren't even given that. And it does feel like a game destined to be Legacy just from this point alone, doesn't it? This will be 9-6 when MOUZ's first buy round comes through. Do something incredible. Ouch.
I mean, this just gets to be a confidence building, money-making stat pad round. As though Legacy need more confidence at this point. Dumao fired up. They're on these rails, walking this path towards the playoffs. And there's few rounds between them and that goal. MOUZ have been waiting to bring these guns out. This is where they've got to leave one hell of an impression. If they want us believing in a comeback, if they want to get believing in a comeback, it's got to begin with a convincing rifle round here and now. Yeah. If not, Legacy are right there.
The sheer amount of 4 or 5 alive rounds here for Legacy in this series is unbelievable, really. Double apps push. Legacy come through with a little trick up their sleeve. Despite the deep tap molly, they're still here. For one, and they somehow win it out. The MP9s just chewed through 2. Simply done. Dumao is denied, though. So this B hit might be MOUZ's only option to pick up the pace and go. Smoke in the face. 2 smokes in spawn. MOUZ are getting scrambled right now, and they get isolated through this smoke. 1 by 1, Lato takes them down. Brolin the captain in a clutch, and he must stick the landing, or this is Legacy looking for playoffs.
Brolin backs up. In this moment, not about leadership, not about being the captain of the team. He's going to play all on his own.
2 nades and a molly.
The entire squad looking on. Molotov goes in, that forces Brolin wide.
It's not even a good molly, but he's looking at the ground to see where he can stand. That makes him open for spawn. Legacy have got them right where they want them. MOUZ cooked. Disaster here for MOUZ, and it might get worse. And I don't know what timeout could possibly save you from this point. It has just been the perfect day for Legacy, the perfect event. A team that barely made it through stage 1, stomped stage 2, 3-0. Taking down top teams like it's nothing. FaZe 2-0, Vitality 13-3. And while FaZe got their revenge, this is MOUZ's first meeting with this Brazilian squad. And maybe their last at the major. 3 rounds is all that separates Legacy from the top 8.
Ready to fight for Banana. Triple set here, Legacy won't ease up. They wait for that MOUZ early util, but they want to go after the fact. Flashed in with retake util, it's Doom out. Facing first, kills go the way of MOUZ. Lato iced out, and this B site crumbles. The 3-man push brushed aside. MOUZ move in, and Legacy kick to the wayside.
Important realization there for Spinks that there was a 3rd player. He's playing an off angle in the open, hoping he'd catch a couple of kills there, because that was 2 for 1 for MOUZ before they found that player. So that 3rd clean entry makes all the difference to stop this from snowballing here. And MOUZ get to say they played their T side. May have lost the pistol, but this gun round comes in. Not too late to do something in this T side.
Terrorists win. Keep it up, let's fucking go. Nice fight on B. Bro, I just peeked, he's looking at Kat and somehow I died. Unlucky.
Lead's starting to close up. It's still a ways away from worrying a Legacy. MOUZ,
1 round.
1 step in the right direction. But Legacy still feel freedom to make their plays. They still hold this lead, and they play like it. Aggression to open up. And a 5v4 locked in.
Yeah, plenty of nades at B. Still calling for that 3rd rotation. Thinking in a 4v5, MOUZ are going to come hit this B site, and they seem to have a good read. Oh, he didn't see him. Sershin didn't see him. An arm showed at the back of the plat. Dumao
just survives. Both players get out, looking a little worse for wear. Exertion and Dumao's clash ends even, both players still in it.
Bit of a disastrous attempt at B though for MOUZ. They waste util, smoke gets lost. Legacy just block, and MOUZ were actually ready to go for the B hit. They pulled Jimmy out of the apartments as well. Now they've got to retake that space. The only positive is this is an undefended site. Nissim is on arch side, and the AWP is in apartment. Sadzin, he's got to get 1 kill and drop that molly instantly.
Surfing! Can't follow up, they'll break through. Nissim dead over on the long side. And that AWP just threading the needle on these players out through the apartments has let MOUZ in.
I mean, yes, he missed his shot, but MOUZ is still very lucky that he saw the back player first. If he saw the close player and got the kill, it would have been a disaster. I think even if he got that back kill, they still win the round off trade. So MOUZ are quick to get out the apartments ahead of that Molotov. No respect for the CT incendiary. No reason to. So 2 in a row for MOUZ.
And that's a man advantage round for Legacy. Mama, they went and picked up a kill early. They get to ease back into the man advantage. That's usually not been a problem for them. It's here as you're just rounds away from something you've dreamed of your entire lives. That finding the final few rounds can feel like a real challenge.
I mean, closing a game out in any moment, any serious event is hard, but closing a game out that has consequences like this is a different beast. It's a position MOUZ have been in many a time. It's something new to Legacy. Every stage, something new.
No, you're dead on. I mean, this is already the furthest they've ever made it. And to think it could still go further, but they have to overcome demons. For a squad like MOUZ, it took them a very, very long time to battle through, dealing with these high-pressure scenarios.
It does just feel like the energy of the room has changed somewhat. MOUZ still in this.
Legacy still get to play like they have the freedom of a round or two.
They got 2 buys in a row here. This is going to be pretty nice for Legacy. In terms of opportunity, it's right there.
That's a lot of damage taken from this AWP going for that early pick. Sadson softened up, still trying to get value out of this AWP.
It's insane.
And so it's Jimmy dead. That's the A-Lurk removed for MOUZ. If they want to go back, if they ever want to lean back towards that A site, they've lost their guy that watches the extremities, and so that's going to be a lot of clearing, a lot of time getting wasted, and it's allowed Nissim to embark on this wraparound.
Wow.
He's going to get deep all the way down alt mid.
I mean, there's a world he loses the timing here, but they've just blocked middle, which should stall MOUZ out somewhat, and they're not sure. They're uncertain. They're going back. He's going to have something from this. No way Nissim gets 0 from a flank through T-spawn. He might have everything.
Oh, and he
playoff qualification.
Nissim with 1, but just 1. Fires off straight away. Sadson caught with the AWP out over at long.
I think the
exertion's opened. And that's the A site secured. Bomb getting planted. Legacy, it's rounds like these last couple where you seem to have all the cards and yet it still goes against you. They're the ones that live on. If this ends up going to a third, MOUZ bring this back to a 1-round game.
The comm is wrong. The comm is a presumption. He sees 1 player middle walking back. He calls they're going B. Really, there were 3 mid. They were just tucked in on the bench side. Repeaks B, dies. At that point, Sadson thinks he has timing to peek middle, pulls his knife out, and MOUZ were already in mid, ready to go. They know they killed App's player. They just speed up. So because MOUZ were tucked in mid, that flank for Nissim actually loses them the round. It's crazy how one presumption, one little bit of information can change everything. If Nissim just stayed T-spawn, they'd have better odds. Would have gone into the B stack. But instead, MOUZ continue to fight back, and a sigh of relief for Cyclone as they find 3 in a row. Oh, exertion knows.
And MOUZ haven't really been in a position to yell anything back at Legacy. They've been getting wrecked in this series.
I would care before you poke Dumao. It shows MOUZ are at least feeling confident in their odds on this T side. They got something to scream about. They got something to fight for.
You just want them on edge. You want them shaken. Brolin certainly has Dumao feeling that way after that kill. And now they try and run it down into this B site. Lato, first kill comes out from him. Lux on the rotate over, plays the contain and stops Torshi from moving out through Banana. Does he want to make a play here and now? Lux swing for the fences on this smoke push. He's snuck right through. Do they know? Are they ready for this? Are they aware? Exertion is eyes on. Lux is push. Red like a book. Made on the smoke, but Exertion just gets back in time. This would be another man disadvantage picked up for MOUZ. And at that point, the comeback has well and truly arrived.
Picked up a smoke, he puts it down. Funneled through this ruins, and Jimpat is ready and waiting. There's no kit right now. Nissim will pick it up.
Called Nissim the silent killer. Well, he's going to be that right now. Through the back line. Can't get his aim under control. The nerves are setting in for Legacy. MOUZ are breaking through.
What a read for Xerxen. That player was coming through the smoke and going over the lip there. That was the round winner to make it a 2v2, to lock those last players out of the B bomb site. Lux tries to take matters into his own hands, and it costs him 4 rounds in a row for MOUZ. Legacy's money finally called into question. They're going to squeeze a buyout. AWP, SMGs, whatever to make it work. But if MOUZ win this one, they are sitting right and ready to take Legacy's pick to drag us to a third. Gotta earn it still. Do MOUZ nade out Brolin? Another man advantage. What could go wrong? Look at the confidence though. Back to Banana. Legacy just full take it dry. In a 5v3, they sit back and wait for MOUZ to come to them. Uh-oh.
Nissim has just missed this timing, maybe.
Yeah.
They've crept on past. Jimmy's made it deep out towards the apartments. And this isn't confirmed info for Legacy.
Sadzin hits his.
Sadzin gets on the line in time. 1 kill back for Torshi, but they shouldn't be ready for the MP9 tucked in close. Nissim plays the discipline. Takes that 1 kill after a moment. It's just Torshi. And 2 players holding onto the spawn. This wrap is not available to him. And as he rounds this corner, he'll go into that double hold. The game might get tied, but Legacy refused to give over the lead.
That was meant to be the round for MOUZ. That was meant to be them building on this streak, breaking the money. That's the story we'd expect. The experienced team on a comeback, talking smack, going on to steal this map from the brink of defeat. But instead, we look for every single round in regulation. As Legacy are not done fighting on Inferno. A brazen round where players just swinging in Banana dry. I can't believe Nissim holds that shot as well. I'm just thinking there's so much on the line. Just take the kill while you've got it. It's a clean round for Legacy as they look for 2 more.
Far slower and Banana from MOUZ. No one wants to fall prey to this early util. That was how the last round opened for Brolin. So MOUZ are a bit slower to arrive, but they still get this control over B. This is MOUZ making sure they do everything right, feeling like they've pushed Legacy away from any apartments control. They've taken away top middle. And locking down this long angle, they've taken all the important map control here of MOUZ. Legacy currently feel like they're flying blind. But how does the round end for MOUZ? It's been good staging to open up, sure. Legacy still looking to come through with the read. Throughout this entire event, they've had faith in their captain. They've hinged on his every word and believed when he's called the shots. He's put them in this position to go through into the playoffs, and so brings an extra player, an extra body around towards this B site. in the round that could find match and series point. Qualification of the playoffs for Legacy on the line, but they get run through. Jump shot for Brolin, kill for Spinks in the feed, and Sadzin Zorp, the only thing that remains, that third player at the B site needs to put some distance between himself and MOUZ.
Yeah, you want that up, you got to get out of here right now. MOUZ have won this round, whether you like it or not. Double entry instantaneously for MOUZ, and it is very clean. Like you said, the staging was good. They force Legacy back into a double pit setup. Sadzin has some doubts, so he stays in CT. And even though he's offering flashes, they come too late. MOUZ jump over first box. They find both kills, and they stay in this game. Not letting any tricks get pulled here for Exit Banana. And MOUZ have more to say.
The tension is palpable, and Legacy in the duration of the next 2 rounds have to do something that this MOUZ squad have been working on for years, which is learn to handle the pressure. It was this year that MOUZ picked up their first trophy in front of a crowd, right? Not in like the studio environment. We saw him in Cluj hoist that trophy. That was meant to be a good sign of things to come at this major. But MOUZ still feeling like there's ground to cover in that regard.
Yeah.
And they've already been on the grind for years now. Legacy have but 2 rounds to dig deep and find the winning formula to this game. A game in which they held all the cards.
Yeah, it was never going to be an easy match on paper, right, for Legacy, but the fact that they put themselves in this position, a map up with the chance, is that enough for them to seize the moment?
It's the fact, you know, it's Inferno. This is the backbone map of this Legacy run. They haven't lost it the 5 games they've played it. No one has beat them on this yet. Not even Vitality able to take down Legacy on Inferno. But here in the game that sends you into the playoffs, the game that they were leading by some margin, it's gone the distance, and this round could decide everything.
No way.
This push from Nissim could decide everything. Just 1 kill over in middle. It's Sadzin Zorp to be tested next. First shot misses, and with each shot you miss, MOUZ get closer. The gap closing. Another missed shot from the Sadzin Orb. The rest of Legacy arrive.
Money on the line.
They got here not with one standout individual, but as a team. It's gonna have to come together like that in this retake. MOUZ have time to get set up. Exertion down in the pit. Torshi tucked at the site, and Jimmy embarking on a wrap round through the apartments. He's playing aggressive in this 3v3 post-plant. He's going to come in on this backstab. He's gone unchecked. They've flushed out Boiler. They think the backline's clear. Can Jimmy nail this timing? This would be stealing the major playoff dream away from Legacy. Exertion might have beat him to the punch. Lux doesn't know where to look and left cowering in a corner. MOUZ bring it through all the way on a map point. An undefeated map for the Brazilians. And MOUZ on the back foot the entire way. Now just 1 round away from nuke.
So ready to write this team off in this map. After a stomp on Ancient, after a dominant lead, after Legacy's first pistol in the series coming through on this CT side, they were sitting rounds away from those playoffs. Now MOUZ are favorites in this map. They have the backbone of overtime as a guarantee. And nuke the decider. MOUZ want to take us all the way. Legacy risked their money on that round. They've still got a bit to buy. But I'm glad they went for it. It shows they're still believing they can win any round, any situation. That's the belief that's got them here to 2-2 in the first place.
Look, though, this was a 10-4 game, right? You have to acknowledge what's happening to Legacy. The pressure of it all, the impossible comeback being mounted against them. The game that felt so safe, like you couldn't give it away. But it's not over till it's over. And Sadzin Zorp gifts Legacy a 5v4 right off the top. You've seen Legacy struggle to convert these rounds before. They can't afford to have that happen now. There's no better chance for overtime. Their AWP has guaranteed as much.
Yeah, he's missed a couple of shots in the apartments when they need him, so position swaps coming in as he takes that all back to B after the entry. MOUZ is putting it all on a smoke fade. He's ahead of the wall, looking for a 1v1, looking for a clean kill, and he can't get it. Orb looks back to follow up again. Sadzin lands his second. This guy at his first major, looking to kick up dust in MOUZ's face, take them to overtime off the back of his solo B-hold AWP. It's put the fear in MOUZ. They don't want to risk it into a hot-handed AWP, surely. But in a man down with just enough util to hit this B bomb site, this is all they've got.
An AWP at back B on Inferno, a major lifeline into overtime. Can Sadzin be the legend of Legacy? 2 kills off the AWP already. And the most high-pressure AWP sequence this guy will have ever had in his entire life. Util reigns in. Sadzin full blind. They get closer and they get past him straight away. Sadzin crumbles. B-side taken.
No kits.
Legacy, it's all on the line right now. Overtime or bust. A third map off in the distance. And a retake that has to slow down. Jimmy continuing to take space, take heads. MOUZ have built back into this one. And only Lato left. Moving out through the spawn, they know about him now. The net continues to close around Legacy. A 10-4 lead, a golden opportunity given away. And left to fate, left to a third map as MOUZ stick the landing on this comeback. From 4-10 down, they swing for the fences. And Legacy have to dust themselves down, pick themselves back up. This whole major run now rests on their nuke.
3 maps required to see who will be progressing onwards to the playoffs and who will be eliminated here at the Blast TV Austin Major. And talk about resilience coming out of MOUZ. Harry just alluded to the scoreline, the round advantage that Legacy had in this, the win percentage they had on this very map at this very major. Never count MOUZ out though.
That was a crazy game of Counter-Strike, but that was also a game that exemplifies exactly what we spoke about coming into it. Legacy started to feel the pressure. I felt Legacy were the better team. I felt Legacy had it going for them in the first half and in the second half as well, but there were a couple of crucial moments where they put themselves in a winning position, where they read the game fine, where they had a good setup, where they again showcased us. They played good Counter-Strike, but when the individuals had to deliver in the most pressured environment, they couldn't.
MOUZ was fighting with tooth and nail in that game. It's like they found this last percentage for them, and it was good to see that they just kept fighting for it and didn't give up. I was sitting in here watching and listening to how MOUZ was coming back in this game, and they were just being so quiet. But then as soon as they started to get some of these rounds going, it just really came to a point where they started believing it, and that was so important.
Should we dive into one of those rounds almost immediately, Dupree, because you picked out round number 7, not only from what went down in the server, but what you also managed to hear in the booths when this was being executed, right?
I think round 7 was what we needed more of MouseSports on Ancient, but also just the way that they played round 7 was that they actually played with what they had in front of them. I think the whole idea is that they obviously went to fight Banana and do a lot of damage in the beginning of round, which is important, but it's more about how they react to when the actual execute comes in here. Obviously, Exertion, he's throwing down some utility, but once they find themselves getting executed on, that is what I want to talk about. And it's all about the idea that when you are in a position where things go from going a little bit south, that is why you want to change. See, Brown, he goes in, actually gets nothing done here, but Exertion, he sees this, that the smoke seed is actually laid, mollies pool and gets a flash instantly from Spinks and CT. He runs in and actually gets a double kill of this, but what I like is that Spinks, he actually decides to go through the smoke. Instead of waiting behind the smoke, he goes in, he wants to keep up the surprise, and he goes through, gets a double kill, wins the round. And the reaction from Exertion saying just after this round was, guys, this is exactly what we need to do. So they analyze and realize that this is how they want to be, this is how they're supposed to be playing.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to see from MOUZ. You know, be a little bit more proactive, be a little bit more in your face. That push through CT smoke, that's something we saw in Dallas, we saw in Melbourne, we've seen it at pretty much all the tournaments that we've seen MOUZ play, that they're willing to do that, but they have seemed a little bit scared. They are not playing on their best, but great example of MOUZ actually entering the game and playing on their own conditions.
Also, another great example, or rather, a great example of the in-game leader leading by example this time around, because it's no secret he's had a couple of tough maps, hasn't he?
Yeah, hold on to this one. I just want to set the context before we speak Brolan. I believe yesterday when they were playing Aurora on the third deciding map, he went 0-6 in opening kills in the first half versus Aurora. Obviously not a good look for Brolan. They still got away with 60 rounds, so the teammates picked it up for him. First game today on Ancient, he went 0-6 in opening duels. So now he's 0 for 12 in opening duels combined over 2 halves. In this game on Inferno as well, he went 0 for 6 in opening duels until the point where he got 2 very important opening kills in round, believe it was 21 and 22. So overall, Brolan has had a very tough time finding impact, especially as an entry space-taking in-game leader. It's almost been the worst I've ever seen Brolan do in that department. But when it came down, you know, to the very crucial moment, when it came down to the moment where it mattered the most, he found 2 opening kills in this game, and that sort of kept him alive. But I just want to reiterate that one more time. For this game, just tonight alone, he's 2 for 14 in opening kills. So when we look towards Nuke, that cannot continue that trend.
No, definitely not. We expect more from him coming out, right? Obviously, the transition into being the new in-game leader for the side of MOUZ, it's complicated, but I feel like he's had enough time to be kind of bolstering that and synergizing with the rest of the team. So need to see more of him in Nuke.
I mean, Brolan goes a long way. I remember his first time he showed up in Fnatic, you know, he was this new talent, and now he's transitioned into becoming an in-game leader. So we just need to remember that Brolan is still young, but he has so much experience. And, you know, for him to live up to this expectation of becoming the new in-game leader, a lot of people were looking at him like, can he actually carry this one over? But I think he's done a tremendous job, and there's, from what I know, is behind the scenes that they love working with him, and he just keeps wanting to improve, and that's a good sign. But obviously in the fragging department, like if you are the spearhead of the attack and you are an in-game leader that wants to take so much space and also be inside of the grouping of MOUZ, like obviously you also need to perform and actually have a better showing than what Brolan has. But obviously when it matters the most, he's been playing really well.
You picked up on the individuals on the side of Legacy, and you were concerned about them feeling the pressure coming into this map. I don't think that was any more evident than when we looked at Sadzen with the AWP. Some uncharacteristic misses that beforehand, you know, he'll be hitting those, right?
I feel for him, because we have 2 examples where Legacy could have closed out the game, won the game, and actually made it happen. You know, Booker spotted the play of 10-7. You see the scoreline right here. Again, aggressive. He gets an opening kill in middle. Love that from Sadzen. He was very successful with that throughout the entirety of the game. They spot a play over here. They isolate him. And again, at Legacy at this point, you have a very good chance of winning this round. You are exactly where you want to be. 5v4. He misses that shot. Had he hit that shot, it probably would have been game over. He misses the second one as well. Had he hit that one, it probably would have been game over. But unfortunately, he cannot hit it in this round. It goes 10-8. Now, again, round 23. Look at this. Nissim gets a trade in towards middle. Where's Sadzen positioned? In apps again. Tough shot, misses the first one. Then he's being put under an awful lot of pressure, and it's not an easy position. I'm not blaming him necessarily for not hitting these shots, but it is shots that you're supposed to hit. Misses that one as well. Dumao, in the meantime, gets a kill. Had he hit one of those kills from the apps position in either round 18 or round 23, I think that would have been enough for Legacy. Of course, it's impossible to know for sure, but it probably would have turned the round into their own favor. The 5v4 in particular in round 18, that was the moment where Legacy should have won. It would have been 13-7.
Yeah.
We would have been speaking to them on the desk right now about one of the biggest surprises ever at a major.
Yes.
Now they have to go into map 3.
It looked panicked. That's what I kind of took away from both those situations, right? It looked a little bit shaky, a little bit unstable, which is something that, you know, we haven't necessarily seen the pressure getting to them in that way. That's what leaves me concerned going into the third map as well.
The way the last round played off on Inferno, like, that was just gambling completely from Legacy, and it was like a gambling that didn't pay off. And it just, the way they decided to gamble, the way they played the situation just showed how little experience they have in these kind of pressure situations, because the way they were stacking 3 guys in mid and didn't go for information push for the, like, they were just sitting still for 25 seconds and just expecting that, like, Sadzen would do everything on the B bomb side. And, you know, they completely played that round, like, in a really poor way. And obviously now moving forward, you know, it's going to be interesting to see if the pressure now shifts back into MOUZ, because yeah, I don't know what to take from this one. It's like it's going back and forth so much.
Just to round off Inferno, MOUZ lost the opening duels. I believe it was 16-8, you know, and they still found a way to win the map. So Legacy had the vast majority of the rounds being up 5v4. We saw the situation with Sadzen and apps, and they couldn't capitalize on that. This was the moment. This was the ticket. That was the opportunity for Legacy to win this game, move into the playoff. Now it's going to be very difficult to bounce back.
Quite literally do or die as we are entering the grounds of our third and final decider. We're going to throw things to a quick break, but when we're back, we're going to be dissecting Nuke and finding out which team progresses on to the playoffs and which is heading home.
An iconic iconic major needs an iconic trophy. And after the reaction to the last Blast Major trophy, we figured we might need to do some focus group testing. So we've got a little bit of a backstage peek that we're going to be doing here. We're going to be letting some of the players, some of the talent in to take a look at the trophy to let us know their honest thoughts. Let's go. Let's get it started. We've got a little bit of a secret for you here. We got a little bit of a teaser. So we want to know your raw, unvarnished take here.
This bin is the trophy.
It's the bin. You figured it out.
Damn, Blast did it again. Wait.
Waiting.
3, 2, 1! What the fuck? What the fuck?
What do you think? What do you think? What do you think?
What the hell? Too small. Too small.
Wait. I think it's cool.
What do you think?
I don't think I like it.
No?
I'd love to see a player lift this up like this and then it just breaks.
By the horns?
Moo!
Yes.
And why is this? It's because of Texas or what?
The Longhorns.
I mean, I think it's cool. I think it's really different from what I have ever seen.
I don't know if you remember the reaction to the Paris trophy, but we're maybe looking to avoid some of that.
And then what, we got some like, what is that? Fire eyes on it? You know, it couldn't be worse than the Paris Major one, so, you know, it's just a step in the right direction.
I don't know, but I think I wanna my idol MongolZ get hit.
The whole thing?
Yeah, the whole thing. I don't like it. It's like 6 out of 10.
It's very American.
Yeah?
It needs a cowboy hat.
Now, I do have a secret to tell you. This is not the trophy.
Okay, thank God.
This is a fake we made.
So you just trolled me.
We are trolling you. We made it in Blender. Honestly, it came out better than we thought. There is a different one.
It's mine. It's mine.
You can't keep it yet, but maybe after the event we'll give it to you.
It's mine. I'm the Austin Major champion.
Is this like the city of Austin?
Yeah, it's the city of Austin skyline.
Ah, you got real creative with this. So what is the real trophy?
I don't know, we're gonna have to see. It's apparently massive.
You do know, don't you?
I haven't seen it yet. I've just heard that it's huge. So stay tuned for the playoffs, because when we get to the arena, we're gonna be revealing the real thing, and I promise this one's going to be Titanic.
It's mine, bro. It's mine. It's mine. Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye.
It all comes down to Nuke, a chance for Legacy to make that Cinderella dream a reality and an opportunity for MOUZ to do what ultimately is the bare minimum and make it to playoffs. A lot of expectations on their shoulders, and we can see Torzy having to catch up with Cyclone after what has been pretty rough series so far with him.
Torzy has not been looking good throughout the major, in my opinion. I think he has he was really stable coming into the tournament, but he just haven't really found his groove, and he is so important for the MOUZ Sports squad. Obviously, he's their Aubrey, but also like the way that he brings, you know, the mood. He's also calling where he wants to start, you know, and the Aubrey just has such a pivotal role inside of a team. But looking at the picture of Cyclone, you know, addressing it and maybe having a chat with Torzy is something that I really like. You know, I've always praised Cyclone to be like a coach that's really good inside the game, but also outside the server. Like he knows that he's working with very young players, and the way that I assume this conversation goes is that he's telling him that we know you don't have a good game, but you're still showing up outside of the server, and that is what is so important. Because if Torzy wouldn't be sitting there and yelling and let's go guys and all these kind of things, then he would just not be present whatsoever. Like he's actually bringing out what he can right now inside of the game, and for him to realize that how important, if he can bring up the mood and everything inside the MOUZ camp, then he has done what he can in the series. Obviously, he needs to be better in-game, right? But he's working with what he has right now.
There's two massive win conditions for MOUZ that need to get under control. One being Torzy, as you just described, not having a great game. Had a weird tournament. He's been good, he's been bad, he's been good, he's been bad. Very inconsistent from a player that we praise to be the most consistent player within the MOUZ camp and arguably the most influential player, especially when you consider Nuke. The way he plays CT side with the AWP, constantly fighting, constantly poking the smokes out there, getting nades from teammates, etc. The other big problem, as I alluded alluded to before is Brolan. I just checked up on it again. The last 3 maps he's played at this tournament, he's 2 for 20 in opening kills.
Yep.
You cannot lose that many opening duels and give away that many advantages if you're the in-game leader. So if I'm Brolan, either I figure out a way to stay alive or win my opening duels, or I take a step back and try to play it a little bit more conservative, a little bit more passive, and then maybe allow Exertion, Spinks, or someone else to do the job, because it's not working out for Brolan.
What's the story for Legacy coming into this particular map? Because we obviously prefaced Inferno has been an absolute, playground for them up until this very moment when MOUZ submitted them their first loss. Currently on a 6-map win streak, 4 of those being here at the major, but it's a different caliber of opponent, right? Do you think this is the end of the line for Legacy?
One thing is the map that we're going to, but I think that I would much rather go into more of the mental aspect, because I think that is actually what's going to matter the most coming to this one, because Legacy, they just had their chance of making playoffs. They literally threw Inferno away.
Yeah.
So coming into Nuke, this is where they need to forget what happened, and they need to go in and show that we can still do this. I'm also curious to see who's going to feel the most pressure. Is it going to be MouseSports being in a position where they know that, okay, this is the last map again? Both teams are 1 map away from making playoffs, but who can actually handle that pressure the most?
Lado and Dumao, that duo, we had a lot of clips of them. We requested a lot of highlight package from those two. They're each respectively averaging a rating on the CT side of Nuke of 1.47 and 1.46. Those two have been the catalyst behind the strong Nuke showings we've seen from Legacy. If they play well, they definitely have a chance.
Well, it all comes down to this, the third and final decider to see who goes through to the playoffs.
After a comeback from MOUZ, finally warming up into this series. A slow start on Ancient, and now one that's gone the distance. Legacy was the closest they'll ever be to those major playoffs, just rounds back on Inferno. MOUZ now coming to map 3 as the favorites. The momentum swinging their way. They stick the landing on a wild second half of Inferno.
Yeah, they break a streak of 5 at this major on Inferno for Legacy, and now we go to Nuke, where Legacy have a streak of 4. 6 overall, 4 at the major, unbeaten on this map as well. MOUZ have already broken that. Can they do it twice over in the most important game yet to get to those playoffs? Only one of these teams will leave the next hour satisfied, the other devastated. Both so close. Nuke decides.
For MOUZ coming into this now, they come off the back of a turnaround in map 2 after a slow start, finally feeling themselves and believing in themselves to turn this series back in their favor and recover from this disastrous day 1 that's haunted them all throughout their major run.
Yeah, you feel like it's easier for MOUZ. They have the proof, they have the experience, and they've just come off of a comeback with momentum in their pocket. For Legacy, can't afford to get in their head. They rotate B heavy, down the vent, 3 players. 1 will come back up. As the map has gone quiet, MOUZ are looking for this A attack. Exertion from ramp has come round outside to main, and that's a quick shot. Backup Secret, he's found a second as well. They're still going to the stack. It should be fine in theory. Only 1 player up hell side. Nissim got to get in position, but Desertion has already made this theirs.
Ooh, and he can't hit a thing. 3 players swing him together, and Nissim gets whittled down, half health. And no way to win this. Exertion even wrapping around from behind. A done deal and a dominant pistol falling in MOUZ's favor. For Legacy, this is going to be a huge ask, right? They've been underdogs all throughout this major run.
It's your teammate, of course.
They've been having to battle against overwhelming odds throughout this entire thing. But now to feel like you just gave up the best opportunity you've ever had in your life to make a major playoffs. And now having to dig deep on a 3rd map versus a warmed-up MOUZ. That is a crazy way for this to start.
Right through the big box as well. Headshot.
It was these 4 spy rounds that made Legacy so successful on the other 2 maps. We got to see that again. I mean, Exertion has just been wrecked to open this up. Okay. That's going to pump you up a little bit if you're Legacy.
They're going to go into ramp, it looks like, and Legacy have numbers here right now. Legacy, oh my god. Second wallbang scout headshot. Sadzin is not going down without a fight.
Doing everything. 2 kills, both of them wallbangs. And a lot of damage on a Spinks and Torshi. Brolin left trying to look for solutions. Out in the main. Latofeld over towards ramp, and Brolin wrestles with the Galil to bring them into this top site. Sadzin still going! There's no stopping him. 3 kills, he's done so much in this round.
No bomb.
And with the bomb away from Torshi out in the top site, this reroute in through ramp heard by the player up in heaven. What's Torshi even supposed to do?
You'd think it's heard, right? Trying to fake steps, but they ain't falling for it. They got the bomb. Nissim holds the ladder. Torshi doesn't have time to get weird with it and go climb up outside. He just has to fly up this ladder or go main. 20 seconds for him to make this play happen. Time will be the problem. He realizes has to run now. Fake steps made. This is not happening. Legacy again on a force buy. Pick it up. MOUZ cannot convert a pistol.
That's Sadzin with one of the wildest scout rounds you've seen in a minute.
He got 3 wallbang kills and a tag.
And he does that at a very critical juncture in Legacy's major story. Second round of this third and final map, and the force by landing stuck thanks to the Sadzin scout.
What a time.
He lands tags on every single player, kills 3 of them. That is a huge impact round for the Legacy Orb.
Dude, every shot, that one falling out of heaven as well, this. Like, how do you even calculate that? That's just feeling, that's just muscle memory. That's thousands of hours to perfect your play. And I thought Legacy might just crumble in this third map. That's given me some hope that we still have a competitive series here. As MOUZ have done what you could call the hardest part, coming back from 10-6 on Inferno. In the hole. And looking to long out this series and teach Legacy what it means to be a champion. But the problems start early here for MOUZ. Only 1 rifle in this round, and Legacy just decide not to fight it. They know there's not a lot to play, so they're going to try and flush these pistols out while they can. It's a bit awkward for Nissim getting caught, but recovered for a lot of damage, and Brolin is not getting a plant on this B-bomb site. There's already 2 here. So as far as conversions goes, pistol or no, Legacy do it every single time.
Dude, Sadzin is giving me a lot of faith right now. Not just the scout round, but the way that he's roaming with the rifle. He's coming to this map confident. You know, it was Sadzin right at the top of the tournament that kind of kept the whole major run alive for this Legacy team.
Dude, is Zertian the in-game leader? Like, that, I don't know. I haven't heard Brolin say a word in this series. Like, I know we're only getting... Like, he's probably doing a lot more of the mid-roundy stuff, right? But in terms of opening every single round of this game, it's always Zertian making a call. It's always Torshi giving info. Don't really hear a lot from Brolin at the start of the rounds here for MOUZ. God, they're on the roof.
Oh, that's
so annoying.
So horrible. Sneak past the 1 lobby player. Get into the back line. And Nissim. Nice little money-making round. A quick end to that eco. Whatever conversation MOUZ was having, it's over. Focus on the next round.
I mean, I'll say it again. Every pistol has been converted by Legacy, and they've won 2 of them. No, sorry, 1 of them in the 5 played. They force bought and won every single pistol they lost. Or won every single conversion, you know what I mean. They always start the half strong, is what I'm trying to say. So MOUZ again have to do this from the back foot. No AWP here in this gun round.
And I think, you know, after having a comeback leveled against you in that previous map and then being able to still double down and go into map 3 feeling good, it's impressive stuff from Legacy. And a win here versus the more experienced MOUZ squad, I think What is even more impressive? DuMao push out through the heart. And they're playing with a lot of heart here to open up map 3. DuMao on a second dive back into the lobby.
You just have to love it.
MOUZ get decimated, stopped in their tracks. This round never even starts.
DuMao doesn't give a damn. He's just doing it again
and we're
and again.
back to these clean CT round wins for Legacy.
Oh no, don't remind me. Brolin, he's got the hard clear hearts. DuMao's pushed this 3 times in this round. Got flashed through the door to get aggressive, did it again, and then just walked in for the 3rd kill. You're not getting anything, Brolin. And let him sing. After a round like that, 5 alive, 3 kills for DuMao. MOUZ's money broken again.
It's cool that I think Legacy had like this realization that towards the end of Inferno, things got a little bit awkward. Like they lent into these aggressive plays to open up. They'd even find 5v4s, but then they kind of started freezing a little bit out of, you know, the fear of not wanting to give these rounds away. Well, here they're all making their aggressive moves again. CT side very mobile, constantly shifting around the map. MOUZ never know where to end, never know where to go. This is a very, very good recovery from Legacy in a series where if it did get out of control here on map 3, you'd almost go, yeah, I don't think you can blame them. Like, this is an incredibly high-pressure environment. It's an all-or-nothing match for major playoffs. And even though the Legacy run has been legendary, they've taken down Vitality, they broke their win streak. You know, the deeper in you get, and this is the deepest you can be in stage 3, the harder it is, the more of a slog it becomes. There's no second chances anymore. But they've leveled up.
Dude, they've got tricks here. That's what I'm seeing. That molly is purposely deep so he can step in behind it. Did the same with the flash through door and the smoking heart last time. DuMao wants to keep the pressure on. He wants to remind MOUZ at no point can you relax in the lobby. You've got to be ready for everything. Hell control coming in for Sadzin as MOUZ have walked out ramp. He actually won't overdo it, and neither will MOUZ, so no one gets this info. MOUZ go back to lobby. They need to play soon, though, because Legacy are reclearing ramp with 2. Outside's been finished off, and really it's just Lato on this top side, but he's got the gun for the job. 1 done. Swing in from main. We're okay here, Legacy. They got players in the right place. I did not expect Legacy to come in swinging this hard when they just choked Inferno, their go-to map. Like you said, would have been so easy to expect them to crumble here. MOUZ, I want to see something slower. Obviously, they've been disrupted in these gun rounds. Let's get some rifles outside. Stay eyes on in the lobby. Orb's going to go over the top.
Good thing it didn't go too much further. Sadzin was waiting for that exact play. DuMao's got an aggressive out in the yard. And with Exertion getting peppered on this spam, I don't know, is DuMao going to get checked here? Doesn't matter, he's clean with it.
Exertion was hard clearing that, doesn't make a difference.
Up and over for Brolin, trying to sniff out this close man out in the yard. But this is info now for DuMao, wrestles with them. 2 big kills from DuMao out in the yard side.
He's leveling up.
And he starts to reroute. He's trying to be everywhere all at once. Back in main now.
Like how he slows it down eventually. They don't know there's an open play yet. Knows when to quit it with the man advantage. Sadzin waits on ramp.
This was the guy that started this streak of rounds for Legacy. Gonna get tested on the AWP. Swing and a miss for Sadzin, sees him away from this ramp room. They're looking for hell control. Nissim on the extremities will get overwhelmed. Spinks gets out with this 3-on-3 for MOUZ, and Lato's getting split on. They're coming through heaven, coming out into this top site. DuMao will provide the cover. And it's on DuMao that they were hoping to win this. Spinks! Oh! And there's the hero figure. Spinks with a huge 4K. Finally puts MOUZ on the board.
Unbelievable shot. And what a read. He drops top silo and just waits. lets the kill come to him. Sadzin playing quick, and Spinks shuts them right up. That all comes because he misses the ladder, so he sends his teammate to his death. But my God, was it worth it? 4 kills for Spinks. Silences Legacy. That's what you got him for. And Legacy, they have had a reality check at least early in this game. MOUZ even forced their second timeout off of that win just to make the most of this opportunity. I love that pause for Cyclone. Won't just let MOUZ go into that next round, hearts pounding. They let Legacy think about it. They let Spinks calm down. Oof. And now MOUZ have the chance to build on this T side.
You got to hope around like that leads to something getting chained together for this MOUZ squad.
Okay, they know they've been locked out lobby.
Legacy actually completely leave the lobby aggro. They set Lato up over towards the door, and everyone else peels away. They know the likely reaction is to make use of these smokes out in the yard, especially when they don't fight anyone on the lobby push.
This is a really interesting setup, right? You don't have to play anyone A, like you said, leave one lobby, and everyone has this cross. Are MOUZ ready for this many eyes? Oh, the gap. Into main, full blind hits the shot, and they can't even go A. They don't have lobby. Main feels like a trap, but really they're walking into it.
The speed and conviction on that rotate away is maddening. And MOUZ, everywhere they've gone in this round has felt like they're walking into a stack. The last thing they heard as they embarked on that cross out in the yard was that there's 3 players taking lobby. Next thing they know, they're fighting a small army outside. Jimmy and Torshi link back up in the lobby position, but a 2v5 required. Not a dent made in the armor of Legacy. And they're going in. With Gnarly set up in at this top site. Lux secures that opening on the spray. Torshi with a vent drop, but this lower site isn't safe. Dumau's already down here. They're chasing Torshi in the vents. And nothing feels more hopeless than this round for Torshi. He knows it's over.
Dude, such a smart call here for Lux again. Like, that rotate is the last thing MOUZ expect. The militia outside. Not meant to be there. And MOUZ, every space-taking move just feeds Legacy a further kill. And so despite that clutch from Spinks and the pause that follow, MOUZ hit the wall immediately. Spinks hero rifle on the eco here for MOUZ. The Legacy licking their lips, looking for a glorious CT side, but okay, humbled outside. Deagle for exertion. Flash play back in, looking for 3. Dumau stopped. They've recovered this pretty well, and a ramp walk will not be tolerated. No, that's a lurker, so Nissan moves outside to assist. Lato has lower, and MOUZ are forced to reset spawn. Nissan may even re-clear this later in the round. Saturn's still got to be careful on top side. He's going AWP on his own with a lot of positions open, and the more time that expires, the more he has to consider heaven.
Spinks has had a huge round already. He's got his captain Brolin in this one with him. It's a time for Brolin to showcase what he can cook up here.
Nism hasn't been clearing hell. Sadson still looks forward. He's read it right.
Eyes on the prize. Brolin offered up first. Spinks looks to make his way out, but the AWP entrenched at the back of this site, buying time for the rest of Legacy to arrive. As soon as Spinks plays his hand, Legacy are ready to pounce out and deal with him. And there's the cover. Not a dent made from this MOUZ squad. A dominant Legacy CT round after the Spinks heroics in the one prior.
Just seeing no panicking, no like crazy decision making, no one's like getting ahead of themselves here on the CT side. Even though we're seeing some very aggressive moments in the 3v1, they know how to squeeze the round out. They play very slow. Sadzin doesn't force that kill. His teammate covers his back. They just sit back and wait for it to come to them. They seem so comfortable in these late rounds for, I don't want to call them inexperienced, but comparatively to MOUZ, when it comes to playing top tier CS, they are. Even though these guys have been around for a long time, many majors between them. But always stuck in that challenger stage for the most part, other than those two pain additions of Lux and Nissim. And so Legacy are seizing this yet again in a third map, 7-2 up. 4-buy for MOUZ, looking for 5.
Across the majors in CS2, there's been like this rise of prominence of Brazilian squads, but never making these crazy deep runs. Furia already in the playoffs. Legacy storming towards that position as well. Pain left in the conversation for later on. This is Sadzin smoked out behind the AC vent, trying to dodge capture out here in the yard. MOUZ fling themselves out into the open, and they cross into the garage, trying to get past the Legacy orb. But they can't find that gap yet. Spinks will get up, Heaven's side on for this wrap. Can that be used for MOUZ? He's unknown about for the time being. Torshi, hell of a pickup. Spinks still gaining ground on this push up through the heavens. Lux is already here, holding for this exact move. Spinks has got to be hands-on on this peek out into the heavens, and he can't wrangle in Lux, who goes on a tear. Legacy are in full control. Nothing is working for MOUZ.
Dare I say, this feels better than Inferno. This feels like more safe right now for Legacy. Still not out of the half yet, but right now, 8-2 up, winning every situation, disrupting rifle rounds with aggression. And in all of this, they've still lost to one of the sickest rounds of the matchup, which is Spinks' 4K clutch. And that didn't even deter them. That's fired them up more. This is a MOUZ who have been a shoo-in this year, this season. 6 events in a row. They have been semi-finals or better. Legacy want to group them.
Run out into the top side. Struggling to stem the bleeding, but Sadzin might be able to provide the solutions. Okay. Brolin, fast drop down lower.
Captain Clutch
has this route to the plant open, but you know that Legacy, with the game they've been having, gonna feel confident here. They sneak one player down the vent, the other guy runs, hoping that Brolin isn't prepared for a second player. Nissim gonna nail the shots, and the dominance continues for Legacy. They are sprinting towards this finish line.
Yeah, bad fight for Brolin to take. Maybe he's trying to reposition, but that shadow is gonna give it away completely. He gets pre-fired on that repeak. And so that clutch goes nowhere, and it goes nowhere fast. Legacy storming towards the playoffs, 4 rounds away. MOUZ getting drowned in this moment. Can they hold on?
MOUZ going through all the usual motions, throwing the usual smokes they would, but something is missing, something is lacking. There's not that fire for MOUZ. Meanwhile, the server is ablaze for Legacy. What? Aggression for Dumao and a contact push. A 5v4 opened for MOUZ thanks to the Torshi Orb. That's Sadzin dealt with up in heaven, opening up and exposing the back end of this Legacy squad. Exertion on the move around, takes up Hell, looking for a ramp kill. This is going to be a tough round for Legacy. They've not been in a position like this in this CT half. 3v5. Luck's already down at lower. Up until now, you felt like you could win anything if you're Legacy. This round really tests the limit of that.
Info is power.
MOUZ continues on this aggressive pathing. It was him, contact play through the lobby right at the top of the round.
No, he's going to find the bomb.
Now arrives out in the yard. This is the bomb here. Kill for Lato. MOUZ gets the Springer's trap. That's the bomb drop. Ooh. Good pickup for Spinks out on the secret stairs. Bomb can get retrieved. They have a player up in the heavens. Exertion wrapping back through the lobby, gonna blindside Lato, and Lux falls. MOUZ battle back in with 3, but it doesn't feel like enough. Legacy hold this massive advantage. They are now closer than ever to those major playoffs.
You guys can't see my face, right?
Do you think Vitality are going to win this major?
Yeah, of course. It's completely scripted. I don't want to say which event. Cluj. But I'm not going to let them have all the glory. You know there are very powerful people out there. We all agreed it's a time for a new era. It was a bidding war. Why do you think Falcons are second? Everyone, literally everyone is in for it. Even the referees. Paris, 2023. Did you see this bracket? You think it happened by accident? They think crowd cheating is a problem. Come on, that is the least of their worries.
Legacy in pole position. That's after a comeback on their pick of Inferno. I felt like it was going to be their best opportunity. Well, they blaze a new trail on Nuke, and they sport an even healthier lead here. 9-3 at the end of that first half. Dominant stuff in their CT side. Just 3 solitary rounds once more, including the pistol for MOUZ.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to speak too soon, especially after Inferno, but it's incredible that Legacy have been able to show up even harder in this map after choking a 10-6 lead back on the previous. Felt like that was a perfect storm for MOUZ to steal this series as the experienced team and go through to the playoffs, but Legacy still have more fight in them.
This is the most important pistol round Legacy will ever play. Because if they win it here and now, that's it. They're on the path, they're on the fast track into those playoffs. If they fall short, they've got to win it in these rifle rounds, and it gives room to a potential MOUZ comeback. Fast play down the ramp into Jimmy. They'll trade him after one.
3v5, but great space to take it. They've even got a Molotov to flash out double doors. That will slow MOUZ down. Careful.
This is playoffs on a pistol round. Just let them, and the advantage is getting whittled away for Legacy. Dumau, can he reply? That's 2 quick kills. Dumau, low on health. So is Torshi. Can he isolate this one man up on the rafters? Can't quite get past Brolin. And so the pistol round that could have ended it all comes up in MOUZ's favor.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward, right? They open the double door to set up Dumau, but in doing so, it gets one of their teammates killed inside of B. Spinks makes the most of that opportunity with the molly not deep. And so MOUZ fight on. MOUZ have something to fight for. And you want to say that's the most important pistol for Legacy. Well, this one is for MOUZ. I will remind you, they have not converted a single pistol in this series. They have won 5 of 6. This has to be their first conversion.
Oh, it's the worst possible start. Ramp room taken. Torshi trying to hold for the drop down, but they'll make it past him. Lower has been taken.
I don't know if you can plant and get out. It's a one-way mission.
Giving chase, yeah, there's no return ticket. Just the bomb plant. For Sadzin, hoping now that his teammates can take this over the line.
No kit.
Legacy have won all of these 4 spies. And if that trend keeps up once more, that's them on this path to the playoffs. It's only Lux left standing, but it's this guy's brain that's made him lethal. Exertion gonna blow it out the back of his head, and this one, the conversion landed. MOUZ finally bucked the trend.
That was one they shouldn't be winning, hilariously. Lux, if he tucks in, I think that's just his on nature of position and time. Xerxon with no kit hits that must-hit shot through a gap in the door. And MOUZ finally given a chance off of the pistol. It's not a poison chalice. It's not a way back in for Legacy. Like you said, they got to do it on the gun.
If you remember, though, actually, this is how the series started back on Ancient. MOUZ were able to stick the landing on that round, but then we had a bit of an investment with one player surviving. Legacy don't want to push the boat out too much, though, on map 3. They keep this investment pretty light.
And MOUZ coming in very confident right now, right? It could undo you, but they're chasing on these anti-ecos. They're keeping the pressure on. They're playing like the favorite. And even though they're down, they are not out. MOUZ sit within 3 rounds of Legacy as we go into the bye rounds. Oh.
You've seen this comeback once already.
Yeah, this is easier.
9-5. This rifle round means the world to this Legacy squad.
AWP for Sadzin. Still MP9 for Jimmy, 5 and 13 on ramp. He is going to be tested in this CT side. He will not get away with this position for free.
They don't want to immediately get taken back to that feeling of the comeback on Inferno.
Torshi is rushing this one up secret.
Dumau, aggressive out in the yard, plays behind these crisscross smokes. Torshi's already up through secret, but Dumau tries to thread this needle. Torshi won't have spotted him yet, but he is going to catch him on the fall back. And so Dumau dead first.
Jimmy lives.
Jimmy going to get out on the ramp room. Here's the support from Brolin. Can't find a thing. Just the dink onto Nissim.
We can't go back either. That's not safe. Spinks in the deep door position. Jimmy dropped B. He's been reinforced by Torshi. They've got to clear this if they're going to make the A hit happen, leaving Nissim hell.
If you're Legacy, I feel like... Oh my god, they did clear it.
Now they know though, it should be easy. Spinks feels the pressure, he goes swinging. There's Nissim inside of the smoke, popping his head up, and he's got full info on both players.
Yeah, they know they're both coming through heaven, and it's only Torshi left. The turnaround from Legacy. Faking them out, it's just Torshi, and if they can beat him, that's double digits secured. No slow start to this T side, they hit the ground running, opening up with a rifle round.
It was from this very scoreline, MOUZ still won Inferno. 10-6, Legacy found but one more round in that map. That's what MOUZ have to tell themselves, but Legacy still storming forward despite the pistol finally coming through. Their first go round hits hard. And MOUZ's money, anything but. We got an AWP and an MP9 in the same round. Even the util kits unavailable. Torshi behind red. They feel like this outside play is a fake, but DoMao is stuck behind main playing late. Oh, does he walk right into Torshi here? Change of tune for DoMao, and Torshi makes it easy. If he was convinced in his position, might have gone a lot better. But now they've got a mid round. Now they've got to test the ramp again. Jimmy still subject to Legacy's entry. Zertian commits, continues, and Jimmy goes down again.
Last time Legacy got this ramp room, they slowed it down. And it looks to be more of the same, waiting to see if they catch MOUZ on any sort of reaction here.
And in these spots, again, MOUZ just do the same thing. 2 upper, 2 lower. Keep some info. Force Legacy to commit. And better position in the lobby this time for Brolin. One that's committed earlier with info. Legacy try and change their tune, go down into B. Crossfire is pretty nice right now. Spinks baiting Jimmy for the trades is the right move with the M4. Even one kill for Jimmy would go really far here.
Jimmy's going to take first contact, and then he'll have Spinks there to back him up. And you're dead on. If Jimmy can even make that with 1 kill, it's a lot of damage.
Oh no.
Spinks should have the next to spring to life. Only just getting involved now, but a shot from that AWP. No plant for Lux. No chance for Lux. Just going to get that planted in time, but they are running at it. They are closing the gap. And the captain's clutch. It's MOUZ picking it up.
Oh, that could have been the trade onto Spinks that they needed. It was right there for the taking from Legacy. Just couldn't find that final bullet in a very claustrophobic B-bomb site. MOUZ will come through with the round, step by step. Torshi calling they don't have great money. That's not true, though. We've got enough for an AWP. We've got 4 rifles available. So MOUZ better watch out, because this buy is coming in. Satin opts for the AK over the AWP.
This is an up-tempo round. There's going to be real pace behind this. Fast out towards the door. Molly comes in. But with Torshi calling they're low on money, expect MOUZ to bite down heavy on this. They bring everyone over. Full stack materializing in this top site.
Down the vent?
One man makes it down the vent.
It's cheeky.
Left away from the action. Bomb plant in the downtime, and a 3v4 for this top site. Now pulled into question for MOUZ.
Nissim can come in on a huge flank.
Real low HP on 3 of these players, though. Sadsin, the only guy with health. Nissim on this flank. The silent killer. Do they want to smoke? Turn around, and what a whip that is! Headset off for Nissim. He can't believe what's just happened. A man down for MOUZ, and they stick the landing on that retake. That gets Torshi on his feet. Yeah, Nissim throwing the headset off. He looked cool, he looked calm, collected across the entire series. But that is a frustrating round for Legacy to give up.
He plays too slow, and it all happens too quick. Jimmy with 3 huge kills out heaven, and Torshi the 180 to stop anything from getting weird.
Let's fucking go!
MOUZ shouting them down as Legacy. They need to buck the trend. A lead again, akin to Inferno. MOUZ still want it. They are still fighting for it. Oh dear. Every reason to win that 5v3.
And as this one continues to get closer and closer, gonna get to see exactly what the promise of a major playoffs means. Even for the most experienced or the most stoic players, you know, these are the events that every individual dreams of. Spinks on an aggressive push into the lobby. As MOUZ build confidence, build up rounds, and close up this game.
And the best sign for MOUZ is how they came into this half. They came into this half doing exactly that, playing very aggressive, still pushing on the anti-ecos, still playing as if they were the favorites, as if there wasn't this much on the line. Oh no, Zershan trying to pull nades, he gets hit by it, and they run through that Molotov into the B site. Still Jimmy here, trying to come back in this game late, but not too late. Behind the molly, 2 players move in. Legacy can't hold that post plant, and again MOUZ make it look easy.
Can you get that knife for me, please? I should have killed them. Item 79.
MOUZ aren't crumbling under the crushing weight of the pressure of this series. Back-to-back maps, comebacks look to build.
And it's feeling like so much of a perfect storm for MOUZ. They are the more experienced team. They have the veteran players. They've been in both major playoffs of CS2. And so this is meeting their expectations. This is them rising to the occasion. They've been here before.
Oh dear.
Torshi, aggressive move. And what felt like a molly designed to make life miserable for Torshi propelled him into a 5v4 for MOUZ.
Still a door player. Nissan plays ahead of it, and Spinks doesn't know because he's already in the hut. He goes for the roof instead. It is covered, but Nissan's calling A is clear.
Space.
He's going to flank Spinks
He
and
knows
just
he's
win this
timing
round.
someone. And there's Spinks caught moving out the hut. Nissan, good for one more. Trades go both ways, but out in the yard, Exertion slams the gauntlet down. It's Jess Latto, 1 versus 3. To stop MOUZ from tying up this game. Exactly as Inferno went, a lead for Legacy, starting to crumble away before their very eyes. And they only have this one guy left in it. Bomb dropped out in the yard, he doesn't know where to look. And he goes into Exertion, who's playing a patient game out in the yard.
Yeah, Exertion came into this series an absolute shell of himself. His T-side on Ancient was abysmal. He did nothing. He found no opening kills. He didn't help MOUZ in any way take that map. And now, by the end of this series, he is staying calm. He is closing rounds. He is top of the server. That's Exertion we know and love. And poor Nissim, who finds all that space, but his teammates are trapped outside. They go right into MOUZ. 10-10 now. Legacy keep up the pace.
Collateral for Torshi. Lux will get revenge at least, but 2 players are wounded here.
Unconfirmed damage.
Fast down into lower. Spinks caught out on an island. Quick trades from this Legacy squad. See them through into a B play. Dumau lurking out in the yard, but he's been found out. And these Dumau lurks that in the past were so effective have started to feel like a bit of a problem for Legacy.
They're not safe to plant. They don't feel it. MOUZ are picking their side right now. They're going all double door.
Gotta go at some point while this util's still up. Once those smokes are gone, the job only gets harder. And so forced to commit. They will get that bomb planted, but it's these 2 players that were collateraled by the AWP. One of them knocked out now. Lux the other. Just Latto in another clutch. Couldn't do it in the last round. But this time he's got the bomb to play around. The hopes and dreams of Legacy resting on Latto's shoulders, and that weight is too much to bear.
I love that for MOUZ. They just stand still, side by side. They know the pressure is on that boxed-in player who has to peak, and MOUZ await that kill. It comes to them, delivered, as this comeback looks to be in back-to-back maps with major devastation on the line. A Legacy that look to defeat #1 and #2 in the world in Stage 3. But MOUZ have got more to say here on this CT side of Nuke. They take the lead for the first time since the opening pistol. Legacy, I mean, they're still in this, but imagine the feeling of losing this series with the match points, with the chances, with the last 2 games after how dominant Ancient was.
Oh, dude, it's in this moment, like, you can imagine it, your heart's racing, you can feel it all over again. At least when this happened on Inferno, you had the promise of a 3rd map, the promise of a rest and reset, another collateral. That's how both of these last rounds have started. Collaterals from the Torchy Orb to soften up Legacy, to lower that confidence even more.
Yeah, Torchy's not had a great tournament, but these last couple of rounds will keep MOUZ in it. Man advantage, Nissim controlling the roof, lobby taken, and he doesn't know it for sure. Spinks, not again, not on the ladder. Gets given a second chance and still maintains lobby control as Legacy were moving back to retake. MOUZ don't want to hang around. They suddenly scramble and give up position. They say, have it back. Just got to watch on this top side. Brolin retaking it alone, and they line up again. More damage done. Scout will get the trade, and Spinks is ready to play. If they go A, he is right behind them. If they go ramp, he is ready.
And they are coming his way. They're going right into Spinks. They're playing right into his hands. That's so much damage. Only Santin remains, and Torchy will deal with him. MOUZ breeze into the lead. Twice over, having a comeback against Legacy. They're now in pole position. Playoff point, 2 chances to stick the landing on this reverse sweep from 0-2 down.
They were meant to be the only team we knew could test Vitality, and Legacy almost removed that opportunity in the playoffs here. MOUZ but a round from making it to the top 8, to the stage in the Moody Center. A hard-fought game for Legacy. Is that all it will be?
I mean, you know, you can kind of feel it in some of these peaks, some of these moments for Legacy. The game's gone. They're having this out-of-body experience right now, feeling that twice over, they've been the team in pole position. They've been the ones with this chance to upset from not even supposed to be at the major to now, twice over, rounds away from the major playoffs. The deepest run these guys have ever had. And MOUZ about to take it all the way. Cross out in the yard. Lux has called for a slower round, hoping that taking the pace out of it, playing together, grouped, pack, rolly, counter-strike, that can be their way in.
Really strong position. Spinks lets him pass. They're going to clear him still, but a 5v4 taken. Legacy crumbling in this Cinderella story, walking over shards of glass. 2v4, no one survives. And Nissim left in the silence as MOUZ have done it. A 4v1 to take them to the playoffs at the major. On the edge of elimination early to the biggest underdog that never made it. Nissim creeps, Nissim crawls, but Zershan closes, and MOUZ make it happen.
For the sake of their own legacy, MOUZ had to destroy theirs. In to the playoffs again for this MOUZ squad as they recover from this 0-2 start. For Legacy, this is the definition of a heartbreaking day of defeat. They were in the lead, they were in pole position twice over. They were the squad with a chance to be moving into those playoffs, and both times, MOUZ able to launch the comeback. There were no expectations around this team. Coming in at the 11th hour, starting all the way back in stage 1, playing that first stage, a game from elimination, flawless in stage 2, beating Vitality's win streak in stage 3, but it was world number 2 on their reverse sweep MOUZ to stop Legacy in their tracks.
Yeah, you got to commend MOUZ's resilience in this series, in this tournament, going down 0-2 on BO1s, coming all the way back in BO3s and facing defeat time and time again in this series. This is a team who have been top 4 for the last 6 events of the season, and they will stay in that conversation as they enter yet another playoff run. This MOUZ team is ready to go.
The Cinderella run sadly comes to an end for Legacy. I do have Lux down here for a few words after that series. I know there's probably so many emotions running through your head. Can you just tell me what is going through your head right now?
I feel like the only thing that I can say is that I'm proud for my boys that we can manage to come to now, and we had a lot of situations that we could end this game, but we couldn't. And yeah, I'm just proud. That's it.
You should be so proud, man. What you've delivered here has been, nothing that we could have anticipated. You weren't even meant to be at this very tournament, and you really did push MOUZ to the limit. Obviously, first map going in your favor. Was there any particular reason why on Inferno or Nuke you had the round lead and then it slipped away from you? Can you kind of, give us any words to that situation?
I think on Inferno we couldn't find the, can I say, the secret to win those CTs rounds. They got a pretty solid T side, and yeah, we got obliterated. But on Nuke, I think on these rounds we have some kind of anxious stuff, and yeah, we couldn't finish it anyway.
I spoke to you yesterday about kind of the pressure element. I spoke to Jamal about it this morning as well. Do you feel like the pressure got to you guys in those moments when it's almost touching distance? Do you feel like the pressure was on you guys then?
I don't think the pressure. I think it was only the anxiety to finish the game, and yeah, not the pressure of like we need to win this game, only the pressure that we have the advantage and we couldn't finish the rounds.
I know it's probably a tough situation to be digesting at the moment, but just looking back at what has been an incredible run here, you end Vitality's win streak at the same time as well. What are the takeaways for Legacy coming off the Austin Major?
I think the takeaway is that we are on the right path. We need to continue. We need to. I think it was like light on the end of the tunnel this run, because we could finish the season with not getting to the major, and now we are like sad because we couldn't make to the playoffs. So yeah, we have to have our heads on the right place and continue this amazing job that we're doing.
Yeah, I know it's probably a bittersweet moment for you guys, but I feel like you've garnered so many fans across the globe with your run here in Austin. Anything you want to say to those who've been cheering on for you at home?
Yeah, I would like to send some love to all the new fans, my family, and all my friends that are cheering for us all the days. It was like it seems like 6 months here in this hotel playing these tournaments, and yeah, I love you guys.
Commiserations, Lux. Thank you so much for your time. Unfortunately, the end of the line here for Legacy in Austin.
End of the line, but what a story it's been, Peter. Legacy have done nothing but being a positive story throughout the entire major. Unfortunately for them, they couldn't make it at the last step, but overall, as he said, they should be very proud.
Once the disappointment has settled, then as you said, they can just be proud. They came here, they shouldn't have been here. They broke all the expectations coming here. They were so close of making playoffs, but they could not close it out.
On Inferno, felt like it was a couple of kills that made the difference. They were very, very close, but also very modest, saying that yes, we should be proud. Making the playoff would have been a Cinderella story, but I mean, coming this close as well in itself a massive performance.
It's heartbreaking for them, obviously, but you could just see the indecisiveness in the later rounds, and when they got so close, they believed that they could actually win it out. Maybe that is where everything started to be a little bit of an issue for them, but obviously, yeah, it's right now they must be feeling a lot of disappointment.
But for MOUZ, I imagine pure elation. We've got Torzi, we've got Zershin ready to celebrate this victory. It was a hard-fought one, though, guys. Like, tell me about the emotional roller coaster you must have been experiencing in this one, Torzi.
Yeah, it has been a long 3 days. I feel like I'm really exhausted. I gave a lot of my energy in the last 3 days, and I need some recharge for the playoffs, so I'm happy we are there. And yeah, after the first day, we were really angry and disappointed because that was not the expected results we wanted. And I'm just happy we stepped up and we did many comebacks. I think we were 1 round away getting eliminated for 5 times. I'm just really proud of the team. I think the tenacity we have right now is gonna help us a lot in the playoffs.
What do you think has been your main issue so far? Because you've been playing very inconsistent. You've actually had some pretty poor starts. You've had issues getting the pills in, and once you actually start losing the fourth round. So what do you think has been the biggest problem for you in this stage?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we're not really playing our CS, to be honest, and more specifically, I feel like we're just not stepping up to the moment. We're losing a lot of mid rounds, in my opinion, and when we sometimes against them also on their city side nuke and also Ancient, we didn't even get to mid rounds. They just smashed us on the defaults, and yeah, I think that that's mainly the reason why we're not sometimes we're not prepared. I feel like our mental state is not ready still. I think we have yet to even see like maybe 75% of what we're able to do. Every day we're getting a bit better, but you can see that we're almost losing many times. And I think that going into the playoffs, we also need to step up a bit, and I think it will come gradually, of course.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like you guys, to be completely honest, play like a sack of potatoes compared to where you normally are at. Yet you still find yourself in the playoffs. So is that something you can use as a positive? That despite playing your C level, you're still good enough to make the playoff, and if you then can rediscover the B or maybe even A level, you still have a chance?
For sure, I think we have a chance, and of course, it's going to the playoffs is a positive thing. Of course.
Are you surprised that with the level of Counter-Strike you played, that you actually made it?
Maybe a bit.
Maybe I'm surprised that the situations we were in, we are still in.
Okay.
More like that, yeah.
Yeah, because there's been a lot of resilience throughout the entire tournament.
Yeah, exactly. I think the best thing we can take away from this group stage is our mental. I think that we showed many times that we are here to play, and we still want it more than other teams. And yeah, I think that after the first day we had to adjust our goal a bit. Of course, we came into this tournament to win the major or to go really far at least. And after those 2 losses in the beginning, you just have to take a step back and say, let's just go playoffs now. We take it game by game, and we did it. I'm really proud of that. But yeah, I mean, of course, in the game we need to figure out how we will play a bit better, because I think from now on there will only be the best teams in the world, and I feel like our level has to be a bit better for us to even compete against them in this moment. But I still have full confidence. I'm a very confident player, and also very confident in my team, and I'm sure we're going to show up much better in the playoffs as well.
Now, Torzy, Dupree was noticing, production was noticing as well, that you're a bit of a hype man in the server for your team. We've got an example to showcase from the halftime break, a nuke, so let's listen in with it.
Guys, this is the map where we need the ping pong, okay? We need to fucking start it going, okay?
Yeah.
City side, we need to fucking talk. Yeah. This is our best map, okay? They will not fucking win versus us. I promise you, but we need to play fucking good and together. Yeah.
This was nuke halftime, yes, yeah. Tell me what came over you in that moment to be saying those words. Strong words.
Yeah, I knew we were down like 3-9, and to be honest, we got smashed on T side. But the last round we got, and I think it gave us that little confidence we needed. And my favorite map is nuke, and I know we are really good on nuke, and I think City side is one of our best sides out of the map pool. And I knew if we do what we are capable of, and usually we do, then we will win this half. And yeah, I just wanted to give the boys some energy and some belief, because I felt like it was needed at that moment.
Exertion, it's not a secret that you, Torzy, haven't played the best tournament so far, but you're still able to keep the mood up and pick up the mood. How important, Exertion, is it to have a guy like that even when he's not playing his best brand of Counter-Strike, he's still this motivator?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with you, and I think Adam is the most aware about it, that of his individual level is not where he wants it to be in this moment, but I think that he's super professional about it, and just about having him is the best feeling in the world. Since the academy days for me, it's always been a really good friend and an amazing teammate to have. And there was only one moment on train against Enter on Fire where he was lacking a bit on that, and I called him out on it, and he instantly, he just started to shout like crazy on city side and make some moves. And I think that it's just incredible to have a player like him also being able to reset. This is super impressive all the time. And yeah, in tough moments, I feel like he's always there for us.
Yeah. And moving into playoffs in a couple of days, where do you think is the most important and crucial part that you need to change coming from your experience for stage 3? Like, where do you think you need to, fine-tune things in preparation? It's just like your mental, or where do you feel like you could actually gain the most percentages?
Might sound cliche, but I think we just need to play MOUZ CS. Like, we just need to figure out again how we will play our CS. As you said, Jacob, I fully agree with you. We didn't even show, we played like sack of potatoes most of these tournaments, most of the maps. It's the truth. I think mentally we push through every game. Yeah. But in terms of the actual CS, if we bring the MOUZ CS, we're going to be the favorites once again. And I feel like, yeah, we just have to do that, and we need to figure out a way to do it. I can't really say right now.
Now, I don't want to jinx it, and obviously a lot can change depending on the results as well. But there is a world where you could play, let's say, Furia. Like, do you have a team that you would like to play in that quarterfinal, or does it not matter at all?
Doesn't matter for me, to be honest. I don't care.
I think at the moment every team is a big opponent for us because of our game, and I mean I'm not underestimating anyone. Also, Furia went 3-0, which is very impressive.
Yeah.
I think like they're doing a great job, and also the Legacy guys, I just have a lot of love for them. I want to give them some support. I think it's so tough to get so close after such an amazing Cinderella run, as you say. So yeah, I think for me it's just whoever comes, we have to face them at face value and just see what they bring and what we can bring in the day.
Zesh and Torzi, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations. I'll let you get on and get some well-deserved rest before we head into the playoffs. And yeah, we will be seeing you in a couple of days' time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Hard-fought battle for MOUZ, unfortunately, does come at the expense of Legacy, whose Cinderella run sadly ends. You can kind of see it in the emotions, right? Normally, these guys are quite celebratory, you know? It was a sigh of relief, I feel, that getting this one over the line, because in everybody's minds, MOUZ, this was a necessity. This was the bare minimum, is to make it to playoffs.
I will allow myself to look at it from a positive point of view, because I really do feel like they played like a sack of potato. I don't think that we've seen MOUZ play well at any point in this tournament. There's been a couple of halves or a couple of moments, or the comeback versus Legacy right here, where the CT side of Nuke was the MOUZ level of Counter-Strike, but overall the tournament has been very disappointing. So for them to be able to make the playoff despite not being here at all, well, look at Falcons. Where they're at, you know, they weren't here at all, and they weren't able to make it. They weren't able to, you know, have a floor level sort of where they could play Counter-Strike even at a somewhat high level in order to make it. I think MOUZ should be happy. Yes, they haven't played well. Yes, it's worrisome in that department, but they still made the playoff despite not showing up. And I think that in itself is credit to the foundation and everything they worked on.
Looking at a positive for once.
I'm trying. I'm trying.
There's always a bit of positives and negatives, right? There's always some positives.
Yeah, I mean, for Legacy, end of the road, it's heartbreaking, but I appreciated Lux just being really honest in that interview. You know, the fact that they've made it this deep, they've put themselves on the Counter-Strike map, and them to be looking at moving forward.
Of course, allow them to be disappointed right now, but in a couple of days they'll just be proud, and that's what they should be focusing on.
It's fantastic. It's great for South American Counter-Strike. We had the whole theme of Brazilian Counter-Strike struggling coming into the major. Pain is still in the running. We're going to see them later. Legacy came very, very close. I think Brazilian Counter-Strike has had a flare-up right here, and they should be very proud.
Well, MOUZ just about getting this one over the line to earn themselves a spot in playoffs, but only 2 more places remain, and we've got 4 more teams battling thoroughly for it. Next up, it's going to be the MongolZ versus G2 after a bit of an extended break.
What's up, everybody? We're down here eating a little classic Texas barbecue because it's time for a little barbecue in A with Legacy. What you guys want?
I will have a brisket.
Do you like the fatty or the lean?
Fatty.
Yeah, that's the right answer. Tenzin, what can I do for you?
Everything.
Everything. Yes, sir.
No, I'm joking.
All right, so now, while you guys are stuffing your faces, I'm gonna ask you questions just to make it a little more difficult. But it's funny to think about because I feel like this event is probably the highest pressure situation. Why do you think in this moment you guys are sort of finding that form shining?
For me, it's the energy. Everyone is so hyped, playing so well.
Of course, the situation for us was weird because we didn't expect to be here, you know? But when we had this opportunity, we said, oh guys, let's just enjoy this moment, you know?
There's a phrase in the US, it's like, we say you're playing with house money. It's like you go to the casino and you've already got like more than you came in with, you know? So it's like, you guys just keep pushing it further, right? How far does it go? How far do you guys go?
I mean, we're just grateful to be here. And we're trying to do our best, as the MOUZ says, so we can leave here with no regrets. And that's what we will keep doing. I don't know how far are we going to go, but we're gonna go like this.
Yeah.
Can I have more brisket?
Yeah, dude. Let's see, what do you got here? What do we got?
Not gonna stop, bro. It's so good.
That's good. That's good. I'm curious about how things have been with Lex as well, right? He's primary IGLing. He came in. It's his first time doing that role, I think, in this team.
Yes.
How has he been doing? What's the learning curve like there? I asked right when you took a bite of food. This is the classic move.
If Lux was here, it would be fun.
Yeah.
He talks a lot, me and him, we talk a lot. But he already talked a lot in the game, being like second color. And I think for him, he doesn't have any, it's like a habit for him. I see him looking for things around to learn, like a library, you know? And this is very, very good, you know? If you see someone like pushing forward, and it makes people like, oh, if he's learning, I'm gonna learn, you know?
All right, Sudzin, we'll get a question in for you.
Okay.
I mean, this is just a basic one, but is there one player here you wanna up against?
I talked with the guys. It's sad what I'm gonna say, but I was really like to play against MongolZ, but yeah, the other op I want to play against, it's Zayu.
Yeah.
Because we already say, like, oh, we need to get the revenge.
And then the question we have to ask, right? How far can you take it?
That's a question. We don't know. It's just about no regrets, and then if you lose or win, we will be happy with our attitude. Because the results are, most of the times, they don't say everything. A bad result, a good result, doesn't matter.
All right, you heard the answers here, folks. We smoked them to perfection, now ready for your consumption. Hope you enjoyed it. That was Q&A with Legacy.
Fortunately here, Simple gonna get hunted down as well.
Don't do it, don't knife him, don't knife him, no, don't do it to him!
I can't believe it.
It looks like Rob's going to be tested in this pistol round, but he's got dual Berettas over towards the ramp.
Move it, my brother.
Face away out in the yard. It's Robs though on the chopping block. Dual Berettas fire off, and it's all Robs all day. That's an ace in the pistol.
Vitality are back.
Kills a player, drops smoke. Frozen ends up being found out by Senzu. But now here's it!
By the way,
around, can come around.
Simple started this game 0-6.
Wall bang the GOAT.
I'm here at the Liquid Watch Party, and Nick, what do you want me to do?
I want you to sign my forehead.
This might be my strangest signature request, but ask and ye shall receive. All right, here we go. There we go. Yeah. That's beauty right there. First thing with forehead I've ever signed, I'll tell you that much. All right, Corbin, what brought you out to the Liquid Watch Party?
Honestly, my cousin was here, and we tried to get into the actual tournament next weekend. Couldn't get tickets, so we thought this is pretty cool. They got all the computers out here. It's a lot of fun, so.
Watsy, I think from your hat, I might know who you're rooting for now that Liquid's getting knocked out.
Furia 3-0, we're going all the way. Yakindar is coming back hard.
Probably Navi, who I picked, so.
I'm rooting for Aurora.
Definitely FaZe. I don't think there's any other team really that I haven't been watching too much recently, so once I saw Simple come back, they're for sure my favorite now.
John, what brought you out to the Team Liquid Watch Party?
Well, I live in Austin, so I saw, I think on Twitter that they were having it, hoping to watch Liquid here, but obviously they got eliminated yesterday, so. But I brought all my friends who don't know Counter-Strike, but I watch it, so I was like, this would be cool for them to come out and see it. I can tell them about it.
So come on down today, the 15th, to the Punch Bowl Social for the Team Liquid Major Watch Party. The games are great. The fans are having a damn good time. There's snacks, there's activities, there's all sorts of stuff to do. And who knows, there might just be a couple of special guests.
MongolZ represent the underdog, and they play very aggressive, in-your-face, aim-based Counter-Strike. All the names in the team can stand out, but Senzu and 910 especially so. I think they can be the game changers for both of the team as the star rifler and the AWPer. For 910, I think it's the lack of hours and lack of experience, but the pedigree in which he approaches the game. He looks like he's been doing it for a lot longer than he has, and he is in the conversation for one of the best AWPers in the world. This is a team that is taking baby steps in World Counter-Strike. You can't question the type of CS they bring to the server. It's well fleshed out, it's playing the top tier meta, but it's bringing their own flair. It's just experience on the big stages is what they still need to get. If MongolZ continue on this trajectory, they can and will go down as the best team from the Asian region in Counter-Strike of all time. They continue to compete against the world's best. They're not a gimmicky team. They are actually building time and time again on what they bring to the match. Considering the type of Counter-Strike that this team has been playing in recent history, they should be in the top 8, the playoffs of the Major.
Bro, this new generation, I can't. Back in my days, you stop and then you shoot. Not like now. Now, that time, I have those teenagers fucking Mercedes picking me. I'm spamming, crouch, dodging bullets like Neo. Are we watching some Matrix? What happened to good old positioning Counter-Strike? This is not the same. Holding an angle? Huh? Now they're doing some tic-tac dances, whatever. What is this? In 1.6, So much easier. You just wallbang this dumb kid, bro. And what happened with my smokes? Before I was hiding in them, now they're breaking. What the fuck is this? Imagine them like 5 years ago preparing without PC, not playing a Face It. They're doing preparation, what map, what massage and stuff like this, and we are just talking about like what steak we're gonna eat. Now they're taking this coach, the second coach, nutritionist, therapist. The last one is actually not bad. I would take one.
One of the most stressful days that can happen for a team when it comes to the major, especially if you've been eyeing the Moody Center and a spot in the playoffs. That's what everyone who is left in this tournament is fighting for right now. Out of the 4 teams that have a chance to do it, there's some favorites, there's some ones that might struggle on their way here, but anything is possible because it's a major. I'm your host, James Banks. We've got 2 games coming your way for the rest of today. We've got Mario with us, we've got Moses. Moses, what do you got to say?
It sounded like you were taking a personal shot at MOUZ with the struggle bus comment. Just, felt very personal. I just wanted to get that out in the open.
Hey, when they get to playoffs, it can all change. I believe in that.
I felt like anything could happen, but then Legacy lost. All my dreams were dead.
Oh, that's it. You believe.
Unfortunately.
It was very sad. It was very sad watching that.
It was sad. We got to speak to them for a bit afterwards as well, and they are feeling it. Damal said to me, he's like, I'm missing the trophy, bro. You know what he gets for getting into the playoffs?
Yeah.
And you see for these young players, that's such a special thing to be able to do. And that's just the magic that we can only get at the majors. We're having a look at the bracket. We're seeing where we are at right now. Still 2 more teams with a chance to go through to the playoffs. And, well, going into our next game, we got MongolZ going up against G2. For MongolZ, I thought, honestly, they would be a shoo-in to begin the playoffs at this point. I didn't think they would be in this position on the last day. And G2, I expect them to already be eliminated. So both of them have proved me completely wrong here, boys.
The MongolZ coming in as Asia's best team of all time. Many, including myself, agree with you, James, that they probably should have been in by now, that they've had such a solid season, even going into the previous season, that would have merited a spot in the playoffs already. But G2, on the other hand, kind of in a rebuilding phase, but one where they're actually still taking it to some of the better teams out there.
Yeah, they really are. Some of the wins that G2 has gotten have been very impressive. The dominant win over Aurora to maintain their position in this Swiss system. This is their matchup back at Dallas. These 2 lineups played against each other. This was just a couple weeks back. A very comfortable win for MongolZ. But now we get to see, as we said, we expected G2 to be eliminated at this stage, partially based off what we saw in Dallas. So now we get to see the improvement that's actually been made, because they do look stronger than they did just a couple weeks ago.
They do look stronger, but for the MongolZ, I can't put my finger on what is going wrong for this team, because they've had the same players, they have the same style. They make some little changes, but the individuals is certainly what they rely on. Blitz, we say he's always calling a good game. He can call himself into good games and have good performances. But I'm like, where's it at right now when it matters the most, boys?
I think when you get into these games that are like your qualification into the playoffs, this is where you look at the MongolZ and you say Blitz has stepped up and had good performances for the MongolZ so far at this event, but where's 9-10? You know, where's Mizinho? Those 2 guys are critical. Senzu's been great. Blitz has had really good games, but 9-10 as the AWPer and Mizinho as this kind of role player that has elevated his game over the past couple years since he joined this team. Those 2 guys needs to be hitting harder today. This is where you really need them to kind of wake up in this tournament and provide more impact than just getting the job done. Those are guys that are expected to go above and beyond at different points.
And for Senzu, though, he's one we're looking at and saying, okay, we're happy with what you can do, but we know you can do more. We know you can do better.
Usually, we don't have to ask more of Senzu, though, in the group stages. So far at this event, he's been easily their best player, as he usually cleans up in these kinds of moments. It's usually when he's playing a top dog in a high-pressure match on a stage. That's where the inexperience gets to him, because he's still a teenager after all, still so young, still so raw in terms of his development. Like, you're not always going to see Senzu and the rest of MongolZ playing perfect, ironed-out CS. They take a lot of duels. They trust their ability. They trust their aim, and Senzu, he's the sharpest tool in their shed.
And that is an absolute must when you're going up against some of the individuals, right, when we look at what's on the side of G2. Another side, though, that's not looking so positive is Techno, so I had to catch up with him before this game.
I hear this a lot from different players of the MongolZ about the mentality and that this keeps happening. Do you have anyone to help you guys? Like, do you need someone to help you guys?
Maybe not, because I think we just got tilted ourselves by ourselves, you know, because, you know, the 4 versus 2, it's a really easy round. Yeah.
Okay, at least you understand it. At least you're aware of it. Now, at the moment, you guys are in the 2-2 category. It's your last chance to make it through to the playoffs. Are you starting to feel the pressure, the stress?
Not really.
No?
Yeah.
Wow.
We're confident for us, yeah.
You're confident? Is that because you were playing G2?
It's not that. We can win any teams here, but we need to end the game, you know?
Yeah.
Just need the ending, that's all.
In terms of getting to the ending, you did already beat G2 in Dallas, the exact same lineup that you're facing today. Do you feel like you have extra confidence? And even if it gets difficult, even if they win a crazy round, do you feel like, okay, we know what we need to do, we must be in playoffs?
At that time in the Dallas, they had Hades on the lineup, and I think they didn't practice a lot in that time.
Okay.
Now they had time to practice, and I think it's kind of harder than the last time, I guess, yeah.
I love Techno in this because he's telling me, right, they were getting tilted, they have some mental problems with this, but he's still confident that they can beat anyone. That's a positive sign from going into this.
Of course. I mean, if you're the Mongols, you've taken maps off of some of the best teams in the world. At Dallas, they took a map off of Vitality. So they're no slouches. They're coming into this one as the favorites. One very, very quick point about the veto that just went by. I'm not too concerned about the maps all in all, but G2 decided to actually start on the T side for both maps, actually.
Ooh.
So I think that's something that's actually really cool in terms of them recognizing they are just so much better when they're the ones that are dictating the pace.
And I mean, there's been that general shift of T sides getting a little bit stronger as well. So we'll see if they can manage it. They're going to have their own struggles. I'm glad he said they're not feeling any pressure, and I mean, I'm glad it didn't seem like he cared so much about the Dallas thing, because I think coming into an elimination game at the major, you kind of need to forget all the past history to some extent. Like, you know, this team has changed some things. You know, they're getting better wins here than you saw them just a couple weeks ago. So it's not the same team, even if it's the same lineup.
And looking at that same lineup in G2, we got to touch on, I think, a player you've been super positive about over and over again here, Maui, Heavy God.
Heavy God is not having the best major so far, and he is a guy that I've rated extremely highly ever since he got on OG, playing through the open qualifiers of the major with them, playing on Cloud9, switching up a bunch of his roles throughout all of the teams that he's ever been on. He's been such a stable force for them because at the very beginning when he joined G2, he was limit testing a lot. He was trying to see, what can I get away with? How can I push? How can I get in the faces of my opponents, impose my abilities? I feel like he's now reaching a point where he's playing the best teams in the world, and he started kind of losing that sense of himself. Like, where can I find the fight, or should I just sit on the bomb site?
Yeah, well, speaking as a fellow jack of all trades kind of a guy, I think with Heavy God, when you are that kind of person who's played so many different roles in various teams that you've been in, and now you're in a team that's going to make a massive roster change, including changing the coach, including changing your upper, you're having pieces go in and out, it's hard to find the comfort zone of where you're supposed to slot in. It's hard to find like where you can provide the most impact, because so many things are changing, and things, you know, gaps that you were filling previously will no longer be there, you know, the next day of gaming, because it's all just a little bit random as they're trying to put this together and just make it work for in the short term.
Looking at someone, though, who is on G2 for the long term as it stands at the moment is MOUZ, who now has great positions. He knows what he needs to do. He's starting to have some confidence come back in. And yesterday, he was one of the really defining factors of why they were able to challenge Na'Vi the way they did.
I've been loving MOUZ's energy, where he wears his heart on his sleeve. I mean, if they're losing a round, he's pounding the table. If he's winning a round for the team, he's the one that's trying to hype everybody up. He's not having necessarily the best major for himself. It's pretty good, but when you're trying to fill the shoes of Nico, as so many people know by now, that is not an easy task. So still got a little bit of catching up to do in that capacity. But again, like, I'm glad they're starting T-side. He's so much better on the offense than the defenses.
And I like you mentioned he wears his heart on his sleeve, because it lets you put a little bit more stock and read into the kind of interviews he's been giving over the last few months. Because you're right, upon the departure early in the year, it was, you know, I'm trying to learn the things that Nico did and adapt it to my own gameplay. And you kind of heard the struggles from his own mouth through that stretch. And now getting closer to the major, he's like, oh, I'm actually starting to like find my way in this team. I'm starting to find like where my comfort zone within this lineup. So you're starting to see that attitude change a little bit. And if that leads to better performances, then this G2 can upset Mongols in this series.
Yeah, that's a better performance we want to see from MOUZ, but we want to see if he can deliver it within this series. It's do or die. We're going into the opening map. It's Ancient, it's Mongol's pick, and we got the incredible Scrawny and Launders.
Thank you, gentlemen, as always, for the insights. That's right. The limited space left in that Moody center beckons for one of these two teams to join them. Mohan, Mongols better protect their neck, because G2 have shown us a marked improvement as Austin's gone on.
I've been so critical of G2 in the last year or so, even when they had Nico and MONOZ, just certain moves they made, the way they've played. We've got the odds on the screen that show you that Mongols are heavily favored here. And I think for good reason on paper. It's kind of like, you know, they'll be most likely to get to match point first. Will they end up closing, as Techno said, is another question. But I will say this, that even though I've been really critical of G2 and they come into this major and say, we don't have a boot camp, all that stuff, they've played very well. And they've gotten better each day of this stage. And they're one of the teams that gets thrown into the lion's den. They have to play well right away at the hardest stage while everyone's practiced. Also, last time when they played with Hades, he went 15 and 30 in their series versus at Dallas. No practice at all. He's clearly gotten a lot more comfortable in this lineup and played so well yesterday. So we're looking for Hades, we're looking for MOUZ to do a lot better.
That's got to be the duo in the absence of MONOZ and Nico that really steps it up if G2 are truly going to get to the top 8 at the major. So pressure's on them, and they decide to start on T side as Maui Snake so quickly caught on to. MOUZ fast out from Hulk. Cave is just dominated. There's no defense to hold it. There's no B site to speak of. Mongols, they just get caught off by the sheer pace of that one, and so a 2v5 is needed of them in the very first round of play.
That's beautiful. Same strat they ran last time, and it works even better here. That's flawless execution.
God damn, the pace to that one. Players start the retake. Hunter's gonna lock it in with Heavy God next to him. 4 players stand tall. Just a classic Hunter pistol, perhaps. It's the pace of it all that clearly catches Mongols and me off.
Again, we've mentioned it. It's like one of those calls. It's not complicated. Any team at any level could run it, but the spacing and everything was so flawless. And you can see it from MOUZ. He's got someone in the side of the head when they have this smoke down on the ramp. So Mongols maybe should have been a bit more cautious about that one open choke point while they had their smoke still up. But unlike in the past, I'm just going to say, I'm not going to call momentum until the second round is won, and maybe in this case the third, just because we are seeing a lot of ecos. Not just because the other team's choking, but we're seeing some great calls on the second round.
Right, yeah.
Really good use of pistols and positioning. But this one's probably not going to yield anything.
Yes, I too watched MOUZ fail to convert all 5 of the pistol rounds they won today. So the Mongols better be trying to tap into that. Unfortunately, it's just USPs. They'll go for the 5-player elbow wrap. And it's almost done, but hanging on by a thread here. Senzu, highest rated player for the Mongols at the major thus far. Picks up a Galil to try to get a little more damage in. Bomb plant on B, deep goes G2.
It's not a bad find, actually. And we see there's no MAC-10s here for G2, so they didn't want to lose anything. And they're buying in a way to specifically avoid just any chance of an eco. They know that likelihood's very high, obviously, versus the Mongols, too. One of the teams renowned for just their raw firepower. They can do what Legacy did as well. It does take a little bit away from the start to this T side, but Maui brought up they chose to play T side on both these starts. Economy's less punishing on T side. You know, if you do get eco'd or whatever, it's not as damaging as if it happens to you on the defense. So we'll see how the investment shapes up here for the Mongols.
It was weird yesterday watching the Mongols kind of collapse in on themselves once they started to win, or excuse me, to lose the rounds that they weren't supposed to at the end of Ancient. The 2v4 between Frozen and Simple that kind of set it all up. There was a 3v5 right after. And then we never talked about the Mongols from that point onwards in the rest of that series. We'll see if they have to deal with any kind of mental struggles in that regard as well. First gun round of play.
A fastball.
They're going to charge in. 9-10 already extends off-site. He just kind of feeds himself to this pack of players that don't slow down. Mzinho's going to cut down Heavy God. And Hunter's got that trade frag with a wounded player behind him. Here's the press out from Blitz. Line up! Triple kill from him. Off of the side of the donut smoke. Just finds that perfect test for G2. And the first gun round hits the scoreboard for the Mongols.
They try to be real tricky about it, but they ran through 3 lines of defense on their way to the site. Yeah, it was 1 player at a time, but they never got that easy first trade. Took a little time to get the spray off on the first guy. 1 kill before they got the refrag. And then Blitz gets to spam through the smoke. And it looks crazy, but for him, he's just spamming the signpost, right? Once he sees they don't cross, he actually shoots from the outside of the smoke inside just to even make sure that they haven't crossed yet.
We said that the pace was going to get set by G2. I don't think they're letting off that tempo with already MOUZ out middle. Throughout his time in G2, we've seen MOUZ smash his head against the middle of this map. Ancient, positively and negatively. And right now he's got a lot of room to work with on his own. Almost gets the better of that red room duel.
Yeah, they know he likes to lurk in this specific way. They don't shoot him on a cross at Donut, and they have no one in Donut either. Blitz also walking back towards B means these two players will have a lot to do. Snacks is going to replace MOUZ inside of window, and this is a lot of space given up for the Mongols.
910 just waiting for Donut contact, hoping he can get that shot off, turn attention. But with MOUZ on his own, will he give it to him early? Because now you start to feel the pressure coming out from main. Fire down beneath 910 as he has to jump up into the temple. Donut exit coming through. There's the trade, much needed. 910 burning, still able to get back into cover. And Blitz again tries to get into the action, just offering that little bit of help. And Snack sees his opportunity to attack through spawn, but he's a little too late. Too late to save his teammates, not too late to save the round.
They are immediately watching their flank, however. There's 910 with that op shot in. That's a pretty good round considering the fact that they had Blitz leave towards B in that spot. I actually love the staging from G2. They got a lot of space inside of middle. They didn't commit. MOUZ and Snacks could have been a little bit more tricky if the retake didn't happen so fast, basically, here with Senzu. Probably weren't ready for that. So there were chances.
Just double checking, this is the only game that's going on and I still hear people screaming in Portuguese.
Yeah.
Either Legacy has left me with brain damage.
They're fighting 40 years after the war.
Or Mongols have learned Portuguese.
They're still fighting. They're still on nuke.
The ghost of Legacy echo through the halls.
We've actually all looked around. Oh my goodness, just walking in plants.
Hey man, you know how it is. Just walk that bomb in, leisurely stroll.
Might be a key frag to get that one, honestly. Weird situation.
Yeah, weird as well, because it's like, still only the P250. This deep smoke though, it's gonna burn some critical amounts of time off. Oh, he's doing it. Whoa, wonder who he learned this from. Austin. Techno with the 2K. Walk up. It's all on Snacks. Loves this kind of stuff. Maybe a little too much. 910 laps him off, wipes him off the windshield like a bug.
Hey, you can only learn so much from YouTubers.
Yeah, that's true, eh?
Yeah. It was a round with Glocks retake. Should have always happened. I think even getting the plant's pretty significant victory here, though.
I got this. I got this. It's going to take a little more than that. But, 910 and Mongols can't laugh at them too much. They just evacuated a bomb site and let that plant go down for free.
It's funny because they ate like a nade on the ramp first, and then they just sat in it, and no one came to peek them.
So, hey, good way to get a little injection of money here. G2, healthy buy, and very aggressive Mongol setup down middle. Trying to flex that M4 straight into elbow, dropping nades on these waiting G2 players. It's not ramp like it was last round, but it's still MOUZ down by half. Wallbang, little chip damage for Techno to deal with. He gets off the line.
They're setting up two players inside of A main, and the bomb is sort of in between. G2 have to just be careful about how they organize here, otherwise they're going to burn a lot of time off the clock, and those players start to come back now, so that makes sense. Snacks.
Yeah, well positioned. No second kill yet. Heavy God turns from dealing with the trade over towards the jump up to smashing Techno off the bottom of ramp. 4 versus 2 looks great for G2, but there's still this Senzu problem they haven't solved.
Yeah, two problems. Senzu and Cave, where they might not go. They're committing B, and so if they rotate over, it's the hardest possible route to victory, but 910's now really far away.
And he still considers Temple still floating over on A site.
He should just call the stack as soon as he hears any utility, though. Like, 910 should just come over because If it's not B, they just save.
All right, well, he's getting in time.
There is a chance to get picked off on their way. Oh, just one.
Senzu almost didn't get held back there. 910 throws himself forward in front of the utility.
Wait a second, they're gonna go.
Yeah, they're gonna start running away. They're gonna surpass Cave. At this point, 910's just chasing them, and maybe he's able to pick one off the back end, but they leave a player here to deal with him. Hunter sits around just in case. They tried to lurk from behind, and G2 find a solution to tie this game early.
A little sloppy here from MongolZ when they came up from mid. Just had no idea that anyone could have pushed into the cubby outside of B. Really ran down into that fight. As we could see, 1-2 more seconds, and they get the fight in the door before Snax can even peek. And then Snax peeks after, and then we see what happens. But instead, it's a guaranteed 3-for-1 trade. Excellently done as well from Heavy God.
Charging out through middle to chase. Donut fallback, immediate, and MOUZ wants the red kill. He'll find it. Cracking that open, catching Mzinho unprepared. 5 versus 4. There's still guns out there for the Mongols, but look how deep MOUZ is going. No sign of slowing down.
They don't know how fast he moves.
No. Oh. And he gets rewarded for his aggression. Taking control of the server at the moment.
Wow, he gets away too.
Damn, man, he has just got all of the Mongols a little too concerned about him. That weird issue with 910 having to go back and deal with him causes an opening on the B site that now just an MP9 is left to handle. Versus 3, tries to pounce the grenade thrower, and Heavy God able to get his gun back out in time. This is not just another gun round win for G2. This is a total ownage of the Mongols in round 7.
Yeah.
5 players stand tall. That is all MOUZ from the get-go.
Lovely play out of MOUZ. He's got that space again. That MongolZ, one round now, they've taken over mid and haven't really, there hasn't been clashes inside of elbow just yet. It's not been the team picking early mid control at the same time as the other. So both times that MOUZ have come for window, it's like 1 minute 35. He's already at the doormat. Even though Mzinho's facing him, I think he's kind of shocked to see him that far up, right? He's probably holding the headshot angle, thinking he's going to shoot guys that are 20 meters away.
Now you can bully versus pistols. Let Hunter off the leash. Can definitely see G2 weaponizing the tempo of the game as they selected T side.
We saw how much trouble G2 gave to MOUZ yesterday, and I haven't seen the mental fortitude from the Mongols that we have seen from MOUZ. You know, if it comes time to that, to make a comeback or whatever. When we saw Mongols play against FaZe, I mean, they totally collapsed. There's so many parallels between their rise and Aurora's. Breaking into top 8, struggling on stage, almost the same sort of tier of team. It's kind of a weird tier because it's like not a playoff threat, but a threat to get the playoffs, you know? And Aurora got eliminated as well.
I think it's also a comparison we get to draw on, just because even though Aurora are competing as a European team, still just all 5 Turkish players, so it's that one country underrepresented at the very top of Counter-Strike at times, now all coming together. Doing it while they wave the flag, much like the Mongols with Mongolia. I said at the start of the year that I thought there was really only room for one of these 2 teams in top 8 because I didn't think that either of them would so consistently break into the very top of Counter-Strike. The fact that they had to deal with the same jitters, the fact that they're head-to-head and they just so often meet in the playoff bracket early as well.
It's true, you only normally see one story at a time.
Like the breakout, singular. But this was a year that started with the breakouts, plural, and you're looking at one of them, try to repeat the consistency that they've been able to find in top 8 results. Such a young roster as well, the Mongols. And still an organization that is only starting to find its kind of growth. You know, the local support from the government of Mongolia. I'm not seeing the Mongols move around with 12 staff at events just yet.
Let's keep it that way.
They're doing it old school. Mara's got to be a coach, a mentor, dietitian.
Father.
Travel agent. And that's why Mzinho put him in his sticker for this Austin Major. Because the few staff they do have mean so much to the Mongols. They've said it.
9-10, no op here.
M4 in hand, execute coming over top.
No smoke, no molly.
To keep this simple, 5 players strong out A main, flashbang perfectly placed, but there's a little stall. Yeah, they ate that, and it makes 9-10's job way too easy.
Ugh.
You're 5 players inside A main. Why do only 2 come out? The rest of them still just leaning back. Hades and Hunter getting those responses as the CT sign up for fights. They've given it right back over. A delayed attack out from Hunter gets him a triple. Techno 4K on the rebuttal, able to get into cover, able to spray down. Triple kill.
There's that form shining through from Techno. Said we don't need a mental coach in the interview. Beautiful play from him.
Felt like the Mongols had just handed that bomb site right back to them. Felt like they were swinging into A main even though they had control of site.
Oh, this is a mistake though. I think whoever was in front, I think it was MOUZ. When you get blind like that, you still need to scale, right? You ate the flash. That's either your fault for turning too late or your teammate's fault for misplacing it. But either way, if you don't get out along that wall, you see how easy it is for 9-10 to shoot the second guy as well. It's important to displace their aim even if you can't see anything.
Signing up for it again and moving faster. Look at this. They found an open site. Flashes down, Hunter on the entry. Catches 9-10 unprepared. MP9's up next. The Dota hold goes down with nothing.
Okay.
Rinse and repeat. This time G2 come out on top with everything. Another chance from this lane for Techno. But it's Hunter with a multi-frag to open, and Techno can't clutch it out this time. G2, they saw blood in the water on that A site, and they go right back for it.
Yeah, they're getting this information so late, as G2 are obviously moving so quickly. Each time going faster than the last round. And Hunter's having a great game so far, even though they lost that 1v3. He also got 3 kills on that exec, right? 14-6 already.
You know, I've kind of teased it a couple times as we've watched G2 throughout the event. Where my thing about Hunter is always, you never know when he's going to have his best game of the year. It can come out of nowhere. But he's starting to string together these good starts.
Yeah, he was also good yesterday.
Not consistent across the series per se, but right there trying to keep Hades and MOUZ supported. There's no denying that that duo was the star of the show for G2 as they took Na'Vi the absolute limit. Molly over towards the cutout. MP9's in bottom middle.
No.
No way, they answer back with less.
Come on.
G2 finally play a round slower without that electric pace, and what happens? They trip over their own 2 feet. Bottom mid control.
The bomb.
Just the totality of this round is MP9's on that front wall.
They said late mid, no chance. They tried to lay a trap card there for Maul, but Mongols are just right in his face. Middle of the round. Heavy God, even recovery kills would be good for him, I think, but his team has some money. But he's not going to try to do this. Too many players watching his spot. This was definitely leading up to an 8-4 half for a second.
Counter-terrorists win.
Life comes at you fast.
Well, in this case, I feel like life came at them slowly. It's the slower of the rounds that they play out. A swift reminder that the Mongols will knock your socks off. Final round of the T side. Some very quick tempo out of the gate from G2. Let's see if they tap back into that before they have to play responsively. once the Mongols have the assault. Quick boost for Blitz. He's taking the fight to them. MOUZ emerges out from elbow trade. Demanded of Blitz, and he delivers. Nobody else from middle to help that out. It is all in G2 towards this B ramp. senzu leans back. Oh, nice tap onto Snacks. But HeavyGod's got the trade from the back of the site. Techno still controlling on Cave, throws himself into the bomb site, and will just barely clean up HeavyGod. It's pressure on Hunter. He fake plants once. Hades is trying to support, but he's got 2 kills this entire half. So he's gonna need to double it now for the clutch with more than a minute to work, but they know that bomb is down in the center of the site, and CT's not too far away. Blitz tucked behind the box. Molotov in front of him spreads out. That's gonna give Hades the info. He knows where you are. You can't hide from him, but he's got you locked inside that cave for the 7-5 lead. Here comes Hades, and he gets gunned down by a fast-moving Blitz. A back-and-forth affair and an answer the Mongols needed. They step up to the pace of G2, securing a tie at the end of this half. And what does their attack have in store for us? A tectonic shift at the end of that half once the Mongols pick up 3 of the last 4 rounds. G2 came out swinging with tempo, taking control with the T side on their terms, but the answer has been set here for the Mongols, tied at the end of the first half.
6-6, and it was very unclear who was necessarily better that half. I mean, a lot of the Mongols' round wins were kind of from unwinnable spots. So 1v3, the eco, they just did what they had to do to recover that. This could have very easily been 8-4. G2 were excellent, but X factor for sure for the Mongols, which is what you need to see from them. senzu destroyed them the last time they played. That's going to be a key to victory on that side of things. And it's clear that Hunter is going to be one for G2 right now because he's just having a good week now. Hades happy to take this headshot fight, to be honest, so.
He's got to be careful, though. He's down to 15 health.
Keeping their attention.
Hades could damn well end up being the first domino of a B-site collapse.
They don't have Heavy God's Molly in place. Snax is going to just... Oh, I think
thought about it.
I think he got spotted, actually.
Yeah, they did just start shaking up the positions right then and there. Ooh, Snax dodging 9mm. Heavy God over towards the ramp, trying to take it off of Hades' hands. Now there's that pinch.
They know there's 3 now.
Ooh, can they get away from it?
Yeah, they are.
They've got mid control. They've got 9-10 deep through Red Room already. So this is a nice hinge to try to get you elsewhere. Now it's going to come to MongolZ. Trying to perform as well as Hunter. Hades gets spammed out by 9-10. And Heavy God's got that answer back. They still have a cave player over towards B, but they just jump out through the donut smoke. Just 3 players jumping out through a smoke blind. They overwhelm sight. Numbers advantage. And it catches them off. Then suddenly that 1B player becomes the thorn in their side. The lurk through CT spawn. He misses his timing slightly, and the retake's on from Temple. Snax already out. They're giving him this room. They hear him hit the ground. Heavy God covers onto the big box. This is still a winnable pistol.
Oh, so fast here from Senzu.
There's no kit, and so Senzu coming up from behind them as they have to go for a 10-second stick? I don't think so. The Mongols, they let 2 players drop, but in that 4v2 post plant, close down and take this lead.
It's a great shot from Snax as they walked up. And then it was such a good bait on big box because that's becoming such a common fight in the post plant. They have one guy drop out and just start scaling, and then the other guy's watching Heavy God the right side of the box. But I think this is a moment where they organized really well to jump through the smoke, and it's not like they had a minute left, they could wait it out. This is an emergency move to go back to A. So I think they timed that quite well, and it's like when you're running out ramp on nuke, you jump out swinging backwards, and even great players are gonna have a hard time hitting you. They just didn't get anything, but I think MOUZ knew that something like that was about to take place. No scouts this round, but a full A stack. They're going light on the exec as well.
Hunter turns that SMG back. Mac-10 gets the better of him. Fawn is still able to line up shots here. Senzu gets the head. Bomb down in front of it makes it sketchy for a second. These Desert Eagles looked hungry to try to get into the action. 5-7 from a distance with a bit more damage for Stand. However, despite the best efforts of G2 being on that site with guns, it is damage and nothing else, barring that 1 death for the Mongols.
There's nothing bad about the way G2 stacked. It was just some good shots coming back in, and it's very hard to capitalize on like overwhelming as soon as you see them from all the positions that they had, but they couldn't get them. They just got that 1 trade here after MZU got his first kill, and then that was the best chance of slowing this whole thing down, but MongolZ aim looks excellent, so not surprised they recovered it. Well, this one looks to be a longer default. Maybe not. Grab that bomb, rocket back. They smell an opening. It's looking like pretty clean prep here. They understand certain players and not in certain positions. Okay, it's time to go.
Vacant B bomb site for the plant. And no wispy looking saves for the Mongols, so should be able to avoid this unless the pistols climb up and feed themselves to 9-10. A little bit of ramp support from Senzu. We got to keep a close eye on the Mongols as well because they started so strong versus FaZe, so they started to lose some unforgivable rounds. Their fundamentals started to fall apart. And as that happened, they started to drop off and they lost that series in a pretty shocking fashion. Now the cost here is very effective for G2 in the end. 3 deaths on the Mongol side of things.
Somali stopping him from getting the guns. Oh, we got one scooped. But was that a T picking up?
Yeah,
again?
I'm not sure who we switched to, POV.
It looked like it was the bottom of B.
What a mystery.
I think it was a Fire Serpent.
Yeah, I don't see
I
one.
do see one. No AKs.
Okay, that was a T saving an AK. That's tricky stuff, Chev.
That is tricky.
That was tricky, Chev.
It's like, I want to catch this. I'm going to trick him. See if G2 can trick him.
Good thing you're the best observer in the world.
They're doing the A play very fast, like G2 would have.
Shadow for Hades, so that one just walks right into him. Oh, but he kind of fumbles with the scope. That is so awkward. He could have damn well had a second kill. Instead, he kind of awkwardly single scopes back into what is now an angle held by 910, and the save's called.
He wasn't expecting them to just keep going in like that and lost his chance, unfortunately.
But are you not familiar with the Mongols? They move in a horde.
Yeah, exactly.
Where there's one, there's more.
Also, they're playing like you, G2. They're playing a lot like you. 8 plays every round.
Oh, that just looks so awkward from Hades' perspective. Can't get those 2 fingers to work on the mouse the way you want. Double digits from the Mongols T side off the back of that one.
I think when he hit the first shot, he had earned a little bit extra time to stay on the angle.
Sure.
But sometimes you outplay yourself. You think they're 2 steps ahead of me. They're going to approach differently. I'm going to move into a new spot before I take a shot. But nope, they just kept running. They just kept running in.
Unfortunately, this ancient outing for Hades is not nearly up to the level that he was able to bring in the best of 3 yesterday. He outclassed Wonderful in the opping department up until the end of that series.
Yeah,
I'll take
Wonderful
back my criticisms.
Had a great recovery. I think overall he's just better though.
But that is not the showing that we're getting out of Hades tonight, when it certainly matters even more. You had a second chance when you failed to close versus Na'Vi. This is your second chance, and it's getting away from you. 4-round lead for the Mongols.
Again, he, with no practice or anything,
of course,
joining G2 had went 15-30, so he had a really tough series. So we'll find out today if it's a Mongols thing, or if it's not, if he recovers. But for now, we'll call it a Mongols thing.
This flawless T-side just keeps winning.
Solid.
Frag grenade could have been way worse, I feel.
Wait, Techno?
He did not see
I don't know if he got info, but he heard him at the top of ramp, so wow. He just knows exactly how much time he has to get away from it.
The nerve.
Yeah, he's
to walk out through that smoke. Now it fades, he gets nervous, he turns towards ramp, and this is going to elicit the cave peek, who almost gets a seg. He will get a second. Wow. MOUZ, nicely done. Signing up for that fight to deal with middle play.
His aim is just so exquisite sometimes.
And then as he jumps back out, he just spotted the bomb on the back of 910.
Oh, Hades, so much pressure back on Hades, man. It's 3-on-5, but
no help?
Yeah,
You've got mid control,
no
total B control, no rotate, nothing. You're just leaving Hades out here to hold it back on his own. Now Hunter's starting to come back. He's in CT spawn, so at least the incendiary goes down enough to delay the Mongols' commitment. Smoke grenade in front of Hunter, though, could still damn well make this weird. And a boost over top of green to try to get you out from this position. It's a good angle to try to deal with that. Mzinho puts the squeeze on him. Hades goes down. Hunter takes up the position. Now there's more defenders here to help, but they're dying one after another. It's a 2 versus 4. And it's one that looks like the plant could come down for free, but they try to give it that one test first. Spam through smoke, off the mark.
So close.
Snax chucks out the volley. Heavy God tested, bested, and now turns back to Snax, who just gave away his position with the util.
Mzinho on 4 frags at the end of this round. Snax could still die to his AK. What a moment for him. The target selection to scale on default and fight Donut while his teammate was watching, the guy who was sitting there, not getting tunnel visioned.
He's out. I think he walks away. By the time he walks up CT lane, this is done. This is toast. This is a 2 versus 4 to come out of the Mongols. These are the sorts of rounds that spelled disaster for them yesterday in the face of FaZe. What goes around comes around, and it's still this unlosable T-side. that keeps going round by round to the finish line on Ancient.
He's the youngest looking player on the Mongols, but my goodness, does he have an old soul when it comes to Counter-Strike. The way he moves into these fights and even how good he was yesterday on Ancient. Just so smart, so sharp here, MZ. G2 have found a number of great positions as one conversation for the desk about this game, And it's incredible the way that Mongols pulled them back. But if you're G2, you're just going to be really angry about the way that you lost them, because this is, I mean, we thought this was going to be 8-4 half. They still don't have 8 rounds.
Yeah, fair point. Honestly, you bring that up. Ever since that double MP9 push to the bottom of middle from the Mongol CT side, they've only lost 1 round since then. The one that came right after. As if the Mongols woke up in that moment and decided they weren't going to let this game go. It's a deadly 2-hand grip on the T side. Again, just kind of taking the test to this A site, giving Hades too much to handle. He opts not for a further angle.
He doesn't have a donut teammate here.
And he's taking this forward fight.
It's like they haven't gone A before. Hades has 4 kills. He's playing A solo. He goes down. There's no one here to stop this.
Nah.
You got to help him. You do have to help him.
He doesn't even play like a super passive safe angle inside temple. Floats out on the floor, tries to get the timing on the peak. Just left it behind, and in that moment, his counterpart in 910 takes over control of it. Believe it or not, there was a time where G2 felt like they had control of this map.
This might be a smart move from MOUZ. He's actually chilling.
Okay. Goes ahead from Arnold, pulls the trigger for the 2K. And is it enough to get this retake going? Bomb is still about halfway, but he gets dropped by the Opper. And then with that one, any Hail Mary attempt for G2 to try to claw a 7th round win out of this seems to have gone to the wayside. Snacks dips over towards Elbow. Leaves Heavy God alone in the red room to deal with what's left of the Mongols, as they will take that coveted 12th round.
Senzu stays alive somehow, 30 to 8 HP. And, well, 2v2 in the end. Good try. Great try, actually, from MOUZ to read that, because you would just think, well, I'm just got to come in, but I'm probably going to lose this round. Gave them a chance to actually pull this back, but letting this all come down to Hades alone with no donut control when over half these rounds have gone to the A site. And it's not like over half the rounds have gone to the A site and they've lost, right? They've actually been very successful at taking it, so I just kind of feel like they left him to perish.
Now heavy utility over the top of middle. Challenge for Senzu. And he'll body Hunter. MOUZ has got the answer, but still trying to swing this out to get away. No, Hades, his nade comes out from Donut.
That's a kill steal, actually. I think he was dead to Senzu.
It's not going to leave Hades feeling any better, but hey. Unfortunately, during all of that, G2 lose control of this B site. Deep positioning from MZ. And the Mongols T side has run rampant with the round wins. They will trickle into short side, and the Mongols looking to answer back from the failure on Ancient versus FaZe. This one is as clean as need be once they swapped sides. Inspired by the force buy round win on the defense, that 6-6 half set them up with all the runway they need. Map 1 in their back pocket, and playoffs calls.
It certainly does call after a map like that, Scrawny. 6-6 first half, and then the Mongolian side switch it up over to the T side, and they absolutely wreck any hope that G2 had of doing something like that. Look at them now, they're just smiling, they're chilling. This is an aftermap like, hey guys, we got this. We can just sit here and chill.
They've got to feel really confident about this. The switch up in the map veto in terms of their pick worked out fantastically. You could see exactly why G2 wanted to start on the T side, because when it came to the defense there, Jason, there was nothing to be happy about.
Yeah, I was thinking that the whole time. I was like, it's a good thing they started on the T side, because we have something positive to talk about. It's a shame. I actually thought Snacks called a pretty good game in the first half. I think he's really good. If you want to talk about strengths as an IGL, I think maybe designing tactics and having a depth of strategy maybe isn't one of them, but I think his pace changes are really good. good. Calling with momentum is really good. Doing the unexpected is good for Snax. And I thought that T side did a great job, but you switch over to the CT side and there's no cohesion on the rotations. There's no like real depth and protocols to how they shift around the map and just get beat. Just straight up to just get beat.
They did just get beat. That's what we watched. It was pretty brutal. But even on some of the rounds that were looking like we could have success from G2, some moments came out from Techno, who obviously we spoke about not having the greatest of tournaments so far. We look at round 9, and he was able to hold it and also save them in this one.
Yeah, this is Techno. Just, I mean, we just talked about him in the pregame as someone who'd been a little bit quiet for them recently, and this is kind of what you want out of Techno, especially if you're having a bad event. You don't need to like grind out the numbers, but have the impact. And in this round, 9-10 opens it up well, but it all starts crumbling down, and it's Techno who's going to come in and save the day, just sliding in aggressively. And by the way he chooses to take these fights, you wouldn't feel like he's lost any confidence throughout all the difficulty of this.
True.
I would always say that despite what the numbers say, like Techno may fail on the stats test, but he always passed my eye test. He's always doing things selflessly for the team. So when he's in these kinds of 1v3 moments, he's got the mechanics and the ability to turn around on its head when need be. It's just that he's usually running in first without a flash. Like, okay, like he gets the short end of the stick on almost every strategy that they run. And so yeah, his numbers are obviously not going to be really up to somebody like Senzu, who gets to bait somebody like that.
Yeah, right, who gets to follow up and knows where everyone is when he's stepping into a fight. Yeah, and I mean, yeah, I would agree with you there. And I mean, to be fair to Techno as well, he put together a pretty solid game all the way through. It wasn't just isolated impact rounds. He was very, very good for the Mongols, especially on this defensive side. Did really good work for them. And entries on the pistol as well. He did a little bit of everything for Mongols here.
Yeah, exactly what they needed, exactly what they want. And he just proved in the interview where he said, right, I'm not feeling this pressure. Well, he held his own in this one.
That was pretty cold. That was pretty cold. Yeah, you feel a little pressure? It's an intense game. Nah.
They actually look like they look like they just finished a scrim.
I know.
And that shot that we got of him after the game was over, like G2's like, oh, like all tense and everything like that. And then Senzu's like, you know, it's like what do we go? What are we
you
doing
have a second half like that, it eases so much of that tension, doesn't it? Like, they're just having a good time out there.
And we also got to touch on the Mongolian bit, MouZ in here, because, you know, the little headshot machine is delivering, and he has some epic moments here. Round 17 was one of them.
The babyface assassin.
Oh, yes. Yes.
I mean, MouZ, he's a born killer. I mean, the guy, the ability to, again, like multi-frag from somebody like him when
this round feels lost.
There's no way that G2 should be losing this one. This is kind of what you meant, Jason, when you're talking about the protocols and just ability to play off of each other for G2 is sometimes questionable.
Yeah, no ability to trade there. Hunter kind of steps in, gets one more, and after this, but this is just almost, you know, these shots are actually incredible. Straight up. For someone who's been a little bit quiet, this is what he offers the Mongols that they haven't been getting out of him as much as they'd like, as much as they're used to. So for him to step up in a round like that, I think, to me, like that was like the map securing round. Like as soon as MouZ does that to you, like you have no recovery, you have no chance.
Well, I had a personal conversation with MouZ back in Astana, and he was getting so frustrated, saying like, I feel like I'm off my game, I can't hit my shots, I've lost some confidence right now. Having this moments where he can just bring that back and kind of show us what he could do is going to be so important for a young player at a major as well.
It's the evolutions of the Mongols as a team and as the players within this roster as well, because this is why we always talked about, like during their rise up last year and even at the start of this year, like you better capitalize on this. Like 9-10's playing really good, Senzu's playing really good, MouZ's playing really good. That's not always going to happen. You're not always going to have like your core stars all playing good at the same time. So when it does happen, it's like, please seize this moment, because then MouZ is going to go on a cold stretch. Someone else is going to go on a cold stretch. Techno is going to be struggling to find his impactful rounds. Blitz might be struggling to feel the flow of the game as an IGL. You never know when that drop off is going to happen. So Mongols in one sense missed a little bit of a window of opportunity earlier when they were playing very, very well. And now you can see they're a little bit shaky here, but again, trying to peak at the right moment and build up into this as the playoffs are around the corner.
And we put so much emphasis on people like MouZ's mechanics because the game at this point is not just, can you run the most efficient tactic? Like almost every single one of these teams is just recycling everybody else's strategies at this point. So it's up to execution. And so much of that comes down to, do you hit the shot? And in a round like that, I mean, the thing is, somebody like MOUZ could do the same thing in this game without a doubt, but it's just kind of, it's just like, for someone like MouZ, you just kind of have to like bring those out if you want to give your team a chance to actually make it deep at one of these tournament runs.
And I mean, if you're MOUZ, it's also like, is he confident enough with all like the stand-in situation, with the roster changes coming? Are they confident enough as a team at the moment to go for those kinds of plays? Like that's MouZ just saying, you know, I'm the only one who can do anything about this round. I'm going to step up to the plate. MOUZ has to find those kind of moments to be able to do that. It's not as easy as you'd think when you're in the situation that G2 is in.
And it is a really rough situation for G2, but there are some positive player impact that's being had here, right? We'll start by looking at Hunter, because obviously Hunter is the old guard of this G2, remaining, trying to do his best, trying to push forward on it, and he can deliver. But if that's not even enough, it's getting tough.
Hunter does such a great job of reading in the mid-round what's to come next. So the ability to make sure that he doesn't create losing conditions for G2. I feel like he's the guy that's so often saving G2 from a bad situation and ensuring that they don't actually further their losses in a bad moment.
He's a great example of the way you can kind of learn to underestimate a player's abilities by the team they're in, right? Like when Nico and m0NESY are on this roster, he's more of a role player, and he's got a second voice to his team, but he's doing a lot of setting up, he's doing a lot of the dirty work. And now in this roster, when you've missed those guys like Nico and m0NESY that just put volume frags on the scoreboard, as Hunter, you have way more chances to step up in that fashion, and you get way more priority in some of the tactics. And I mean, you shouldn't be surprised, because Hunter did it in previous teams as well. He's a very strong player. Now that he's had some time kind of readjusting to the fact that he has to provide more, he's delivering, at least in this game. Just unfortunate that you couldn't do anything about it in the second half.
I would just say ultimate glue guy.
Yeah.
He always makes the team better around him.
Yep.
And now it's about G2 trying to make themselves better and thinking hard about how they're going to come back into this series. If they want to have a hope in hell's chance of reaching the playoffs, there could be one more map left for G2 right now. They need to dig deep and get into it if they want to fight back against the Mongols. We'll be finding out how and if they can do that after the break.
G2 have picked Dust2. It's a map that they've actually played against Pain on just earlier. They're going to be starting on the T side, and what I actually want to show is a small thing to watch out for from Snax. So let's jump into this clip right here. So what this is a smoke that Snax throws towards long. Now, the smoke looks a little curious because it actually looks like it's a missed smoke. It almost looks like, you know, there's a gap here, and typically when you throw a long corner smoke, it covers this gap. However, I assure you this is actually not a mistake. Here's some data from Leaderify that really shows all the smokes that Snax throws at the start of the round. The one that we want to pick out here is this one right here. You can see slightly offset, and he throws it multiple times. He's throwing it multiple times in multiple matches. So why is the smoke like this? It's actually because it's part of a larger tactic. It's one to help set up Heavy God to push out through the doors. So there's 3 people involved in here. Heavy God close doors, Snax here at the back, and then Hades further back at the top mid area. What's going to happen initially is that Snax, he's going to toss that smoke and then throw a flash through the doors to allow Heavy God to push through. This flash blinds anybody close right, as well as anybody here towards the barrel and anybody at pit. This allows Heavy God to come out, and at the same time, Hades tosses a second flash that bounces, or rather pops over the roof, and this one blinds anybody who's holding the angle from blue, as well as anyone on the close left side. Now with these flashes, it allows Heavy God to push in, and with that smoke up, you can see there's that gap there, and it looks a little weird, but it actually gives him an avenue to fight. And this is because he actually has Snax, who after throwing those initial flashes, he's going to throw these supporting flashes to allow Heavy God to fight this player. With these flashes popping above the building like this, it blinds the CT here, so it gives Heavy God more room to actually fight this player. And this is where the smoke comes into play. With the smoke actually being more offset to the right side, with these flashes coming in, Heavy God actually has the option to path directly through this gap and fight him directly. If the smoke was more typical on the left side where it actually covered it, then Heavy God would have to path all the way to the right or simply go through the smoke. This is what this smoke enables. It allows him to actually hunt the player if he actually wanted to. Now, a side benefit of the smoke as well is it actually covers the cross the pit. So if he actually wanted to cross here towards his pit side, anybody who's playing towards the site, he can't actually see Heavy God cross in. And this allows him to take an angle on the right side and catch out NQZ. So really, this is the power of the smoke. You can see from NQZ's point of view, as he's trying to retake long, he doesn't see him cross towards the pit, and he gets taken down. So this is something to really watch out for, this one particular smoke. G2, they like to throw it. It looks like a mistake, but I assure you it's not. We'll see if they pull it out here.
I absolutely love a Mahone zone when there's that much detail and that much knowledge.
I bet it started as a mistake, though. I bet someone threw it wrong the first time, and then someone else said, damn, we can use that.
Yeah, that can work in our favor. We know how to spin around that. But you know what? If Danny knows it, you got to hope that the Mongols know it as well. And right now, it's 2 different faces of the teams because G2, they're up against it. Their backs are against the wall. And look at this conversation Taz is trying to have with Heavy God.
I love that.
He was performing, right? You want to keep him in that zone. You want to keep him in that good headspace. They know what they need him to do, and he'll be a very important factor if they want to be able to take down the Mongols.
I mean, I love that Taz is still giving it his absolute all. I mean, we know that the reality is that G2 is going to be changing their roster as soon as this event is over. That we know that Saw's coming in, that Sunpies is coming in, but they're still game planning. They're still coming up with new material. They're still trying to embolden their players, their star players that are set to be the future of G2. It's great that Heavy God was able to show a nice face for himself, but we know he's staying. So everything that Taz does at this point, in some ways, it's an audition for the future, but I'm glad that he's just given it because he knows that his team wants this more than anything.
It's also, I mean, one of the positives of why they probably brought Taz in in the first place is that kind of championship drive and that mentality. Like there's probably, I doubt there's any player active in the scene today who's had to deal with as many like contractual organizational issues than Taz over the years while competing. So he's very used to competing in big events at majors while being distracted from outside effects.
Well, it might look like doom and gloom for G2. It's Taz that's trying to pull them back into it and into this fight on Dust 2. If they can't do that, it'll be the Mongols booking themselves a spot in the playoff. We're going into the game.
Well, at least Jason, he got to drive in his Mercedes-Benz between those 2 orgs.
Yeah, that's true.
So.
No longer distracted, full focused on this last final spot. Of course, you lose map 1, sketchy stuff, but obviously Dust 2 versus Pain, we saw good stuff from them. Odds skewed further into the Mongols' favor. You can absolutely understand why. That second half, when it came to G2 on Ancient, was nowhere to be found.
Dust 2, when we saw this work versus Pain, Mahone shone a light on a really good strat that they used, and Pain just could not figure out how to stop them anywhere. That was the T side. It was such a strong first half. When it went to CT, it got even worse. So we know that we've got a lot of strength from G2 on this map. I think that what we saw, though, is a lot of plays that have to do with long, a lot of plays that have to do with cat, a lot of very simple walkout plays. This is the map that I'm most sort of like suspicious about how much success G2 can find on it versus every team. We did see Pain go on to play better CS after they played against G2. So maybe it'll be tricky for the Mongols too, but I think this one's going to be a lot of firepower needed from MOUZ to pull this off.
Senzu's going to catch first blood. Walk up catwalk. And they're getting away from it. They'll find no resistance. It's just Blitz, who decides to go down towards the CT spawn. Slightly open gap. You bank on 910, who's
lines like this are important though for the CT versus G2.
Sure.
Like active holding instead of just waiting.
Takes a step up. Blitz gets the headshot. 910 tucks his head down for a second. A little more wiggle room here as they force the issue into the A site. Gush over towards the long player. G2 coming out of cat. And Mahone highlighted the long plays, but honestly, versus Pain, there was a lot of just walkout cat action that caught Pain off guard. Whether you catch MongolZ off guard as this half goes on is still a question. Whether you get the pistol is actually still in question, because the Berettas are close sight. Felt like a slight chance, a little further taken back, but Senzu could still pull off what was left of this 1v3. He almost gets MOUZ over, but instead it is a G2 pistol win. A T-side starts well.
That's the firepower we need out of MOUZ, and MOUZ is playing A+ CS yesterday in terms of his aim. Today we even saw those peaks. They didn't have an overall good Ancient score-wise, but when it started out and when they got rounds, MOUZ from cave, MOUZ fighting in the middle, I mean, he's hitting clean shots and showing how top level his aim can be. And there is something to why overcomplicate a simple map. You know, maybe that's it, just fits their playstyle so well.
Fighting for long, Hades at the tip of the sphere with Heavy God behind him. And an MP7 out on the field, man of class. You gotta be careful because there's 2 scouts here. 2 scouts, and they're already starting to tag players down on the approach.
Ooh, and the scout and pit is down. They might have to reroute, but this is the pickle that G2 can get into when they play 5 players in one spot. They're now thinking about other options, but they didn't set themselves up early for that chance.
Blitz takes that second scout, moves it over towards the B site. Mzinho on that MP7 instead. They're thinking about maybe tunnels, but they are still very ahead of any sort of timing that could have gone that way. G2,
the real issue,
all along.
Even if Mongols leave with worse guns and go to B, you have time to rotate back when you're spotting long from this far away. So G2, one more great shot needed.
Gonna try to get in with some tempo before all of the Mongols show up, but another scout tag here from Senzu. And they've been given a little space to just walk along that wall, but as they get closer, maybe the pressure starts to take it away from this scout, still just trying to get further damage in. That MP7 is sitting on site behind boxes, head down, 25 seconds, and the defense trying to keep the pressure up. The SMG dropped out of the bomb site. It's a boosted Techno, 5-7. Scouts still trying to get in with further damage. A fake plant once, they come out through the smoke, and now this one gets taken back by G2 by the looks of it. Senzu, 34 HP, I believe an empty scout at this point. And so he's scrambling. Kind of panicking here with 2 sets of eyes still on him, and he hasn't thought about the long cross. It's a great recovery from G2 out of the 3v5.
Super, especially from Hunter, who goes up on the ramp, or up on the lip of the ledge just to get that extra kill and spawn. This is a very scary spot from G2, but they make the right play sitting and waiting. And right here is where it just becomes easy to plant, which is the most important part. Whoa. A little close from both parties. Nice catch here for Heavy God. Looks like they fixed their smoke on long. Uh-oh. Mid-B smoke missed.
At least there's nobody else banking on it. He's just playing with his own life here, Hunter. Scouts on him. He'll tag Senzu. The pistols flood downwards. Just those vanilla USPs.
Oh, what? He was blind when he hit that.
Not supposed to be hitting shots like that, but he will. And Heavy God's going to continue to clear it all out. We saw that Taz and Heavy God powwow going down in between maps.
Bomb has been planted.
Trying to keep him on it. He ended that first map with the highest rating in the server. In fact, when you look at the core of G2, right? 1.49 for Heavy God, 1.26 for Hunter, 1.22 for MOUZ. They lost that map. But statistically, the core was there. It was enough to stand on. Unfortunately, it felt like Hades, who finishes very much at the bottom of the board, got bullied in some very critical rounds on that T side.
That's it. It's cool that you bring that up because, yeah, as Hades is playing A, that's where the rounds went on the second half. But that's the other problem, though. It's like we saw the game. Hades was by himself. They did not have a good game plan for stopping A attacks whatsoever.
CT's into the pit already. Still just jumping up on that. Mzinho, I mean, a lesser man would have turned into a shell of himself and allowed that to go down. Instead, he holds it over for the B site. The defenders looking to hang on. Good damage, but Senzu's going to need the multi-frag, and he's not able to stop that jump up from Hunter, who used his teammates' timing to get him over top. Bomb dropped in the process here. Things need to slow down. But unfortunately for G2, they're going to have to concede total control of the tunnels. And look at this retake from the Mongols. Nothing out from mid.
Yeah, it's actually, they do this. And I don't know, G2 should be somewhat ready for it, but they're about to turn that corner. Here they come to watch it.
Not a lot of health there for Hunter. They could line up. And by God, they almost do.
One health for Mzinho.
They almost do. For a critical Snacks 3K spray down, but instead to survive in the first round for the Mongols on the board.
Yeah, really good try there. Hunter aiming a little high to click instantly as they crouched around the corner. Mongols, see, so the other thing was Pain when they tried to stop long control. They didn't really show us any reason why they should have won it. Every time G2 went to take it, they only played one there on the corner. That guy might have died, or they fell back. They just either lost long control or lost one player and long control. Here, the Mongols just totally win long control. They get their kill as well on Heavy God, which obviously we've seen from my own segment. So important for them to pull that off. So this will be a real test for G2 if they want to keep trying this, and they will.
Look at this, Mongols signing right back up for it.
They're throwing their own.
That's a T-smoke on the corner. This CT smoke is the one that gives them a little more room. Hunter has slipped through it. You deny yourself vision, though, when you drop that Mongols, and it costs two-man advantage. Hunter, great reactions! Single-handedly peels apart the entirety of this site, and now for two maps back-to-back, Hunter starts strong.
And they're throwing the standard smoke. We've got Mongols trying to give themselves a gap, and Hunter making the perfect play, wrapping all the way around it.
The action out of 910. He just hits the deck.
Some deagle shot, actually, from MOUZ to take him out.
Let's just cue up that Hunter highlight, shall we? And a team player plants the bomb. That is a fast answer to the Mongols' first round.
Coming through the fat side of the smoke there was pretty crazy for Mongols, but they must have not hit a flash they were looking for. I'm not sure. It's an interesting spot. Last round was pretty expensive. This is an op to take out.
Not a ton of extra money, though, for G2.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
you know, you can afford another death. Which is maybe why Snacks is taking a sniff at this smoke.
You know him and Smokes.
Oh, he's got it. Okay. Missed shot from Senzu. Opens it up. 4 stand. Great early turning point for G2 to get back in control of the game.
Yeah, totally. So we're going to watch this again. They missed this. They don't clear it either. They had a chance to.
And then this third kill, he sees the bullet holes through the smoke.
Beautiful.
Snaps over for the headshot. MOUZ, cherry on top of this one.
Adding another highlight to Hunter's great week. I mean, Hunter is always the guy that got outshone by Nico and MONOZ, but he's been a consistent top 20 player. Missed it last year, I think, but before that, honestly, hovering around top 10. I've always even had him higher than HLTV has had him. So even in a team that's full of star talent, he, at his best, can also be a total carry. Hades got the chug jug.
Glorp, 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 glorp. Could have used that armor last round.
Oh, no amount of armor would have stopped that.
God damn.
Dude, so many Stewie shots this game. This stage. Wouldn't be an American major without Stewie.
You think he'll show up?
Not if the matches start at 10.
Oh! A second! I was gonna go on this tirade about, it's only one scout this time. There's no real reason to be afraid of the Mongols. It's not the double scout. Nobody actually has Kevlar, but another wallbang headshot through the doors, and you've got G2 feeling a little sketched out of the situation.
That one was 10 times harder than the last. Holy.
Damn.
Usually don't find those at a minute.
But again, so little beyond that one scout in Senzu's hands to work with.
You've got a very spread map. I mean, like you're running into two, small pistols here. This is still doable for G2. But Mongols are starting to get organized that they push tunnels.
And that scout's coming over from CT spawn. Pistol players, one on Goose, one on site. Big volley of utility over the top. They get the player trying to climb into the action in 9-10. Still that scout is out on the field. Jumping no scope again! He just keeps this damage up to try to get them in it. Techno's flank well timed. Headshot needed. 26 health. And Heavy God gets it over the line. They have G2 sweating bullets.
Oh my goodness. Not just G2. Me too. Crazy. NT from Senzu. We had the wings on that scout after these 2 kills as well.
What is that? What is that? What is this? It's a man possessed.
Fucking go, Bones! Let's go!
Freak of nature.
He's probably a little upset. Got all those kills, and they couldn't figure the round out, but there's a lot of power in that attack from G2. They had all their good nades, great guns. Ooh. Risky business here from Mzinho.
Techno not making a move here.
Yeah, Hades doesn't know that he could be here, but
Senzu's gonna peek into him as Techno comes. Oh, nice snap.
He hit the
from
hard
Hades.
one. Why did Hades come back to that?
I don't know. That was luckily for the side of G2. They hold on to man advantage thanks to catching that long flank.
Oh, Hades made a critical error there. Hopefully it won't cost him, but
10 drops down, comes back, almost catches a second one as they try to throw grenades out for the hit. Long players coming. Blitz gets one. There's still another CT on that jump up with an op in hand. It's 2 ops here for the Mongols.
they smoked a long cross. That would have helped them to keep that open.
What a dire place to be in for a double op retake in a half that is very quickly overwhelming you on the scoreboard. Fast move here from 9-10 to try to take it over towards long. Heavy God's on the angle. 23 health for this first opper, and then Senzu's coming up from catwalk. Easy first one. And so does that take the wind out of Senzu's sails? Absolutely not. He swaps over to the AK. Easier for the retake. Tries to piece together positions. Doesn't know where MOUZ has got off to. He's cautious about Goose. Goes for the top rope, tries to find this, knows that MOUZ is hiding somewhere, and MOUZ has so effectively avoided him that time is going to decide it. No, line up for the double headshots, and maybe that's why you don't peek Senzu.
And he stays alive.
Mechanically, he's on. He'll save his op, but it's still a 5-round lead.
Yeah, he kind of needs the rest of a team at the moment, but G2 are calling great, actually. I mean, again, it's like what worked with Pain now versus a team that's actually playing long better, and they're still pulling these situations out. Also, multiple man-down situations that they're winning. They're not getting scared. They're still throwing their nades in the right spot. Doesn't seem like this half is done yet, but so far, like, it's not as if G2 are getting lucky to pull these out. They're surviving a lot of bad situations.
Coming back for this long control. Seen good things from Hunter. He wants pit. He'll get out. No smoke needed. Challenged around it. The only thing between him and that A site is this measly Desert Eagle. I like that G2 aren't wasting time. Keep up that tempo. Since some of their slowdown moments that the Mongols have been able to rob rounds away, at least back on Ancient. Senzu's gonna find a kill with this off, just comfortably sitting on the cat ankle. Gives up a little more space. The Deagle comes out with one. They can't get MZ out of here. Now the MP9 starts to surpass that sniper. Snacks and Heavy God taking him down one at a time off of that catwalk. But here comes 910, boosted on the head of a teammate. That's going to tell you both positions. Snacks to a clutch. The third 1vX needed for G2 so far this game.
He needs a clip off. He's looking for a head here.
Trying to get out of it.
How far will he dip into game helper? He's walking around the same direction as the Mongols are walking back. 910 just got his 2 kills and now is following Snacks.
Is he going to jump up? Now he takes the ramp. Snacks caught in transition.
Yeah, that's a great round for 910 with the boost as well. Solid from, honestly, 4 players right here. We had the Deagle shot from Mzinho and the op as well from Senzu. Continues to have output this game. Can't be surprised that Mongols eventually went around like this because they brought so many of these close.
It's G2 following through with that 5-player long play, but no cat control really had Senzu in the comfort zone. Damn, money dries up that fast, huh? It's a force buy from G2 with Tech 9s.
It's moments like that, you know, if G2 had some mid-lurker or something like that, then they could just have taken out that boost as it was getting assembled.
Right.
But I think that Mongols know when they take long control, they mean it. They're going to have 5 guys there. They might watch a flank, but they can just all start to rotate over to A. They don't really fake until late in the half.
T-side on Ancient was going just as well. We thought it would end up even better, but yet the Mongols able to sprinkle in a few rounds as the half went on.
They're going for this.
Kind of getting to a similar scene here for Dust 2 as the flashes find their targets out middle. 910 gets the first kill. Senzu looking to turn now towards doors. All's going well until Heavy God's in that kill feed, but it's only momentarily. Snacks coming out from the smoke, nothing from beyond that point, and shutting down the force buy means the cash still not flowing for G2 as the Mongols hope to catch up.
And G2 already have their 6 rounds. Mongols are looking to close the gap like they did back on Ancient, but it was a bit more competitive then. What a find from 910. I was wondering how he died.
Yeah, you take those.
Yeah.
No complaints if you're the Mongols.
Damn, it gets pricey after that.
Mm-hmm. Pistols.
Low buy win.
Stinky Glocks. And a flash for Heavy God. Or is that a decoy? That's a flash. Gets his team out at least. Met by a frag and a bullet storm from Blitz 910.
Oh, they could lose, actually.
Hold on, these are Glocks. You have lost 3 players to Glocks. And so trying to get the bomb back is crazy, but hell, getting 3 kills is even crazier.
It is. Very, very well done from that distance. Pretty much the hardest round to win. Taking long with Glocks.
Just to repeat, this is Glocks on long A, the longest duel essentially in the competitive map pool.
It's so long that if you hit someone in the head with a Deagle to pit, it doesn't kill them. That's how far away it is.
But you hit them in the head 7 times with a Glock.
Yeah. They give up from embarrassment.
The hell was that? G2 gonna go right back at it, this time throwing Hades over towards the tunnels. And it's not as instant of the long take as the one we saw lose to Senzu and Mzinho's Deagle. But they creep their way through that smoke eventually. And the Mongols getting into a similar state. comparable positions to where they shut it all down from last time.
Got to appreciate at least the 4-1 here. It's a brave move from MongolZ. I think they know it's long control. They're walking up.
Yeah, they want to fight. They want a piece of this.
They have an op behind it as well, actually.
Op goes for the car angle, missed chance. Players along the wall are both down, and this op is signed up for a fight that he's not winning. Finally, one of those connects.
They got to spam him down.
He got dinked through that window, still barely up. Tries to serve up another distraction, but instead it's Snacks and Heavy God to combine for some long control. Another op arrives. It is Senzu on the scene. He has been the saving grace of this team so far. On a struggling CT side, he's down at the hands of Snacks.
Oh, it's so early, this flank, though. Snacks going to watch this. Techno's coming out wide.
Stomping his way the entire time. You see how blindsided he is. He's thinking about cracking open smokes, has no idea that Techno's here to steamroll and to try to tie up this half in the end.
Hades got caught in this 4-1, and they haven't used a lurk too often, but he's had a bad map, and he had, you know, low kills last map, even though we kind of gave him some excuses for that. But here's a situation where his kill could have definitely made a difference.
Okay, you do you, Senzu.
Oh, he will.
Up middle, tries to go back. Oh, Eagle shots connecting as Blitz gives support. It's gonna keep Senzu standing a bit longer. Oh yeah, I've got this op, that's right.
Still not leaving, by the way.
Sticking around behind the fire.
Bro is trespassing at this point. That'll send the T's running.
That's great. 20 kills, 9 deaths
on
the first half of play.
You love to see it. You absolutely love to see it from Senzu.
And I said 20 and 9 like it was over. He repositions ahead of this B hit. If this is what G2 want a piece of, Senzu is their nightmare so far in this second map of the series. And he is on the line, ready to continue to tear them apart.
They just did a marathon to avoid him.
He drops the bomb in the tunnels as well, so Hunter is on a damn near impossible recovery. If not for the 50 seconds on this clock, we'd call it already. Mzinho's grenade in hand though, that's an open invitation. Senzu's low health. Window player's gonna lock it in. Yet again, a strong start from G2 on a T side, answered back 5 rounds in a row from the MongolZ as they get their hands back on this game.
Bro, this new generation, I can't. Back in my days, you stop and then you shoot. Not like now. Now, that time, I have those teenagers fucking Mercedes picking me. I'm spamming, crouch, dodging bullets like Neo. Are we watching some Matrix? What happened to good old positioning Counter-Strike? This is not the same. Holding an angle? Huh? Now they're doing some tic-tac dances, whatever. What is this? In 1.6, so much easier. You just wallbang this dumb kid, bro. And what happened with my smokes? Before I was hiding in them, now they're breaking. What the fuck is this? Imagine them like 5 years ago preparing without PC, not playing a Face It. They're doing preparation, what map, what massage and stuff like this, and we are just talking about like what steak we're gonna eat. Now they're taking the coach, the second coach, nutritionist, therapist. The last one is actually not bad. I would take one.
Oops. Hello guys. I'm Komisu. It's Ime from Navi, and now I'm gonna show you what I have in my bag. So first of all, I have my mouse pad.
So this is my secondary mouse pad. Technically it's my first one, but it got dirty, so I switched to the newer one.
My mouse.
I got mouse.
Keyboard.
Keyboard. Super heavy, so I'm using like a suitcase to carry it. My dad built this one. It's like a keyboard addict. And then another mouse pad.
Wires.
Got mouse dongle.
Mouse wire.
And my earbuds.
In years that I'll not show you the brand. Bulbasaur. He's not still on my table because this little guy stole the show, and now he's gonna be for the major on my table. My girlfriend made it.
And then just some vape head. I got that in my suitcase because I vape sometimes.
Actually, my wallet, I don't know why it's there. This thing I have for my watch, I don't have it now with me, but it's like a watch pillow, and then I have it all the time in case I need it. heart in Na'Vi colors, made from my girlfriend again. And then I had it since I joined Na'Vi on the side of my backpack. And in here, some sleeves that I very rarely use. I usually wear them when it's very cold. Like for example, I think it happened in Riyadh that it was very, very cold in the area that we were playing, and then it was pretty rough. The rest is just, like I said, pills and my passport, and that's it.
Yeah, and that's it. That's all. That's everything in my bag.
There's no denying G2 come out swinging. Hunter again trying to kick off a successful T-side, but it's hard to keep the Mongols at bay. Many empires have learned that the hard way.
Yeah.
So here they are again, recovering a half, 5 rounds straight to close it. I mean, those weren't even retakes for those 5 rounds in a row. G2's success just simply dried up, and it really comes at the hands of Senzu. 21 kills, 9 deaths on the half, never lost an opening duel, was dominating with the scout. Even in rounds before they started winning, Senzu made it feel like this game was actually still alive.
Also, there's no exit frags in there. Everything was impactful. His team just really didn't get that many kills. They would have got more rounds if they did. So, standout performance. Lower setup here. Lots of T's coming.
MOUZ locks it in with Hunter. So 2 sets of Berettas down in the tunnels sure makes a world of difference. And it's a blitz 1v5, but G2 have other ideas and will take the pistol by storm.
Yeah, first round in a while. That's nice to get. Both pistols here in this Dust 2.
2 pairs of Berettas down and lower.
It's gotta be one of the best spots for Berettas, though, isn't it? Like, those steps.
Those damn Berettas.
Oh, with Dust 2's form, since he hybrids and plays scopes a lot, Dust 2 is just gonna be, with Senzu's form, sorry, Dust 2 is gonna be pretty crazy for him if he can match his first half performance. MOUZ is there any util in CT? Doesn't look like there's an HE for him, so this walk-up might actually be a little more effective than it looks like it could be.
Deagle's in hand, 1 drops, 910 falls to his death. Damn you, Gravity. Blitz gets 1 kill. And it looks like G2 in control of the situation. So not even a bomb plant here to bolster the buy. And, well, sorry about that, 910. Two rounds.
Gravity comes for us all.
That's true. Really holds us all back.
Imagine breaking both your ankles and dying.
Rather not.
Imagine it.
Swinging top mid early on. MongolZ.
What a
looking
spot to
like
play.
They know exactly what they want, which is...
This is weird, though. Hunter's a B player. Like, Hunter helps out Snacks. CTs are going to a little uncomfortable about this. But actually, they're moving so fast up cat quietly that this is going to be confusing now for G2, because this could be a tunnels walk. Ooh. This might be the call. See what G2 do.
It's a good grenade to soften up Techno and Senzu. Another frag grenade trying to get that pathing, and again, it finds its mark. This is 3 players uncomfortably low for the Mongols. Fire in front of them as they get to the site. Blitz sticks around towards middle. Him and Snacks about to have a clash bottom mid. But it looks like Hades wants to get in on it. Blitz is able to get the better of it. Now Hades tries to get active. Another quick headshot coming out from the Mongols. It is nothing but headshots coming out from the Mongols. And MOUZ, just lost inside of this smoke, had 3 teammates to work with just moments ago, decides to take it into his own hands. And as he gets up this ramp, the duels are right there for the taking. It is only Blitz who remains to fill Nico's shoes, they said. MOUZ dead on the floor.
Let's go!
Everybody else fell flat. And MOUZ just tears them limb from limb.
You do not see plays like that in modern day CS. Only possible when you are that clean. MOUZ MD the surgeon.
Teammates disappeared. This round and the hopes of it disappeared. Insta kills from all the Mongols. but they let that one get away.
Oh, that is a game changer. This could have been an 8-7 moment with money here for the Mongols. A great call after getting the 1-for-1 on Hunter. Ruined by MOUZ. Oh, well, I said ruined, but here we are in a very similar spot. This time 5v5, this time Hades on and up.
He has to be better.
He has to be better. He's got 4 kills again.
On Ancient, there were situations where he was just left totally alone. In this one, he's got MOUZ ahead of him.
The nade is going to come. Will it go too deep? It looks like it will. They're not
Every
expecting to be this close.
Every offer has to know how to hold back a cat hit. Hades gets his first shot off with a kill, and then bails back all the way over towards long. He's got the immediate support next to him, but it looks like enough space for the Mongols to plant. Frag grenade chips away. Fire down on the feet of the 910. Just barely gets off sight.
They don't have anyone playing green box. They're playing back to cat at the moment. This is very doable for G2 to pull this retake off.
Especially still with that op over towards long. Scouring the site, looking out towards the field, trying to find its mark, its next victim. We've got 3 players coming up from CT spawn. MZ just taking a glance, taking a quick glimpse. But inside of that smoke is where all the CTs end up residing, trying to press their issue up into this retake. Dick's coming out, and it's good. It is G2 on it. Snacks has the kit. Comes close, but that's double digits. G2, another successful retake of the A site.
Yep, they don't play off cat or try to delay, and in this spot, it might not have mattered. The amount of players that stayed alive. You got to take a breath after a moment like that, but it's well organized here. And the one pick off looks like it's good enough. The HE damage, the molly damage on 910 helped out here. And it's stressful, but a lot of these rounds are close. A lot of the calls are still good for the Mongols. They'll burn through all 3 timeouts first. I don't think it's done, but G2 are showing a lot of range. Retake, CT sides, good. X Factor from MOUZ. But when the bomb goes down in these spots, we saw what happened in the first half. Mongols come back and puts 5 in a row once they find a crack in the dam. Looks like they want to dress up a little differently, but just go back to what worked before. This time with a long take, they're going to really split the attention of Hades. Another test is coming to him, and MOUZ is on the wrong side of this smoke to defend. Heavy God could totally come into play here, but now Hades has to pivot between 2 very important choke points. This stack is totally incorrect for G2.
Oh, he hears the fire over towards Cat, waits for his chance, misses the shot on the one towards door. You said Heavy God could get into the action, and he will with the kill to MZ. Opper still flashed off his angle. This is Heavy God to hold, and he's doing it on his own. He has to, because that site's fallen. Hades goes down with nothing, but Heavy God does it all.
That's the bomb that needed to cross. That was the chance to take the site, and now the CTs have it easy.
Those empty op shots, nothing but a distraction. A recovery attempt, though, still queued up. Senzu's been quiet since the second half started, but you're giving him a chance to tap at it. MOUZ is starting to brim over with confidence, well earned. And so he takes that duel. Techno, 25 seconds. He's trying to take the fight to Heavy God, who swings out, gets 61 damage in. Techno's job taken away. Huge multi-kill starting to come out from the critical players of G2.
And it's Heavy God who was not in this stage at all. So much better here from Heavy God. Exactly what you want to see. Amazing work to pull off a 4K hold from this spot. Again, minimal support. Hades misses his shot. Hades goes down without a kill. He has no one that he can rely on. Just this nice deep wide angle where you can set up to get 2. It's not designed to get 4 though. That's beyond impressive.
Mongols keep just coming in buy round after buy round, working with the small limitations.
You know, when they went on stage and played versus MOUZ at Shanghai, they failed because Senzu was the only guy who really just couldn't get online. And now he's the only guy who is online, to be honest. Some of these trades, like you see the round where G2 right there, they just overstacked on the B site. They have Hades miss every shot. This other round, we get a 1v4 out of MOUZ, right? We're looking for one trade to win the round, and they can't find it now multiple spots.
At what point do MongolZ change target?
I don't know if you should. You should just get the kill. They haven't tried B yet also. No reason to not do it, but look at this push. So good here.
Getting frisky. You give Heavy God a little too much space when he's in this zone.
Oh, spotted.
He'll take that fight.
Yeah.
MongolZ know things are compromised.
It's pretty scary for Heavy God. Probably know he pushed long, but they could be going 5-up cat, right?
Scary for Snacks too, though. They're not quite sure where this pack of the MongolZ players are about to pop. Out through middle doors they go. Re-aggression from Heavy God. Yeesh, grenade in hand for Blitz. Trying to climb up the catwalk. It's going to be Hades tested again. Doesn't have his savior over towards Long. He's got to do it himself. He finds the first one, and a little support comes up from MOUZ, but that long control was critical, and without it, the A site falls. Again, the MongolZ find footing on site. Again, they will plant, and again, G2 will try their damnedest to take it back.
Why not go for it? We've seen how many low number situations they've won.
Snacks already on it, wasting no time, getting out, looking for the duels. A bit more chip damage to Senzu, but Hunter sent back. It's a save call. It is not a lot of money on the G2 side, despite these antics they've been able to pull off. The MongolZ finally succeed in closing out one of these A-site post plants.
It's another great call for the MongolZ. They get the kill on, first of all, they're also watching the Heavy God flank the entire time. He doesn't get a kill. He had a great round last round, but here he allowed them to go A. So many situations cross here in Ancient where as soon as they figure out Hades is alone, they're going to hit it. Here, Hades gets a kill. It's so important, though, that if Hades is going to be holding from Car, that he has a teammate. Otherwise, he can't get 2 kills. We saw him die from long. That's because Heavy God died earlier pushing. This is a sore spot. I think MOUZ's rotations right now are actually not that good. He's supposed to be overfilling on A every single time MongolZ are doing that. If he's going to be replacing Nico, playing a mid-re-rotator, that's the most important decision that he makes every round. And either Snacks is calling him over to B or he's walking over at the wrong spot, but MongolZ have avoided him every time. Yes, we're looking at a game where G2 are still winning these rounds, but it's not because of those rotations. It's in spite of those rotations.
Is it another strong start to a half that the MongolZ rebound within? Happened on Ancient. Started the same thing here with Dust 2. Both sides now, I mean, both pistols, both full conversions. 6-1 start for the T side of G2. 5-1 start for the CT side. Mere rounds away from extending play to Inferno. But unfortunately for G2, the money not there. So little save round here. Some trimming sprinkled in. Flashes for Hades to maybe get somebody into the action. Best case would be Hunter's AK-47 currently sitting in that A site. We haven't really seen the Mongols skip steps.
They haven't made any bad calling decisions. They've only lost in terms of fraggers right now. Mongols have 1 solid guy. G2 have 3. Looks like there's a chance they go back into this stack, though. It's actually a lot of CTs here.
I mean, they have not gone anywhere but A site this whole T side.
Yeah. Xeno's not going to see anything inside of middle. Snacks up close. The stack looks very good. Snacks could even cause problems for Mzino, depending on when he turns the corner. I don't know if he's going to go for a flank, but if they go early enough to see these guns, they could turn around. Otherwise, it's going to be a commitment. Oh, they're dropping into CT.
Yep. Nice drop down. He's going to hear that on the other side of the smoke. They
Snacks? Oh, he went
effectively avoid the AK, but it's still out here. They're getting the CTs to scramble. The CTs give up their stack. The long play comes in and it catches them off guard, but the AK's still out there. Now it's going to be on Snacks. 2 backs turned. Oh, they almost line up for him.
Okay, that got crazy.
That was crazy, but it's the positioning from the Mongols that got G2 to think, oh shit, this is actually B.
Yeah, it was a Freiburg drop, which should be a mid-B into the cat play. If he turned around and went up towards long, it would have made more sense, but this served as a bait and actually just made it a lot easier to take the site. G2 were extremely confused, which I totally understand.
Senzu winds up finding everybody in transition here, gets a triple kill in the middle of it all.
And they have people in good spots. They can still fight from there, but not when they're not ready for it. And they thought that they were in the wrong place.
Ooh, Senzu on long sees a hand. He's getting into play with the multi-frags on the brink of 30 kills here, Senzu. But here it is, Hunter and MongolZ working for the mid doors. Spam not far off. Could have been much worse. Senzu sitting pretty on 83.
Pretty unreal to see the potential from Senzu. I mean, now we're going to the second half. It's not just a flare of frags. It's not anything lucky. He's consistently, no matter the gun, the side, he's... And it's in spite of his teammates as well. Huge carry here. Still 3 rounds to even tie this up, but... I mean, again, this is about MongolZ's rotation from spawn. When he nades cat, when he leans towards B, when he goes A, this is the most important spot on the map for the CT side. He has the most freedom and the most control. Hades
hit it.
Won't have that help.
Just gotta hit it.
No.
He's been solid for 1. And he's got long control for sure. Heavy God actually starting to come back to try to help with sight.
It's a spot where MongolZ, should be at Goose, should be game helper. They're dropping down.
Blitz is coming up from that ramp. CT player can't do anything to stop it. Just trying to get that spray through the smoke, trying to catch the lineup. And again, it is going to be bombed down. This time, 5 versus 5. Blitz is low health. You've retained total long control if you are G2. You've got to somehow believe in this retake to come out. It banks off of the back of 2 flashbangs from Hades. He starts to chuck those out to get these riflers out from their spawn. From that depth, Senzu just snaps onto the heads again and again, and Mzinho over from the bomb site takes the life out of it all. You cannot stop Senzu!
No, he's amazing. He actually is incredible. X Factor is just peaking right here. We've seen great maps out of Senzu. This is going to be one of his all-time best. Holy smokes.
What a beast!
Yeah. And again, I'm going to say this, like, even though it's making a comeback here for the MongolZ, they already knew they were the better team this half for some time. They just lost that 4K round hold to Heavy God by himself when he could have just got traded. They lost a 1v4 to MOUZ when it could have just been 1 trade. They know if they get into these cat spots again, if they're up 4 players or 5 players, they're supposed to win. It's really about if they're going to be an A play, Hades is going to be on car every single time. Heavy God can be on long. Who's your third man? Can he always be in spawn? Can he always be trying to cover the mid B? No, sometimes he's got to play Goose. Sometimes he's got to be pushed up. Sometimes he's got to be in front of the smoke. And it's a big decision MongolZ has to make, but we can see this be a repetitive reason why they're not in a position to stop the execs.
Right back to the long doors charge, and this time nobody actually taking the early spot, so it's going to be map control here for the MongolZ. Obviously very little to work with on this one, but in a comparison to the Legacy MOUZ game earlier, MOUZ with their consistent playoffs all year long just squeezed the wins out of Legacy. We're getting the same thing here versus G2. MongolZ not shaken under the pressure of it all, especially with a map win already in their back pocket. Slow starts to both halves hasn't mattered. They've never let G2 get away with the majority of the rounds and a half. Now they already find the pistols deep inside of the T-spawn. So again, we're not seeing them make wrong calls. In fact, we're seeing them make comparable calls time and time again. And just solving the puzzle that G2 are unable to fully piece together. So Mongols take down this A site when there was the Hunter AK in the mix. Even less now. Doesn't mean they skip steps. Burning them out, pistols hit the dirt with about as much impact as you'd expect. Nothing inside of this A site. The Mongols machine roars on. And poor Hades, late to the party. Unwinnable rounds. So this is double digits for the Mongols.
Yeah, when you boil down these defaults, it's just about slowly improving your position until the tension is released, and then you are aiming to be in a better spot for that, and that's what we're seeing. So this game is now 1 round difference. I think G2, at least they're looking at the fact they're on 11 now. They do have to just find a way to do a bit more. There's always now the idea that every single time on these A plays, MOUZ has leaned over. One of these rounds, Mongols will go B. And so MOUZ has been kind of betting on red, betting on red, betting on red. And changing your mind can be one of the hardest things that you do. Hopefully it's an information-based play, though, and not just a total blind gamble. So that's what's missing, I think. How do they get the info is the question.
We'll see if and when it happens. Yet again, no interruptions offered by G2.
When are we seeing a new setup, man?
Nothing.
We're running the exact same thing every round.
You could argue that setup kind of got G2 their early success on the CT side. They've only had to deal with the also the basically one attack, but the Mongols fine-tune it, and that off is floating top middle, so you better keep your head down, MOUZ.
You know, is Heavy God getting another 4K? Bombs coming his direction. It's that same round.
It's the same heroic individual moment that he's going to have to tap back into. No longer working with the deep corner. Stuck inside of pit. Hades dropping util over towards site. The flash from Hades! Far away and still support sticks. Hades now just has to kill one off of the cap push. Your two A defenders have their set of helping hands. Senzu gets both.
And the bomb's coming up. Snacks could catch this. It's gonna walk by, somehow finds a way through.
It finds its pathing. Senzu has been so locked in. He's not playing like a beast, he's playing like an animal.
Senzu really hunting down this long range kill, but a 3v2 retake, totally possible here. G2, what more utility? Snacks on a smoke.
910 goes for the long play, takes damage, doesn't get the kill. Will on the second chance. This is another round made possible by Senzu and Senzu only. And 910 wants to help out while he can. Hunter to try to get the trade back, finds it. And Senzu's position not known, but Hunter's got the idea. He tries to swing out, Senzu takes it. This guy is from a different universe.
He's untouchable right now. Dinked in the air, stays alive, wins the clutch, and Mongols get 11.
And we still don't know if this is final form. But every time you call on him, he answers. These headshots crack the round back open. The confidence to swing.
Yeah. Comes into that early. Knows he can't win on time. Picks the perfect moment to peek. He's holding that position. We're still in regulation. He has 35 kills. He's holding that position to see if a cat play's coming. That opens up so much for 910 to be able to stand on the ramp.
And is this it?
Incredible moment between those two.
Is this the B hit?
Yeah, always save it for the anti-eco. They've not given any action to Snacks this whole game except for retakes. It's the worst feeling. You know, you're just hoping for something to come your way. Now it's coming in full force when you have the worst guns possible. They do have 3 here.
Molly's well placed, confirms it. Still 910 gonna look for the help there.
Actually aren't seeing that. Are they? Yeah, they are.
Here's it.
Okay.
Yeah, put another one on his feet, clear him out, get the first kill going.
Still holding everything though. Still covering everything. And to be honest, when you see someone Hummer, you know that they're not alone on the site, or there's mid. Someone holding mid. Going back to A, 45 seconds. Smoke's got a gap. Just for a second.
Pops it open, and it's a deagle for MOUZ. Finds one. This is your moment. A chance yet again, but no second kill because Senzu is just locked in. Senzu knows no limits, no bounds. As this Dust 2 game has gone on. Kill after kill, MP9 peppers him from long. Finally a duel. He looks to lose, but Blitz will save him just to keep him standing, to keep this pristine scoreline going. On the brink of 40 kills in regulation. Pistols just whittling away at what's left of the Mongols, but the chances of G2 have dried up again. 5-7 here from Hunter. He'll catch a couple of kills, but the Mongols have done their job. They've secured one map and match point. Another comeback within a half. 3 times in this series. They have lost control at the start, only to reclaim it, and they do it their way. Cool as ever.
No pistols, showed themselves they were better, mentally survived tests that they couldn't pass yesterday versus FaZe Clan. They do it versus the clutches and everything else, and everybody waits for their round. And they trust in the calling, and the ideas have been correct. G2, unfortunately, it was special to see how well they could play despite the practice, but now that we watched the rest of the CT side play out, you see how short their playbook is, honestly. The individuals showed up, but the ideas I don't think were there. At least they saved for this round to have a full buy. There's a very good chance they can make it to overtime. One golden idea.
But you gotta let loose if you're G2.
Yeah, you can't succumb to every little bit of pressure.
You gotta make the move.
You can't let the 1 point of failure be the new guy on your team.
Is it not the same setup again?
The same setup again, exactly. I mean, you gotta have ideas. Yeah.
Just banking on somebody to save it, but
We're not getting any pick play setups. When's the last time a CT has started lower? How many times has MOUZ played Goose?
Emergency services not answering their call.
This might be the first time this nade has hit when they're setting up on Cat.
60 health still enough for Senzu to tear you apart. Feels like he can survive anything at the moment. But here we have it, the walkout middle supported by 910. Just in case someone peeks, not the case. Again, same setup. They've seen it plenty of times, and Blitz is gonna drop on MOUZ.
Oh, that's the golden kill.
That's your A support gone. Mzinho's gonna take a look over towards B. Heavy God's holding it back. Again, Hades, is this your round? We got one from Heavy God, we had one from MOUZ, and now maybe Hades, better late than never, gets the multi-kill going, but there's still solutions. He saw the second barrel, Mzinho knows he's between both, and he can call everybody back. And by everybody, it's just 910 through those tunnels with 20 seconds to try to clutch 1v3, or G2 have indeed found that final lifeline. Tech9 to the doorway to crossover, no support. Snacks, you gotta stop it. 910 calls his bluff, plants. Oh, and the tap is the execution. On the final moments of Dust 2, it's Hades to save them.
MOUZ getting taken out that early, if not for Hades finding those kills, and for once, the least singular idea here for the Mongols as they kind of try to hit everything at once. They had the B split in their hands that they took MOUZ out in CT spawn and they don't go for it. They run back into Hades, who hits this shot and then this one back to back. Amazing.
Finally put Senzu down. That quick scope back in onto the site, that was Senzu. And we've seen Hades get a kill from that spot, only for Senzu to sweep through the site, kill both long players. Not this time. They find their answer.
I guess the last time they did that drop, it looks like a B play, but they end up going to A. Techno also dies to Heavy God. And even though Heavy God's just been playing long standard every round, he gets his kills. He has had no problems delivering. This is the opportunity to open up, you know, to realize how fortunate you are to have won that round, and now you get another chance if you're G2.
He sees the utility and tracks him down. MOUZ dead. Senzu gets an entire overtime to just keep cranking out these kills. Mzinho's gonna tuck. I mean, Heavy God at times has pushed this. Oh, important duel, and Heavy God picks it up again.
He's just so good by himself.
Found Techno 1 round prior, gets Mzinho this time. And that causes an issue for the Mongols because they won't have a split if they still want to finish this A. But showing a little more attention towards this B site could damn well keep G2 overcommitted on that side of it. And so Hades will be thrust into the spotlight yet again. And instead of holding the angle, he leaves.
Techno's got the only flashbang. They just hit him in the smoke. Is he coming through?
He just walks through a smoke, gives himself over. And that's something. Hades, all the way back on the plat of Long. They can plant for Catwalk with no challenge.
I mean, they surely won't fight him. They know that he's here. Actually, this is a moment. The only flash was in B. Hades could have fought this time, but didn't. But they're still in a winning spot in this retake, so.
He got ahead of it. Sits close to the corner, 9-10. You can see them trying to get into these kills, right? You want to cut them down before they get that ramp rolling upwards. Challenge over towards the cross goes well for Heavy God. His second of the round. Senzu trying to give cover somehow, some way, and it's going to fall on Blitz to do it instead. Missed the jump up, tries the snapback, and Hunter's got him. Hunter finding late game impact with a triple kill.
Okay, they got the kit on the defuse, and they'll grab it the first round of overtime. It seems so unlikely they get here after that giant comeback, and now that we're here, another round for G2.
To walk out into that B bomb site that is the first time we've seen it from the Mongols.
Heavy God's, it's in the name, man. He's a tank. He's just walked into Long. They're waiting for this push to come out. He still gets his kill. Can't say the firepower is not impressive here for G2. And these last two rounds are MOUZ dying first, and they still win.
Just feels like Hunter has been so far removed from the action because they've committed two players B time and time again.
And this is also Techno, this very weird walkout on B.
Yeah.
The rounds that they're losing are the ones they're getting way too spread out.
For the first time in the map, they start to spread out.
Yeah.
And it's on the perimeters that they're coming up short. Senzu stuck at 37 for the time being. 9-10 post the op early.
And the first, double op here. Snacks on B. They're not going to be ready for it, but the flash, perfect. I think they even have that info, right?
Yeah, should have seen
it.
No smoke in front of it just to deny him his vision.
Just, you know, you could look at a second op and say this is a buff, but also a lot of these rounds are retakes. This is where ops are actually way worse to have. So, he get a little more dangerous.
The number of A-site retakes that have been called on G2 as well.
So the read has to be, you know, which op does MOUZ want to help?
Still just floating around in CT at the minute mark. That lands in between both halves of this pack. This pack of players that looks to have trimmed the fats on the extremities of the map and want to just fixate 5 strong on Catwalk.
Look at this map, same thing.
You're going to overwhelm Hades here. That op on cycle with 5 players in front of it, somebody's bound to get through. And with his incendiary getting extinguished, it's made all the easier. So here it comes again. Blitz goes for that drop. Scoped up over top of him, but MOUZ finds the lineup through the smoke. And that's what just saved Hades. Flashbangs get him off the angle. Bomb plant yet again. Retake needed here for G2. This time double op. Certainly not ideal. They'll peek into one of them. Hades hits the ground. And Senzu, this is just otherworldly.
He said, let's not leave this up to chance. I'm here to frag.
Every time you give him a chance on this A site, he has delivered. They'll climb up from the Xbox to try to get the retake going. 9-10 eats the flash. Now they're going to know he's stuck behind the stairs. It blinds both, but he recovers vision. He recovers the hold. He's going to give his backup, though. Snacks, miss chance as he loses MOUZ in the process, and it is a MongolZ answer for 13 rounds all.
Wow. I mean, they got into this position. They got Cat. They got Hades to the same spot, and even when MOUZ had walked up through CT for the first time to lean towards A, we see what the op does on the retake, right? It's not good. 40 and 18 here is Senzu. It's hard to talk about anything else, especially with the way he just releases all the pressure, swinging on the A ramp. He said, I'm not going to let this be a last-second retake. We're going to get these kills here so my teammates don't have to think. He believes he is the one, and right now he is. 40, ungodly numbers.
40 frags and 17 deaths. And all season long, that question mark of him getting onto the stage and then struggling there will still haunt him. But in these stages of the tournaments, rock solid. And in this game specifically,
how come they don't have one other setup, man?
It just goes beyond.
How come G2 do not have one other setup?
It's their map pick.
It's their map pick. They weren't tested on their CT side versus Pain. The game was almost done because their T side was so good.
Yes,
but like,
true.
I mean, I don't care if you have no boot camp or not. You still know the map. You have one other setup.
Haven't seen MOUZ play Goose. Snack's gonna get tagged on the cross as well. Certainly not ideal for this B defense. And it's not like he has that double up from the round prior.
Literally the first time that we're seeing this. Hades is coming up cat.
A cat push.
There's MOUZ here. Yeah.
Anything different. Ooh, and Hunter slides down through middle to catch Senzu. That is a big kill to get early on.
And the moment that they go up cat, this ends up being a B lean.
And it's a B lean on 9 HP. That is all Snacks has inside the bomb site. You've got Hunter outside of the doorway now joining him.
It seems like they really don't want to do it. I don't know if they're going to go mid doors or actually forego this entirely.
You know, Mongols haven't had to adapt throughout this half, but it's got to be said, they have not skipped protocols.
Oh my God. Are they going to actually get the same situation again? No, 3 CTs going out towards long control.
Okay.
Whoa.
Hades flashing them to get around that corner, so...
They're going to hear the...
Yeah, it's pretty much where we've been all half long again. Hades tags Blitz on the drop down. Good headshot coming out from the rifle as well. Now the misses start to come out. But will they still know about this third piece, right? They've not got CT spawn, or do they? No, it's the cat fall back instead. 9-10, eyes on the corner. Here comes the flash to get it going. And it's Heavy God to try to just run this in, but Fire in front of him. Mzinho gonna keep his head down. Fire makes 9-10's job awkward, and Hades is coming out with frags. That long distance op pulls the player off site. And the bomb at the halfway point, so this one's gotta get going. Missed shot out of 9-10 is gonna spell disaster here for the Mongols. They revert back to another A site. They didn't anticipate losing somebody out in middle, and unless that shot had gotten the diffuser off, there it is, a lead for G2 and 2 rounds on a CT side.
You can see right there they have the cat setup, and then they go out to long, and even though they aren't totally ready for cat, they still have 3 over there on the ramp.
Sure.
It's something different. They're not... Mongols don't know where to look for MOUZ. They still get the kill, but then the trade comes in. There's still numbers here for G2. It's just finally something new. It took all the way to overtime to get there, but the ideas are starting to roll in. And Hades, he seems to be getting better by the round. His shots are never easy, and he's hitting them consistently.
Heavy God tries a fast entry, takes a bunch of damage in return. Opposite and Suicide, 9-10 versus Hades. It's a head-to-head that could get queued up here. G2 wanted to prove a point with their T-sides in the series, starting there both times. This slow burn duel between Mzinho and Heavy God over on long, and the group up into middle.
So much activity around mid here for the CTs.
They're jostling.
Following them accordingly.
G2 stack up behind that smoke. As long as Mzinho stays alive in the potential fight versus Heavy God, 9-10 and Blitz can fixate in on what is this full pack of G2 players.
This is how you use a player surplus.
Yep.
Waiting for the smoke, though. Did they time it?
Tuck him into the corner, go for the flashes to interrupt it. Does Blitz go off it? Yes, swings, gets one for free. And now they've got to try to follow up at 20 seconds, and it is a zinger of a headshot out of Snacks. And he's going to get that second one as well. Blitz down to half health. Techno wants to save this. Flashbang comes out from Mzinho. That pit support is big, but then he gets killed from Heavy God. And so Senzu 1v3.
It could be a jumping shot.
Oh, denied! Big Game Hunter covers the jump up. And G2 will secure a second OT at least.
Yeah, that's actually great. I don't know how all these kills came down on this approach after Blitz got his kill and saw them. Heartstopper, great shot out of Snacks. We see how important that is now.
Much needed.
And Heavy God, both sides on its approaches towards Long, is winning.
MZ waited, throwing out that supportive utility, but it's in his cross to go actually help sight. That Heavy God finally makes his move. A strong start to both halves cannot go down in vain. A couple of attempts to close out, to extend play to Inferno, to extend their lives in Austin. Senzu seeking his 41st frag. Will get smoked off out of middle and give over some space. This is G2 with a minute to play, taking over lower tunnels now. Senzu may damn well get a duel. Oh, team kill! But at least Hades recovers it.
Yeah, that's pretty nice in the end. The problem is that you see Mzino's push, right? If no one comes along in the next few seconds, he's just going to turn the corner.
Heavy God's watching.
There's no way, though. They have to go and take the site eventually.
Heavy God starts walking up. Mzino thinking about going out through that door, but he is, a few seconds too late. Starts to run it. They are already very much into this cat play, and you've got Hunter trying to join up forces from down beneath, and if Hunter's smoke fades, the 910's a sitting duck, but he gets his headshot first, and Hunter still yet to emerge, just gives another chance over to 910. Hunter strikes at 15 seconds, the flank's gonna drop the bomb, and this one has come unraveled, falls apart at the seams.
Run and get it, but I don't think there's even time to do that.
The clock's gonna decide it, you can get the kills right back. Mzino given those extra few seconds, 910 holds the line, and that stalls G2 before they hit the bomb site.
Hades was right, someone needed to watch the flank, but it couldn't be him. Someone had to come in and hold that as he went to go put the bomb down, because G2 wasted a lot of time in a Dust 2 default doing nothing. The only reason the flank was even a threat is because they didn't put the long pressure in the first place to find out who was there to push him back.
No damage on the cross here for Hades. Sees the jump over. Senzu gonna get aggressive with his op. We saw him dominate top middle as his confidence started to boil over back in regulation. Frag grenade in the middle of the pack with Hunter's name on it. And a fast climb up from G2, trying to get back to where they lost the last round, but trying to do it with more time.
Snacks gets singed here. Just on one tick. Blitz coming back here as he covers mid for a second.
It looked like Heavy God was going to hard commit to watching flank, but he does decide to join his troops. All 5 members of G2 strong on the catwalk. Utility in the middle of it all, though. Nearly dead is Hunter just to nades. They're going to slip a player down through into that
They
smoke.
didn't see him.
MOUZ gets killed by 910 over from Long. Coming back to try to stop it. You get another Snacks entry, but it stalls out for an extra second yet again. Heavy God trying to get it going. 910 looks back for another pick. Missed shot on the player in elbow, but man advantage. And Heavy God on site.
The CTs are a little far away from this. They're going to try to hunt down 910.
They've got him.
Senzu sees this.
I mean, Hades has to run. He's standing out in the open. He knows there's players to attack this flank. And at 30 seconds, they try to cool it off here, but there's a player over tucked into the car corner.
Oh, tough decision.
What time does 910 make his move? He goes for it. Missed chance. Hades then dies to it. And now Heavy God off of the goose. Also cut down.
Wow. Okay.
910 push us into the next one. Another OT needed.
How often do you see a moment like that? Tucked on that angle from car for 2 players on the site. They have no idea how to advance their position. The only way down was to jump over the cat ledge and fight him, but they were worried about the cat players who were coming up behind them. You just never see fights like this. Only brought to you by the cat flank coming in.
And so G2 fail in their 2 chances to close this second map. Techno's gonna have to deal with the wall bang.
Nice tag. Bombs outside of tunnels. Can't confirm that damage though. Everyone's allergic to B.
Yeah.
I mean, G2 have, to be fair to them, on their T side at least gone there a couple times, but
Snack's playing with no info out middle. He's worried about a suicide push.
this looks like very promising for G2. We got one player low already in the B site, full attacks coming in. And the long flank, I mean, it's nice, but they're so far away from actually rotating.
Hades goes back to start throwing utility.
Oh, they're taking a long time though. CTs, look at this. How the map has morphed.
Gives just enough time for the Mongols to get in that bottom mid smoke. And the CT smoke offered up by Hades. But that's gonna leave the site unsmoked, and so vision through the doorway. Snacks trying to emerge out through middle as the hit comes out from tunnels. Senzu steps up. It's only the one. Techno still low, goes down, and so now all eyes on Blitz. He stands the test, at least with another couple kills. And simultaneously, they clear out middle. Hunter's got to go back and grab the bomb, but as he's throwing grenades, they will sweep in on it. It's blood in the water, and Mongols know it.
Of course, they're going to run at him in that 2v1. Hunter half expected it, had that molly out just a little too late. And it's the stack ultimately that ends up winning. There was a moment that we could see where G2 could go B, but we don't have fog of war. And at 40 seconds, 45 seconds, Mongols made 2 rotations to help out.
This spray down from Blitz.
Yeah, look at these last few bullets as well. He even makes sure just to get that extra damage in, he doesn't simply spray.
Flashes for long control instead, trying to play with the tempo. Some more aggressive stuff coming out of G2, streamlining those flashes, and challenging around side it is the Mongols. Mahone took the time to highlight that one smoke play. We haven't seen it once.
Yeah, they haven't tried it.
And so the Mongols sign up to just a standard long fight and find 2 easy opening kills.
I think G2 had Mongols doubting themselves for a little bit in this game. Too many players not getting into it. But those score lines are starting to rise.
None as high of Senzu, of course. But 910's op impact is starting to be felt. It is starting to break the bones of G2. 2 versus 5 queued up towards the B site. One defender goes down empty-handed. It's an off up next. Senzu gets his head popped. Heavy God's got the answer.
This could be a 2v5. They set their cards up right. This is a bomb plant situation. Hunter playing the long con.
I mean, we're all talking about Senzu, but look at the kills from Heavy God and Hunter. If these are 2 pieces in this clutch you want, it's them. And Hunter's position's gonna catch players off. It's a knife out. Now they gotta trade back. Hunter on the line. Locks it all in. Kovac blood is thick.
Hunter in the camouflage against the wall. What a play.
2v5 for G2 when they need it.
That was masterful positioning. We talked about in regulation how Mongols like to go for the tunnels retake. Hunter thinks about that way early. They found the only way to win again.
2v5.
G2 are relying on incredible moments to save this game for them. Oh, and again, shots like that on the cross will help.
Hades powering up. It's not kills, but it sure as hell makes Mongols' job harder. Zinio's gonna get full flashed.
Yeah, that was a nice second layer of them.
Now 910 stuck in behind car, has no support. Mongols trying to bring players out from CT spawn, but they're walking it to not give up the information. G2 hit the pause button for a second. Now that utility comes from over top of the wall. 9-10, missed chance. Critical miss at that. Now he is desperate in that corner, trying to bank on Blitz to save him. Blitz and Senzu find that layered hold.
Oh, they don't take out 9-10. They don't dislodge this target. They need to be able to scale. So now it's got to be about Hades. He's lurking into middle. They're leaving Heavy God here, which is fine. Setting up the long cross smoke.
In order to save 9-10, it took giving up all the map control.
I mean, you know,
it was all hands on deck to get those long kills.
Oh, we didn't see that. Hades.
9-10 reposition. Hades gonna clip him in the hip. Climb up from the M4 though, inside of the fire. Senzu, he's sitting in the middle and he catches both off guard. But luckily Snax is able to recover with the kill. And so now Techno, off in hand, tagged early by Hades. His death queued up so early on.
He doesn't know Heavy God was that long.
Just tucked in and playing a dangerous game as he just skirts the side of that fire. This off goes for the jump info, and that's where Heavy God strikes him down. It's 2 terrorist round wins here for G2 off the back of a 2v5.
Now this is a lovely mid-rounds. This is more standard. This is last sort of heroics. This is just a spot that's kind of tricky, but they used the fact that they had Hades down mid to reorganize the same hit. And to be honest, MongolZ jump into this. If this 2K happens, sure, they save the day. But otherwise, they have the CTs thinking, oh, they're worried about mid, they're worried about B. And that's finally a spot for G2 where they have the wool over MongolZ eyes. It seems like it's been the other way for most of this game. This game's got more to give. MongolZ are absolutely playing on hard mode. They've sacked so many good positions in this match. I think they kind of like doing it.
Twisted bunch,
Kinda
I bet.
Freaky like that.
Huh? Yeah, I bet they are.
Otherwise, why would you choose to lose a 5v2 or a 1v4 or a 3v5?
Because it's always a choice. Here we go.
Hunter playing close door, that's new. Very tricky. That Molly, will they hard clear this? Yes, they will. Senzu, man, he's been so solid. Think about that. How many times have G2 tried that? Never. And Senzu, when he comes out mid, he is so careful.
Yep. You think after 15 rounds of play, you'd start to, write off those threats.
Yeah.
Senzu absolutely locked in.
Was he coming out? Oh, but he missed.
9-10 could have had MOUZ dead there. Snax is going to get tested inside sight. Hangs on to the kill versus Techno. Won't be able to better Senzu. Looks for more on door, and MOUZ hits his. Man advantage G2. Wide swing out the window. Bunch of damage done. And so it is very little left of the MongolZ. Empty gun for MOUZ. He actually gets burned into the open, and then Hades off will cover the car player so that G2 can secure it.
That's right. 2 more match points here for G2. They pull out another round here on C, and this is losing the first frag as well. Looks like 9-10's missed shot was must hit.
Just walk out the doors. Queues up MOUZ to get a multi-frag in the round.
Nice to see MOUZ back at it as well. Starting to fall into the background here.
All that damage he gets from the window too, throwing himself into the fire. MOUZ taking action. Deep in OT, Hades gets first blood. Failed to close in 2 chances already. Right here, right now, 5 versus 4. There's been a lot going well for G2 throughout this map of Dust 2. Strong starts in both halves. Off the back of both pistol round wins. MOUZ is going to emerge from the side of sight. There's a lot of players behind that front runner who dives into the cover of the boxes. A frag grenade to bounce off and get Techno low. MOUZ goes out into the open, burned into the open. Drop shots out of Heavy God. is an open invitation for the Mongols to get onto this site, but the nade from Hunter finds the bomb plant, and that's gonna cause a bit of a problem. Slight hesitation, but still, they punch in the digits, and the retake's on.
Yeah, high numbers. One smoke here for the T side is interesting. Actually, another for 910. How's he gonna use it? Oh, they can focus forward. There will be no cap players on the retake. Snacks actually coming in late.
Yeah, very late, in fact, takes the long road, opts not to jump up. Hades reacts to the Senzu, and then 910 catches him from the middle of the elbow. But soon, Snacks is going to emerge. There's eyes on it from sight. They hold cover, and they cover one another. They do this so well. And with the absence of Nico, here comes Hunter, but he gets cut out. 1 kill short. Oh, they hang on to the bomb site despite the 4v5.
Ooh, Snacks thought he had this 100% with that push. Once a kill went back from CT spawn, it felt like that was it. But they actually watched it, the right side of the smoke in that setup.
This is a Mongols.
And it has to be so fast that 910 doesn't die first. Like, look how close that is.
That not only can 910, he can't even afford to look away.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you start getting shot, you can't help it, but he fixates in on the other side of that Snacks retake. Simultaneous hits from both sides of the site.
So, Mongols allowed G2 to get into overtime, but now that we're here, this will be the 4th map point that G2 could have closed on. Can they do it now? This one's very expensive. Oh! And something novel here from Hades going up above.
Okay. I mean, that omnipresent attack from the catwalk, you can understand trying to get a gimmick going.
They didn't get vision, right?
No, nothing.
Okay.
Mongols haven't been that far up cat jet yet, but you know they're coming.
They're sending 3 people at long. Heavy God has never failed. Yeah, never.
Flashed in, finds both blind, but he can't get the second.
That honestly is a success for the Mongols. When's the last time he hasn't got 2, to be honest?
Now you've got Hades having to go back to site. You've got MOUZ working with only a FAMAS. Hades has a flash if he wants to try to send him through that smoke. MOUZ decides to walk down the stairs. Ooh. It's the element of surprise because it's not the best weapon to be working with, and Mongols just grouping up. The process starts to move towards B. They're holding for this aggression.
Oh.
And Zinho's gonna find him.
Wait, they gotta go back now, right?
30 seconds.
Oh, they gotta make a game time decision. It's getting low. Hades, the newest member of this roster. So much pressure on him every round on A.
And he doesn't play from sight. Instead, he takes it more aggressive, tries to get up in their grills, and he will drop with nothing.
And the long play's coming.
In the 4th chance for G2 to close, it's gonna have to be Hunter and Snacks, and Hunter gets a little more damage in, but Snacks is only working with an MP9. He's got the flank, and a swap out to an M4 is good. He's got the kit as well. It's gonna bank on somebody letting their guard down, but he announces himself, and now all 3 sets of eyes turn this way. But just because they're looking doesn't mean they'll stop him. They try to get into the cover, and Blitz needs to keep his head low. 19 health, a huge Snacks clutch attempt to close this. And he's let them get away, or rather they ran. Techno in the corner, shows a little skin. Blitz is eventually gonna come back. Bomb's not planted for them. They've gotta take the fight, and in doing so, it's gonna burn more time off. He still has the kit. He jumps back on in an act of desperation, and he'll burn. The hopes of G2's close right there with him.
The way they won that was the molly. It was planted for long plat, but they had that in their back pocket, and they'll pretend not to care. The Mongols will breach into another overtime. Heavy God could have got a second frag here. We was so close. Mzinho found that trade blind. Hades went cross-eyed when they came 3 players up cat. Decided to play it aggressively. I don't blame him for trying, but one of those moments when MOUZ pushed off cat and got caught. He was 1 second away from them going B. Him just working on that flank, 2 players on the B site. That would have been the easiest way for G2 to win. But that death drew them back. No shortage of unbelievable moments in this match.
Heavy God has now hit that 40 kill mark as well.
Wow, wow.
Damn near catching up to Senzu.
And he's had his highlight rounds. Extraordinary.
G3. Oof.
Who's going to get tired first? It's the other advantage to MongolZ having such a young lineup. Used to just grinding out games like this all the time.
CS day in, day out.
Because we just have not seen Senzu slow down just yet. Ooh, good damage on Techno.
You know, with the new heights that they reached in 2024, this is the most active the MongolZ have ever been in a season of Counter-Strike, the most events they've ever attended.
Oh, they throw a deeper smoke into CT to block the nade, I think.
And MOUZ gonna try to get into that smoke to try to challenge here with Hunter, who eats a flash at a not ideal time. Recovery from Blitz with 2 headshots. Trying to join up with Techno, but these are 2 players for the MongolZ tagged up already. Techno trying his best Hunter impression to catch off any kind of tunnel retake, but there's nobody here. It's actually outside in playground the Heavy God comes in from.
But there might be some irony to this. If Techno comes out early enough, they're the ones who are not going to be worried about a tunnel's flank.
And they're throwing utility. They're still setting up. They're going to wait for Heavy God. Techno doesn't wait. He draws 2 kills
and they push out
through middle. Heavy God's gonna get active, but it could still catch the MongolZ off guard. Problem for Heavy God, Kit's on site. There it is, needs to swoop that up as he goes for the defuse. And at what point do they swing in on him? Still doesn't have the kit. Could scramble his brain as this clutch goes on. Door challenge is there, and they will close it. No way! MongolZ break through that doorway off the back of Blitz.
It nullified the play with Techno walking out through mid that early.
Canceled.
G2, they saw from a long time ago from the back of playground, Heavy God had confirmed vision, no one had crossed. If he didn't come out this soon, even though he didn't know Heavy God was there, 2 players with their guards down. I'm honestly shocked there wasn't a trade back though. Second guy here, Techno, he's 28 HP.
It's an op shot and it's missed. Oh, Hades on the sniper. He's been powering up as the game's gone on. He got that early damage through the doorway, but a very critical op shot that missed.
Yeah, and this is, honestly, now you can see why MongolZ haven't wanted to try this mid-B. That looked like a very solid defense from G2. They finally go for it. It ends up working 2v3. Blitz with that sneak.
Just a great example of why MOUZ is floating around those smokes all the time.
Yeah.
Right? That's what he's been hoping to do for now 2 overtimes
15
and
rounds.
all of regulation.
And the one time he tries it and they go, it doesn't work.
Damn near did though.
That's a double push. Spotted.
Gotta sing MongolZ praise.
No way. Is he calling this out? Okay, no. It's like, that's unreal. I honestly wouldn't know how you'd realize. Heavy God to the plate again. So good here on long.
Oh, Mzinho just slides out. Doesn't even give him the time of day.
This is going to be a really constricting split. MOUZ is floating now. Throws the smoke for him on long. Ephemeral cover. Buys himself 15 seconds. Hunter here to help.
And Hunter here a little earlier as well. They're going to try to walk that smoke, and Mzinho's going to get tracked. He was hoping that it was actually joined up. There's that push out from Techno. Disrespected tunnels. Snacks making a ton of sound. Doesn't know. Gets blindsided by it. Still, you've got to get that bomb into the action. And Hades off. Is not going to find any kind of an open road through middle. So bomb around tunnels. Well supported. Deep positioning here for the MongolZ. It seems all wrapped up. This 20th round win sitting here on a silver platter.
The more complex webs that they've spun so far haven't been successful until now. It's been a load of warm-up here for the MongolZ, but they finally take their A offensive early on into the B play late. And these bomb plants, they're going to haunt G2. They pulled this off, finally scoring some rotations and punishing them. They're going to come in hard to try to punish these 2 players who are saving. It makes the next round a whole lot easier if they can find them.
Hunter dropping off. Gives it over to Blitz, who's going to swing wide and get both. That is huge.
Blitz
few extra bullets just to make sure. Double tap policy, bottomed out economy, and G2 about to finish this one empty-handed. And 3 T round wins demanded of them in the next half. If they don't win with less, that is a massive ask. What's the limitations? 2 MP9s, a Scout, and a FAMAS.
Yeah.
Certainly not ideal.
No, not sustainable. Definitely. But you know what? With some of the rounds we've seen so far this game, I'm going to hold my breath.
Hades just trying to rattle off with the Scout, looking for that damage in middle, but hasn't found his mark yet. Oh, and Senzu catches the headshot. I mean, Hades, you know, you're working with less. You're trying to get something going. I get it. Damage to maybe set up SMGs. But now here is a moment for Snacks. Perched on top of these boxes. 2 players in front of him. MP9 good for the first one. It's a Tech 9 out because the Op didn't like the chance at the trade. At the very least, Snacks has brought it back. Mzinho's locking horns over towards Long. Him and Heavy God doing their own dance as Snacks goes up and over, caught by the wall bang.
I mean, that was just...
910 clears it out as Snacks feels the squeeze.
Why is Mzinho even still fighting here? They're taking the B site, and he's going to run back. Heavy God's now like a forever rotation. Hunter going to get caught, excuse me, on the flank.
Bad molly towards the window, though. MOUZ, he's going to throw the Hail Mary, and Senzu's going to make sure to cover that one. This T-side's a whole different flavor. This T-side is the Mongols playing with a bit of depth, and G2 drowning in that.
Yeah, finally a perfect half in these OTs. We haven't seen one just yet.
How dare you,
wow,
Blitz.
Unbelievable. Playing with his fluid.
From this guy? The Mongols don't talk trash. The Mongols don't hoot and holler. The Mongols, well, what they do is qualify for playoffs. They've been doing it all season long.
He didn't even show himself.
You jiggle that door one too many times. Senzu's gonna find you. Just felt it. It's the Hail Mary, right? He's switching out for the AK, take one last shot.
Knew he was around there somewhere.
Bada boom, hit him. Unfortunately, Hades, we've seen moments where he gets that early damage, not this round. G2 have faced one round that would spell defeat. They pushed it into overtime. They failed to close with 4 opportunities on Dust 2. Hello, and goodbye. Of all the rounds that Heavy God, we've sang his praise, this time caught off guard.
Yeah, well, Hades was watching him, but he missed his shot. Can't blame him for that one. He'll have to watch from the sidelines with 40 kills. G2 need to do something different. Senzu waiting for them, perched up on bricks, op in hand.
48 frags on the brink of 50 with plenty of targets coming his way. Triple overtime needed to separate these teams. Missed shot gives G2 a little more to work with. Utility's gonna come through. MOUZ finds his entry. Op shot connects half the damage done onto MOUZ, but still standing. And Senzu taking some risky shots over this boost.
Oh, you know Senzu.
Over towards Long, Snacks gets his. Hades finishes off Senzu, and this is a recovery. This is a 4 versus 5, turned into the 4 versus 2 with a bomb plant at that, and economy in the back of their minds. I don't know if Mongols swing for this. Tall order to get into this A site. They try to run away and instead still pay the price. G2, 19 rounds at the very least.
Yeah, that's nice. It's a start. I mean, when you win the second one, you can make it a clean 3. We just haven't seen that until Mongols got the last perfect half. 910's up. Desperately wants to hold on to this. They will, jump into it, but okay. Snacks will take him down. No save. Next round you think is necessary now here for the Mongols. And will this game continue? The Mara pause comes in. The setup is fine after they get their first kill. They're in a spot to punish the cat play. Long goes the way of G2, Cat goes the way of G2. Oh man, thought this was too much of a miss here.
Golden opportunity to close. Flustered by getting caught on sight. Yeah, exhaustion starting to sink in. This is a long, drawn-out battle going down on Dust 2. But this is the major. This is what you play for. This is where you never give up. And so G2 back at it. Hades from the bottom of the board, sent forward into the man advantage instantly. You got nowhere else to be. No other events to play for. Player break on the other side.
Senzu, 48 kills. Oh, and MOUZ will take him out. What a snap.
Mopped up in lower tunnels.
And already a position where MongolZ have to think about next round, just in case. Unless 2 mistakes get made here for G2, they can move into an A play.
With that op showing itself in middle, Blitz, you have no support, brother. If he cuts off this half with some utility, maybe, but they could just charge through it, and that's exactly what they're doing over on long. So Blitz is going to get steamrolled here by 3 players peeking at a distance. And this is G2 off of the back of a Hades entry frag to give themselves a chance to go OT4.
His team helped him out last round. Won it 4v5 this time. Here he gets the opener. That's massive. Oh, these 2 saves got to be everything right now. Full bomb plant to go and try to hunt this down. G2 know they need to come in for this.
Heavy God's already well ahead of it. Yep. Down goes the offer. Techno, nothing. MongolZ bottomed out. G2 survive against 2 of the 3 rounds.
I think we're getting another overtime, folks.
They only had to survive the 1 back in regulation. The feeling of defeat had disappeared as they secured chances to close out. A 4v5 in the first one, the cleanest of sweeps in this last round. And what does the buy look like for MongolZ? That's the question. What sort of limitations do they have to come back from? Oh God, MP9s for 4 players.
4 players.
So they try to just charge headstrong towards the long doors. MOUZ's gonna get tracked through that smoke.
Got to be careful. That's an upgrade. They're going to stick around here to try to punish, but they don't go forward with the spam. Mzino does not find the gun.
Yeah, I think the nade blew it further into the corner.
Yeah, that's awkward.
Now, luckily for MongolZ, there wasn't actually a lot of map control taken by G2 in that attempt to clear out 1 portion of the map. And so MongolZ have a chance to reposition here, and they reposition strong. Everybody departs that long part.
And a cat setup, we got to think about what are the advantages here. G2 know vaguely what the money's like. They don't know where these CTs are going to be playing from. But up on cat, that's a good spot to jump on something. G2 have to be very careful not to make a mistake. All the CTs are nearby.
It's the MongolZ who can play with a little...
the CTs are nearby.
They can run the risk because they've already got overtime secured. They can get crazy. And MP9's on the flank. Certainly starts to feel insane. The M4 spray finds one, and it's Hades off a critical op shot to keep Mzino out of this. 910's position's known, and he gets held off. Hades, who dropped the shot once, makes up for it.
Oh, the first MP9 doesn't get the kill. They were in a good spot to run at that, and instead we're going to go to another overtime. 2 perfect halves back to back.
4 overtimes needed. Both teams having now faced 4 elimination rounds. It's all tied up in that regard, and it's everything to play for. Hades, this is so critical.
Yeah, that's
the Tech9
shot.
swap out to keep 910 away. Took it into his own hands.
$25 to close the game out. 23 for another overtime.
Where's MOUZ?
24, excuse me. And where's MOUZ?
Guys, where's MOUZ?
Did we run out of MOUZ? Do we have to put in more quarters? Mario?
There he is.
Oh.
He's doing something. He's up to no good down there.
That look from Snack was hilarious. What a game so far.
Dude, quadruple overtime.
Lovely.
Making the MongolZ work for this.
Yep.
But I mean, the MongolZ, I mentioned it quickly. Let's get into it, man. This is a MongolZ who we would see every once in a while 2 years ago. And then ever since Shanghai, which was the big breakout to make major playoffs, the first Asian team to ever do it, what they earned was a lot of invitations this year. They've attended more events than they've ever gone to, right? For a region that doesn't get represented that often. All those reps, all those playoffs. Really the biggest shortcoming in Bucharest, not making top 8. Falling short, whether that's in quarters, semis.
And you could see the skill. to be honest, again, like, this is a team they're not making any moves versus a team who are going to make moves right after this major ends. And for the Mongols, the expectations are higher. They're the ones who have dropped all the disadvantage rounds in this game so far. They're the ones who have much more to prove if they're going to have any chance of a run when they get to playoffs. Now we're trying to find out if they can even get there. Oh, Hades.
Op duel. Hades.
Oh, Senzu's in lower this time with an op.
Honestly, Hades and this comeback may have to be studied if they get to a third map. Zoned in lower tunnel, another 5v3.
Yeah, they unleashed the trap. They recognize the setup is coming in once again. Same play. This time 2 ops.
G2 are really starting to tap into some convincing T-side round wins. MZino's gonna try to slide up Cat, gets shadow advantage on the peak, so Snax is down. MZino still with 70 health, but the fire burns behind it.
That's a beautiful swing, man. It's a micro move right there from MZino, but Hades is expected to be holding the wall.
Lower players couldn't help in that moment. Now Blitz is sticking around for his fight. He could catch him climbing up. He gets a chance at the duel, but MOUZ just faster to the draw. Hits the instant headshot.
There's the sharpness. MZino, the man who got away. 57 health.
No help. All MZino all day.
Yeah,
3 rifles extending out into elbow. Techno on a sprint from the other side of the map as MZino's just looking to dodge threats, and he's done a good job of going unnoticed.
He actually did. They won't know he's on the right.
Oh, he steps into the Molotov. Jig is up. Now they know damn well where he's at. At least this position could still cause enough of a distraction to get Techno in maybe, but that nade finds him. And so stepping into the fire costs him his chance at a clutch. And the 5 versus 3 gets converted despite the young gun's best efforts.
That was such a nice round from G2. I mean, the way that Senzu had absolutely no chance of shooting back, the number of players that are finally getting blinded before their fights here. Hades coming out with the opening kill again on his op. He has a big job on his hands. And MZino makes a very cool play, but that's the end of it for the Mongols. Everything else is way better for G2. That'll be 4 rounds straight. MZino can't hide his frustration. Getting tagged by that molly is actually not something small.
Fast clash, Hunter's out. Burnt to a crisp.
Hard to say
Utility's been good on long, but what's the transition? G2 taking a quick look over towards Cat. 910 posted already. Deeper angle's gonna catch. Heavy got off. He goes down with nothing. Nothing to help out with. Bomb right behind MOUZ. Snax is gonna have to be the answer. We've seen good entries from this position, and he's going for it again. Tapping over towards the site. Support over from Long. That player's dropped. Long fight from Hades. And we get him versus Senzu with the bomb down on elbow.
They let him live a little too long. Hades has to clutch. And Senzu's, he's making the right play. Bomb has to get picked up. He's going all the way around to Long. He's still trying to figure out why Hades hasn't got the bomb just yet. So there's some time bought. Hades isn't going to see him here up on Cat. When he mollies this off, how is he going to plant? Oh, it's over to B.
He's going to run. Yep, Senzu's going to try to take the fight. Senzu
just missed it.
Didn't see him, still doesn't know he goes. And if he had just at least gotten the glimpse, then he'd be hot on his heels. And now I wonder if Hades tries to take a door fight off this plant.
Yeah, he could do anything. Senzu's like, oh no, he got the bomb. I didn't realize at all. So much time is going to get bled off the clock.
Doesn't have a kit yet. This is even worse for Senzu. Doesn't have a kit for the play.
No kit.
Only the second round of CT overtime, and he doesn't have a kit for this. He's cautious about this window peek, but with a 10-second defuse, he's going to have to cause Hades to panic.
It has to be one big mistake from Hades. One bad miss, otherwise 10-second sticks not coming in.
Everything would point to Hades closing out this clutch, but he's got to take a look at it within 5 seconds. Miss!
Oh, wait,
that's what he was looking for, but the clock decides it. That was the mistake he was looking for.
Oh.
There it is, in pit.
Oh, was that the only one?
Terrorists win.
Oh my goodness.
Hades gets away. And Snax with such critical kills. This adjustment over toward the corner.
I thought this was MOUZ.
No, bro.
he got those clean headshots. He stayed out of dodge, kept his cool. Incredible aim right there. Oh.
And Senzu came from long, and obviously wasn't going to be running down in pit.
Oh, 2 op shots go across. 1 hits on Techno.
Long challenge has got 910 wounded as well.
Oh, the molly with this flash is going to do so much damage.
Ow. It's at least some damage back, considering Mongols already have to deal with 2 players in the 20s.
G2 are definitely growing with confidence. Multiple opening attempts. this. Oh, okay. MOUZ is damaged. He had to hit that first bullet.
Zeno just takes him out at the knees.
The flash molly combo is so strong when you see what happened there. Even though they got Techno to 27, that's unconfirmed. 910's the offer down to 22. That won't matter as much. This one kill is pretty huge. But G2 are really hitting a rhythm right now. Wouldn't be surprised if they find a way. They've shown some great fight. This will be a B split. Now Techno's damage might come into play here.
The kit's still over towards long. The only kit on the round is still over on long.
And Blitz, he maintains vision here in mid, which helps out his team a lot. The split is going to get slowed down.
Trying to fight Hunter. There's that damage that they shoot up.
Missed.
He's going to try to fall back into the flash. Hunter has to give him that little bit of space. Car players holding. MZinho and Blitz locked down mid. No way.
Falls apart. The op shot, again, necessary to hit, I want to say.
Hades back turn.
Yeah.
The fadeaway flash out of Blitz gives that perfect amount of space to escape.
Man, he's second time he's gotten to the door at the perfect moment in this game to save it.
That's so stylish.
It's a great moment for G2 up until that play.
It's not even Blitz sticking around trying to get the kills. No ego.
Nah.
Just flashing off the wall.
I mean, he knows he needs to get to the B side when Techno dies. And MZinho, he got his kill. Where did he get his first kill? Just over the smoke?
I'm not quite certain, actually.
He was over on A. That makes this game a lot more possible now for the Mongols. I don't think anyone was going to survive two flawless sides. Oh, that's a big find.
Gets a little better. We were talking about the door damage, not about the door kills.
Oof. 2 ops remaining. At this point, could be possible for Mongols to read that they're coming in with 2 ops. Will they keep them is the question.
Oh my god, so much sound. MongolZ tries to strike him down. Tunnel player signs up for the fight. Blitz gets dinked in that process. MongolZ is hanging on to his territory. You're gonna have to fight him out of here. That flashbang sets you up.
Wow, what a clear.
Senzu, he's now down at the hands of Heavy God. Good trade out from the doorway. Oh, Hades peeks into the off. A second victim here for 910 in a critical round to tie things up at 23.
It's a good try on the trade, but this allows MZinho to roam free now.
And MZinho, no shackles, takes all the long control he wants. Him and Heavy God have been duking it out all map long. And even though it's damage out of Heavy God, it's the frag and the sight that comes with it.
And they'll already start working on the hunt before they even come in for this plant. There's these moments that are, you know, symbolic of the whole game. MZinho winning a raw 50-50 with Heavy God, who has just been amazing in this matchup. Senzu still keeping a kill lead, but... Oh. .910 also getting a bit better.
This is a critical op save here for Snacks. Hades has been powering up as the game's gone on. He just wants to keep it. There's no guarantees. I mean, when we've got teams buying a single kit on CT sides, it really goes down.
It shows you how much the money means, absolutely, in these overtimes.
The smallest margins, but a big gap in door as far as 910's concerned.
That's not an easy shot. With all the rubble flying around, aiming low, kind of middle of the door, has to crouch for that moment as well. It's a very safe cross on paper for G2. They tried to make it hard.
This is that moment in the game that I remember that if this was going down inside of a packed out Moody Center, we would have fans frothing at the mouth, and that is only days away. That is what they're playing for.
Yeah, this will be the least interesting game in top 8, by the way, so stay tuned.
Mongols want it. The Dallas crowd was so on their side. America loves the underdog. And Mongols have been that all season long. Becoming a mainstay.
They're watching for this walkout. I feel like they know something, but It's not coming just yet. I'll see if Techno gets in front of this.
MOUZ takes a chance, doesn't find anybody through the door. Smoke goes down in front of tunnels, and that's going to cause the reposition.
They properly block it. I've seen senzu sometimes they send him out to go fishing in mid to fight MOUZ. Looking to get some info back.
Blitz is officially in the 40 club. Surpasses 910 and everybody else.
They've been good at avoiding that HE damage. MOUZ will pick up another one. This is more of a classic round now between these two teams.
This is where it all started, huh?
Yeah, that's where it all started, and that's what happens, man. Time is a flat circle. You go enough overtimes in, you go back to what works. Your animal instincts here.
We're playing a whole second game of Dust 2 at this point. Try to challenge around this. MOUZ climbing into the smoke to play between it. We criticized him for not being on site often enough. This is one of those active positions that at some point he's going to have to pull the trigger. He's going to have to run this risk. Smoke soon to fade. Challenge goes beyond him. Flashbangs popping in the middle of it all. And as he comes up, senzu gets that instant headshot. It is all for naught with MOUZ. Hunter down in CT spawn. Plant for catwalk, and that part of the map so well held on to still by MongolZ. No need to go challenging around this smoke, but it's starting to feel a little claustrophobic.
They got to bleed time down, to be honest.
They take a little look over top of the site. They're not seeing that CT contact yet. Blitz signs up and sprays away. The ramp play from Heavy God goes well. It's the only thing to start coming back to G2's favor. But it just feels like it's too little too late. He'll try again to get something. MongolZ heads down. They knew this job was round by round. They'll lock this in. A 24th secured.
senzu winning his duel over MOUZ, jumped up on the cap box, which if that play is supported with enough distractions, then you could get something going. And to be honest, he got senzu low, even though he had to adjust heavily. But who better than senzu, the guy that got them this far to win that first duel? We know how important his frags are in overtime. And they just have everyone waiting, you know, for somebody to come up from CT in the first place. It was one risk to take, but look at this, 2 MP9s. MongolZ locking in a 5th overtime if necessary. Best chance to close.
G2 have to face it again. That dark cloud overhead. Snacks posted, top boxes, frag grenades are great.
Oh, extremely good. That MP9 just got a whole lot stronger, and that was a main idea. Now, here's the thing. MongolZ try this on another map. It'd be hard to go back into a default. In Dust 2, it's still very early. Also, G2 don't have confirmed information on who was coming in. They aren't pushing long. They don't have all that info back. But if they want to just re-exec, Snacks could really save the day here.
Flash blinds 2, the AWP rings out, so you know that they're still back there. Here it is, Snacks, 3 of them primed, but he actually gets down with nothing.
The molly is working.
Techno burns Hunter to a crisp. Low health or not, the MongolZ just storm their way in.
This is the arena point. It has to be a 3v5 retake for G2.
They had the defense in position. They did the protocols well. The early grenade damage set it up. But the MongolZ stampede over top those first 2 corpses. Retake queued up, flash over top. Heavy God gets the first. They're doing it. They're bringing it back. They've got a little position. The car player's dead. Blitz at 9-10. All that's left. This late burn around. MOUZ, star of the show, gets on top of this bomb. Has the kit to defuse it. Blitz out from the windows, dead. Are you kidding? Nico who? MOUZ fills those shoes and takes us to OT5. This is the Counter-Strike Major.
That's right, baby. That's right, baby. The 3v5 retake and the 1v2 clutch from Mr. MD. Just for the chance to play some more.
Off challenge on the middle of the map again.
Every time you think there can't be a better position found, G2 find a way out.
Oh, man. exposed again.
And he's won a fair few of those duels. New position up here for Heavy God. Oh, MOUZ goes down.
Okay. I mean, he's weird. You know where to find him.
You know, sometimes you see Mzinho take this fight regardless of if they go B. Hunt and Heavy God's in a real interesting spot. Snack's also trying to play this tricky, but right now, B is understaffed. They're going to throw the proper mid-B smoke, though, this time.
Senzu's blocking in this angle. I mean, this is a tough one for Snacks. Hunter just comes through.
Is he going to shoot? He's going to chill.
Wow, almost exposed to that. They could still find him over top of it. Oh. Yeah, Senzu eyes on it the whole entire time.
Yeah.
This was the 4 versus 5 instead man advantage for the Mongols.
And again, it's just that was the one person to help out Snacks. He'll move over to the right side. I don't think he went spotted anyway, but this B play is correct. Hades and Heavy God are not in a position to flank. Heavy God needs to leave that bin right now. I mean, it's not going to be long at this point. Needs to be working on a flank. There's just no way for that to happen. So
no
Snacks is alone.
Can't hold it down. Can't slow it down. No smoke, no fire, just the M4. And maybe an act of God. They're going to peek over top of him. What is that? Just a flying op, as if Snacks has to deal with that, of all things.
I thought Mario was on the other team.
Yeah, right? Look at his stomp on his head. Feels like Snacks has played more Counter-Strike than any other human being at this point. Has he ever had to deal with that? Flying ops inside of the B site, no chance.
That's the beautiful part about this sandbox. Every round is brand new.
OT5 round 1 goes the way of Mongols.
Oh my goodness, man. He was watching back. I mean, the smoke is sort of suspicious, right? Senzu shoots through smokes with rifles so much. He's been opping a lot in this game, and we're seeing him get these shots through the walls, get these shots through the smokes, because he trusts himself when he feels something's wrong. You saw Hunter throw that smoke out and stand behind it. It's the whole reason they walked back. Try to respond to that resistance.
He's on the smoke again, signing up for fights. They decided to take it to them, and G2 will meet you where you want.
That's
to
a
throw down.
Crazy counterattack there for G2, right?
Sliding around the side of the smoke like that? Okay, you want to see crazy? 9-10, what you up to?
Ooh, he doesn't get hit by that, luckily.
But again, they're going to just walk this up catwalk. That's fine. You've got MOUZ on the bomb site this time around. It's actually middle that could be a point of weakness. What sort of a recovery can the Mongols piece together here 3v5?
I really think that even though MOUZ has only had a pretty good game, he's had some big moments from him, but he's still, you know, on a negative KD. I think he's the guy they're the most scared of. When they want to try these mid-Bs, it's a huge game plan for them. But he can just be such a nightmare. Here it comes.
Yes, there he is. He's got him spooked, and Snacks from the backup platform is going to lock this one in alongside Hunter. Flawless round coming out of G2. A swift reminder as to what they can do, but the Mongols are the ones that said right here, right now, and signed up for that fight on long, giving away 2 kills very early.
Another timeout refresh. Mara says I'm too old for this shit. Let's keep it going. It's becoming a game of rock, paper, scissors. When you go this deep into an overtime game, there are no more secrets. Nobody saved an idea for this moment. You're coming up with stuff on the fly. You're synthesizing what you've seen in previous rounds. But for it to go this deep in overtime, by the way, only map 2. Really depends now if G2 can actually close this.
Fumbled climb up, that's all right. Early tunnels here for the Mongols. What's that?
They missed their mid smoke.
Yikes. Okay, but they do still find the opening kill.
Yeah, that's stop down. MOUZ sit behind a molly here. Blitz surely heard that, right?
That's crazy, but if he disrespects the mid smoke,
works.
He gets the kill. Are you kidding?
Oh, Blitz, he's tearing him up.
A triple out of Blitz, and he's still gonna go for more.
Oh, stop.
Just all on his own. Takes control of the situation. The king of round 51.
All logic has left the station.
That is 4 ripping headshots out of Blitz.
Okay.
Believe it or not, this guy's on the brink of catching up to Senzu. He's the next closest to 50 frags.
He was playing a classical game, turned it into a blitz match right there. This is a crazy series of decisions. He heard Hunter swing out in front of him and then just shows us that his beautiful fluid aim. His plays are unreal.
From a missed mid-smoke to 4 headshots off blitz, charging down middle. That is how you take control of a situation. What a beautiful reminder. All the elaborate Counter-Strike as this game has evolved and gone on, and then out of nowhere you sprinkle one of that in. You just said when we get this deep into OT, it's a live in the moment kind of thing.
Absolutely.
And that is what you get. The prime example.
And there he is again.
This is how one man and one man alone can win a game of Counter-Strike.
He is the heart and soul of Mongolian Counter-Strike. He is the guy who this all revolves around as a player.
Zinho peeks up from pit. Couple players coming at him. He needs a little bit of help here from 910, and 910's gonna offer it instantly. Techno picks up a kill elsewhere. Long absolutely shut down at the Opera's Paradise, coming off a catwalk. CT side for the Mongols starts well.
And just because it's all of our first times this far into a game, next round, if Mongols win, they have qualified. G2 will need 2.
Try that again.
1 more round.
Secures OT6. 25?
Oh, is it?
Yeah, right?
They have 27 now, though, so they win 1 more, they have 28.
Yes, and then there's okay, you're right, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I failed math. Let's forget that ever happened.
G2 need 2 back.
This is why you're the brains of the operation, Mohan.
It's got to be flawless now. Saw Blitz just suddenly get open and kills. 4K on the entry. What's up next?
2 full games of Counter-Strike right before your eyes here on Dust 2.
Whoa, very aggressive cat setup. 3 CTs, 2 Ts here waiting. MOUZ in the corner. They know he's going to be here. How wide will they swing? They take him out quick.
It's just taking control. These final 3 rounds have been about taking control. Blitz set a tone when it came to that run down middle.
1 shot gets missed. Make no mistake, G2 have found to worm their way out of crazy situations, harder than this even. Will there be a heroic play here from the bomb carrier on Cat versus Mzinho? All the CTs they need are here.
Nobody has to move a muscle if you're Mongols. You sit back and you secure top 8 at a major playoffs.
But if logic and reason and statistics were worth a damn, we wouldn't be this deep in OT, would we?
910 on the angle. Blitz right in front of him. Lands his shot on Heavy God. Only 2 players left to bring it back. It's the Poles here for G2. And there's not enough left in it. Hades, you've got plenty of targets. 24 seconds. They're going to swarm at him. They want it. They want to close on their terms with knives out. It is Mzinho from the backdrop. What was history in Shanghai is becoming a repeat offense. Asian teams in top 8s at majors. Beautiful stuff out of the Mongols. A grueling G2 fight.
That's the best test that you could ask for the Mongols coming into top 8, showing they had to win against it all. This game was Heavy God breaching 40 with Senzu hard carrying them, no one else fragging. MOUZ torn up about this. Everybody put in great effort from G2 as well in this game. But the Mongols, more consistent throughout, more heroes towards the end. Senzu never letting off the gas pedal.
Not once. Total aggression, an otherworldly performance to keep them in it as long as he did. And for G2, it's a sad story because it's one where they didn't play from inside the spotlight, but rather from the shadows. The expectations for this team starting this deep into the tournament were so low, especially with that outing back in Dallas. Didn't set the expectations high. They come up short versus the Mongols, another team in top 8.
G2 have shown incredible heart and strength throughout this major, an improvement from what we saw from you guys in Dallas, and then this insane game. Just how hard and how exhausting was that to go through and try and think of new ways to try and combat what the Mongols were throwing at you, Hunter?
Yeah, I mean, it was very tough. I think we opened Ancient very well. Then after on CT side, even though we had good calls, I think we didn't manage to kill them because they are shooting well. On us too, I mean, you've seen what happened. We had a lot of match points. I think they played well, we played well as well. Yeah. And it was very exhausting, and especially because yesterday game against Navi as well, that I think that we deserve to win more than them, but this is CS, that's why we all love this game. And yeah, it's just tough. We are really, really exhausted, but I'm really proud of the effort, especially after what happened to us in last 6 months in G2 and what was going on in Astana without me having visa, and then in Dallas that we didn't play good CS. I think we played really well. We were getting better and better, but yeah, at the end, this is how it is.
Looking at this though, right, you lose your stars, you lose Nico, you lose m0NESY, you then try to rebuild, you have stand-in situation for this as well. The run you went on from the major, what you just said, if you'd won maybe a pistol or more, you would have been able to take down Na'Vi, fighting so closely here to almost make playoffs. Are you proud of what this G2 was able to show, given all the circumstances surrounding this?
Absolutely. I'm really proud of what we did, like this major overall, especially after this game against 3D Max that we were not ourselves. Yeah. We really bounced back after that, and we played against really good teams after Aurora, Navi, today against MongolZ, you know. And yeah, I just don't know what to say. I'm speechless. I'm very sorry that we didn't manage to qualify for playoffs because I think we deserved it at the end, especially against Navi yesterday. But yeah, congrats to MongolZ, congrats to Navi. Wish them all the best in playoffs, and yeah, that's it.
Obviously, we already know what's going to be happening going into the next season for you guys, right? But for you, do you still motivated, inspired that this G2 can rise up again, you know, and off another back of another rebuild?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm looking forward for the new season, and I just need a small break now to chill with my family, and after we will see what will happen.
Thank you very much, Hunter. G2's run does end here, but they put up one incredible fight and a great series.
Yeah, first things first, out of that rough game. I mean, what a battle for G2, for a team that kind of, on some level, we didn't expect to be even in the 2-2 game, to see them stand up to the MongolZ like this and stand up to them for the entirety of 5 overtimes. That's an insane performance out of G2 that unfortunately ends in a devastating loss.
It's going to look disappointing when you see that it's a 0-2 finish in this BO3, but anybody that was here to watch this live is not going to take it just like any other 0-2. G2, man, you could see how much this meant to them. Even though they know that things are going to be changing into the upcoming season, they gave absolutely everything they had, heart and soul, into this matchup.
Yeah, and I mean, it just constantly just fighting back every single time. Someone like Blitz, someone like Senzu made a play, then you see someone like MOUZ step up, someone like Heavy God step up. It was always a fight back from G2, super impressive. And unfortunately for them, it ends this way.
But flipping the script a little bit and looking at the positives into this, MongolZ have made it through to the playoffs of the major. We got Techno with us, we got Senzu with us. Boys, how's the energy right now? Because that was insane.
Yes, of course, it was a really rough game, and both of us, the 2 teams. And to be honest, I was out of the server for the second map, and I'm so excited. Yeah, I don't know what to say about it. Yeah, I'm still shocked, you know. Yeah.
It's completely fine. Senzu, I need to ask you, between map 1, map 2, yeah, you change something, you pop a Senzu bean, you start eating and powering up?
Changing crosshair.
Crosshair!
Yeah, that's it.
All right, don't change it again.
Yeah, that might be your best crosshair. Use this one.
I don't think so.
Techno, I want to know, I mean, that was a tough one for you, but you actually kind of had a late resurgence. You were stuck at pretty low kill count, but kind of in the end, you started having some serious impact. Like, what flips in your head? Like, when do you finally feel like something clicks?
Firstly, I always think about what should I do for my team, for the win, you know, for the winning rounds. Not for kills, but, you know, the killing people is the key to win the round. Of course, this game's important key, and I tried my best to save my team, but we lost so many. Had I think the 5 versus 3, 5 versus 2, and we lost that kind of rounds, and that's so much impact on for us. You know, it goes more overtime. Yeah.
Did you feel the pressure of the situation, considering it's elimination or playoffs? Like, is that, do you think, part of the reason why it felt difficult to close out some of these rounds in this game, the later you guys got?
I think it's not that too many pressure for us because we won the first map and it's the second map. You know, it's not like the the
elimination map.
Yeah, the elimination map. It's not like that, but it still had pressure on us. Yeah.
Right.
For me, it's just I don't want to think just deep, just no pressure, just play good CS.
Yeah.
Like. Yeah.
Did you
like
notice, could you feel how much you were destroying them when you were on this run? I mean, you got 36 kills in regulation. By the way, congratulations. I'm pretty sure that's a CS2 record in majors.
Oh,
you hold it now. So, yeah, it's yours, baby. It's got your name on it.
Nice.
Could you feel it inside the server that you were just like dominating them that well? Or did you hit tab at one point and say, oh my God, I've got 36 kills?
I don't know, just lucky.
From that point, though, right, you've made it to playoffs. I know it's been a hard run for you guys. Do you feel like you guys will be able to take this time now and be even better when we see you get to the playoffs, have some more strength on stage?
I think we will prepare the playoffs and do some the mistakes, fix some mistakes, and yeah, just play like Mongols, real Mongols, you know.
Yeah.
Play like good CS.
Play like good CS. Well, that's what we want to see from you guys. Lastly, is there anything you want to say in Mongolian to all the Mongolian fans out there supporting, cheering for you guys?
Yeah. За бид ингээд мажорын плей-офф шалгарлаа. Тэгээд бид тэгээ улам дэмжээрээ шатуул авраг авна гэхгүй. Ер нь авраг авна дөө гэх.
Perfect.
That's it.
Beautiful.
Lovely.
Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Congratulations,
guys.
Thank you.
Welcome to the playoffs. We'll see you in a few days.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And there we have it. The Mongols getting the job done in probably the sweatiest of ways to do it. An incredible performance coming out from Senzu.
That one's for everyone who wants BO5s at the majors.
Yeah.
We just gave you a BO5 right there. That's all you get. Not in the finals. It's just in a qualification game.
Dude,
Is it actually over? Did the game actually end? Are we
Do we
still
have
in
one
it?
more overtime?
Yeah.
We definitely have one more game.
Yeah, we do have one more game.
That was an unbelievable performance by Senzu. That's one that's going to be memorable regardless of the outcome of what they do in the playoffs. Like the way that he just hand-delivered them, that Dust 2 in qualification to the playoffs. It's why we've been singing his praises the most of any single player from his team or even from that country.
Yeah, and I think that's gonna go down. That's got to be one of the great all-time carry performances in a major game. Like even going back into CS:GO, like that's got to be one of the greatest individual efforts to like that whole map for me felt like how far can Senzu carry them? How far can he bring them before someone else steps up to get him over the finish line? It was blitz at the end of the day, but what Senzu took them all the way to like triple overtime before he kind of started slowing down. That's an insane performance.
And this is it, right? It wasn't just with a rifle. His rifling was god tier, but you got the scout we're watching in this one. You have the AWP at times.
When
he can do it all.
When he picked up the second AWP, I was like, what are you doing? Stay on the rifle.
Please stay with what you're good at.
I mean, watching Senzu in this game was like watching Donk in a North American Face-It pug. I mean, he was just running through everybody. And also, yeah, I mean, I'm kind of in the same boat where it feels like your rifle was getting you so much done. Why even switch to the AWP? But he had some pretty decent AWP moments in this one, too.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a whole lot of criticism I'm going to lay at his feet in this game. This is just an incredible performance that he brings them forward into this kind of a match. But man, the ability. I mean, even I even forgot that they had to come back in regulation. I even forgot that they were on the verge of just losing the map straight up.
I'll be honest, when I start to remember this game now, I'm thinking like, was this in the same series or not? It could have been in anything. This is a wild one. This was an impressive one. And this just goes to show that what Techno said on that interview at the beginning, yeah, they weren't pressured because they held the pressure. They held that mental game and they stayed strong throughout.
They probably felt the pressure in that 5v3 advantage on the B-bomb side. I think they wanted it to just end. I feel like a few of the ways that they were trying to finish out rounds, they just wanted to get the game over with. A little bit of over-eagerness in those kinds of moments, but also hard to blame them when they put themselves in so many advantageous positions because of a Mazinho extra swing, a blitz push through the smoke. Like they were the antics, the crazy plays that put them in the positions to win. I mean, it's like live by the sword, die by the sword.
Yeah, and I think that was one other thing I noticed too. I think Senzu at the end, like towards at certain points, overextended a little bit with a couple rounds, but it's also like you've got 50 kills and you're carrying your team. Like you obviously are going to feel like you can go for that extra peak and feel like you have to go to that extra peak because you're the one providing most of the impact and most of the kills.
Yeah, some rounds you would feel like, okay, I have to be the one, but sometimes maybe chilling was the right decision. Either way, Mongols got the win. Looking at this though for G2, They did put up a fight. They had the game in their hands. This one's going to hurt. This one's going to sting. But maybe less so because obviously it's the end of the run for this whole team, you know. Like that's the bit they can sit back on in that sense. But it's an improvement from what we saw in Dallas.
Well, and I think you're happy if you're G2 in the sense that Hunter played a really good game.
Yeah.
MOUZ played a really good game and had some huge rounds, like a 1v4 clutch and like what, triple overtime or something crazy. Plenty of involvement in the 2v4s, the 3v5s. Heavy God had some very good rounds. So despite, again, how devastated they're going to be, I think at least if you're the G2 organization, you're bummed that you've missed out on the playoffs, but you're looking at this and like these pieces that we picked up to kind of alleviate the sting of losing MONOSY and Nico, they delivered for us. So you can be happy about that and more positive about the future.
And I feel like some people might see the emotions that G2 are expressing right now and say, why, you know, they know that they have a stand-in, they know that they're going to be making changes, why even feel this way? But when you're dedicating day in, day out, 50 hours every single week, maybe even more, to just be the absolute best at your craft, and you're giving every single inch of your life to this game, like these are the emotions that you are going to feel when your ultimate goal is not reached.
And as a player on those teams or as a coach on those teams who are competing, you are the last person to like hear that same argument that we put out of like, oh, they've lost their 2-star players. They don't have a chance of going through.
They don't care about that.
You're the last person to believe that. You're like, no, fuck no. Like we're actually way better than these people are saying we are. Like, what the hell's wrong with them? Why aren't they giving us any credit? And that's also where you have like a chip and something to prove coming into this. And that also hurts that you weren't able to accomplish that goal on top of the other ones.
And you know as well, for MOUZ, it probably hurts just that little bit more because I know he wanted to have his family, said in another interview, right, that he wanted to have his family come here, watch him play, and how much his dad's always supporting it from wherever they're playing in the world, whatever time zone it's in. So it is a bit of a tough time.
Look, I think Pop's going to be happy with that performance.
Yeah.
They're not in that game. They're not in that dust too. They're not getting to that level of overtimes. They're not that competitive without him today. So he's going to be proud regardless.
I mean, that 1v4 that he had retaking A from CT just looked impossible. Like, there's no way that the Mongols should have lost that MOUZ should have been able to win that, and he did the unthinkable.
Ironically, they probably lost it because in their head they were like, this is impossible for him to win. That's probably the exact reason why they lost it.
Very true. Let's take a look at the bracket one more time and remind everyone at home where we've got to within stage 3, and that's it. G2's eliminated alongside Legacy today, but both these teams deserve a lot of respect. They put up a hell of a lot of fight, but we have one more game, one more match to decide who's going through to the playoffs and who's going home, and it's a rematch coming out of stage 2. It's Virtus.pro going up against Pain. And just a few moments. Are you guys excited for this one? You still got the energy for that? I am.
How many overtimes are you aiming for in this one?
I want to go for 10.
10?
Break all records.
James, we're going to be here till like 10 p.m. then or something.
That's fine. That's not even late.
Let's just have 3 clean maps and no overtimes, okay?
I just heard we're also going to red zone No, I'm joking. That's not going to happen. I was trying to freak him out, but don't be freaked out. One more game coming your way to decide who's going through to the playoffs. Don't miss it.
For me, it's the prestige of majors that make them so great. This is the top of the Counter-Strike mountain. It's what every professional player wants to win. It's where you get to be immortalized in the game and everybody's watching. In the major environment, the level just gets turned up to 11. The extra pressure that's added in those situations is where you get to really see who's the top of the crop. This is where you're either going to crumble under the pressure or you're going to stand up, and then you become immortalized in Counter-Strike history for doing it on the biggest of stages for the biggest of trophies. The major just turns everything up a whole nother level. When anybody thinks about Boston, the Stewie moment is the most iconic. The scoreline haunts FaZe and Nico and Carrigan Rad losing that final, but it has to be the Stewie B-hold.
Stewie's on his own, but look at the time! Look at the time, there's 7 seconds to grab the bomb! They're trying to build pyramids, but there's no more play! Stewie's won the round, we go to overtime!
The comeback on home turf, without a doubt. The crowd behind their boys, Cloud9. The organization that's been flying the flag for the country for the longest time. They're down, they're against FaZe, the superstars. It's the underdog story. The crowd, just that fever pitch, goosebumps, that type of a final, the way that one unfolded, that's Counter-Strike. From big picture perspective, I think it's great to see as many countries that have been dominant in Counter-Strike also have a really big turnout in terms of a crowd. I think that's a very, very positive sign. So having the Paris Major, the French turnout in full force, and we had the trumpet. In terms of the bracket and the teams that qualified, this is where you're hoping that the Counter-Strike is, speaking for itself. And the teams who got there, they deserve to be there. They were the best at that time in those moments. For Vitality, they'll never forget that, especially when you have one of the absolute greatest to ever touch Counter-Strike in ZywOo lifting his first major trophy. And he's still writing the history books right now of where this can go. Who knows how far they can push it, because at the moment, no one can stop Vitality. So if you look back, sure, it was a couple of years ago, but it's the start of the Vitality that we know today. I think the turnout for Austin is going to be packed to the rafters. The North American crowd always brings the energy. They're going to make some noise. They're going to get involved. They're an active crowd. At the moment, with the storylines that we're looking at, Vitality is the top dog, 30 in a row in terms of series. Surely someone's going to take that away from them. If they don't, is it an undefeated major run and then a crazy culmination of the season? You've got Falcons powering up. You've got MOUZ and Spirit who are still in the conversation. Then you've got FaZe with Simple, which is Gamble of the Century. There's a lot of storylines going into this. And if you get MongolZ and Aurora finally finding form on stage, we've got a tournament with a lot of contenders.
This is it. They've been waiting, they've been watching, they've been warming up, and this is the game that decides who will be the final team making it through to the Moody Center here in Austin. It's major time, it's major moments, and it can be major heartbreak again and again. But this is what they're fighting for, this is what these players live for, and now it's time to put them to the ultimate test in a rematch of all that. Electronic at the helm of this Virtus.pro, going up against the big Yuzera, who has tried to rebuild this Pain and bring in the players he wants to try and find some success. And when we're looking at Pain, this is a team that they've gone through a hell of a lot of struggles throughout this year, guys.
When they brought DGT in, it was not really the biggest shock because Kawas was their weakest player, but unfortunately, the first 3 events that they played since signing him, they had to play with their coach. They had to play with a stand-in from their academy team. The only tournament that they played with their 5-man lineup, they just lost both games immediately and were out of here. So for my money, Pain's been a pleasant surprise at this event so far.
Yeah, I think we described them as like the trap team, where because it's hard to have expectations for a team that hasn't played with their 5th, but they came in swinging, and that was kind of the Pain that we've wanted to see. And I feel like it's kind of like the Pain, like Chad in that little clip just kind of talked about how Paris was the start of the Vitality we know today. Well, I feel like the Paris qualification was sort of the start of the Pain we know. That's when Big Yuzera had his big breakout event on the international stage. He carried them to the Copenhagen playoffs as well. But now you've pulled in some pieces around him, and it's good to see them delivering for him because he's had to put a couple different lineups together with this organization.
Yeah, when we're looking at what this team's been able to do, right, we've got to look at this matchup that they had in the past, because this was for a qualification game. This was a VP who was actually leveling up beyond what we expected. We were seeing maybe they can be able to handle it, and yet Pain still able to take a fight to him.
This was the qualification game in stage 2, I think.
Yeah,
correct?
yeah,
the 2-0 games. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, great wins for Virtus.pro in those 2 maps, and obviously in the head-to-head, going to make them feel a lot more comfortable, which is good because I think if you look at VP in this 3rd stage, I don't think you have a whole lot of reasons to feel comfortable. You got destroyed by Fury in the best of 3. You got destroyed by Vitality in the best of 3. They come into this series with 4 map straight losses, and they're all blowouts.
It hasn't been pretty for them in the last handful of matches, or maps that is, but
tough competition.
They've already exceeded some expectations for me because this feels like they're saving their season right now.
Yeah.
The Egotronic that was seemingly just kind of terrorizing all of his other teammates seems to have calmed down a little bit. I feel like their playbook has been simplified enough that everybody can follow what the action is going on the map. So this feels like a VP team that has really thrown out a lot of the bad and kept only the good.
It feels like, I mean, like if you're going to have an Ego as an IGL, right, like you're going to have to back it up with some good calling. And I think what we've seen out of the major from VP is finally Electronic having that vision. Remember when he joined VP when James is still in the lineup and his conversation was like, we can't only play the slow rounds. We can't like only play these really slow paced rounds. We have to be able to mix it up with some faster things. We have to be able to mix it up. And that was actually something that VP did as outsiders previously after winning the Rio Major. They started adding faster things in, but it never really caught fire the way they wanted it to. But Electronics got it humming at a pretty nice level at the moment.
Yeah, it's definitely looking good for him. But someone who can try and stop that is probably the best playing player right now for Pain. It's MongolZ. So let's hear from him. It's a rematch against Virtus.pro. How much did you guys study the previous matchup against them?
Yeah, we studied a lot because in the previous match, everyone felt that we had the chances to beat them. And a lot of mistakes happened in this match. The fleet incident on Goose on Dust 2. So right now I feel like we are way more prepared. But a fun thing that I said with Bigu, I feel like VP improved a lot since the last time we played them. So It's going to be a fun match. It's going to be a tough match, but I feel like after the first loss, we are much more prepared than we were. So we have to see how it goes.
Do you think the fact that you went from 2-0, as they went from 2-0 and you went from 0-2, is an advantage for you?
Not really an advantage, but I feel like every match in the CS, the team that has the momentum has a good chance to power up the match and maybe win the match. So of course they must be maybe on a shaky situation because they started 2-0 and all of a sudden they were beaten by Furia 2-0, a pretty clean 2-0, and also yesterday against Vitality a pretty clean 2-0. So I feel like maybe the momentum is more for our side right now, but we can't let our mind stay in this place. We just want to play and forget everything else. So yeah.
Lastly, you are the highest rated player on the team right now. Does that mean you feel some extra pressure on your shoulders that you must perform, you must do what you've been doing in order to keep the team alive?
Actually not. I came to this tournament just with the thought that I didn't want to come back home with any regrets. So I'm trying to do my best, and today I'll try to do the same. Hopefully I can perform as well as I'm performing in this major, but I think to win today is going to be a team effort and not only mine. So yeah, we have to see. I'm excited to play.
And when you're performing as well as NQZ is right now, you can't have any regrets. And if he can deliver like that again, he could be the one that helps carry him over the line.
Is that opening duel stat for real? 38 and 14 in opening duels?
That's ridiculous.
Right out of the gate, that's a pretty big benefit you give your team. Like, if you're able to get that many opening kills in those opening engagements, win at that kind of a rate, huge. And I mean, it's nice to see from him too, because I know he's kind of been with Big Uzera through a couple of different lineups over the past 2 years or so. And great to see him hitting a peak when it matters the most and at the major to qualify for the playoffs.
And he mentioned the round in there, right, where he was talking about what Flit was able to do.
What is the Flit incident?
The Flincident. The Flincident. I mean, it happened on Dust 2 when they were playing in that matchup. That it was really close, and this was where Pain had an opportunity to just win the game practically. But look at this. They had a player on plat there, VP. Then they had Flammus swinging out from Goose, and then Flitz here with the save rifle. Like, this was a stroke of genius for the VP side, and for a guy, NQZ, who's been so thorough this whole tournament, like always checking every corner. Like, you watch his POVs, he's checking things that it's like there surely should be nobody there, but he's been that thorough. I mean, he's talking about playing with no regret. This was a regret. This is one of those moments that if you lose out on the major, that's one where it's just burned into your head for eternity.
Yeah, well, the nice thing about it is if you do, you clear that corner from now on every single game you play. Every single game, matchmaking, professional, whatever it might be. But man, Flit's playing really well for this team, and this feels like one of the areas where Electronic has done a great job. And you have to say Finn as well as the coach, activating these riflers that have been so strong for the VP lineup for years, Flit and Fame, but particularly Flit has been a beast.
Well, Flit has been a beast, but so far, this team started off on a massive high, and then they got slapped all the way back down. In the games against Furia and Vitality, you can kind of give them a bit on Vitality, but against Furia, they still got rolled over. I am a little bit concerned now about VP's chances.
As am I, because Flit, he's so good against people that are, say, out of the top 10 teams in the world. But once he makes that jump up versus tier 1 opposition, then the mechanics aren't actually that much better. The timings that he looks for will be caught out by the more thorough teams, generally speaking. He has been the difference maker, and he usually can provide a very high floor for VP. But against elite teams, which Pain are on the cusp of becoming, that's when he begins to start to struggle.
For me, I think just not as about Flit, but as VP in general, I think this is kind of like a perfect match to have because it's brought the story full circle. Like, what did we say after day 1 watching them in stage 2 was like, yeah, it looks great, but what happens when you get punched in the face? What happens when you've now lost 2 series back-to-back that you had no chance in any of the 4 maps played in those series? What is the response going to be? Is it still going to see that great team cohesion? Is everyone still going to be on the same page? Are we going to start seeing people freak out a little bit?
Well, let's get some answers to that and catch up with Flammus. You're facing Pain, who you already beaten, and you had a good game against, but they still made it close. Do you feel like it's going to be harder this time around?
I don't know, to be honest. We're going to see. I mean, like, have no idea how to answer that question because the game can go, like, you cannot predict how game will go. So, no.
Okay. Let me ask you this then, right? If it starts to go badly, they start to get a big lead, what we've seen in the game against Furia, for example, do you guys know what you need to do to turn it around and bring that fight back?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is not the first time, if it's gonna be that in this roster when we've been comebacking from the very bad games, when we've been 1 map 0 or we've been like 6-0 in the beginning of the map, we're still managing to win a game. So I think it doesn't really matter for us at this point. So yeah, absolutely.
So Flamus thinks he's ready for this one when it comes to it. We're looking at the Vita. There's a slight change up from last time, Moe.
We got, instead of the VP pick being Dust2, it's actually now they're going for Inferno now.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, Dust2's still there as the decider.
Yeah, that's pretty good for VP in my eyes.
Yeah.
Because you usually, if you're VP, want to pick D2, so getting it actually as the third map, that feels like a luxury.
Well, it's kind of cool as well to see him switch things up, especially since we heard in the interview that Payne had been studying furiously those 2 games they played against him. So it's like, okay, throw out half those notes because, you know, they don't work anymore. The map's not even being, well, played till later. But you have to get there first.
Yeah, and in getting there first, what do we rate the chances are right now of Payne? Are we seeing a Payne that now will be able to adjust and come back into it? Because we spoke heavily about NQZ and what he can do, and even if I see the rest of the players on that team, I'm struggling to see who can really lift and deliver, especially against this level of VP.
That's the question for me. I mean, I feel like I've sung the praises of a few people on Payne for a while now. I mean, I think Davideus is extraordinary in terms of entry ability. I feel like DGT is such a solid lurker for them. NQZ so thorough as an opper, but on the other side, I feel like VP have leveled up in so many different aspects in the last handful of weeks. I mean, I think Icy is insanely consistent now.
Yep.
I feel like Flit usually just farms teams like Payne on a regular basis, and for Payne to pick Barrage, like that's been Flit's favorite map forever. Like he's been one of the highest rated players on it for such a long time, so good at handling such a variety of situations.
I mean, I'll mention 2 of the guys on Payne that you didn't mention in that sequence. One of them, first up, is Snow, who's, you know, the kind of like guy that's been talked about in Brazilian Counter-Strike, big bidding war when he was 14 years old to get him a contract. We've been waiting for that potential to come. It hasn't yet.
No.
It flat out has not. I think a lot of people on the outside are wondering why there was so much hype around him. So this would be a lovely little moment for him to step up and show why everyone was pumped to get him on this roster. Next one's going to be Big Uzera, who's obviously been a driving force for this Payne organization and the various Payne teams over the last few years. But I feel like nowadays his game as an IGL is more predicated on making sure his teammates are activated rather than kind of calling plays around what he's doing as an individual, which has been where he's been able to have the most individual impact.
Give me the percentages on this, Maui, because a lot of people are just hedging all their bets going towards VP right now.
I mean, I would do 53-47. I probably would have done like 60-40 VP in the first matchup, but every time there's a rematch, the team that lost ends up learning so much from why things went awry.
Moses?
I'm with you. I think it's very, very close. I think I would go towards 50-50, but mostly because I think the intensity and the emotion of a moment like this for the playoffs of the major, I think you can throw a lot of the X factors out of the window. It's all about who performs.
Let's see who performs. Let's get into it. It's Payne taking on Virtus.pro, and we got Sponge and Machine.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's all right. It's the last day. We got to hit the button.
We have to hit the button. We have control of our own microphone.
Which is
a lot of responsibility.
It's a fun game.
Yeah, but you can hear us now, and yeah, we can't hear me. I have the power. I have the power. But anyway, that's silly buggers. Let's focus on the Counter-Strike. We're done with that.
Yep.
Because we've got one that actually is really interesting for many reasons. One of which is that, Chad, you really enjoyed the first time we cast this head-to-head.
Yeah, one of my favorite series we've done, and it feels like a bit of a sleeper series. It was close last time around. The Dust discussed it. It was the 2-0 match back in Stage 2. Dust 2-13-10, Mirage 16-13, and some crazy moments in both of those maps to get VP across the line. But now, they were 2-0 in this stage. They find themselves in the 2-2. We have the live odds on screen. You've got VP favored in this. Now, I just touching on what Maui was talking about there, right? Because it's a head-to-head and it's a recent one and you learn from it, maybe that's the reason we see VP picking Inferno this time and not Dust2, right? If they assume that the veto is going to be called out the same, or at least if Payne did, maybe they can throw a spanner in the works today.
Yeah, and what today is all about, other than the final spot in the playoffs of the Bars TV Austin Major, is it's a question of redemption. Both teams with a rough ride this season.
Last time round did frame them as the disappointments of 2025 so far. For Payne, it's been tough just to get a 5-man roster that they want to play within the server. We'll get to that and more later. And for VP, major winners, firepower. Tough to get going as they get this CT side start. Fame boosted up, and Electron's going to bait for him here. So 3-man B start, ready to lure things in.
Yeah, this is what they've been preparing for. You run through the grey screen into dual Berettas and your round ends.
Okay.
No Payne wise to that and will back away. Now, the door being locked, Flit in the process of doing so.
There is the util set on NQZ for this. He's actually just juggled it across to Snow. So Flit, if he keeps pushing, he's going to run into NQZ. He's just playing to contain right now. Everybody over towards B for VP besides Flit, and here they come. Second wave.
Second wave after the smoke block, and yeah, there's going to be NQZ
It's a fake.
catching
The bomb's
that.
dropping back.
After more util now, confirmation, Fame's presence, another frag. The frags are coming to them. Just by posturing, Pain have managed to manipulate the fight.
Icy needs something here. Round's over otherwise.
Yeah, bomb's on its way to his bomb site, and he is alone. Oh, missed the first tap, and now so many bodies encroaching onto his bomb site. Does dispatch of another. DGT goes down, but I think that's going to be it. With Flamus and Electronic just trying to leave B. Actually, with Davideus' death, Electronic's headshot, they're at least given the freedom to either have a go, or Flamus to save his Kev.
Yeah, the problem is the bomb's already down, so getting back into this without a kid is going to be very, very tough. Flamus would need find another kill very quickly. He's going to jump into window. This is real tough. Into the jaws of Big Uzera, and I think they'll just call it off. Electronic likely to go try and pick up those Julies. And this one all went wrong, not because of Flit, but because of the information. They were so burrowed down on it being a B hit that everybody was there. That flank was in play, and ready to rotate away was Pain. So they'll kick things off with the pistol. It's a beautiful start, their map choice, a map they've only played one other time in their major campaign so far. We've been discussing the map pool woes of Pain, and it was against VP. And there's that energy. Expect a lot more of that. The Brazilians earlier in the day, Legacy, not able to get across the line. Heartbreaking fashion for them against MOUZ. And we just concluded another banger. MongolZ just got over G2 on Dust2. That game felt like it was never going to end. Had some magic moments in that one.
Yeah, I spoke to the producer. He said it was a 2 hour and 4 minutes map.
Okay, so a quick one.
Yeah, just a quick one.
Standard MR15. Well, especially with VP of old in the server, but this is the VP in new. Electronic will call his team into a 4-spy. A couple of SMGs, a FAMAS, a Scout. 5-7 to work with for Flit. Again, this balcony has been taken early by Electronic on the jiggles. Can't get caught, needs to drop the smoke and stay alive.
Oh, it's going to be a real amount of pressure applied to Electronic's side. By the Flame, and yeah, in combination, Electronic and Fame get that early push from Snow cut down. Davideus just on the very edge of that smoke and put bullets through to try and clear a hole, try and spot out a CT, but they're not committing. So reminiscent of the pistol here, the difference being VP with that opening kill, Fame and Electronic dealing with Snow's jump out of the window.
Okay, you understand what they've done. Allow the smoke to fade and then get to search with these rifles afterward. Fame jumps up, calls it clear. Could be bad information. Electronic starting to cheat away to join the defense over towards middle and A. But Pain are just hitting the brakes. They have so much time. Another smoke, another flash, and the weapon advantage. Big Uzera worried about an A push, looking like he'll join the rest of his team. And this is likely just going to be the commitment into B on a timing. This is where your individuals need to bow you out with some big shots. How good are your pre-fires?
I feel like Fame's guaranteed an angle when you're just crouched at the van position. So many, especially if Flamus can draw attention, if Flit from the window draws attention. Can't help but feel Fame is guaranteed to get a couple into the side of the head. How good are your clears? Oh, the flash is brilliant. He gets them out fan. There's the trade from Flamus, and he does very well. He doubles up, gets that headshot as well, but good tap from NQZ's AK, and now the rotation in. Big Uzera tagged by a scout. A little drive-by from Icy softens up Big Uzera, who's now tasked with defending NQZ as he punches in the code. A 2-on-2. Electronic, a nice catch onto Big Uzera. Finishes what Icy scout started. It's NQZ to save Pain Gaming from conceding the second round force buy. Not easy for VP by any stretch, though. Bogdan's even in this round. It's just going to be about the trade. Swings through low HP. Gets the info! That's what you want! That's what you need! Icy saves VP!
Had some fun head-to-head between... Okay, well, there it is. Electronic has the fire as well. And that's been another thing we've noted with this VP story. The woes of them having all this firepower. Obviously, Flamus at the start of the year with Katowice was not able to play in the playoffs after qualifying for it because of some visa issues. But after that, it was more about the approach of the team, looking skew-if, and also Electronic berating his teammates. Right now, he feels like he's a bit more of that supportive father figure, so growing into the leadership reins, and they've chopped and changed coach, I think, 4 times in a year and a bit.
Yeah,
so
maybe they've found someone that's got some change. You know,
yeah, maybe Finn can fix the vibe.
Yeah. Well, it certainly does. It's a notable difference. From the outside, looking in. AK is in hand. It's going to be Davideus tasked with making a splash. Yeah, and a good flash. Oh, and a good headshot as well. Davideus continues to impress. Oh, but he's got the lineup for that wallbang. If he had committed, Flick could have been a dead man.
Well, opening kill goes their way. Round stalls out again. Big Uzo is going to pass through the smoke.
Looking for that weapon.
Oh, her with the dink there, surely.
Gets out the sandwich, spotted by the ramp player. So info feels very much like pressure onto A. Electronic trying to cheat over, but the opponent's not committing anywhere.
Yeah, who can get them back into this? Fame's passive on B. Flamus has actually bought a little bit of a buffer right now with this Palace push. He might be able to catch DGT as he lingers around ramp. And it's a tough push because Flamus doesn't know what's around the corner. It could be nothing or it could be the whole team. It's very quiet for the rest of Pain as a gamble from VP. They're going to hedge their bets towards B. Electronic and Flit are going to join Fame on the site. I think Electronic wants to boost Flit up on low HP. And that would be a nice boost because a player with only 8 HP probably not going to find a lot of output, but now could be guaranteed at least one. Does Davideus... Oh, sorry, does Big U0 play as a beacon for information or do they just walk in B first? 30 seconds.
Oh, and they have been spotted on that bench position. Don't forget that little loose piece. Flit was boosted up. Now noted, finished off, but he got one. NQZ down, bomb committed to B. Nades chipping away at them. It looks good for Pain. And now they have to fight their way into this site. Electronics making it difficult and only a deagle.
Flank, it's too late.
14 seconds, boys. Flamus is coming in for DGT. Oh. Hang on, Big Uzera. He hits the shot. And Pain continue to wrestle for economic control, standing up, letting VP know.
This is 3 rounds in and we're already out of our chair. Coach Rix calls a timeout off the back of that. Ooh. And I thought the flank was way too late, but looking for the fight, Electronic gets sat on his ass and then Flamus, he steps out, denied as well.
Rick's immediately like, boys, I love ya, but we are going to have to call our jets here.
We've just started. We're only 3 rounds in. Let's see if we can convert consecutive and break VP because that is going to hurt more than Banter ever could.
Would you say that like Force by Wars favors a particular side? You know, like
for the Ts for sure, right? Yeah. Because what's going to happen is for the CTs, it's going to take even longer for their loss bonus to start building up. And we know with the weapons costing a whole lot more on that CT side, especially if you want to get Icy the AWP, they're going to be hamstrung deep into the piece. So by going in again, you have to. It's the decision that everybody would make. But right now, it's it's a coin toss, right? So if you end up losing this if you VP and you don't have any of your classic VP saves from Once Upon a Day, you're going to have a real tough time. And I thought Big U0 was way too late. That kill came in with about 12 seconds left, and DGT delivers. Well, they've just acted like they won the major final, but this is it. This is what this is all about. The playoffs in pursuit of the Moody Center. Today's had the emotion. Yesterday was all about heartbreak. Today's all about elation.
Yeah, I mean, just the last seat at the table. You know, this is the big boy table, one in which that members of VP are more proficient with and more familiar with than Pain. This would be a first for all of them.
It's really tough for VP, right? They start 2-0 up, and then they get an average of 5 rounds per map in the next 4 maps they play. So they've just been getting blown out by Furia and Vitality. Now, Vitality we'd excuse. Furia, they had a real shot at that. You'd say it was a 50-50 game on paper.
Yeah, it didn't look like one when you look at the stats, though. Got blown out.
Okay, so mid control being taken. Biggies are under window. Davideus is going to pass back. Bomb over towards B. And this time they haven't stacked heavy B VP. It's quite the lean towards the A site. Fame's rifle. That's the most exciting investment, and it's in the wrong place. So this call might just see us having VP hold on to their investments. AU till it's a fake by Snow. That opens up the avenue to crawl up Cat into Electronic. He needs this kill into the AK, and then he could pivot for more. They're already behind him. Gonna react to this. Okay, there's the kill. Needs the AK.
Kill. And now an AK in his hand. Sure, you've got the B bomb site, but Electronic, he's got your AK. He's drawn first blood.
There's no kid. I think they're saving.
Save's not bad. You know what?
Okay.
Like, as far as outcomes go, when you've gambled the wrong site, leaving with 5 alive and an extra rifle, pretty good.
And this is the thing. They want to really mitigate those issues I was talking about before. So we'll see what type of approach they go for. With the 2 guns, do you buy util behind it now and give yourself your best shot? Do you take the save with the double dip and then hope that you can get the rifles out into the following? That's probably going to be the most likely outcome of all of this. This is the 3rd head-to-head between these 2 teams in 2025. And before that, it was all one-way traffic for Pain, but coming into the major, coming into that 2-0 game of stage 2, the one that you'd say has the least amount of pressure. Obviously, you want to get through the stage as quickly as possible. That's where VP scalped them. But if Pain can find revenge, then it doesn't matter what happened in stage 2. Only matters what happens today. For a team that's been plagued by problems, you would love to find a silver lining at the tail end of the season.
Oh, it would be much easier to reminisce positively about what was a rough season if it ended with a high.
It's so easy to explain away, right? And this is the thing.
Yeah.
Last year, Pain were a team that we considered at one point, I would say, the best Brazilian team.
Yep.
But they made the roster change to replace Cowers. Big Zero couldn't travel to Melbourne. Rick's had to stand in a couple of times. They haven't had a kid from the academy. Keep racking up those woes. Electronic wants to take the fight.
Yeah, and take it he shall. He's heard steps up close and will turn that flash, get swung upon, and empty hands for that Electronic AK. So, not ideal, far from it. Flit recovers it immediately.
Well, that's the man that you want to have it in his hands.
Yeah,
now,
you're right.
Desk was highlighting in stage 3, Flit's been a bit of a shadow of himself.
Oh,
but I think
clearing mid, just as they're walking up Palace. I'm sorry to disrupt you. I'm seeing a massive gap on A.
Yeah, but this is the thing. They're not going to go anywhere until Big Uzer and David Deus are in the mix, right? These A players will just sit and wait, right? Even though they're peering out balcony, they see nothing home. You don't know what lies under shadow. You don't know what's in the sight. And that's actually given time for them to rotate back. Fame's about to get info.
Yeah, and he actually does get traded out. So Big Uzera finally felled, but
now that A info that you were talking about comes into play. So they peer in, use their mollies, one on the balcony, one under, one towards sandwich, all pesky corners Flit. You got to find something. 45.
Yeah, and Flit well drilled with this angle. Good flash to get them across, but NQZ didn't get the bomb across just yet. Runs it through. Con is smoked. They're taking their time with this one, understandably so. Flammer's going to be Molotov'd out of position.
Oh, got away.
That's not bad.
All right, well, 3v4. May as well give this one a look. They picked up the rifle. Oh, Flit's still hanging around window, smoked off the Con, and no kit. It could just be another save. This is classic VP. James smiling down from above as Flamus has found the MAC-10. Does he go and look for a little bit of a farm fest? Electronic as the Bianca could use that into the next, but you'd love to find it upgraded. He backs off. They're going to hold on to guns again. So taking the tempo out of things early are VP. All right, well, there's an extra bunch of cash for Flammus. Spots another and backs off. So an extra frag, he can drop that, as mentioned, to an individual like Electronic. He can get himself into an upgrade. Icy's AWP is not available. Nobody can drop it. Well, actually, Flammus could drop it for him. So if they really want to bring out the AWP right now, there is the chance. Flammus can drop the AWP. Icy can grab that, but looks like they're going to go rifle heavy. Electronic does take the MAC-10. They get all the nades they desire. Diffuse kit for the in-game leader. But it is a 4-1 start for Pain. Putting them through their paces early.
Yeah, and the VP saves continue in this early game.
It does just give them that extra buffer for later in the piece, doesn't it? So we'll see if that factors in. Fast mid control, not being fought for. You can tell by the setup over towards A. Fame, the short defender, starting on the A side. So this is VP trying to predict the next call from Big Uzera's boys. Bomb over towards apartment to the start of the round. Make that palace is B-Apps is where we're finding the two just sitting side by side right now. They've already got the island box in middle. They're not being harassed whatsoever. Electronics on his lonesome. Deep smoke will buy more time. But if they don't have an info play on A, Alex, I hate to say it, but it could just be another save again.
Come on.
Well, if they waltz up short right now into a B split, I'm not sure what you're meant to do.
Electronic's going to kill 2 people with a MAC-10 and then they'll retake.
Okay, well, right now that's looking like a very tough task.
Yeah, it certainly is. Bomb, the smoke fades, bomb is on its way, and still the cavalry are miles away.
Starting to rotate now is Flit. He could get there in time. He'd have to go now.
Yeah, spots out. Now on their way in. The window drop, that's what Electronic's racing for. Good find. Significant damage, and then the short side goes down to Flit. Swings through, aggressive into Davideus. DGT, NQZ. Got a lot of work to do. Electronic played a real mean game. Great output. Icy's arrived just in time, and Big Uzera, wrong place with 20 seconds left. This one, I think he has run the clock down a little too thin.
They made the jump, chance to try and find these fights. But Icy's way too far away from this, just pushed into B-Apps, won't have to pick this whatsoever. Big Uzera has to get the bomb, has to go for the plan, and this just looks too tall of a task right now. 3, 2, 1, and that'll be round over. Better late than never on that defense, as Big Uzera will do some more damage, sure, but the round will be VP's. And turns out Electronic had everything. Oh, that's after time.
Yep.
That's after time right there. That hurts a lot. That's 1,400 bucks. That actually is a really bad death.
Ooh.
NQZ can get at his AWP. there can be an AK drop from DGT, so they're actually going to be fine in the buy, but let's have a quick tech timeout call. Looks like we're ready to go immediately. Electronic and Big Zero both saying they're ready, so we're unpaused. Don't worry about that one. That's the quickest tech timeout we've had all tournament long.
Big Uzera by... Oh, he does get an AK.
Yeah, there was enough money to go around. You had extra cash on 3 of the 5 players right there.
I mean, look at this about getting a lot out of a little, huh? Just enough from Electronic as far as just getting that one. And well, it helps that Flip was just over there in time. Big round for VP, getting their second, trying to get their grip on this first half.
They keep starting Fame towards A. They've done this a bunch of times now. Sure, on the lighter buys, that's a bit more explainable, but when you see it happening on the rifles, that's a read that they're just expecting these finishes that are going to be A splits or A clampdowns. The ult booster for NQZ isn't going to get anything, so they run boost him out, but it's quite clear in these gun rounds that VP are happy to give over all the mid territory. If you're going to burn a window smoke, a top cat smoke, you molly con, you use all those nades, it's going to give you a whole lot less to finish your rounds with. So how early Pain can actually identify that and hold onto their util, take mid control for free, that's going to be the change of the tune.
Yeah, and now you go through your 2 smoke mid take. CTs respond with the smoked Palace, DGT obscured.
Definitely the A split, 2 in through ramp, 2 through con, the late piece Palace.
And Fame is going to be the one that tucks. Makes sense. The unknown. The Joker. Flamus would have loved something out of him. There's the reveal of Fame, but swings into the AWPer, and it's comfortable. Flit arrives towards CT. They've got 35 for the finish, and really not many chances for VP to get back in. There you go. That was it. DGT hits his headshot.
Oh, just behind the wall, the bomb going down. Icy can't deny that. Electronic can't chip in either. Having to worry about too much, and Davides is already on the hunt. He hears the steps at Icy, calls the fact he's backing off, and that will help liberate the information across the board. Pain should be able to rest easily knowing the 5th round is now confirmed. Davides is coming over to have a look. Big Zero also starting to path through the window room. And well, there's one of the pieces gone. I think you might just want to call it off and start to accrue a little bit more of that cash on the T side. Can still have a massive half coming your way. Not the explosive start right now. It's 5-2. Just working through the motions. And just tempering that energy. Have it for the eruption on victory or when things start to get tense.
Yeah, these last 3 rounds from Pain, VP have had a minimum of 2 gun saves. Like, they're just constantly ensuring they have something into the next.
Well, this is one way to make sure that those force buy wars don't get ahead of you, is a lot of the saves. It's less exciting, sure, but it can avoid those worries. So that will be the saved M4 and the saved AWP, with the loss bonus going into the next of only 2,400. So that buy next round isn't going to be great. And what tends to be difficult in these situations is if you have saved an AWP and you don't buy around it, it's going to be harder for him to hold on to it, because they should be able to roll over the pistols easy as we get it cleared. Icy sees nothing top middle.
Yeah, Davides was tucked tap. Ooh, NQZ gets that little warning through the crack in the bricks.
Add another one to that opening tally. Had the desk highlight that to start off the series, and it's something that NQZ's been fantastic at. So we can keep that up. It's already 8-3, top of the server right now. And they're just going through the motions.
He's 2-0 in opening duels as well, just in this map.
All right, looks like they are cheating over towards the B site. Icy's AWP will be here, but it's going to have to be some combat AWPing, picking these angles perfectly. 2 up short, 3 through apps. Here it goes.
Icy though, he's pretty damn good. No slouch on that AWP and removes short immediately. Davides down. Oh. Another one straight to the skull of Snow.
They can call this off. There's still time to back away, Pain.
Oh, they might have to.
Have to go underpass, but then Icy's going to try and deal with this from short. Or do you go around the world? You could head all the way back through T-spawn, try and reset.
I don't know, man. I just feel this feels helpless now.
You have to worry about the fact they've stayed silent, so they could repop into B. But VP don't believe it. Flamus towards CT. Flit's going to join him. Icy on short now. Could get caught with the timing. Yeah, Fame's here alongside.
This is really...
Spotted.
Big Uzera gets the pick. Okay, awkward. An overextension from Fame goes untraded.
15 seconds.
Yeah, I don't know how you're going to get close to a bomb site. Flamus and Flit are in CT, so good luck trying to get this bomb down, especially if Bam
gotta hit that.
Hit that headshot. Big Uzera. These last second contributions, he's bailing out Pain. How is Icy got another one. A triple from Pain Gaming's captain, and a round Icy set up on a silver platter for VP.
Ah, that's agonizing, isn't it? Just down to those finest of margins. Flammers can't hit a shot.
It's like, you know, when Biguzera hit that Deagle shot on Electronic bench? It's again, these last seconds.
The buzzer beaters.
That's exactly what you'd call it. A buzzer beater from Bigu. Again.
And Icy's going to lose it all right now.
He just looked away. Oh, someone call a timeout. Let VP have 30 seconds. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, a bit of Russian out of Biguzera right there. Now, we might get Icy into a glass cannon AWP right now. Electronic having to operate with an SMG again. This second one is beautiful. Icy hitting a fantastic shot straight through the smoke. How do they win this then? 3v5? It's the fact that Flammers and Flit aren't connected here. So they're molly towards short. It wards away Icy. If Flit and Flammers had swung together, likely they go 1 for 1, and then planting that bomb almost becomes an impossibility. They haven't opted for glass cannon AWP, so Icy will have to wield the rifle. NQZ still has the sniper advantage. 4-round gap now.
Holy.
This was a bad map for VP earlier in the season. It's clear to me that they put a lot of work into it before coming into the major.
Yeah, they took some big scalps on Mirage.
Yeah, they took down MOUZ on day number 1 to cause all of this chaos. So they're not just to be waltzed over, but right now with 6 rounds already on the T side, Pain, they could have a fantastic first half. Inferno up next, VP opting to change the veto. Thought it was too close for comfort last time round. And for Pain, for the org, for all 5 of these players, they're in pursuit of their first major playoffs ever. There's one way to start that campaign with style. Another really slow, crawly round. You might even think James back in the server just with the pace that this is being allowed to be played at. And QZ, can he find another opener? Yes, he can. As easy as that. He just waltzes in, peers into the angle, grabs another, adds it to his tally, and now VP, you have to gamble again, right? Or you need a multi-kill. It's one of those two.
Yeah, another pick-off to start. Ooh, a golden opportunity, but that inaccuracy as he tried to mantle up on the bricks. Good find, conversion from Flammers. Catches the Palace player, however, as you push through, Electronic is held by NQZ's AWP. Icy, the unknown entity. Maybe Flammers and Icy can partner up and 2v4 this. I suspect they're going to overlook this position.
Time again.
Walking around, can't deny the plant. Does have 2 on his screen, backs a turn, now reveals his position, and he's ready for the double. A multi-kill. This is turning the odds in VP's favor. Only NQZ can save him, and he can't handle Icy. The Joker at the bottom of the site, hiding out and activates for a triple.
That's where the time can come back to hurt you, right? You killed both B defenders, Electronic and Fame felled, but you don't have enough time to head towards that side of the map. You run into A. Icy, the unknown piece, not Fame this time, is able to find massive impact on the rifle. Bides his time, takes the first, knows exactly where the second is, Snow's pinned, has to go for the trade, and Icy does it all.
Yeah, I mean, that's the first time we've seen the scales tip in favor of VP. Pain have had a couple of what feel like divine intervention moments. Biguzera saving them in the last couple of seconds, running that clock down, but now VP get 1.
Okay, so it looks like Rix really wants a lot more on this T side.
Yeah.
They've already got 6, which I think is fantastic for Mirage, but considering how it started, he wants more. And with the finances about to be completely taken away from the South American side, he feels the need to chip in, allow these 30 seconds to talk through. And do you have a pace change? Because so far, the space that VP have allowed you, you've taken it, you've walked into it, you found opening picks, and that one was a little bit unfortunate. So do you stick to the game plan, or do you have a pace change and get a little bit more in their face? Davideus with a Deagle, that's the worst of the purchases in this, and then it's going to be Electronic on that MP9.
Wow.
So what are the change-ups right now? I see what's calm with the AWP. Davideus and Biguzera out mid and fast.
Yeah, this is fast. This is much faster than they were ready for, because Icy completely blind. Clotheslined by Davideus, now slipping up Con. Fame may have relayed that information, let them know Biguzera's having a go. Swung into Davideus, precision on display. Lovely pathing. Just like that, they're back. Rix calls a timeout and Pain open up with a quick 5-on-2 scenario.
Yeah, beautiful. And it's hard to see letting this one slip, isn't it? There's nobody lying and waiting the side. They're not stacked. You have so much time to work with. You even know where one of them are. Electronic just trying to find a rifle, gives away his position. NQZ notes that and communicates that.
And Davideus licks his lips and goes in pursuit of the hunt. Flashed in. Electronic is tucked on the corner. Oh, Davideus, he's looking deadly. Flamus and Electronic just trying to hold on to their guns, and he gets the info.
You may as well wait right now. Davideus has them boxed. DGT can come through B app. So at this point, if you really want to take the rifles away, you don't overpeak. You wait for your teammates to group up. They're going to play in market. They've used that smoke that is going to shroud the way in. It's going to be piping up short with plenty of bodies. There's the boost. Elevated angle to help clear some of these corners. Do they run this down? Remember, the T-side cash isn't great either, but there's only a couple of rounds left in his half.
VP are professional savers, though. And you won't get in.
Oh, okay, sketchy spray there, but the round is there, 7-3,
okay.
And it was the pace change. So this is it, because the fact that VP are giving you over all of that room, and you've been going slow, you're crawling in, you're finding the openings, you go for the gear shift, but they did too. That round, Icy tried to contend middle with the AWP. Fast into connector, completely blind. Pace from Davideus gets the opener and doubles up onto Fame. Beautiful shooting.
Yeah, that's what we're growing to expect from Davideus. Looking good in that Pain jersey. But an AK did find its way into the Electronic hands for this next, so he's going to be kind of feeling like he has to do it all.
It's pretty cool right now on that side of the server, isn't it? Icy's the one who's found what I would say is the most impact so far.
Yeah, you want to see the individuals. I mean, that's something that we always discuss and use to demonstrate VP's power is the individual ability of the players.
Oof, just jumped away. Even that back turn, that could have gone horribly wrong. So I'm just going to be able to waltz in and even noisy about it. So with the window broken, NQZ can just stay posted on this line. Big Uzera not getting any friction. Nobody van, nobody on the balcony. You just pick up the bomb and you walk in. And you can even throw some utility once you get there. Big Uzera has a smoke, some mollies, NQZ the same. Now NQZ is not going to take his eyes off that line until there's more teammates with him. And we can see VP just completely outmaneuvered yet again. So this one is lacking the explosive nature, but Legacy versus MOUZ, it started with a blowout. Definitely had a bit more in your face. But then the series, it really delivered down the stretch. DGT's about to get a face full. More deliver one, multi-kill. Warren, he's played, he's seen at least two, knows one was window, already up close, and he will lose the AK, so might just be the save again.
Oh, well, of course. Well, of course. That's if Big Uzera lets them. He's locked the door of Con. They'll have to retreat towards T-spawn, so a bit of trading places here.
So within this half, 6 lost rounds for VP have been saves.
Yeah.
And look, I'm not saying that they should go for situations they can't win. I'm just demonstrating the lack of friction. Normally in these games, what ends up happening because of the sheer amount of saves is lack of frags. So Flit, can he find anything? Here's one above him, and they're being so diligent. Nades being used to clear out the pesky corners. He's going to get run down. Oh no, Flamus guards this one out. This Big Uzera going to round the corner. Thinks better of it and loses his life as well. So some extra cash to splash, but the round is not yours. The best you can get on this CT half VP is 4.
This is a really strong case being made by Pain Gaming.
Alex, and really this goes back into that conversation of momentum one more time. It's been brought as a stat line. In major history, there have only been 3 occasions where a 2-0 team has faced a 0-2 team in the 2-2 match. And in all 3 of those occasions, the 0-2 team has won the final game to qualify for the playoffs.
So as far as this goes, momentum still lies with Pain.
That's it, right? So
I see you. It makes sense.
It's just tough for VP, right? They've had all the energy just sucked out of them.
Well, because you've had this opportunity. Every game you've played for the last 3 days has been, it could be yours. It could be the moment. Now in this last one, maybe hope starts to dry up. Not the spray control of Flit, though. He transfers into Snow. Now, Davideus still lingers in middle. Fame looking to hold that as NQZ looks for a pick onto A. DGT will join him. Searching that ticket jump spot, doesn't hit the shot. Not an easy flick by any stretch of the imagination.
Staying stubborn towards A here, they're not rerouting.
NQZ walks in that blind spot. Good check, good conversion from IC. Our VP just trying to have something to work with into the next, and it looks like the 4th is going to be there. There's not a single consecutive round, though, out of the CT side. Pain Gaming make a statement. 8 to work with on the T side. Pain starting strong.
Welcome to Roles and Responsibilities. I'm here with Big Uzera from Pain. Thank you for joining me. You're the in-game leader for Pain. How long have you been the in-game leader? You've been in this team for 6 years now.
Yeah, it's been a long time, but being agile has been 2 years. When I used to play with PKL, I used to say a lot, give some calls mid-rounds and this kind of thing. So for me, it was easy to play and say rotation and reads, this kind of things. So for me, it was the best decision that I ever could do.
To talk about positions on CT side, what's your vision as an in-game leader there? Because some in-game leaders, such as Apex, who used to play, star roles like Connector or Mirage, but then you have the Hooksy style, who's going to be jump spotting B apps every round.
I tried to play like a B on Mirage and didn't work well because mid-rounds rotation, guys come mid and let's fight together. If I'm B spot jumping, I cannot have this read, We were playing Navi. That was like a 12-8 for us, the third map. We were in city side and we lost 4 rounds in a row just because the read of the guys from mid was not good. We just made the change and said, guys, these kind of things, it never can happen.
Yeah, you want to be in a position where you can affect the round and you can see the full picture. Where do you play now, just out of interest on Mirage?
Connector, yeah.
Yeah, nice place to be.
Nice place to be.
As an in-game leader on this team, do you prefer CT or T sides?
To play my own game, CT side, but I prefer T side because I can control and think more than CT side.
What maps are you really liking right now? What's working for Pain?
Nuke is not a secret. We made some changes as well about T side. Outside of Nuke was impossible to play. I'm now playing lobby because I was like playing for the team all the time and just dying all the time first. And I was, oh, what the f am I doing here? We made some change and worked well for us.
Pain, take 12! I love that move, man.
Inferno and Nubis, if you start this side, you can make 11, 12 rounds. So these 2 maps, I don't like to play BO1, but if you have to play, we're gonna play.
Inside of your role being an in-game leader, there's also another role, and that's to be the captain, right? You're looking after a team of some young players, such as Snow. What's it like bringing up someone who's 16, 17 years old when he first joins a top Counter-Strike team?
Snow is like a sponge guy. If you say something to him, he just observes all the time.
Exceeding all expectations, it is Pain!
When I'm not playing, I'm on the server. I just like to leave the Counter-Strike,
Big Sarah, thanks for joining me, and good luck to you in Pain.
Thank you.
An agonizing half for Virtus.pro from 2-0 to 2-2 and can't get anything going. Save after save after save as the South Americans looking to run away with map number 1. This is a rematch, and right now it's not looking to go the same way as it did first time round. Virtus.pro, have you been resting on your laurels? You better find a way back into this game because at the moment, nobody's hitting. Icy had some little patches, but Pain, they've been considered. They're keeping calm, and they're looking strong on Mirage. Only the second time we've seen them play it throughout their major campaign.
Yeah, something that was interesting you just started bringing up before we took that break at halftime was this kind of conversation surrounding momentum. Has Virtus.pro, after a thrashing in their 2 best-of-3s, after starting with 2 best-of-1 wins, has it taken the real motivation, the spirit, has it been crushed from 2 convincing defeats? Does it mean coming into today, your last chance, it no longer feels so attainable, it no longer feels within reach? Or can they do what no team has done before in the same scenario in the major circuit?
Yeah, this is a tough one today, right? Momentum versus the doubts creeping in while the belief grows on the other side. Not sure what the hold-up is here, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be loving to get this one underway ASAP. You can see what the buys are for the pistol, and there we go. The admin has just issued the unpause. So we will get the second half going. We've got a molly for Electronic, a smoke and a flash for Icy. That's the util sets.
Well, the great way to ignite some momentum, Chad, is pistol and conversions. We didn't have that in the first half. Pain picking up the pistol and immediately having VP respond with the force by conversion.
I think they were happy with that, weren't they, though? They get on top of those force by wars and then actually set them up quite tidily. So no consecutive rounds for the CTs. Odds favoring Pain now.
Oh, this is very intense. We're going to have the whole squad pack rolling.
If they execute B, the site is relatively empty. Short's going to be the problem. Where's this molly going from Electronic?
Is that Snow's position?
Okay.
He will try and hit a couple of those bouncing tees, bounding into the side. Not going to be easy now. The post plant's real. 2 tuck into bench. Bomb gets planted. NQZ considering a late arrival through apps. Snow from short side, but Market, that was supposed to be their way in. Big Uzera gets caught. Clotheslined, Icy dead on apps. Now pressure applied, amplified. Closing the gap. Nice headshot from Electronic. He connects. Not easy to find a way back in. Snow needed the first bullet, doesn't get it. Flip will provide. Nice catch, and they're just going to double swing him. Davideus, yeah, he's a hard shooter, but there's too many targets on his screen, and Flammus converts.
Okay, so we split the pistols here.
And I do think that Flammus is going to be, you know, he is more than just a vibes guy, but he is a vibes guy.
I think if we recall the first match these teams played against each other, Mirage going 16-13, it was late where Flammus found his activations.
Yeah.
He did have a tough map, all things considered, but late on in the piece, he started to get these nice entry kills in towards A. He was making space with the MAC-10. And the rounds that I remember came on the T side. So let's see if he can do that again. So the pistol round converted, the rifles come out, but they got a force by the need to get past. Scout, 5.7's SMG, couple of smokes to block. Quick con and window, and they just trundle fast up Cat. No resistance.
Yeah, this is really pacey. NQZ, by the time he gets here, they're going to be close to the site. Swings through. Okay, yeah, boys, B. B is a problem. He does manage to bring down 1. Damage inflicted. This is uncomfortable. Flammus and Electronic bleeding out. Rotation's on its way. Another scout tag hit. Converted by the Deagle. There's Flammus and Electronic. Wrestling for control of the bomb site. Electronic should be able to cover as the bomb gets planted. DGT working on the flank. Big Uzera lingers. They've done enough, I think, despite their low HP, though. That is still the only reason I'm on tenterhooks. The delay of the plant.
It was these two who won the force buy back in the first half.
It was. Oh, Big Uzera making a case now. Where's that bomb? He's just looked away. Flammus just turned away. DGT silence. It was perfect. He goes overlooked and gets his. Now it's Big Uzera Icy in a battle of wits.
I think he's left the market. Has no idea where he's gotten off to.
Yeah, just by cutting noise, he sowed seeds of doubt. Now Icy finds himself completely feeling paranoid about every corner, every nook, every cranny.
He's got time to transition to shore and then try and jump towards A. Like, there's still time for this. Spotted him. Oh, no, he didn't.
Walking into the corner. Big Uzera's not moving. Icy just runs into him! That is crazy! What a turnaround! Oh, second round, converted, Pain, take it. VP, brutality.
That was the exact same two. DGT and Big Uzera, third round of this game, and the force buy back to really open the levy of round in favor of Pain. Those were the two who were the heroics. Couple of banger deagle shots. This time, it's going to be pistols and SMGs. Big Uzera, the leader, stands up, and that's 9 rounds. We're going to have the same thing kick off in this second half of play. The force buy wars.
Wow.
VP can't let it slip this time. They have to be able to battle back. They can't just give it over. Tech-9s are plenty, util there.
It's a lot of pressure on a very low buy.
Fame in through the underpass. You've got Flit already up close Palace. So from that type of position, can't hear if there's any rotations in A. It's DGT over towards the triple box. Davideus, Big Uzera just called mid clear. So they could have a good idea that an A execute is on the way. Fame's now rotated back to join the rest of the pack. Plenty of smokes, a couple of flashes and a molly to work with. As the CTs have blocked again, but this one is missed.
Drone.
Yeah, so there's going to be a gap to work with. Snow's burrowed down on B. Davideus is looking to assist him, so it's going to be Big Uzera, NQZ, and DGT to defend this site. Execute coming in.
NQZ will have that power position, tries to disrupt the smoke, will tuck into Sandwich. With the smoke guising him even more so. We'll have the cross to default. Still a slow crawl from VP. They throw the util, and now they start to layer it in. Flash, Molotov, go. NQZ gets cleared out. Just the one from him. This is good from VP. The smokes are fading, though. They need to get that bomb across, and it's a flashbang, but he has vision in time. Removes the bomb carrier. Bomb now dropped in front. Nice headshot back. Davideus returns the favor with Electronic now gone, and triple just a Tech-9. Okay, it works out. Wow, Flammus and Flit have saved VP there. He only had a scrap of HP from Flammus. 9 HP, he gets it. Hits his shot. VP now winning the wrestling match for that economic control.
We'll go back and get forth again. I'm pretty sure the CTs will have to dip in it one more time, right? When you only have the 1400 loss, it's double eco territory, so you're better off forcing into it and giving it a crack.
Yeah, I just don't fancy their chances in this crack.
Well, look, they did it with 5-7s before. They could easily do it with 5-7s in the Scout. Again, the only difference this time is there's no MP9. So the buy is almost exactly the same as last time they won one of these.
You're right, you're right.
This time they've stacked the B side. It's not just NQZ rotating in late. First Eagle shot hit. Oh my god.
He hit that. Electronic is already just walking with a heavy limb bait.
You can't go into this now. You've been blocked and you've lost an opener. You have to pivot away. Icy's over towards B apps on his own.
With the bomb.
So they're not going to jump up and push him. It feels very unlikely. DGT has just said, okay, still nothing out towards A. Big Zero rotating over, understands connector and window have been a problem.
That's crazy that Snow got an opening just like that onto Flammus. He's had, what, 3 kills up until this point? But what an incredibly influential kill he's provided in combination with the damage onto Electronic from that short side.
It's just NQZ on the side, but this is great because the Scout, we already saw what damage he did from this position previously. Tags are good enough.
Yeah, and he's not exposed to that boost, but he did just catch a whiff. And he found the headshot. That was one of the healthy members, Fame. Dead to the Scout. Big Uzera into. They're getting so much info safely. Okay, yeah, you molly the window position, sure.
Yeah, but you have to play together. You can't be lurking,
Icy
boys.
with the bomb on his own.
I think they want to finish B. Are they going for a window boost? Yeah, they are, but how are you going to crack into this? You can't lurk, Flit. You have to make a play.
Yeah, making a play into a 5-7 on this kind of angle, good luck.
Is Icy coming back? Are they going in? He's found a frag, sure, but needs to get past Snow.
Icy's pivoting. The bomb's going down.
20 seconds.
20 seconds he's running through underpass. It's not a bad call. DGT's miles away. He's towards the ramp. We'll be able to like at least disrupt the plant.
15.
15 comes through Con. Loud about this. Davideus and DGT just need to stop this plant. He'll be exposed.
There's no cover.
He's in the open.
There's no cover.
There is absolutely no cover, and a headshot should have denied the plant. It goes down. Is there really grounds for this to go wrong for Pain? Somehow VP have extended play. And now a golden opportunity squandered. DGT spins around to finish. And VP now running out of chances, running out of options on this Mirage.
If you can't convert around like that twice, you had 2 opportunities to get that conversion in. You ran the exact same play. You've gone for B splits twice. Snow's just jumped up, smoke plumes. Oh my god.
What?
He's just shot straight through the smoke. 2 bullets, gets the kill. They call it off after the damage done. NQZ finding that one through the boards as well, and that's a primal roar from him. 10-6, 4-round gap. The bomb goes down. They force again, but oh, mate, VP, the type of rounds where you've had these advantages, but not being able to close, not being able to punish. Nothing consecutive in this second half, but you go again.
Bloody hell.
AK, Galil, couple of Tech 9s. Teams winning rounds with less.
I don't fancy Flit here. He's got DGT and Big Uzera walking in with him fully armored to the teeth. Anti-flash, and yeah, needed an instant headshot. He goes down.
But what else you need off of that death is your team to instantly react into some space, but they've just gotten out towards top mid. They're not really able to punish anything. Flammus feels like he wants to make a play to try and draw it back. No point going through a grey screen, try and play the round out as a team. So this is feeling hollow now for VP. So they're going to group up and potentially try and finish towards the B side. There's some util to work with. You could smoke off short, you could smoke off window, you can get some good flashes in. Snow's on the elevation. Davideus is playing under the balcony, worrying about short, gravitating towards middle of paint, so they're on a fast rotation. These need to be perfect entries.
Snow's got a good angle for info. It's going to be hard to get a kill on this. He can make it work, and he has. Wow, dispatches of Fame. Davideus tracking in that moment's respite from the flashes, and another easy frag into Electronic. Doesn't even shoot back.
You don't want to hold on to a Scout. There's 30 seconds left. Holding on to a Scout, sure. In next round, you're going to have yourself the loss bonus of 1900. Great.
So it's day after day. For 3 days, VP have plugged in the mouse and keyboard, prepared themselves for what could be a spot in the playoffs, and lost in 2-0 fashion.
He's dead. Look at that, just tracked down by DGT. Sure, he's fluffed his lines a little bit, but regardless, he gets the kill. Board wipe clean. It has to be the eco now. That's for 12. Then it needs to be 6 consecutive rounds from VP just to push us to OT. Their other option is, forced by now, how is this their first tactical timeout?
That's a great question.
How with the rounds and the way that they've flowed, how is this the first tactical timeout that were... Oh, it's not? Okay. Well, on my in-game,
yeah, it says 1 out of 3. Okay.
Well, okay, all right. Well,
we've been lied to.
Someone's lying.
I don't know what you're supposed to say at this point.
I think it's just, all right, boys, let's just win 6 straight. We have to eco right now. There's no point force buying in with this. There's no other option. Electronics bought a Deagle. I feel like that's an over-investment. He's only going to get 2,400 into the next. Maybe he was already willing to play with a Galil, so thinks he gives his team a chance.
A very minor chance.
All right, well, away we go.
What a horrible position to be finding yourself in this such an important game, just forced to eco at 11-6.
I think that's the big problem, right, is when you look at the Furia game blown out against Vitality, sure, it's the world #1, but you lose both games with only 6 rounds to your name. The average coming into this was 5 rounds over the last 4 maps. So at least they're above that average.
Yeah, I suppose.
We're looking for any glimmers of hope. NQZ spots an awful lot.
Yeah, but he's not playing scared. But is he playing foolish?
Yeah, maybe he should be.
It would put an M4 into enemy hands if he overextended.
He's got support now. Big Uzer has chipped in from Con. Davides is here to help as well. And I think the ones who are playing scared of VP thought there was more, and understandably so. There's more block utility thrown out to A for now. That's a missed nade. So the pressure, you can understand for the Pain players. 1 best-of-3 away from the playoffs. No single player in the team has ever been to the major playoffs before.
Yeah, run boost. Will he be distracted by the run boost? Oh, well, Electronics died ahead of him. So that goes to plan. Nice work from the 2 of them on the mid-defense. It's all fine and dandy, and it means an awful lot to NQZ and the Pain Gaming boys. Getting closer now to taking the first map in this series, to being even closer to those playoffs than ever before.
They've only played Inferno once in this campaign as well, Pain, and that was against 3D Max. They picked up the win 13-9 there, so at least they've got confidence in recent matches. And I think something else to keep in mind with Pain is all those woes that we discussed, right? The fact that it took a while to get DGT actually in the server. They have such a small sample size of maps with this full roster. So for them, as well as VP, a season of disappointments, you're looking for an ending on a high. One of the two, that's not a possibility. Okay, the AKs are out. Needs to be 6 flawless rounds.
Electronic, that was audible. Team Flash still engages, still gets it. Big Izera should be traded, and it's Fame. A belated trade. Flit activates. Walks on out. Flamus and him starting their flight paths into the A site ahead of the util. Will they be overlooked? Is this a timing they can work with? I think so. Snow not considering that they could have got this far out, and it's a jump scare for Snow. Flit removes his head, and access to the A site now granted. Should have Davideus dead to rights here. That's the Flit special, just walking ahead of timings. Knew he had the round in the palm of his hand and has done so. Converting, convincing for VP, the first time we've said that. And it's with the margin for error of 0. 6 consecutive, as Chad said, was the team talk. Well, make it 5.
You can make it easier for yourself if you wipe the board right now and then wipe it again in the next. So if they hunt away the AWP and the rifle of DGT, that'd be fantastic. NQZ, tough angle, probably 1 and then, oh, there's no one partnered up, so it's 1 and then a chance to bolt. He could do even more as he jumps across. Util thrown his way, and they really should try and take this away. Oh, he's got the support, doesn't he? If you lose everything on the VP side, your buy's going to be hollow, and there it is. Flamus in the side of the head, just NQZ now.
What a dangerous game he's playing.
Icy comes in and spams. He couldn't be too far off the mark right now. Looks like Icy's just going to hold on to the AK, understanding the importance. There's going to need to be drops into the next. Take a look bottom right. Flick can by himself, but the other two need AKs in their hands. So AWP kept over. NQZ has enough to drop his in-game leader Big U0 right now. Everybody else has been able to invest, even with a little bit of leftover cash going forward.
So this pickoff, yeah, I mean, this trade from Fame, I should say, pulled a player away, led to Flip being so far ahead of the expectation. Gotta do that again.
Opening kills have been flowing though for Pain. You got 5-0 for NQZ, 3 opening kills for Big U0, 2 for everybody else.
Damn.
Not 2 combined, 2 each.
Flip heard you retreating. Snow's been having a tough day in the office.
He's the only one on the B site right now. Big U0 can chip in from short, but they're going to call it off. So the pressure's there. The rotation comes back. Those steps heard from the B apartments. Round gets to reset now.
Is NQZ going to be going into middle window? I don't know whether or not he wants to take that fight, and neither does he. Yeah, no. Indecision. They'll take out mid. VP walking through, taking space.
All right, well, now the user to be lobbed, or at least it was considered. Electronic was about to block connector. They want to go for the B split. Remember, they tried this on the anti-forces, and they were just destroyed. 2 at Van, boosting up, spotted now.
Okay, well, there's some intel for Flit, for VP. Electronic starts to accelerate up mid. Loud about this. And no one can hear it. No one can report it. Davideus has gambled. B3 here from Pain. VP, you got 40 seconds for this finish.
They're going to overcomplicate it. They've hit the brakes again. So in the seat for doubt once more. Van Smoke's going to fade in a second. Oh, what a shot.
NQZ
another
holding
opener.
for it. Yeah, an opener indeed for NQZ. Gets himself another one. His 5th in the opening department. Snow, you need something here, mate. It's your bomb site. He gets nothing done, but Davideus can't either. Icy does deliver what should be a bomb plant now. And a save for the CTs. Can't get him off the bomb.
He's coming to investigate. He has a HE. Not going to lob it out right now, and he's actually giving this one a go. Open targets. First one's there. There's a chance for this.
Yeah, NQZ maybe is going to come and give it a look in. DGT buys time.
They're both half HP. Doesn't have to be headshots.
Clear the corners, throw out your nades. No one home. Now what?
All right, going fishing. Nothing bit.
Yeah, I mean, look at your office HP. I mean, why not? You need one. You just need one.
Exactly, and there's the loss bonus, right? So we have to keep our eyes on that throughout. 1900 now. NQZ can drop. DGT can do the same. And Snow has enough to buy himself. So with these 2 saves, there were so many of them in the first half, it just felt like there was nothing VP could do. Is that going to be the same for Pain? Remember, it had to be 6 consecutive. Well, there's 2. Now it becomes more manageable. 4 on the road? Okay. So that one right there, NQZ's 6th opening kill.
6th? Wow, excuse me.
Nice! Nice with it!
In one map. Killing it.
In the head-to-head last time, remember Dust2, him and Icy were constantly dueling. There was always those clears on the mid-smoke. That's our 3rd map of the series this time round. VP have opted to take it elsewhere. As Pain, they're going to burn their 3rd of 3 tactical. And it is, I was right, Alex. Look, VP have 2 left. So that was the first VP tactical timeout before. So the fact that it was so late in the game for them to call their first, Pain are the ones who are in the lead 12-8, and they've used all 3 of theirs already.
Well, I remember Rix, yeah, he burnt through his in the first half. He was unhappy that they weren't dominating as dominantly as he would have liked. 20-9, NQZ, 6 opening kills. Making a strong case for his boys in those playoffs.
Snow's actually opted in with an SMG for util purposes to block this B site, so let's see if that comes back to hurt him. All up to Vent immediately. But we've seen from VP, they're not tussling with this mid-control. It's only one round where they went a little bit fast. Big Zero got the first, then traded. They're just continuing with the slower crawl. They don't want to give away any early picks. You know, if there's an underpass push, if they're lusting all the way up middle. Flip this time in Palace, Flammus ramp. Just taking their time again, just parked outside top mid. Electronic and Icy both just with knives in their hands, waiting for something to come their way. Waiting for some information to inform what the setup looks like.
Yeah, waiting for Pain to be their own worst enemy. Make an overextension, give away back in for VP.
This time the power smoke does land. That was from Davideus over towards the outside market doorway. So that block split for now. The way that they're postured is telling of an A split. Now you get Flammus to come up ramp. He's going to be joined by the likes of Icy and Electronic. Fame will be the late lurk piece through underpass and Flit out of Palace to work with for the set piece. We got a couple of smokes, Electronic and Icy with those to deal with. Another block lands towards A, and that was just under the 40-second mark. Well, Flammus has joined Flit in Palace, so these 2 smokes could be the stairs and bench. A couple of flashes and go. But the time, you got to go shortly.
Yeah, if DGT gets too much done, you're in trouble. VP running that clock down thin. Starting to hear sounds on A. DGT readies himself. Flammus will swing out. It's a hard flick. Big Uzera confirms it. He actually times it to perfection. And now Electronic on his pathing into DGT's crosshair. It all lines up for Pain. Last of 4, Icy and Fame fighting, but no hope, no time, and Pain Gaming taking it 13-8, 1 map away now from the playoffs. The South American flair on Mirage. And they start as they mean to go on.
They should be happy with that. That's a commanding victory. VP coming out the gates flat. The momentum is all on one side of the server. The doubt has crept in for VP while the belief grows. Pain, they can get this done 2-0. Don't you question that.
Big Uzera standing up, puffing his chest up and putting it in the faces of Virtus.pro. As last time around, it was a 16-13 win for Virtus.pro on this map. Now Pain have come back, they've changed things up, they've delivered on an individual level, and they've stepped up to tell VP, look, you're not getting rounds, and you might not get another map after your incredible start at the major. It's a crazy situation they find themselves in.
Great battle there from the Pain side. So many times they were seemingly down and out and around, and they just bring it back out of thin air. I mean, I feel like the composure has to be celebrated for some of those moments. Also, just individuals popping off in pretty unexpected ways, even underpowered ways with some of the weaponry.
Yeah, I think you could talk a lot about positives on both sides, actually, to be honest with you. But the one glaring negative that I think for me is the key to this match is Virtus.pro lost 3 eco rounds.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care what you do on the map. You lose 3 eco rounds in one map. Like, that's a very difficult map to win. Like, you're just not going to happen. So, you stub your toe a number of times, sip on Legos, however you want to phrase it. That's a disaster for Virtus.pro.
Should we look into that disaster?
Yeah.
Should we enjoy the madness that is these eco rounds? They do deliver, so a lot of entertainment here.
Let's just say right out of the gate, the 5-7 is a little bit unreasonable. That's all I want to start with. We'll see that in the next one, but obviously a really nice job stepping into things and just stepping into this bomb site, and no clean fights for Virtus.pro.
I mean, this is one where it really feels like the people from VP had it under control for a second, and then they just get banged out. Like, those last 2 shots right there from Big Uzera and I think it was DGT.
Yes.
I mean, what can you even do right there? You just get cleaned up.
This is the one of the 5-7 of just like it's, or maybe it's the next one, but this, I mean, this round is just another eco round. The scout just tagging them. No one's actually taking space. No one's scaling towards them. They're all nervous about the deagle at the back of the bomb site. Hall's players are taking a while to get activated into the fight, and there's way too much time for basically an entire magazine of the scout to just get emptied.
I mean, yeah, this is a moment also for Icy where he's been pretty good in late round moments, but just kind of picks wrong things. I don't know where he thought Big Uzera necessarily was, but just runs right into his waiting arms. And the scout from MQZ really was the hero of that one for me, though. But the pistols, like, I think in both of them, it's how active the Pain players are.
Yeah.
Like, they're always getting somebody flanking. Like, that's definitely been the ace in the hole for them.
Yeah, I think that was kind of like when the initial defense on a force buy or an eco round, I mean, slows down the VP attack. And like in that round we just saw, that's when you get those active pistol players rotating over, right? Because it's they're like, okay, we know where this is coming. We'll just stack up this bomb site. And it worked perfectly. But yeah, you lose 3 of them and you got no chance.
Oh, definitely not. And it did work perfectly. And the openers kept coming for NQZ, even on these rounds where he didn't have the best weaponry in there, right? At this time, he starts with the opener on round 8. They go into a 3v4 for Pain, and they still managed to take the win.
This one showed the composure of Pain. This one was really, they were headed into a B stack after, they got the opening pick, and really, like, VP, they chose the right bomb site here. For all intents and purposes, they were even able to whittle him down as Icy's able to get a couple of nice kills right here, one of which is coming through the smoke. But then good mid-rounding. Like, this is why we say great stuff about Big Uzera. Like, he just kind of calms the situation down, doesn't run directly into the stack, recognizes they have a molly. They can molly off Cat for their approach onto the A bomb site. And VP, they're left scrambling, whereas Big Uzera just holds his nerve completely.
Yeah, that's a beautiful reposition and relocation on the map. Really well called, and I don't think Virtus.pro caught onto it well enough. Actually, the defense they had there, the 2 players back at Ticket, wasn't too bad at all. It just wasn't able to get anyone else over there, and good cover on the plant. NQZ had a hell of a game. What was it, 38-14 was his opening duels across stage 3 so far, now 6-0 in this map. It's bonkers, dude, what he's doing.
He's just adding to it, and he's making the highlight reel of his own in here. This is a guy oozing with confidence. He said he wants to leave the major with no regrets. Well, he can't regret anything at this point still.
What's up with all these Brazilian teams and players, like, having a rough time for 6 months in this year and showing up to the major and just everyone turning into the badasses they were supposed to be this whole time? Like,
I mean, yeah.
Brazilian Counter-Strike just sold us a nightmare this whole year.
It just feels like it's so up and down for some of these players, because I'd love to tell you the story right now that NQZ has been Brazil's best offer for an incredibly long time. It's like, it's just not been the case, okay? Because at the very beginning of this year, even going into last year, there was probably a 3-4 month stretch where it felt like he was the best Brazilian opper and maybe even like a top 3 Brazilian player.
Yeah.
But he fell off from maybe what, March until this month, and then suddenly he's just back up again. So good to see, I guess.
I know. It's like we got to the point where we were just like, I don't want to talk about Brazilian teams anymore.
Yeah.
There's nothing new to say. And now it's like, okay, well, we got it all at the major.
Yeah, they delivered at the right opportunity, and the hype is coming out from them from start to finish. They were getting in the faces of Virtus.pro. You see how much this means from the same time. This is largely impressive, and this is a different pain than who VP faced last time.
I'd say there's like a factor that we haven't touched on outside of the game, because when we saw that round 3 in the replays, what we didn't see after that was the reaction of like pain. And remember, like Virtus.pro had won a round before that. They got really loud as well. Both teams were trying to get energetic, because while we were up here watching that 5 overtime Dust 2 with MongolZ, all the VP player guys were over here. All the Pain guys are just sitting in their seats. And like there is that sneaky factor of like when you're waiting for a game that's going into second overtime, third overtime, you can actually like ice yourself out by just being here and being like, I was prepared to play an hour ago, and now I'm supposed to be prepared for this entire hour and then into the match. So I mean, those like getting loud at the start of this game, I think both teams and both like energy players on each side were trying to get their team geared up for the rest of the match, because they'd had such a cold like hour of waiting for that game to finish.
Well, you're talking about the cold. The only one that was hot was Icy on the side of Virtus.pro as well. And they're going to need more from all the individuals on this team, right? I wasn't seeing the same moves from VP that I expect.
VP have been so decisive and explosive in the rest of this tournament so far, which is why they are here right now. And for me, really, Icy was the only one that benefited from any of the setup throughout any of the rounds for Virtus.pro. He's been really their best player in terms of just making sure that he's not leaving a stone unturned. Like, he's so good at just making sure like there's angles being covered. He's just kind of sometimes a little bit too supportive for my liking, but all in all, I mean, like, this was a game where it felt like he could be the turning point, but there just wasn't enough help across the board.
Yeah, I think too, like, you saw some cool things from VP as well. Like, I like the round Flit kind of finds the gap after an opening pick to slide in towards Cubby, take out Snow and Dark, and you kind of build upon that round. Those are really cool things, and I feel like those are the rounds that play to the strengths of VP's individual players. But again, I think the conversation they're having outside right now is about the force buy rounds. Like, that's why, like, I'm just kind of like, no matter what you say, it all comes down to losing 3 of these anti-ecos, anti-force buys, and that'll be the conversation Electronic and Finn are having, is like rehashing their philosophy of how they want to approach these rounds, because you just that's what beat you in this. You know, if you don't lose those, you have more chances to actually play out full rounds and get into things. So that's the convo I think VP's having.
Well, let's find out what happens when we go into the next map. It's Inferno coming up next. VP have switched things up when it comes to the veto to try and make sure that they can secure this and get a spot in the playoffs. But right now, their backs are against the wall. The mental might be broken, and it's key they stay strong.
Hello and welcome to the Culture Clubhouse. We like to discuss the cultural implications of Counter-Strike plays. It's 2018. Cloud9 had to grind all the way from the first stage and stage 2 to get into the playoffs. They managed to battle all the way into the final, and then at 15-14, Stewie 2K pulls off the clip of Counter-Strike.
28 seconds now, and Olaf Meister might try to full rotation.
So much pressure on A.
Looking towards the apps position, the Molotov comes in, but so does the rotation. Olaf Meister has been taken out towards the B bomb site.
It's the Olaf death, man, and they feel cooked now. The Olaf kill is huge, and then he does this.
But look at the time! Look at the time, there's 7 seconds to blow the bomb!
Thank you very much. Bomb tumbles away, so much chaos.
They're trying to build pyramids!
Insane shot on Nico, and then the follow-up rain trying to plant. Dude, it's the perfect clip.
I mean, they're out of their chairs. America
is losing their minds in this moment. There are no pyramids, there is no clay. Stewie just won them the round to lock in overtime, and from this, springboard NA to its first major win.
If FaZe managed to reset mentally, would we remember Stewie's play? Probably not in the same way.
Probably not in the same way, but that's where the cultural impact comes from. When you look at the names on that FaZe squad, this was also like the beginning of the downfall of that FaZe squad with Carrigan at the helm, the big split between him and Nico. So much stuff like echoed from this one play. That's like what it meant to FaZe and how crushing it was to them.
The only man that could!
He does seem to have cultural riz. Dare I even say he mogged them?
I don't quite know that one, but perhaps he did.
Okay.
Perhaps he did, and I appreciate, you know, it's always important to kind of establish the vernacular of the youth so as one can continue to relay the culture.
That is the most insane way to win a major.
And so there it is, the tale of Stewie 2K in Boston. A pretty good time. And that's why we give it a 9 out of 10 on the culture scale and a 6 out of 10 on the individual brilliance.
Pain are up 1-0 in the series for now, and Virtus.pro are looking to try and change that around. They did switch things up and they brought in Inferno here. My question to you guys right now is, will Pain be expecting this? Do you think this was a surprise for them, or do you think they're ready for it?
I feel like Pain, coming into this, thought that they were going to run back the same maps that they played last time around.
It's probably why they let Dust 2 be the decider as well.
Yeah, so I feel like they probably had a game plan for more so those maps. So VP here, a little bit of a punish pick, one where they definitely are the stronger team on it overall. Pain at least got a win recently on this map, so they're not slouches on it. Yeah. But I just don't think that Bigazera and Snow have a great grasp of defending B, if I'm being real.
Well, let's find out some more things when it comes to Inferno, as we've got another Mahone zone for you all.
Maui just said that they might not be great at defending B, but NQZ, he might be the solution here because he has a couple different setups that I want to show right now. So, first up, the first one is simply an aggressive car pick. Now, NQZ, he's going to try to path towards that right side car. He's going to have Snow back him up with this smoke. Now, this smoke is designed to basically extinguish the typical T-car Molotov that comes in towards that banana side. What this does is it creates space for NQZ to actually peek down banana. With this very easy pick, allows him to extend, catch a player coming out through banana. Now, the side benefit of this smoke as well is that after he gets his kill, he gets a little bit of cover when he falls back. Now, the second setup is a little bit more passive, but it's interesting because it actually allows NQZ to creep up. And the reason why is because Snow, he's actually playing on top of the sandbag here. And notice his positioning here. So the first thing is that he's playing anti-flash so that if a flash comes in, he's going to be able to turn right away to challenge so that if NQZ gets blinded holding this angle, he's going to be able to cover. But the second interesting thing is that if a Molotov comes in towards the typical sandbag position, he's not actually going to get burned. He can actually maintain positioning on the sandbag. So when NQZ finds his first kill on the body, Snow is right there to be able to back him up. It allows him to escape, allows him to get away. That's the second setup. Now the third one is a little bit more of a passive one towards the CT spawn area. Now it's a typical angle, but NQZ does have a bit of backup. Bigazera and Snow, they're here towards the site. Bigazera up close, Snow towards spools. And the idea behind this setup is that NQZ, he's going to take the first line. He's going to find the first kill. Then the second player, he's going to find the follow-up. He's going to try to get the trade. And then Snow, lastly, he's going to throw flashes to push the T's back. Very simple setup. Here you're going to see it in motion. NQZ finds the first kill. Bigazera tries to follow up on the second. And then Snow, he pushes back with his nades. So if Virtus.pro decide to come up towards banana, they're also going to have to worry about NQZ. Here are three key setups to watch out for. We'll have to see if they can handle it.
And by the looks of it, it'll be very hard to handle. But at least if you're VP right now, the 2 wins you've had so far at the Major when it comes to this map were dominant. They absolutely destroyed both Bait and OG. But Pain's a bit of a different beast right now.
Yeah, they really are. With the way they're playing and obviously with the confidence they'll have coming out of that first map, it's going to be completely different. That car setup is kind of cool. I feel like I don't see a whole lot of oppers going for that car peek down banana. That's like an old school tactic that's like come full circle and been recycled back into it. If NQZ can actually pull that off with any kind of consistency and impact in this, that'll be a great benefit for Payton.
Yeah, I have a hard time thinking, though, that VP didn't study that kind of footage, that they didn't see that NQZ loves to start to help out, in my eyes, a weak B duo. So if Flit notices that there's an opera over there, I think they're just going to pivot towards A pretty quickly.
It's been an important match for Snow to deliver. I think he had 5 kills on map 1, a quiet game. Didn't really need to do a whole lot because the rest of his team was delivering. But if you're going to be the B bomb site defender and you have that quiet first map, second map better be very loud.
Yeah, there's a lot that could be coming his way. And we got some action action coming your way as well. It's Inferno. It could be the last map for VP. They're trying to fight for their survival here at the Major. And we're back with Sponge and Machine.
Thank you very much, fellas. Yeah, it's do or die now for Virtus.pro. What has now been 5 consecutive map losses, and Pain are the favorites. You can see the odds on your screen there. They are on their last chance. If Pain pick up this map, they will pick themselves up a spot in the playoffs, and VP will be head in hands after a loss streak to end and exit the Blast TV Austin Major.
The last time Fame and Flit were in a major playoffs was back when they won in Rio 2022. They were outsiders, but we may as well say it was Virtus.pro.
Yeah.
So it's been a long time between drinks, and you look at those two individuals. For Flit, this is his 7th major. For Fame, this is only his 4th. He's been at 4 and he's won 1, so that's not bad odds whatsoever. It's the Young Guns, Flamus is 2nd, Icy's 3rd, but Electronic 13 to his name. They've got the pedigree, they've got the experience, but do they have what it takes to handle the pressure, or will they crumble from a 2-0 start?
Yeah, well, they elected to take it to Inferno, Chad. It's a map that typically lends itself to their style of play and calling. And their T side is where they'll set the tone.
Yeah, well, if the tone was anything to go off from Mirage, very slow, lots of saves. Let's see if that keeps up here. I feel that's not the best VP. That's them doing a bit of a callback to what they were once upon a time known for. Banana control taken, U2 being juggled. Flit to try out a CT smoke to keep boots planted. Big Zera alongside a Snow. Their setup just discussed. Not going to be tested on the pistol. This is a fake. You can see the bomb over towards apartments. So the CTs will block out, and that was without being baited. NQZ alongside DGT in the site, Davideus in the pit. The 9Z duo going to have to deal with the leak out A. Now comes the fake. Electronic is going to assist in this. Does he throw a flash? Now it's going to be the smoke. So 2 smokes, that's an awful lot of investment. NQZ, DGT rotating. Now it's just Davideus. Very convincing fake.
It is convincing, so much so that the whole rotation of... Actually, DGT, yeah, wait, Big Uzera's taken down Flit. Now Davideus, here's them. Will they clear him? They do. He gets 1. Flamus sidelined.
Need the plant.
I see we'll get that planted now. DGT smoked off. Heavy utility invested from VP.
No DGT's flash. That could be the avenue back in. There's no kit. If they group up, the flash is perfect. They can just sprint into this site and trade out efficiently. The Berettas will help in this.
Yeah, okay. They're starting their crawl now. Big Uzera is actually electing to go through apps with the dual Berettas. Snow partners up with him, so just 4 pistols are about to flood out of the balcony. Electronic gets spotted out as well. Long range drops off. Good setup. VP now have the numbers. Flying into the site is Snow. Needs this cleanly, needs this quickly. Gets it. It's just Icy on the site. The bomb's ticking in his favor. There's no kit, no chance, no time. VP will take it. It does come down to a 1v1. It's far from glamorous, far from clean. But VP, the must-win pistol, is theirs.
I can't believe they went before the flash, right? The flash didn't even feel like it was part of the consideration there. They go silently through halls. This was great from Davideus to get 1, right? The fact that he has so many players spilling out in his direction. There's the flash late after you've already lost NQZ and Big Uzera. If they'd use that to activate, it just has to catch 1 player. You already had the man advantage. But this is where the problems really crept in. Jason touched on it. 3 anti-eco attempts that VP couldn't convert. Well, they're anti-forces, aren't they? Scout back out for NQZ. 3 SMGs, a 5.7. You need this one, VP, if you want to have any shot in this series. Absolutely. I think your confidence would tank. It's not even just about the ramifications of this round. It's about what it's going to do to your mental if you lose another one of these. Some of the hardest rounds to win in Counter-Strike, sure. It sounds like it should be simple. But when the chips are down and the investment is lower, the round is in flux, right? There's more options available. You take more risks, and that's harder to account for.
Bang on with the HE. Spread of 50 damage amongst the VP ranks.
Oh, Big Uzera makes the step. That will have been heard. How good is this execute? Smokes, mollies, flashes, everything you need and more. Blocks that. That is going to cause some issues. That's going to puff a little bit deeper than you'd expect. So he can play around this. He's a real nuisance.
Oh, yeah, and NQZ's scout is on the back of the site. He misses his first opportunity as the util starts to flood the site. Flash is good. Snow backs up into the Molotov and will burn down 100 to 0. Big Uzera, though, with that blocked smoke, he's only
Rotation's
got the 1.
quick.
You're right, it's been hurt, though, and a drive-by from Davideus keeps it interesting. Icy needed that. Wow. Different round if DGT had won that duel. Now Davideus is retreating.
Oh, well, they eke past it this time, don't they? So Davideus, is it about exits or is it about saving? Well, the fact that he leers forward into middle tells you he's looking to get an upgrade if he can.
Icy really kind of ahead of the play. Ran away towards the T-Abs to save.
Yeah, they want to hold on to these as Electronic's actually going to leave the scout behind, and makes an awful lot of sense with the T side of Inferno ahead of you. So how much damage can be done here if you think that the avenue is clear because Icy's run through? You'd be wrong. Electronic gets that information. Fane with 95 points of health, he can survive in Banana. It's not going to be too many problems. So Davideus gets an extra kill, has 3,700. So right now, if you would like to get an M4 into the mix, there is a possibility. Obviously, it's out of the box, but we'll see. How aggressive do Pain want to start their CT side of Inferno? I think we'll just see them take it quite casually. That extra cash is going to be great for NQZ to get his AWP come first rifle round, and we'll continue to talk about how good he has been in the opening department. But I think it's worth noting, giving people a bit of a history lesson in terms of Pain's season. Because it's spoken about like there haven't been any woes. It's just like, oh, they've been mid for the season, and yeah, now they're good. That's not the case whatsoever. The season started with the ramifications of Shanghai. They were getting rid of Lux, and they were looking for a replacement. They signed Davideus back in January. They went into Bounty, and they made the playoffs, right? That's online into the LAN, and that's a good way to start the season. Then they were grouped in Katowice. They made the playoffs in Cluj. So that's going all right. They got grouped to EPO, and apparently that was enough to look for a replacement for Cowers, who found like he was playing out of position. Highlights were some Deagle rounds, but all in all, they felt that they could find better firepower. But they went to trial Demo, who was from their academy. That was in March. So right, we're already at that point halfway through the season. You move into Melbourne, Rix has to stand in. So not only do you have an academy player, you have to play with your coach because Big Uzera had glue ear, couldn't travel, couldn't get on a plane, couldn't do the long haul flight. So there's another event, Squandered. Another event where you can't put your best foot forward. You can't even see if this player from the academy is somebody that you want to work with. Rivals rolls around, they sign DGT for Demo. Now you've got a team, right? It becomes South American at that point, no longer Brazilian. They play there, it was last place showing, but Rivals is the best teams in the world. Hold up, does this get out of control? No, 3v3 into A, just Big Uzera here. And I'm given a history lesson.
Yeah, stop disrupting it.
It's meant to be an eco.
And it should be fine now. I think getting that bomb across to A was their last fear.
Well, we can
holding it with the P250, but yeah, the bomb's going down.
And we can finish the summary. So they go into Rivals, that last place there, but that's an event that is meant to have some of the best teams in the world attending, and their first event with DGT. Then Astana rolls around. DGT has issues with a visa, can't attend. Rix has to play the first 2 games in the Swiss. He gets in the server, they get to play the next couple of matches together, but they still get grouped. And now they're at the major. That's their season. Doesn't sound like the 5 players have been able to whir into action, sure. You know, oh, it's only 2 players over the course of the season, but it's been up and down. It's been your in-game leader. It's having a coach stand in.
I mean, we all know just a consistent 5 is going to, it takes time. You're making more than one change. It's going to take time to actually have that roster. Never mind where you keep attending events with your hand tied behind your back, without Big Uzera, without your new pickup of DGT. So yeah, actually fielding 5 roster, it must have been quite a exciting moment for them to realize, wait, we're attending the event with our entire roster.
Yeah, and you just look at the sheer lack of reps because of all those things with the 5-man course, the 5-man team. So it's taken them a while to get going, and now in a 2-2 game, 1 map to the good. VP, sure, they're 3-0 up on their map pick, but let's see how far that continues. NQZ's AWP is out. Can he quickly be a nuisance?
Interesting start, yep. DGT just goes and leaves a cache of nades for the boys on B. They'll have more to use, more to call around. Big Uzera obviously IGLing from the B side of the map.
Yeah, it's him and Snow. The desk questioned their B setup, so let's see. That first nade doesn't find its mark. Flit. Yeah, to start trundling up Banana, we know the pace. Everyone at home can take a breath. The rounds are going to be slow. They're just going to go through a lot of the default spreads. They'll wait for the protocol CT utility. The main thing that you want to keep your eyes on is the restraint from Pain in the nade department. Do they save the utility to block late? And do they gamble with the 3-2 splits correctly? Well, right now, it's all 5 in Banana. Well placed, well timed. That will cancel proceedings as U2 was already thrown out. So if they wanted to go on that timing, they'll have to wait a moment longer. Double smoke.
Oh, dear.
Double smoke. That's definitely an extension to run through, sure.
That's an answer to your question about Util. Big Uzera's feeling so much scrutiny right now. Flashbacks rain in. Flammers having a go, gets across the pool. That's a pick off from Snow. Big Uzera chips in. They're very low, wounded, but still they connect. With Electronic and Flammers, the site is taken. Davideus called upon NQZ as well. He's even got a HE, they got full belts. Will they be able to get back in? Deep CT smoke, but Davideus already heading in through the ruins.
Yeah, really constricted by these smokes right now. They just want to save this smoke. Going to start to fade in a moment. NQZ gives over his position, lobs forward a nade. Baiting right now from Davideus, but they're in.
Yeah, it actually found Flammers. He was so low. Just bowled over. Electronic with 37 HP, and he's got a plan.
No kit.
HE and spam. That's the name of the game. Throws it down. Connect. Tracers, that's all he needs. Davideus, precision.
Damn, it's going to be close. The bomb. Only a couple moments left, and that defuse comes through. Couldn't knock him off. Couldn't get the job done, and the HE from hell. The holy hand grenade from NQZ.
I really like the idea from Electronic. I mean, sure, you know, you've got a smoke in front of you. Do you want to underhand it and break it? But he figures, I know where the bomb's planted. If I can just knock him off the defuse, the round is mine. Davideus just so quick to the trigger, and the nade not doing enough damage.
Well, they had the stack in the right place. The U2, a little bit off the mark. You double smoke when you didn't have to. That nade right there, that's the way back in. Otherwise, they could have been considering the save. See the HE come through.
Oh, it missed.
Yeah, it landed over towards pool. So they can buy. It's going to be a tech knife. Oh, look at the mid push.
Yeah, okay, DGT.
Tone setter.
Yeah, wow. Straight down the guts of mid will tuck.
Do they flash for him to fight? There are possibilities to flash deep from Banana or down middle. NQZ trained on the AWP. Biggie Zero's here as well. This might go undercleared.
DGT, Volume 1, reporting what he hears.
We'll sort the trajectory of that, surely.
Yeah, this one was second mid near stairs, but not into the apps yet.
He's hearing all the steps, everything. This information frees up the rotation. Davideus and Biggie Zero rotating over.
Oh, and that gets even better for him. Flammers caught on his transition back to try and help the boys on B.
Well, do you call it off?
That's the question. That is the question.
Still got time to. There's over a minute, well, under a minute now left on the clock, but over when a kill came in. But you're boxed. DGT keeps pushing. He's going to be completely behind you T-stairs. You're forced into this B play.
Okay, well, Snow gets Molotov'd out of position, and they are on the way across. He does well to get his, and now that boost comes into play. Big Uzera set Davideus up for it, and as he turns, he gets them both. Attention drawn by the boost. The team play is there. Payne string together 2 consecutive.
That's huge push, and the fact it's not just into a fight. Normally when you see that type of push, you keep on pushing down on the back of a flash and you surprise them as they're just setting up in the default spread. But he was just the beacon of information. And he was down here for so long. Look, he only started transitioning forward at 1 minute and 7 seconds on the clock. So DGT, a round-winning move, information. It's got an awful lot of ramifications if you can hear exactly where everybody is. Set up for success and now down to an eco. The opportunity to tie things up 3-3. Strong start for Payne. And this is going to be throwing you for a bit of a loop if you're VP. They're not letting you just play your game. Showing that they can be a nuisance. P250 Deagle. And a smoke for good measure for Electronic. Full Banana control means that A needs to be a little bit more considered about a Halls pop possibility. NQZ on the line. Saw the shadow for the smoke. There's no flash to force him off, but he backs off on his own volition.
Oh, I'm sure they were tempted to try and look through the incendiary, but wow, swinging through short side is DGT. He's got bullets for days, but just the 2. And Fame actually managed to run down NQZ, so they've made a lot out of a little. The AWP finding his way into Fame's hands. He's going to throw that out of bounds and go on down. So a little bit of financial damage. There's good output.
They're looking for the AWP. They're not able to get that one back. It's over the fence. You got to ask Mum if you can go talk to the neighbor, because that one is Fame being a little bit cheeky. But don't you worry. There is money. That's 3 consecutive rounds. They can get the AWP out again. Icy, not equipped, but not necessary on the T side of Inferno. And Galil for Electronic, the weakest of the firepower. And they've got the nades to work with. Will it be the slow crawl? Are they going to be a little bit more hasty with their convictions? They try and take Banana, Halls and Boiler, make sure that they can't creep down and get that free information. Well, Kamoli lands, one back. Smoke half full, but that is just to deny the information. You can't find out what's on the other side, and you definitely don't want to brave it as looking for the silent boost up in towards the window. So Flamus is in. Now the staging area behind the smoke. Sandbag molly. Flit launches through. NQZ's AWP is here to, if it could chip in with it over. Just 1 kill so far for NQZ. Still very early stages on Inferno. Sticking to the guns of 3B. This does put pressure on Davideus and DGT over towards A. U2 set to take back some control. Nobody flushed forward.
Yeah, they are going to ask questions over this double D defense.
Davideus can block now. He has a smoke. Not too late.
Oh, yeah, DGT, though. No one's looking at him, and there's a perfectly timed incendiary that is crouching in the flames. Electronic up short clears the site. A flurry of frags from him. 2 on the Galil, low HP, but he gets in. It's up to Snow and NQZ.
Oh, double pit, okay.
Oh, he's got another HE, imagine.
Yeah, but it's double pit with a molly, a HE, a couple of flashes. This is very worrying, actually.
Yeah.
Electronic will die to this.
He will. He's just gotten away from that, though. Electronic smart, reposition. HE does nothing. Molly will, though, force a fight. Flip forced to wide. 2 of them in the pit. Oh, a jump scare. But wait, where's the other? They bubble it up. Snow works it out. Flit doesn't finish his meal. And now here comes Snow. No bullets. Onto the P2. It's Flit. Good for it. VP fighting back. That was a big round out of Electronic. It's Flit to close.
That got so chaotic, right? As they come out of apartments, that incendiary lands on the balcony there. They're able to get their eyes to the guns and a couple of nice trades, but they come out on top. A 2v2 that could have gone wrong because of U2. Well, they do get back on the board. No AWP available for NQZ now. It's actually going to be quite a hampered purchase going forward. Here it is again. You see that incendiary just spilling over.
Oof.
Beautiful double from Electronic. He is going to be mandatory if they want to pull this series back and take it to the third at Dust 2. A couple of SMGs, a FAMAS and M4. Slide on U2. Will have to win with fights here.
Yeah, because Zera's here. They've really stacked up here. And wow, the fact that Snow gets away with the first one cleanly. No response.
4 players, not Banana.
And they're going to swing for it. They're going to take the fight. Icy controls the spray for 2. NQZ puts him in a grave. Flammers. Oh, Fame, yeah, completely pantsing him. He got distracted by the sound of Flammers retreating.
Just that first bullet wasn't the instant kill. That could have gone horribly wrong as the bomb down in Banana.
Oh, that's weird.
Well, do they want to continue to fight towards A? They might be able to try and cut off DGT, excuse me. Library right now. He's going to peer into this fight.
He's going to be in the open.
Yeah, he's got a lot to consider.
Ooh.
Gap's been pipped.
I feel like he's off angle, though, if he's holding for the arch wrap. Should have the first free. Fade, free aim. Doesn't matter. DGT dynamic.
That's a massive round. Think about how poor that buy was. They started 4 towards B, 3 of which were fighting. They win out the duels in Banana. They completely slow this down. And then in the 2v2, both of them just coming through the arch side.
How often do you see so many players fighting for this early Banana?
This is it. And they're going for this because they don't have the util. So like, well, if they think that the util advantage isn't there and we can't fight for it, we can't molly, we can't HE, we're going to have to put our bodies on the line. So it comes down there to hitting your shots. And that is beautiful work. Fire in the belly again. DGT impactful with info and now some frags. 8 kills for him so far. Is back down to just some pesky pistols and a Galil.
If they could best the pesky pistols, Chad, Payne can get themselves a nice comfy cushion on the CT side.
Yeah, 6 would be beautiful. They'll be eyeing up those playoffs. Don't you worry about that. And I believe, I've been taking a look, the ramifications of Payne winning this series. The bracket starts to get a little bit out of control. They're grouped up in Banana. 4 of the 5. Fame the late piece. Full smoke lands, they will respect it.
Yeah, beauty of it landing on the lip is it removes the boost response.
This is just so tough for VP. You consider how well this stage started, how well they came into stage 3. They 3-0'd. And Payne was the team they took down. This is a rematch. Map 1, they were blown out of the water. Mirage, they got it done last time, 16-13. Sure, it was close, but they showed a whole lot more fight than they did today.
Yeah, it's been empty hands for VP. 3 consecutive days.
Yeah, and that's down. It's crept in. It's in the gameplay. You're seeing it. Sure, they're not stressed, they're not yelling at each other yet, but this would just be a horrible way to end your season. We talk about Payne's disappointments, VP's as well. Some big names, some heavy hitters, and some upgrades into 2025.
Yeah, major champs, 3 of them.
Can you stick your landing, though? Rotation on the way, NQZ. Got a couple of flashes. These could be perfect.
Okay, nading go. Snow, what have you got? He's got a white screen. That's what he's got, but he's also got Big Uzera holding his hand, getting a double. The B-side defense gets the majority of the frags down. Sure, there is a bomb plant. It's Electronic and Icy partnered up, a weapon retrieved, does need to get some fresh ammo in there.
If they double up, it's so weak. They have to fight. They have to fight.
Yeah, and they're going to try and isolate NQZ, but that is an AK-47. An instant headshot would change everything. VP double swing, can't finish it. NQZ down now. DGT trying to do what he can, and it's only a 1-for-1. Okay, Electronics, he's going to lead his team to, oh, he's running at you. Davideus trying to ninja, gets him off the bomb, and Electronic, he's fumbled that. It was a hard afterplant, didn't have the angle. Davideus, the balls to hold it.
Look at this. Look at that, Biggie Zera looking across the line and throwing banter directly at them. This is the type of team you can get in VP's head.
Oh yeah,
like without a doubt. You know, if I'm talking about a team whose head you can get into, Electronic is definitely one.
What a very unique 1v1 like setup here. So Davideus, he manages to get back onto the bomb, but he holds it for 4.
That was in English.
Yeah. What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, well, hey, in their heads, timeout taken. Finn on the mic. Got to avoid this pressure getting set in. You can tilt Electronic, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, well, so far he's still having good output. I'm looking for Flammus. Where's this disruptive force that took the stage by storm?
Well, his inexperience, right? This is only his second major.
Yeah, true.
We had him in Shanghai Gamer Legion. And in terms of the positions he's been put in, it's not the same one Ash did. Ash used him as the sharpest tool in the shed. Right now, he's around a lot of other players who have equally as good aim. And it just feels the pace that VP have come in today, they're regressing. It's not the Counter-Strike that we've been loving in their victories. But let's see, this game ain't over yet. It's just a one-round game.
A selfless Electronic sets Flit up.
And yeah, that means they bought again. So there's a little bit of cash left over for a bunch of the players. But they're still trying to vie for this one. It's 2,900 into the next Flit. You need to find the opener with this AK.
Yeah, he is on the warpath, but Biggie Zera and Snow will not oblige with any early fights. Instead, they're just lining up for that early block util.
This B side, they're doing their job. They're getting the trades. They're going 1-for-1. They're making it difficult. They're giving their team the chance to retake it. There goes the AK. Look, this is great. They found their solution. They're not just being bullied. They're making sure they're dictating the tone.
What a luxury.
And previously, they've been playing a little bit more on the site. So they've been playing against executes. They've had that third man there to help. This time they play forward. They find the opening kill, and they send them packing back towards A. And now they've been blocked there as well. This just feels hopeless. It's like you're drowning at the moment.
To Inferno. Everywhere your pack goes, a smoke screen obscures.
He's going again.
Locks.
He's going again.
Yeah, he is. Another go, another dip. Just as they start to throw their util, and then QZ's there as well. The multiple bodies, they're just running them in. That's what you want to see from Flammus. A triple kill on the triple B setup.
Oh, another 2v2 post plan on B. This time they have the chance to set up. Davideus late banana, DGT already responding. Deep smoke is so tough. Get a reload in, son. You got 6 bullets.
Oh, he's only got 6, but he might just need the 1 if he can just put one into the side of the head. Ooh, last bullet into the body. No reload necessary. He'll take it and scavenge off the DGT's corpse. Accelerating now. Davideus knows this 180 crossfire is not easy to break. It is Flammus's round. Wow. Ace out of Flammus. I was asking for him. He goes from 1 to 6. And he lets them know.
Okay, look, that is only the 5th ace of this stage so far, and it couldn't have come in a better time. The fact that Flammus pulls this off right here, right now. This is how it starts. The opening kill from Big U0, the harass up banana. Flammus gets the triple kill. Makes mincemeat of that push. Forward with no bullets, only has Kevlar, no head armor, and then into the M4 for the finish. The young gun, second major, makes an impact, and Payne are just down to pebbles right now.
Yeah, just after Payne piped up. Flammus comes alive.
You win this, it's almost a guaranteed 7-5 half for VP. Right, next round only 1900, final round for either team. Just the back and forth nature of this game.
Basically, it hinges off of this setup. Does it work? Does this aggression into the apartments work out? Flammus immediately cut down, but now DGT's not looking the right direction. And Fame cuts noise.
Oh, doesn't know how free that kill would have been. They weren't expecting more. They found the hero of the last immediately, sure. But they might just continue with this crawl. Flit's already top banana. He's been blocked. They can sell a fake. We saw them do it quite proficiently on the pistol. Aim and Icy.
Oh. That's the bomb spotted. Okay, intel flows. NQZ was about to leave A. Now they're looking for DGT. There's Flit. Asks questions of Big Uzera's B site.
Oh, I think it was just in his blind spot. Or did he catch it? Yeah, info now.
Yeah, headshot found. Okay, they know they're just looking for Snow. Flit on the flight path, didn't consider the boost. 5-7 tracks him. just the tip of his head as he tried to crouch under. Fame doing the same, going to be dipping towards B, and the bomb should be able to go down uncontested. What's Snow supposed to do here?
Has to run through this smoke.
Electronic gets across.
Do they boost up again?
Late boost, perhaps. Where's that bomb? Starting to cross now.
Yeah,
the timing.
It's not going to be considered.
Icy's on the boost. He does get distracted by Electronic at range. He does bring it down. Electronic's gone. Time pressure. They need that bomb planted. Icy punching in the code. DGT and Snow partner up. It's NQZ coming in from that banana side. It's going to be held in an open angle. Icy exposed to this fight unless he slips. He's holding. He's looking. Damage inflicted and info. They know where they both are. 5-7 headshot from DGT.
Got a molly.
2. Molly on the bomb. Could win the round alone. It's going to be very
They're going to chase him.
They're running him down, running him round. Going to tuck on in. Get spotted now behind the pulpit. Did you not see him? Snow, you've got to hit him. You've got to kill him. Warbacks come through. They line up for Fame. And now 6 is theirs. VP. A late resurgence to leave the half with a lead in their must-win map.
Oh, right there. The fact that they isolated where he was, if they killed him, I think they would have had time to go back for the defuse, so they fumbled this situation. Utility coming in clutch. They did so well to manifest these kills as DGT, the second attempt on the boost is a thing of beauty. But Fame, this is a labored clutch, sure. It's all about that molly, perfectly placed, under pressure, didn't flub his lines, and that's 6. It'll be the same type of buy for Pain yet again. Losing some U2 early and actually gets further stuck under the truck. Oh, did he get it? No, he did. Okay, well, Fortune.
I mean, I'm impressed they managed to make it as competitive in the last, but regardless, it's VP that managed to stabilize.
Yeah, but this is the thing, right? You go back to Mirage, the type of rounds that they were losing were exactly like this, and they almost lost another. So again, Pain are in with a great shot to win this. Maybe not anymore.
Yeah, just loses his head to a flit headshot. We know what he's capable of, and he is just going to keep his hunting going.
Timing.
Deus runs him down, catches Flammus in apps. That's a lot of info. No one else home, he says. Be ready, B.
They have to execute in a B right now. They don't know it. The rotation's still miles away. The site's open. If they get a CT smoke in, they're good. You have to brave this. Have to call Snow's bluff.
They will. Or not. No, just spam the smoke. They're terrified.
So scared.
Terrified.
Well, last round they went in and they were punished. The last round, oh, it's drawn the rotation. NQZ's going to deal with this from long side. It's just the MP9. So if he tucks in and he goes to deny the plant, that's the best way that he can cause chaos. He can't lock them down in a choke point. He doesn't have the weapon for the job. He doesn't have any utility. He can just play in the site. 1 kill is going to be enough, and they're looking to wrap. 30 seconds left on the clock.
Oh, but by wrapping at this point, DGT and Davides are returning. They might be caught out. There might be more than just NQZ to hold this.
Mid to B, really?
DGT. Oh, he gets the info. There's some help from Davides. He doesn't connect the spray.
Back to A.
NQZ's here. 1 man. 4. Encroaching on his bomb site, but he has got a little bit of the element of surprise. Walks around the corner, catches 1. Element of surprise is only good for the first, though, and Snow doesn't have the health to give this a look in. Good luck, mate. It's your last round. You've got 8 HP and an AK. In a do-or-die map, VP, their pick, their territory, trying to find a way, a path to victory that's been eluding them these last few days, and Snow goes down. VP have the lead. 7 on a must-win map for Virtus.pro.
This is the Blacklight Hot Seat Trivia. This is where we're putting some of our players to the test across their Counter-Strike knowledge. They'll be sitting in absolute discomfort to start off with and unlocking potential of the chairs to find some comfort if they can do the questions. First man taking the challenge is Falcon from Undersea. How are we doing?
I'm doing very good. I'm so excited.
I got Simple with me from FaZe Clan here. All right, you ready for the questions?
Yeah.
Which team famously completed a 0-2 comeback in the E-League Boston 2018 major to win it all?
I guess it was Cloud9. To win it all?
They won, yeah.
Cloud9.
Yes, there you go. You started off very strong. What was the most iconic map for Astralis during their peak dominance in 2018-2019?
2 maps, I know, I think. It's Dust 2 or Inferno. Could be Dust 2. I think Inferno.
Inferno?
I think it was Nuke.
Easy, yeah?
But no, wait, sorry. No, Nuke, I forgot.
Which team won the first CS2 major, PGL Copenhagen 2024?
Natus Windsor.
There we go.
Navi, Natus Windsor, yes.
Where would you want to adjust first? You do the back?
Yes, now it's better.
Oh man, I'm ready.
All right. Which player is known for pulling off the infamous jumping double AWP kill on Cash?
Markelov? I don't know. Guardian?
It was on me and on John, called Zira.
On Cash?
On Cash?
Yeah.
It was simple, yeah.
Sasha Simple Kostolev.
You got it correctly. Which team was known as Choke Clan for a while before finally winning a major?
FaZe?
FaZe Clan.
Correct. All right, what do you want to change now? What do you want to get more comfy?
Like this.
Okay, I will just leave it like this.
Which player got VAC banned in front of a live audience?
I forgot.
That's Indian guy?
Yep, what was his name?
Man, what was his nickname?
First letter, F.
Forsaken.
Yeah!
Forsaken?
Yes, that's the one. Which organization was once banned from all majors due to a coaching bug abuse scandal?
Is it a really famous organization?
CIS region, famous.
CIS. Okay, I know.
Legion, right? Legion, this?
What's the first part?
On H, right?
Yeah.
Hard Legion?
Yes, there we go.
Yeah, it was Hard Legion.
Ah, see? Look, I helped you too much. Damn it, I shouldn't have helped you.
Thank you, James. Thank you. Thank you, man.
Thank you very much for playing.
You.
Congratulations.
You can cut the tension with a knife, reflected in the gameplay. 12 days of Swiss coming to its conclusion right here, right now. And this is it. One spot left in the playoffs. It's been slow. It's been tempered. It's had its moments. And Payne, they're not out of this map just yet. 7-5 at the half. They've got it done with a whole lot less in a lot of these rounds. So even if they lose this pistol, let's see what they've got in store for the 4 spies.
Yeah, fighting to extend their season. This major marking the culmination of the first VRS system season.
Bookend rounds there for VP. 3 to start, 3 to finish, and 1 in the middle. There's a heavy lean towards A. Just flip towards the B site. I see long. You see the porch setup highlighted there, and it is going to be that of Electronic, the safety net in pit. It's on screen, still favoring Payne. And they're heading right in this direction towards the stack. Big Uzera deep in second mid, NQZ under the balcony, and the other 3 over towards halls. Now, Big Uzera has the util. He's doubling back. Might take a bit of a pro banana, I thought, but just checking if anyone has pushed down that sound cue. There's nobody able to hear that. We can see Flitz still quite deep towards car. So Big Uzera lines up his util, gets ready to let rip.
Fame starts to ask questions just as they path forward. Flamus, a nice click. And QZ down in mid. Fast flank towards the Amps players now. Electronic calling for raid. He's just crouched, hiding out on the side. Amadeus will wrap him down. Bomb goes down. Awkward now. It's Fame's flank. Does everything for VP and their chances. He's really had a resurgence in form. Player they really needed. A spin.
He got the bomb. He could try to get to B.
Oh, Davideus doing him dirty.
They can go B.
Fame can flank though. Fame can flank.
Hey.
Oh, Fame continues to lay down the pain onto them. Just Big Uzera trying to pivot with that bomb. At least he's retrieved that, but Fame's playing for the win here.
Flit's going to beat him there.
Yeah.
13 seconds. This is going to be damn close, and that's been said in a lot of rounds. Just has to go for the plan here.
I mean, Flit just needs one headshot. He hasn't immediately found it. Big Uzera's just asking
him after time.
Double bluff. Kill him after time. But yeah, that's VP's pistol. Okay, Fame. Wow. After they broke in and Davideus hit a couple of bangers, it looked like it was up for debate, but Fame, he closes that down, shuts it down. Flamus with a start onto NQZ. This is a great one from Davideus.
Yeah,
Look how quick he is.
Spinning on a dime, ready for everything.
Wow, you needed that first bullet. It had to be the first bullet as well, otherwise you lose control.
Okay, that's both pistols.
Yeah, okay.
And without the plan, it might just have to be the eco from Payne. They're not going to force in. They're not going to give this one a go. There's just one deagle to work with in the hands of Davideus. The rest are just onto Glocks. This feels like a mandatory 9th round for VP now. To remind everybody, Dust 2 is the 3rd and deciding map. And when they played in stage 2, that was VP's choice. They won it 13-10. And you might question, why didn't they pick it again? But a lot of learnings happen from losses, and Pain coming into this today will have likely looked at it and maybe expected VP to pick in the same pursuit. Inferno is an opportunity to go, okay, this isn't a map they're potentially ready for. So deep banana from Flit with the SMG. Pain to try and bait him in. A deep incendiary for now, but this one, if you're on the CT side, you really want to keep as many bodies alive as possible. You can give away one casualty, maybe two. If you give away more than that or a plant, that's going to be miserable. As Utility donated with that buffer of the smoke landing, and on the T sides in rounds like this, we tend to get them just siphoning out Utility, allowing the CTs to limp forward with their nades, forcing them to rebuy, keeping the economy humble, making sure it can't get too out of control.
Yeah, I just wanted to continue to draw attention to that Fame turnaround from map 1.
Oof. Only 2 there for Flit.
He had 8-16 scoreline in the loss on Mirage, now finding himself with a 2 KD. Could have padded his stats, but he's letting the boys get some, farming them up.
You'd love it to definitely be these SMGs. And, well, trying to get towards A. Biggies are being cheeky. He's heard. Flammus will not allow this to happen. 2 rounds trying to get the plant. Come on in. The water's warm. Flammus will grab that. Now, do they upgrade into the AWP? To do so, no, they're not going to be able to right now. So Icy will just have to likely stick with this SMG. Flick by himself. This is a key round right now if there will be a comeback available for Pain. I heard Alexia, I heard Heroic, I heard a lot of different names of World Counter-Strike there. Let's see how that opens up when you have these bonus SMGs to work with on Inferno. You'd like to get stuck in, but it appears they're just going to sit on back. That works too, right? You can play in Boiler Halls on the boost over towards B. They can still be very pesky. So second wave for the banana control. Negated for now. Nade drops out, takes some Lick of Flames down to 60 points of health. So Flit, oh, even taking more.
Feels like a big part of VP's game plan has always been to take deep banana control, not always a priority for others.
So with all that damage, he's actually given the M4 over to Fame. And Flit's just going to play with the SMG and go be a loose piece over towards A. So it's a gamble again. Remember this on Mirage. They did it early in the game plan. It was actually Fame who was the short defender who they were putting in A in, I think, 3 of the early rounds. And they were gambling, and well, right now, it looked like it would have paid off.
Ooh, DPT, wow. That's an incredible shot.
And he doesn't think he's alone. He thinks right.
Suspicious push to do a load. Oh, DGT, that's a double entry. I don't care how you want to categorize it. That
Good luck,
is a double entry into A.
What's Icy meant to do?
I don't know what he's supposed to do, Chad.
He's screwed.
Kills everyone. Somehow. Somehow, some way. Swing on it. Hit the headshot. Drive by the first. And Big Uzera picks up the pieces to make this very important round. Pain Gaming.
Okay, well, the bomb will go down. The saves will come through. Big Uzera just being safe about it, even on the redeploy. So we'll get more of this. And to reflect back on Mirage as well, there was a lot of saves for VP. And if you are going to take gambles, that they were sticking to the gamble, right? Flit had hedged over, and then something called him off. He headed back over towards the B site, and that's when the pop came in. 2 players walked through apartments, giving... That's a beautiful first, isn't it? And then just sticking to this line. Electronic thinks, well, I'm already in. let's keep on searching, shall we? Icy and Flammus will have enough to buy. Flit can drop the SMG to Electronic and get himself a rifle as well. So never any issues as far as VP and getting weapons in their hand is concerned. But this is a pivotal moment in this match. MongolZ, who's been brilliant with openings throughout, is having a tough time of things on Inferno. Only 4 kills for him. Couldn't stop saying his name on map number 1. Stressful moment. The half can get away from you now on this CT side, and they can clamp back this gap. It's awfully quiet out there. This will all be packed up at the end of today. We're moving into the arena. Thursday next week. 12 days of play. And all the emotions. We've seen it on display just one final time. reverse right now. Payne not getting stuck in for the banana control. Allowing VP to use all their nades to grab the space. Postured again for something heavy towards A, and last time they didn't stick to their guns. This time, with the AWP postured so far forward in banana, you think you can definitely gamble right now. Icy can do fallback AWPing. Up brackets, applying pressure towards A. Bomb T stairs, smoke gonna fade bottom banana.
Want to ask questions of Icy, but it feels like, oh, barrel, easy pick off, yeah, dry. Just Davideus walking on up. Like a daisical and a comfortable opening.
Big Zero needs to apply pressure right now because you want to force that rotation. Electronic's about to get a bunch of information.
Yeah, more than information, he gets a bullet in his head.
Another crazy push. Double pit, one site.
It's strong, it's potent. They're trying to force a rotate, but the VP are fully burrowed in here. They are committed. It's the right gamble. 20 seconds for the finish. Here they come. Payne trying to find consecutive rounds. This double up in mini pit is it's going to be a bit of a jump scare. It's going to be very surprising, especially when Flammers can hit the first clean. Now Payne gets overlooked. Catches DGT, catches 3. Backs are turned. Easy find. VP, strong case made now to take this the distance.
You think another info play from Electronic is going to cost them there. Icy does so well just to get a clean opener for free, no pressure, nothing felt, and then Electronic just leers forward in middle. But the boogeyman in the pit, that's Fame. Your worst nightmare on Inferno right now, Payne, and you're feeling an awful lot of it. 4 rounds the difference as they just need 3 more to push us over to Dust 2. The mental warfare in this, it's on display as Payne are going to take their first tactical timeout of the map. Their money situation does leave them with at least 3 rifles / AKs, right? Snow could get AK just with head armor if he wants to get firepower. Could go Galil if they need the nades. Tech 9 for Davideus and NQZ. He'll be able to get out of Galil as well. So decent amount of firepower to work with in this, but maybe something more direct. You've been playing the default. You've been hoping to be able to pants in these sites to play the rotations. You're allowing them to get the banana control. Maybe now fight for it. The half could be over and you haven't contested for the banana control. So now could be a good time.
Yeah, it looks like Davideus with his Tech 9 is going to be trying to get an early skirmish. Takes an early lick from the HE. Icy will start once more in support of the B defense, and there's a lovely combo meal there for Davideus. Eats a second. And now they pull for that incendiary smoke combo we've seen utilized by Payne on their defense.
I'm just going to set up in banana for an execute. No molly, so that's not going to flush anybody out backside. Big nade on the Icy. There's another one available for DGT.
Yeah, give me another one. Oh yeah, Flit's lining up for a HE on half wall. That could do significant damage. Flashed off the AWP line. He's buying it so much time. He really wants to time this to perfection. And ooh, not too shabby. 4 caught by the shrapnel. 45 seconds for the go.
Oh, blocked as well. You got to stack here. You might as well let him in. DGT has the HE to clear. This could actually work out quite perfectly. They could pop into the site in a moment.
Shallow.
It's a fake. It's a fake.
Yeah, okay.
Electronic's rotating.
Commitment Electronic was, but they're saying nothing commitment. Nothing in.
Flammus needs a multi.
Yeah, Flammus is on high alert now. Doesn't have the support of Fame this time around, so it is just going to be Electronic and Flammus. Hard clears here for Payne. They're not going to be easy fights. Flammus and Electronic making it look easy. Double with the MP9 on site. DGT and Davideus, it cost them everything. 30 points of health for the remaining 2 players for the South American side. Still uncomfortable on the retake if they do not find that pick off. Icy doesn't connect but distracts. DGT sidelined. Nice catch. Davideus jumped on. It's Fame. Doesn't matter if he's there initially. He makes that site his. The impact being felt. 23 frag total from Fame. He just keeps on laying down the law, pulling VP into a 3rd map and pulling VP towards converting a map win.
Yeah, it's been a long time between drinks, hasn't it? 5 maps consecutive loss for VP. These last 2 best of 3s have not gone their way, not at all. They have been absolutely dominated by Furia and Vitality. but finally putting up some resistance. And that right there, they just stuck to that B, man, the whole entire time. And I can't believe they faked it. Maybe the clear wasn't perfect for DGT, or they smelled something they didn't like, but they head back to A, and that was actually their best chance. Well, now it is going to have to be a partial loss bonus, 2,900 into the next. Bomb goes down again. It does help get out these level of investments. The CT side not brimming with cash, so you can still make a dent. It's not too late in this game. If they get up to 12, at that point, I feel that it will be closed upon. So both teams looking relatively dominant on their map choices. Lurk Smoke scuttled forward in middle. Again, it's just a two-man defense. It's this same play from VP, and they're not playing for info. This is one of my worst nightmares when I see an Inferno setup. You don't have banana control, you don't have brackets info, and they threw a top mid Lurk Smoke, which means they could lurk through and be wrapping A or mid to B. That has to be a consideration. But this is going to be pouncy, right? This smoke's going to land CT, and they're just going to charge in.
Posted on the line. They drive by. Davideus removing Flit. Icy at least catching one, but now flashed over the line. It's Davideus. Hang on. They accelerate into the...
There he is again!
Touch him! Fame again! Every moment, every chance, Fame, they manufacture some sort of opening. It's Fame that just slams it shut.
Time for a captain's clutch, 1v3.
Yeah. Big Zera to give Payne some hope of the 2-0. Trying to catch Flammus as he walks on up and removes his head clean from the first. A 1v3 taking shape. An overextension. A trade provided by Electronic. That's full faith from Fame. He says, I'm swinging. Electronic knows what he's got to do. Wow. Endless output from Fame in map 2 here. It has just been multi on multi on multi. Set up to succeed. Look at this from Davideus. He's done so well to get into the site, a double kill, and then Fame, smoke in his face, controls the spray. Wow, and just tells Electronic, I'm going. I am going.
I think somebody as young as Fame, who's already a major winner back in Rio, he's only at his 4th major now. He's only ever been in the playoffs once.
When he won it.
When he won it.
Yeah, well, he'd be liking to say, have a second attempt.
All right, well, Payne, you get the bomb down again. Giving yourself something to work with. Lost bonus is there. An opening kill. Flammus cannot connect into DGT.
Doing that alone, that's a lot to ask of yourself. It's given away.
DGT's been great in the apartments, hasn't he? Especially when the kills have come his way. Short smoke.
Well, that's not fun for Icy. He has a HG.
Yeah, he's staying committed.
I guess he's just hoping to, stay anti and hit a quick scope. It's asking a lot.
Yeah, because he's on his own on the porch side. The other two are long. Double setup.
HG break, everyone looks his way. He gets the kill, and then Electronic and Fame don't even need to lift a finger. DGT on their way back in. Ooh, headshot found. Still does well. How's he got output there?
I know there's 2 on A.
The most important part, Chad, is who he killed. Fame goes down. It'll have to be these 3.
Well, Flit has a lot of utility. He can get this smoke into block. If he blocks right now, I don't know if they can brave through this. I think they're accelerating ahead of the timing. This is going to be too late.
Yeah, he knows that. He knows that. So he prepares himself for the wrap around the ruins. Electronic catches Davideus on the cross. It looks good. It looks great. Dust 2 looms. It's all just 1 kill away now, and it's NQZ. It's full frag. Total stays there. 13-6. A thrashing. Securing a 3rd map.
Well, you yelled at Electronic, and maybe you fired him up. He never looked more focused. Locked in. 13-6. 1 map away. It's essentially a best of 1. And Dust 2. That was the map they toppled him on last time. That was their pick last time round. Let's see if the confidence follows.
Virtus.pro is back in the server, and they are back with an important win after starting 2-0 on the opening day in the best of 1s, then getting destroyed again and again, taking beatdown after beatdown. This is a statement map victory that they desperately needed to survive this elimination.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, you break the streak. And I think the other good sign of this, too, is you had Fame having an absolutely incredible game. 26-11. He's like the other part of that 1-2 punch of their rifling duo with Flit. And if you get one of those 2 activated, the other one's going to play better. And that was the recipe to them winning the major back in Rio as well, is those 2 riflers stepping up and hitting a level we hadn't seen out of them before. So this ball bodes very well for Virtus.pro.
I mean, you had Fame popping off. You only had 10 kills for Flammus, but I remember 5 of them pretty distinctly. I mean,
yeah, should we get into that now? Have a look at some of those 5.
Let's jump in.
Should.
That's fair, yeah.
I mean, this was a back-breaking round for Pain. I mean, it felt like they were the ones that were in the driver's seat. But then Flammus with a hero AK here comes up with the full ace. And this was a moment where it felt like if Pain would have won this round, probably would have came into the second half with a lot more momentum. But to win 3 straight off the back of this, I mean, credit to him.
Yeah, there were a couple of rounds in this, like how I talked about like Virtus.pro having their like Achilles heel on Mirage. Ooh, I like the shouting back and forth too, but the Achilles heel on Mirage was Virtus.pro against the Force Spies. On this map, I feel like Pain had some really good ideas. And that like crunch feels like it should have gone so much better. The fact that it comes back into a 2-on-2 and you're kind of like, what? Like Pain was just dominating like literally half a second ago. I think there were like 3 or 4 rounds like that in that first half.
Yeah.
That we're just like, you're like, oh, Pain's in control. Oh, no, they're not.
Pain were in control, and then going into the second half as well, that control kept happening in the favor of Virtus.pro. Once they got the swings right, once they got towards the end of this first half, in the second half, they came back to it. Beautiful pistol coming out from Fame there. There was certainly a chance for Pain, but Virtus.pro shut that down.
I liked how active some of the individuals were from the VP side. I mean, you talked about Fame already. I feel like the pistol round is where he really showed his mettle. I mean, to push into Boiler here and to catch the players from Pain off, like sometimes it really just takes a spark. I mean, you had the Flammus round that got them 3 to close the half out, and then Fame to outplay them so drastically. Like Snow didn't even really seem to know what was happening still, even though his teammate just got shot. That's how surprising it was that he was in apps behind him.
It feels like actually none of them had a good read on exactly where he was at that point, right? Like, yeah, I mean, that's 2 players you catch with their back turned after you've already given away your position. So they were just completely lost in that scenario. Great move by Fame, great map from Fame, and a good recovery from Virtus.pro after the initial Mirage. I think what's cool about this is it kind of sets up the idea from that interview at the start with Pain, where they said they looked into the series they played back in Stage 2 so much. So how much of you winning is going to be your preparation and your anti-stratting, and how much is it going to be just Pain being able to actually play the game?
Yeah.
Because they get beat on the one map that they couldn't have looked into.
Yeah, this is true, right? And then it's going to set some doubts in them. And also, you're going to now raise the confidence of Virtus.pro that it doesn't matter what they were saying in the interviews, it doesn't matter what they were looking like. You were taking a beating after starting your whole major run so well. I feel like this is a huge difference maker for them now.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I mean, I was gesturing at this round. I thought the setup was just so strong for VP. It's another indication of them just feeling a step ahead on Inferno. The second half had nothing for Pain. That T-side had nothing to it.
No, unfortunately, they had some moments where it felt like they were going to maybe make something happen and break through, but then they just don't get that critical kill in the trades.
Yeah, that opens up the round.
There was always a guy on VP that just got that one multi-frag that probably shouldn't have happened, and that's a testament to individual ability, but also I feel like the Pain flashes to breach bomb sites were not nearly as effective as I'm seeing some of the other top teams right now.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, they just had a tough time that whole T side. Like Virtus.pro just stomped them. Like it's a complete reversal of the 2 maps.
You know who had a tough time all game though, and we have to point him out, is MongolZ. We speaking so highly of the opening duels he's winning, you know, the impact he's having, being the highest rated player of this team, and he was nowhere to be seen on Inferno.
It's hard to even like break down exactly what went so wrong for him repeatedly. I mean, what was it, 4 kills in the entire map? And I feel like I didn't see the op in his hand all too often.
Yeah, the economy game was really messed up on the CT side for him.
And that's definitely going to hurt his chances. But I've seen him in the past do good work with the rifle. So to see him down and out, 4 and 16, especially when the op, even when you don't have it in your hands, you usually get to become a rotator. You usually get to be that extra factor in a defense. Like usually still stuff is set up for you. And you know, we had that beautiful MongolZ breaking down all these cool setups he has, but like without the op in his hands, like you can't run any of that.
Yeah, they never did any of it, I don't think. Yeah, and I mean, Inferno, classically a tough map for oppers as well, and if you don't get it in your hand on the CT side especially, like you're not going to get great looks on the T side. Like it's really the CT side that's going to have the production.
What do you think the conversation is right now in the Pain camp? What are they talking about at this point? Is it just going now, we ignore this, we have to keep moving and focus on the fact that we know what they should be doing when it comes to Dust 2?
Exactly. You played Inferno, and this was a bit of a surprise pick coming out from Virtus.pro to bring it out as their first stage pick. Now it's into what you've game planned for. My eyes, I thought VP was going to go for Dust 2 as their pick, given that they beat them on it last time. Now, all that prep work that Rix has done, Big Uzera's done, that's going to come into play because you've already lost to them on it. It was a pretty close affair. You're just not going to get tricked twice in the same ways.
Sure, I agree with you 100%. I think that's the convo that they're having as Pain is like, you know, who cares about this map? Now we have the map that we prepped for. Now we knew Dust 2 was going to come into this at some point. When they didn't pick it, sure, we got surprised, but we've left it for the third one. Now we get to use all that work and all that experience from stage 2. We get to put it into play.
Do you feel like we're going to see more fire coming out from VP now, though, right? This is like such an important way for them to actually believe in themselves again.
It'll be interesting. I mean, Alex and Chad commented on it. As soon as they started, like, I forget who it was on the Pain side, stood up and like the chest out to Electronic. It was like,
and NQZ were the main ones.
It was like, all right, bro. Like, cool, man. I hope you enjoyed that because they just came back and steamrolled you. It'll be interesting to see how both teams open it up in the third map. Like, if you're going to get in their face like that, or if you're going to play it calm, knowing that it can be a long, grinded out map. I think for this map, off a bad performance from NQZ, Icy's performance so far in there's an edge there, it feels, to VP in terms of the op impact on this third map. NQZ better have a great bounce back game.
All right, well, let's see if that's the case. We're going to be delving into all things Dust 2 when we come back from this. This is the deciding map between VP and Pain. This is not going to be easy. This is going to get wild. We expect it to be a drawn-out affair. We'll have to see how it goes down after the break.
CS like lower than Europe.
Diabolical. Can be the problem of people are going to international teams. I think maybe that's why they're struggling.
Boston Major. That's about it.
Obviously, you are expecting to see at least some of the teams here because of they will play in front of their crowd and everything. But unfortunately, when they couldn't make, I think they needed some changes of bringing maybe the players from outside of the country more, like from Europe or like somewhere else.
Because of the COVID, I would say that North America get out of the meta of CS, and Euro teams, they just get a lot of steps ahead. This is why, I would say.
A lot of the players on teams have like been around somewhat for a decent amount of time now. Obviously, there's still some like young players in terms of like George and like Hex. But I think like back in the day, like you had players that had massive potential, and players like myself, Elige, Twist, Nitro, and up-and-coming players, and like Stewie. Like there was just a boatload of more players I think you could really trust in terms of actually like taking the baton really far. I think I'd probably say so.
Maybe.
Currently the best player in the world is ZywOo.
Now I think ZywOo.
I think after the major this will be clearer. It's hard to be consistent when there is Vitality who's destroying everyone, like literally, 0 losses.
I think statistically, like he is the best player, I guess, so far, like in the world. I mean, you have ZywOo, of course, who's winning like a bunch of the MVPs and all that, obviously, but he seems to be just more on the winning team. Whereas, yeah, he's having better team stuff. But maybe Donk is better individually as a player, and excluding his team. He's also a rifler. It's a little harder to do instead of using a one-shot cannon.
They are statistical anomalies. Those two players for now. Obviously, MongolZ is up there, but compared to what's happening in the servers right now, it's just ZywOo and Donk.
Now, because of the achievement, I think ZywOo first and Donk is second. But if we just keep out to any achievement or something, Donk is, I think, number 1.
This is what it all comes down to. The final spot left in the playoffs of the Blast TV Austin Major. Ready to get into that moody center, but one of these two teams won't be able to make that possible. We're going to Dust 2 to play out this decider. And for this, right, last time around, it was close, and Pain just maybe off one round, they could have been able to have it. They could have been in their bag. They said they've done the prep. They said they've watched this game back. They said they're trying to learn from it. But VP as well, they've surely been learning some things and growing as a team throughout this whole major.
I don't really care about their map stats versus other teams, like who's the highest rated player or anything like that, because it really does just boil down to who learned the most from that matchup, who has more familiarity, and my money is still on Electronic and VP. I think that they understand more about Pain, even though they won that match, and Pain's going to be looking back at that footage. I know that he's got the pedigree of a major champion, that Finn's brought a lot in terms of helping out the individuals get the most out of themselves. So Pain right now, they better have done their homework, and they got to get a couple players waking up.
And no matter how even you might think it is, it's really hard to give the edge to Pain in this. I would lean towards Virtus.pro as well, just due to the experience, due to the fact they've got 3 major winners on the roster as it stands right now. So I mean, this is the time where that experience is supposed to show. First time they played this map, it was Flit popping off, it was NQZ popping off for Pain. Those two kind of went blow for blow, and it makes sense. Obviously, the Opera on one side of things, but I think Flit, his skill set that we see is like his ability to find gaps in the defense is unparalleled. Like he's really good at it. And on a map like Dust 2, you get 1 pick for your team, something's going to open up, and Flit's going to find it. And now you have Fame punching as well. If he keeps up that level, if Fame keeps up the level he's at, and Flit performs at his, an average level for him, the map's over. I think those two can, I think, just deliver the death blow.
Not only are those individuals looking for just cracks in the defense to exploit, but this is the one map where I really actually enjoy watching VP because they just disrespect smokes.
Yes,
they see a smoke on Cat, they see a smoke at B tunnels, they just pop it, they blow it up, they don't care, they just they bomb into that site. They don't really mind that you throw some good defensive utility, because unless you are holding it with total certainty, you are going to get exploded on regardless of that fact.
And nobody likes getting exploded on.
No,
you hate that.
Pause. Yeah, okay.
But if you know that, Pain surely know that as well, and they've already dealt with it.
Well, you know it's coming. It's the timing of it. Is like that's it's happening at some point. The timing of it is where you're like, is it this round? Is it the next round? Because Electronic loves these pace changes, especially on Dust 2. And I've seen him call a number of rounds where it's like 3-4 players contact out mid at like the minute and 25-second mark. I've seen him do it at the B bomb site as well. So you can get 3 or 4 standard rounds, and just when he feels like you're at your weakest, he's going to call a change up in the pace, a change up in the style that's going to knock you out.
And do you expect Electronic to be able to play some more of the mind games within this that's going to give them the edge?
Despite the fact that VP under Jame were so known for this slow, methodical play that just drew the entire round out, this is the closest resemblance to the Virtus plow that we have seen in 10 years from this organization.
Sure, and I think too, if you look at what Pain played on the B and Banana on Inferno, how disruptive they were for better, like it wasn't always successful, but they were willing to take that initial fight and go for that initial kill. If they don't play with that same philosophy at like Catwalk and middle, if they give all that space over to VP round after round after round, they're screwed. We're going to have to see them get aggressive. We're going to have to see them take some risks to try and slow down and disrupt the pacing that VP is going to bring out.
Well, thank you very much to your thoughts, guys. We're getting into it. It's Dust 2. It's the last map of Stage 3. Now we get to decide who will be taking that last playoff spot.
Yes, 2-0 versus 0-2 teams clashing in that 2-2 game. It's happened just 3 times, and every time the team coming from that 0-2 has won that match. That was Pain. Now Virtus.pro have the opportunity to buck the trend. You can see the odds favoring Virtus.pro to do it, to do what hasn't been done before and complete and survive after capitulation in 2 back-to-back days.
Yeah, and you can easy to understand that, right? 2-0 up, you're on top of the world, but then losing series in back-to-back fashions, especially in the way that VP has, doubts can start to creep in. On the other side, Pain, they were down, they were out, they have everything to play for day after day, and they've been riding and running with the momentum. Well, has that been taken away from them now? T-side start in the rematch. This was VP's pick last time round, and well, Pain decided to start on the CT side then. This time, giving it over to VP. Icy flashed off, backs away. Key pieces of utility for the CTs, a HE for Electronic and a flash. Does this come with pace? He blocked the smoke there.
Yeah, very
big
well
gap.
done.
I think that's accidental.
I think the short players can actually punish. Icy was flashed into the fight, but gets nothing done, and there's a second smoke for good measure.
Still that HE in the mix. Might be a little bit late. Electronic going to look for damage.
Yeah, that HE does look like it's destined for damage on the planter. Combination with a jump headshot.
Oh, could have denied.
Off it does. Wow, Electronic and Flick get the denial. Flammers pushes out, tries to clear out the goose position. Oh, hectic on the dual Berettas, but gets it. Good shooting from Flick. Down now, only Fame. He had an incredible second map and a terrible first. What happens in the third? Let's find out when we split it down the middle.
Well, you can understand the celebrations.
Holy.
Didn't grab a pistol round on the second map of play. That's 3-2 for the series.
And what did you say, Chad? It's basically a best of one now.
Yeah.
It's basically a best of one.
Guess who got the opener? MOUZ. He just had an off map on Inferno. Tough for the AWPer to find impact. And look at that from Snow. Bottle that up. That's the energy we're all looking for. Force out. Heavy lean towards mid and B right now for VP as Big Yazera finds an avenue. Corner smoke's no good, sure.
I'd be highly suspicious of that if a CT borrows into... Yeah, okay, let's nade it. Let's really clear it out.
Still, the scout of Icy can park at the top of A and gets clear vision towards pit because the corner smoke didn't land. So you need a flash and then jump a player in a pit. There's the flash. Oh no, it's a smoke, okay. Well, blocking it again. I don't think that was perfect from Flammers, but still something to work with.
Yeah, and if you get a little scout tag, that's an if. First bullet doesn't connect.
Well, key to note right now, Snow's still outside upper tunnel, so they could always reroute back towards B. They don't have the space, but at least they know it hasn't been pushed.
Well, there's a whole team on his screen. Icy's alive.
Just.
Yeah, just about. MOUZ can finish him off with a single scout bullet now. Softened up at 66. There's the gap. Flammers is looking to work with him. P9's at this range. Davideus has already slipped past, though. Flammers has to let them know. Relays the information. Electronic tucks on Gandalf as Flammers gives it a little drive-by.
So tough to get into. You didn't get any kills in the chaos right now, and Snow's on the lurk.
Ooh, good damage through the car, through that windshield. DGT will uncrouch. Snow comes in from short, and actually will be flanking onto Electronic here. Should be a kill. Gets it done eventually. Can farm up a couple of extras with backs turned. Snow, $1,200 with his Mac 10 just farming him up, and Flit is in hot retreat, getting himself towards B. Going to try and maintain his 5-7 and Kevlar.
Yeah, with that type of a purchase, if you lose that long control and you don't cause any chaos as they cross, it is very tough to get back into that round. You don't really have any util to work with. And look, Snow not being the cleanest with those kills, I think you're going to see more and more of that. And not just from Snow, all 5 of the Pain players. They've never been in the playoffs of a major before, so they're trying to make history for themselves. And that's where, you know, the pressure, the stress is going to have the implications on just how clean they can be with the frags. But this is still a 2-0 start, likely to be 3-0 now that VP have to sustain the eco.
And I think all of that feeds into this, you know? 0-2 down. Pain have come in every day knowing it could be their last. And for 2 days straight, they've managed to pick up the win. Now into the final. This run to do something that you've never done before. Playoffs at a major. Meanwhile, for VP, you've got 3 major champions.
I didn't think it could look more sketchy, but from the over-shoulder cam, it did. So, a VP Classic, a Hero M4 for Flit.
Yeah.
Well, see what he can get done. Warded away with an early molly down middle, so no push for you, they say. Corner smoke lands this time. Snow out to blue bin, and well, the fact that he hasn't been pressed or pushed and DGT is here to support, I would just call my team into a long finish. You're not going to be expecting this M4, so Flit does have to find one of those crazy timings, and if people just reflect back to the head-to-head, the first time they played stage 2-0 game, Flit had a heroic play from Goose. It was insane. They played it in the pre-match. Here he is again.
Yeah, flashed in and DGT booked.
Tagged.
And finished off. Davideus, nice forward positioning from him. He's always just up close and personal as Davideus. Oh no, a back turn. That's not ideal, is it?
Well, Flammers took down the B-lurk, so it is 3v3, 2v3 now.
Wow, it's actually going wrong. It's actually going wrong. Snow, that Mac 10 better connect, and so will the Engage! Oh my god, he nearly flopped it.
Flammers is giving this a go. He's got the M4. If he just darts around to long immediately, the bomb's just only going to get planted now. Getting planted for long, somewhat in the open. Flammers is darting here, quick as he can.
Flammers, first bullet. Oh, he needed to hit that.
What a weird goosh.
Yeah, straight through the corner of the box. Now they know where he is and will play the time. Snow staying active, letting the rifle play for the finish. And MOUZ's low HP, and yeah, it was a little scary for a moment.
It hits the first, then you definitely go for it. But the fact that they are both able to walk away from that situation, now Snow just has to go and scavenge something back that's a little bit beefier. But Flammers knows that he needs to hold on to this. This is going to keep the team fully bought. They're both looking to exit through short. So might be able to get an extra kill here, Flammers. Worst case, you give away the rifle, and that worst case is definitely quite horrible if your name is Flip, but it's all good. Won't overstep the mark, and there's the 3-0. This was much sketchier Sure, there was a hero M4, but it was really down to those 5.7s, those pistols getting kills across the map. This one from Fame was great too. Let's see if he's able to find the same contributions as Inferno. He plays the B anchor, so not going to be easy. Feels like a lot of the time he'll either have to be going for aggressive maneuvers. When he anchors down, we need multis, and then he'll be retaking that A site. But here we go. Icy's AWP out. Icy versus NQZ. Quite a fun head-to-head with these two AWPers.
Getting aggressive. Turns the flash, but he is playing to disrupt their default pathing. DGT, the strafe on him. Wide past the crosshair of Flit and an opening. Death for Flit.
Yeah, well, how do you get this one back? You don't even have long control. So right now the map feels very small. You tried to gamble, make sure you could unravel the default. You couldn't do that. Now they'll take long for free. Feels like Electronic and Flammus can either try and retake this, but they don't know what lies on the other side. They don't have a flash either on A. Fame's trying to... Oh, they have to do this dry, Alex. They're walking into this dry.
Which is what NQZ is banking on. Just as easy as that, ahead of the smoke, and a free frag for the AWPer. Electronic will tuck car. Now, is there a Molotov, and will they bother? Yes, they will. Yes, they will. Smoke, though. Hang on. Oh, Electronic! He's hiding out. Losing teammates. Spam through. Davideus double. Icy's AWP is on B. DGT will report that, and so he's in a bit of a rush to try and relocate.
All right, well, how bad is the hunt on? NQZ over towards bedroom. He doesn't want to give away his AWP either, but they have decent cash in the coffers right now. Snow's going to join him. The round is secure, so this is 4-0. This is the hot start that Pain need. They can run with this momentum. Icy would love to hold on to this AWP. It will give them something to work with into the next. Flick could go for another one of those hero M4s. Loss bonus is maxed out, so 3,400 to be injected into the bank balance. But that risk he takes, if it pays off, sure, it looks great. But you get to see the opposite of that in this scenario. And when you have so few rounds to work with, that magic number of 13 grows ever closer. Maybe that's going to act as a deterrent now to go for those type of plays down the stretch.
Terrorists win. Some of the most important rounds of Counter-Strike.
Oh, timeout's called on the CT side. So Finn wants to get on the mic early. That's the opener, and this is the closer. Essentially, the other kills are just consolations. Fame tries to kick up a bit of a fuss. Davideus finds the second through the smoke. And Finn getting on the mic. So right now, Icy could drop an M4. Flammus can buy one of his own. Flick could buy one of his own easily. Fame can operate with an SMG as the B anchor. Electronic could take the M4 from Flammus, make Flammus play close along with an MP9. They could buy, or you just go light investments, know that you get the 3,400 again into the next. Ice doesn't buy anything, you bring the AWP out again, so they're going to go for a bit of hedging right now. So the AWP with some upgrades to give themselves a shot of trying to work this around the save and still be able to buy regardless. This is the type of round that will fill you with confidence. You know you're doing a bit less, you still have a shot, but it's one to rip away from Pain.
Worth highlighting, NQZ had the best B spawn, and so is going to be posted up for a quick peek short. No one home.
You understand, right? Because they know the AWP is safe. So what are the options for the AWP? A mid-door pick, right? Getting boosted short. He can go pick the long corner to deal with the rush. But right now, he's completely smoked off. He has a HE for the break. There it is. And gets nothing. That's the only HE on the CT side to try and get clears.
Oh, a little premature. Through that Molotov just before the smoke faded.
It's a gamble right now from VP. It's 3 over towards B. Icy's AWP can stay posted on upper tunnels, but that means he's out of the play. And you would want your best weapon in the round to try and find an impact. So if you're gambling, expecting it to be a B execute, you've gambled incorrectly.
Flit. He wants to play close. I mean, understandably, with the weapon he's got. Just on those boxes, he's been heard. What? Easy pickup. Snow goes down. They were lining up the nades. Flit, disruptive as always. Dipping away, spamming the smokes. They're starting to advance. Flammus on that goose position. DGT overlooked, and now a jump. Oh dear. Both of them. Now they're pivoting to B, though. They might pivot into
Icy's still here.
That's right. That's right. That AWP justifies its presence, gets a nice
They turn straight around.
Pivoting again, 25. Oh no, this is really uncomfortable for Pain now. The MP9 draws in. Flamus an overextension, but have
They're up
distraction. And now Flit has to run to A. They know where Icy was. They know where Flit is. Can he stop the plant?
The fake.
The fake. He's going to plant. It's safe. Stops Flit from walking up towards that ramp. BiguZera.
Spotted him.
Gets the info, gets the kill. Very hard for an AWP to even look at this. It would have to be given to him. A jiggle from BiguZera. Ooh, he's actually looking at it. Icy's trying to back away. BiguZera, though, he wants the round. He doesn't want to play for any high-risk Counter-Strike. They want to keep the wins flowing, and a 5th consecutive. That's the closest it felt. That felt very threatening from VP.
And we saw similar scenes on Mirage. Remember when Icy gets the double kill over towards B, and then they're still able to go back through underpass. They get the short molly in. Flamus runs out desperately from Ticket. Flit's not with him, and they snatch away the round. So the mid-round again. It started so poorly. But Pain, they stick the landing, and the woes of this season, they are willing to put it behind them. This, to book yourself in for your first major playoffs ever. That's what they're looking for, and this double from DGT, the lurk, a thing of perfection, the trade not there. Electronic cannot connect the dots. I think he just caught a lick of information right there, BiguZera. Gets the jump on Flit, trying to creep up the ramp silently. No surprise here today. Long spawn. AWP of NQZ going to look for an opener, and he's great in this department, head-to-head against Icy.
Yeah, we are going to see the AWPs collide. And Icy, wow, instantaneous. Pulls the trigger. NQZ didn't even get his eye to the scope. Beats him to the punch there. And oh, a chance. So, hang on, is that going to reveal the double AWP?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, he should. Can't have teleported. And
Huge
Face missed the shot.
He's open.
Oh no, Flit's dead too. Bomb's on his way. Davideus, he's miles away, but can hold the rotations, and they're saving. Running long, VP. I was just about to say an opportunity has presented itself to get yourself on the board, get the wins flowing.
It's not often you see a double AWP setup from VP. Very surprising to see that in Fame's hands right there. And 2 misses, right? The first one he had his boots planned and misses the shot. The second he was out of position and gets punished for it. And then Flit also felled. So you think about the rifle round so far. One time they pushed into lower tunnels. Flit was on his own. He dies. Round essentially over because they just are able to really snuff them out with all the space. This one, they vie in with double AWPs. It starts so well. Icy wins his duel head-to-head with the opponent. NQZ, the man who manifests openings. He just able to deliver time and time again, and then, well, they respond. BiguZera, Snow, brute force in. The kill comes through. And looking shaky right now, VP 6-0, spotless start. No doubt about it. They are able to buy again. This time it will not be the double AWPs. Here it is, the opener from Icy. Turns the flash, jumps in, hits the shot, and backs away, but it's this right here.
Oh, it's hideous. A dink, but Snow hits the shot necessary. Flit. 1 point of damage, all he was missing. That's another look to NQZ. This time no Icy on the other side of things. He's posted mid for the cross. Now, how's his HE stock looking? Has an opportunity to break and will do so, hoping to catch a swing on the barrel. Davideus! AKV AWP, but an instant headshot. Icy's gone. You can lose Flit too. Davideus, a constant thorn in their side right now. Oh, HE can do some good damage. What? 6 HP is how he survives, how he gets out. Pain with the man advantage. VP left wanting once more.
Remember last time we did this matchup, they were boosting Flit and CT spawn on the toolbox. We haven't seen any of that yet. Pain aren't going to be fooled by that, and they're also not walking into it. They don't need to. Right now, they are absolutely dominating, and it is a gamble from the CTs again. They've just sold Fame down the river. Said, listen, son, if they come towards your side, it's all over. You get a multi-kill or we lose. The AWP in his hands, short. Flamus on the jiggle towards long. This doesn't fill me with confidence.
Now what? Now what?
Back away, turtle up. You got to fight him eventually.
Okay, tucked in, but they've got some util. They've got a Molotov. They could just throw it. Instead, they contact walking in. Flamus spotted and cleared. It's
he looks
too
like
easy.
a fish out of water.
He certainly does. Flit can't finish it. He's used all his bullets. Drops in, uses that CT smoke. Picks up a flash. Of course, Electronic still present on the short side.
But he's good to the lane. Look at the time.
Holding in the plant, committing to the plant, could burn down for that. 5 HP from DGT, but he commits.
They dealt with both the lurks. They can focus fire towards the site. NQZ long with the AWP.
They have to win this. VP have to get on the board for dreams of playoffs once more. Good util, forces MongolZ down. DGT's low. NQZ can save him. Flit to find him. VP finally breakthrough.
The plant there, because they were under so much pressure and it came in so late, they couldn't plant open for long. So NQZ has to start posturing forward. His teammates needed to get some kills to make that possible. But if he misses one shot and they're in behind the single box to defuse, he just has absolutely no chance. And that's how it started. Electronic does a really good job. This is off-screen action because there's so many fights currently going on, but he deals with both lurks. Snow and Davideus dealt with. And there's the first round. The first of what VP hoped to be many.
Damn, Electronic's just so focused as well, locked in. That was huge from him. He's given VP a way in.
This could be a B-pop right now.
It could, and Flit's actually going to go early, aggressive, and back away, trying to slow them down, slow their crawl. Smoke to block, and what is this? DGT's lining up mid to B smoke. Alternate variation.
All right, well, they're locked down long. Flit and Fame have been able to cheat back over in time. There's harass utility from short as well.
Their positioning seems perfect.
The thing is, how quickly can they help Fame? He's back at the site right now.
He has an incendiary to slow. Crisscross smokes. Oh my god, a missed shot from Icy. He's lucky to be alive, but the pressure now amplified. Fame feeling the pressure, feeling a lot of flames at his feet. Icy flashed off, the util's too good. A double molly heads window, Flip pushes through to his demise, and it's all good in the pain hood. Spam through the doors, actually, connecting onto Snow. Awkward now, Hail Mary wall back on that plant spot, trying to punch in the code. DGT gets it in. They're gonna give it a look in. That's one hell of a flash. Flamus, you're the only one with it.
What's that molly?
Trying to clear that potential for someone up in the window, but NQZ burrows at the back of the site. Time ticking away. Half gone. Looking the wrong way. That's what you want from DGT. Delivers a double, but VP left once again. Forced away from the site. Icy trying to save. And Pain returns straight to their winning ways.
DGT's holding this real quick, real fast. He's not missing a shot. Icy, run. You better hide, mate.
Oof. He's got about 10 seconds to survive. You can hear him coming, worried about long side. DGT really is in hot pursuit. Icy bails himself out. They won it. VP do too, but has that surprise of taking it the distance. Picking up a map win. It's an unfamiliar feeling for VP after these last couple of days.
It does feel like Pain had done their homework, right? You lose in the loss. And they've definitely come in with Dust2 with a point to prove. DGT has been fantastic. Some of the double kills have just been instrumental in round wins.
Yeah, this new additions. I mean, look at it. Davideus, DGT, 18 frags between the two new boys. Interesting state of affairs for long. Okay, that's what I was waiting for. Smoke on the long doors will nullify NQZ's search. Short control util throw. Heavy lean A. Fame on an island, Icy posted for the jiggle. Typically Molotov. Snow doesn't have one. MongolZ will. Crisscross, Electronic is about to clash. Oh, and DGT's done him dirty. Just like that, onto the side. Icy, an AWP, not the best weapon for the job if you don't hit the first, but he has. He's still going to lose his head to Davideus. Flit's on the pit side. Everything to do. And he is giving it a look in. Snow, anxious, jiggling, being pushed on. Nade lands right behind him. Hoping for an overextension, a quick 1-2. Snow. Oh, did he spot him? Walking into that smoke. Davideus caught off, but now Snow burrows into the smoke. Fame will climb up. Low time. We need to be on that defuse soon. Where is Snow? Hiding out in the smoke thrown by his teammate. Oh my god. in the smoke. It's going to be a knife kill. Starts to spam. Can't seem to find him. It's right on top, just in time. Gets split off the defuse, and no hope, no chance. Fame has to run away. Snow saves it with the clutch.
This will be some comeback from VP now. Every round they start with something different. There's always a gamble. It's never been a standard Dust2 round. It's not just 3-start long, block it, we get back, we plug short, we worry about B with 2, we can deal with the mid to Bs. So it's a 4-man stack or a 3-man here or a lower tunnel push.
But also, there's always that, like, there's some sort of loose piece. This one was DGT. You threw the crisscross, and DGT's just committing. Electronic gets completely pantsed as the opening. Crazy, you return. Same team, same map, looking for a very different result.
And last time it was much closer. It was down to the smallest of margins. This one right now, VP, it feels like they're always working back into a round. It very rarely feels like they have an advantage, and in the few that they have, it also feels like they've given those away. It's crazy that this stat line is going to stay true, or if it continues this way, it will. 0-2 versus 2-0. 0-2 is going to have done every single time. This is the 4th occasion ever in the major history. And that momentum, it trumps a good start. The comeback, the belief, as we're going to pipe straight up middle into some duels. DGT again. Oh, team flash, but it's NQZ who finds the opener. Don't you worry about that. Full on control, opening kill. So early within the round.
Just goes from bad to worse.
Yeah, there's nothing positive you can say about any of these scenarios. Look, they gamble again because they have to. They're down a player again.
And if you are a composed T side, you don't rush things here. Biguzera's still got the bomb suicide, so there's absolutely no official commitment. Sure, you've got Davidea spamming smokes. Sure, you parked NQZ in that pit to search for an inquisitive CT. But VP are on the move. They have partnered up.
They're always on the move, right? This is it. And the Lurks have dealt with them. This time it's Snow. He got it done on the eco round to the MAC-10. Sure, the shots weren't the cleanest, but now with an AK-47, you come through the door, he should have one of you dead to rights. Icy might just get caught in transition. Look at this, the crawl up. Davideus is about to path on over. The clear's going to get you nothing. Snow activates. There it is. Already in the sight.
So much trouble. Davideus catches Icy, just cycling through nades, looking to both ways.
It's a 2v5, you have to say.
Pulls their attention, gets the frag on the rotation, and jobs are good and once more.
Like, you want to go for it, you need some rounds, but what are you meant to do? You have nothing. The Lurk's still alive. They're into the site for free. You've done absolutely no damage. Sure, Snow's on 2 HP. Davideus took 3 damage, that's it. You are being stuffed right now, VP. The disappointing season is going to continue. We thought at the final hurdle, the one that matters most, they've gotten their act together, but Pain, they've got different thoughts. They are running for all of this. They're going to take it all away.
They want to remove it all of your hope. What little hope remains, they want to rip it from you. Pain, taking one. Fame holding on just as M4 and NQZ's not going to be hunting with the AWP. Doesn't want to risk that falling into enemy hands, but an AK-47 will perhaps a silver lining to this growingly dark, gloomy, miserable cloud hanging above the heads of VP right now.
The best you can get on this CT side is 3 rounds, and that means you need these final 2. You need to be perfect. It's a short half that's ahead of you, but it's mandatory if you want any chance. And you just have absolutely no say. The flow of the game has gotten away from you completely. The frustrations are being shown. You have no read. Pain have your number. You look flustered out of it in every situation. You even try and take the fight to them and they're still ready for you.
Just nothing working. And this path of misery for Virtus.pro after such a convincing start. Couple of missed shots. Electronic under pressure. Snow will get away unscathed.
Think about the pressure that puts on your rotation immediately. Oh, they've walked out middle at a minute 25 on the clock. All right, now they've dropped a mid to B. Now your B defenders are screaming. They feel tight. They're worried about upper tunnels. They could have leaked out mid. Icy gets pushed back from short. The walls are closing in. They have everything. This is a scout. It's not even an AWP.
VP has Icy on a scout.
They have to be headshots.
Yeah.
Tags aren't good enough.
57. Silence falls across Dust2. Oh, he's got the lineup as well, so should have that ramp molly thrown in. Icy will not be able to cross to the site, but he just has to hit this headshot on the cross. Times the flash well, turns theirs, and he doesn't connect. How many chances will he get, though? Electronic arrives. Flit as well, running through that CT smoke, gets himself to that ramp position. It's Snow to hold the ramp push as NQZ gets that bomb down. Look, good damage, you know. NQZ softened up, Snow as well. Still the AWP connects for one. Traded out, good work. A flurry of frags favoring VP. 2-on-4, Davideus forced out of position. Oh! He gets 3, forced into the fight, but he fights hard. He fights tooth and nail to keep the wins flowing. And there's a molly for the bomb, Chad. Fame is trouble, Fame without a head! Just when you think VP have got to weigh in. Unbelievable scenes from Pain. Unbelievable aim from Davideus.
Domination on display right now. Big Azera stands up, looks at him, says, what are you going to do? The score's 10-1. Hey, Flamus, you got out of your chair. You won 1 round. We just need 3 more. You can take your 2-0. You can take the 3-0 from stage 2. This is the one that matters. This is the one for the playoffs, and we're panting you in that pursuit. We're making you look foolish. This has been the Trash Talk Major, and it ain't gonna end before the Swiss stage does.
And isn't it poetic on Dust 2, the map where the best of ones fell short for Pain. Back-to-back best of ones on Dust 2. Smashed by Spirit, lost to G2. And then day after day, best of 3 after best of 3, Pain held on. And in this final day, the final spot, Pain on Dust 2 no less are stomping, storming, and 3 away from the playoffs.
Any point of hope is what VP are looking for right now. The break ahead to reset, to screw your head back on tight, to try and get the pistol and climb this mountain ahead. Pain continue to go through the paces. They don't just come out swinging. They take their time, the default crawl.
And he can't fault.
Done.
It's worked so well, so often. They want to fight for this. And Davideus, he tried it again. He saw the incendiary, didn't want to wait around. And now that aggression, it's going to work out for one. Will it work out for more? Flamus and Electronic, they want to fight you here.
But B's open. Snow can clear it right now.
Yeah, you're right, but will they get the bomb across? Because now, look, Flamus, he's ready to catch you. As you're trying to leave, Big Uzera takes him down. Electronic reveals his position. It's just a short stack. DGT, he can hold them. He can hit these shots. Electronic, not playing scared, leaps into action. And they're running, they're pivoting straight into B. NQZ bringing that bomb through. Re-smokes on the door.
They just have to push. You have to go.
They're going to go. Electronic with the timing push. No one's holding. Snow's going to get completely freaked out, but Electronic walks through, removes Snow, and it's just NQZ to keep the wins flowing, to truly break VP, break their hearts. And Electronic gives them something. It's a scrap. It's a meager 2 rounds on the half. VP, they have to do the impossible if they want to be in the playoffs.
Bro, this new generation, I can't. Back in my days, you stop and then you shoot. Not like now. Now, that time, I have those teenagers, fucking Mercedes picking me. Spamming, crouch, dodging bullets like Neo. Are we watching some Matrix? What happened to good old positioning Counter-Strike? This is not the same. Holding an angle? Huh? Now they're doing some tic-tac dances, whatever. What is this? In 1.6, so much easier. You just wallbang this dumb kid, bro. And what happened with my smokes? Before I was hiding in them, now they're breaking. What the fuck is this? Imagine them like 5 years ago preparing without PC, not playing a Face It. They're doing preparation, what map, what massage and stuff like this, and we are just talking about like what steak we're gonna eat. Now they're taking this coach, a second coach, nutritionist, therapist. The last one is actually not bad. I would take one.
I fear no man, but that thing, it scares me.
I'm not talking about that freak, all right? Is he here? Is he listening in? How do I get this mic off?
One shudders to imagine what unhuman thoughts rage inside that mind.
Of course, with the headshots every damn time.
dreams of chronic and sustained growth.
Dispatches of him and look at Dog do it! That's disgusting! Welcome to Katowice, Dog. Moving aggressively.
Swing out a bit.
Can this little nuisance pull off an unbelievable clutch to keep his team in it with this kid, with this monster?
Oh, Kaique. I'm not feeling too well. At least, was I good to you? Yeah, you were. You were. Do you think I was a good leader? I prefer art, to be honest. Work of art, you said? Yeah, work of art. Gabriel, you're a symbol for Brazil, CS. Without you, there is no me, there is no SK, there is no luminosity. Oh, man. That takes me back.
Gabriel, you are so much more than all those who came before you. You played with fire in your heart and tricks in your sleeve. The whole world knew to listen when fallen and his all were in the clutch.
Then it was all worth it.
I'd give anything to have you back, my friend.
What the hell is this?
Bro, you just died, bro.
No. It wasn't me. That was Bad Fallen.
Bad Fallen, really?
Yeah, and I'm Good Fallen.
Okay.
I left you a friend, I came back as a prophet. I went far and beyond.
Alright.
I saw everything. Now I know what I need to do to win next major.
Please tell me.
First, we need a better helper.
Okay, who?
I got us Molotov.
Molotov? Motoboy? Who is this guy?
Calm down, wait. I also revived the top 10 rifle in the world.
Cold Zero, let's go.
You wish, kid. Yekindar.
Oh boy, Bad Fallen, please come back.
Rio. Big Uzera just standing up and staring down VP as Pain have had a half like no other, and it is for playoffs. It is to complete their return from 0-2 all the way to the playoffs and the last spot of the Blast TV Austin Major.
Oof, they can touch it, they can taste it. It's right around the corner, and that pop-off explains exactly that. Just 3 rounds required, the pistol, and you think it's a certainty. Signed, sealed, and delivered, or we're about to witness one of the greatest comebacks in Counter-Strike history. Virtus.pro. It's a mountain to climb. You were chasing ghosts. Chasing your tail in that first half of players. Icy peppered up early. P250 in suicide. 2 in through lower, and they're going to fight in lower tunnels.
Oof, NQZ's got the good weapon for it. It's just going to come down to Flit and his clears. Now, Big Uzera's HE could soften him up. This looks like it's going to be well placed. Fantastic use of the nade, but no kills from NQZ. VP giving some hope. A pistol win, a necessity. They cannot lose this. And Davideus does find Flammers to equalize. Awkward now. Fame and Flit hanging on. 30 points of health for them.
Flit probably feels he should have had that one. Big Uzera was looking the wrong way. Electronic's out long, and they're coming back to clear him. Big Uzera and Davideus. This is a hard clear onto Blue Bin.
Yeah, he can get a lot done here, Electronic. What have you got? He's got a bullet between his eyes. Big Uzera puts it there.
They have to go B. And look, Snow's back a platform. Look at the determination right now.
Yeah, you have to stay focused. He has the opportunity now.
Door smoke, not lurk.
You'll see the indication.
Open runway.
Pre-aim and fire damage. He takes a heavy blow, tries to uncrouch. DGT does what he couldn't. 2 left, just Flit and Icy. Into the B site would really shift the odds in their favor if they could just get this bomb down. A fake, Flit, aggression, steps, heard. Davideus faking him out. Icy needs to provide the cover. He's only got 5 bullets and the flank doesn't hit his shots. Flit and Icy, they've connected. Taking their sweet time. 20 seconds, Big Uzera, they know where you are. He's running at Icy. Headshot provided. Pain would raise the roof if Big Uzera does this. And he's only got 1 HP. Flit for the 4K to give VP something. And he does it. VP, the necessary pistol, and it comes down to the 1 HP. 1-on-1.
Whoa. See the sigh of relief right there. That one's touch and go. The fact they're even able to fight back into that after the skirmish in middle. They get the opener, sure, but the kills on the way back. Electronic gets nothing. That's Flammus going down towards long. It's Big Uzera to deal with Electronic. Leader on leader action there, but these shots that are being hit, Icy and Flit They keep their cool and they close it down, but the way back in, this one comes next. Force by, double scout. If you go out long, oh, he's been tagged already.
Nice, he's been having a frustration. We can see the emotions on his reactions. They get smoked and they go. Big Uzera, he's the only man here, so it doesn't feel like he can take that alone.
But if they get both of these scouts to the top of A, I'm not sure how you're meant to deal with this. They can both just block. Oh, it's fast, the pace.
It's quick, yeah, but that does mean that Big Uzera gets a chance now. MQZ can't hit the quick scope, just too much pace. Oh, much! Davideus hits another impossible shot.
Fast flank, DGT's already here.
Yeah, okay, so now he's going to join him. Davideus thinking about it.
Bomb's yet to go down. Planning it now. 40 seconds on the clock.
I wouldn't have fancied DGT's chances on this fight with Flammus, but a scout makes it a bit more manageable. If Flit doesn't instantaneously hit this shot, the scout... Oh, do him die! Davideus doing it! Surely not. Surely not another one. That's what you need to see from VP. Electronic and Fame stabilize. God, they're close. Davideus is incredible right now.
Well, staying locked in. The comms are tense. They're just communicating where the AK is to pick that up. Now, look, that was the force buy. This will be the eco. You get to chip in with a little bit more because of the frags that you just found.
It's a two-man show right now. I mean, 30 frags for DGT and Davideus. The new additions to Pain. The extra muscle in their ranks, and the Flit Electronic duo just one frag behind.
Yeah, sure, they're under the Pain banner, but they are Brazilian, Uruguay, and Chile on display, and the two of them packing a punch. They couldn't do it with 9Z. Hoping to do it with Pain. Big Uzera, he's a leader that you follow in the battle. These Deagles, deleted now. Stamming out, P57, just one. When is he done?
How is he alive? How has he gotten away? How is he going in for more? Gets punished for it, thankfully.
Well, at least they're in the right place, and that's been the story of this game. Pain have been outmaneuvering VP. And on the CT side, on a light buy like this, you want to cluster up and see if you can delete them. Look at the damage done. You get a kill on Electronic, Flammus is low, Flit as well at half HP. So you've really had your chances there in what was essentially an eco round. Modern day, most of these, you're always going to see some form of investment. It's very rare it's a full Glock round or it's a full USP round, but right now they just need to put this one in. 10-2 is about to become 10-5. I'll just go B, right?
Yeah, let's not take any of that.
Nothing scary. Sure, it's a nice shot. But you can plan that bomb and you can secure the round. And I don't think we're going to be able to see an icy AWP into the next. He's actually doing a little bit of housekeeping, just throwing away the rifles, making sure DGT can't get himself an upgrade. Sure, a MAC-10, but you definitely want something a little bit heftier. Take a moment to take a breath.
But yeah, Chile and Uruguay to be on the Counter-Strike map for sure in this Pain jersey. And to pick themselves up a spot in the playoffs, it is 3 rounds away. But is that not when the pressure gets amplified?
Well, this is the thing, right? They haven't ever gone this far before. And this is their opportunity to do so, and you're so close. But you're about to see how quick a comeback could be made.
Yeah.
So you get the pistol, you get the conversions. Now we're about to go into the first rifle round. NQZ has saved his pennies. Take a look. Lost bonus comes through, he's got 6.3. He has guaranteed his AWP. Icy, he can buy himself an AWP and drop an AK to one of his teammates. So if they really want to wield it, which if it's part of the game plan, then yeah, let's bring it into the mix. And you're not going to get many other opportunities if you don't. So they're going to stick with 5 AKs. We'll see how that influences the call. But NQZ, this guy is the can opener, not just of this team, but of the tournament so far. His opening kills have been insane. He's got his weapon of choice. Had a really slow go of things over there on Inferno. If he can pick things up right now on Dust 2, join DGT and Davideus in closing this down in the pursuit of their dreams. Find those playoffs, find the arena, the Moody Center just around the corner, 1 seat left. Round opener, long control taken. Davideus and Big Uzera, they have that sorted. A standard setup. This is just basics on display right now. This is Dust 2 101. Big Uzera will be your rotating rifler. But that MAC-10 has been carried in. It's not in the worst position in the world. Davideus can use that up close and personal towards long. But if it's a B finish, if it's a long play, he's going to have to push. It's going to be hard for him to take those fights at range. We'll need to get around those smokes. Staging area now for VP. Been given the good graces. You can have middle, you can have lower, you've got your space. Now it's about the push-pull. Do we fake the mid to B? Do we fake the short? What's our finish? Electronic. Can you call your team into a winning position for their 6th round?
maneuvers through the 3 smokes in middle and sets his sights on CT. NQZ was flash, catches Flit on the tail. Good flash from Biguzera, he was holding it from the palm. Removes Icy. Fame very low HP, responsible for that bomb. Electronic feeling useless in the CT position, and oh, he gets cleared. That is convincing. Closer than ever before, every step forward for Pain.
Flawless round. AK scooped up. Buyback available, and there's the can opener.
That felt threatening, but yeah, you're right. NQZ gets the opening regardless.
It's the fact that Electronic coming through spawn and Biguzera isn't playing to deal with mid to B, right? The rotating A rifler normally gets drawn towards CT to deal with that. But Electronic comes through, there's no rotation to deal with. Here we go, long pace, coming out, all in.
Okay, wow, this is it. Electronics doing the flashbang. Dan still gets one. DGT. Spread of the flames good, but oh no! The Amadeus double does him dirty once more.
NQZ's a car. Cross smoke lands.
Oh, they need this. This is compulsory for VP. All their back-to-back-to-back days of misery end like this. He puts them down. One more round.
And that's the money bottomed out. VP, they're in the bin. 2 Cray across the board. They got nothing to work with. That was an all-in long play. And sloppy pathing, not ready for this. They line up. Electronic getting taken down through Flammus. The kid, it's only his 2nd major. Having a tough time to find his footing. Right now, they're about to be sent packing. Tag 9s, P250, Galil. All they have to work with.
This could be their round. A spot in the playoffs. DGT, he takes them a step forward. Fame pushes them back. Trade out in the lower tunnels. An AK upgrade valuable.
Nameplating, wanting to head back to B. No attempt to execute into snow. Now he's got help. Biguzera's here. Plenty of util for the pop. There's the lurk. They already know that Fame was in tunnels, so this is of no surprise. But what level of commitment comes behind it? They're on the smoke, nothing spotted. Lining up for the execute. All in right now.
Volley the back plat. And here they come. Snow to be tested. He does get flashed off. Lines them up. Doesn't do the damage. Biguzera, though, with them softened up. Racks up the double. Icy and Flammus to keep VP's hopes alive.
Is he really pushing?
Flammus
He's through the smoke.
Flammus doing them so dirty. The trigger discipline.
They're trying to play dead.
Through the smoke, and Icy's ready. Flammus, the audacity to be pushing in a 2-on-2.
Considering the struggles that he's had in this map so far, right? He's not been having a good time whatsoever to make that level of an audacious play. When you could just right there and then, you could have been deleted. You could have left your player in a 1v2 situation. They execute perfection. Biguzera gets the double. Flammus finds the trade. I cannot believe that he has done this on 12-5. What an insane play. But respect to the kid for sticking to his play style. Money's there. Buy back in for both teams. VP win this, you make a dent. You force them onto Eco. 12-7 becomes 12-8. And then it's just a 4-round game.
A 10-2 half goes 12-6. That molly doesn't force the AWPer away. That one does. NQZ away. Biguzera on the new box. Flit relays the information.
Didn't play for long at all on the CT side, so you can see NQZ going back now to poke in. Knows he can't really be a jarring force towards short until they start to leak out with the execute. Using the boost against them. And this is something that in the head-to-head last time round that Flit was using time after time. Be a real nuisance against Pain. Now if it is the mid to beat, could it be their unraveling? Nade comes in. Light damage done. Nothing really to note. Everybody clustered for short. Fame, that loose piece towards the mid doors. Here comes the execute again.
Incendiary, well placed by MQZ, forces them forward into Davideus' crosshair.
Jumping spawn.
Jumping spawn. Davideus in the smoke. Oh my god, a complete shower of flashes. That's big from Electronic. He closes the distance and runs down the AWPer. Oh. Davideus is the unknown. He still finds Icy
They
somehow.
should save.
It looks like DGT and Snow aren't even going to have a look in. It's the MP9. I'm not sure about saving. If he could find something better, that would be lovely.
It's just the problem right now, and this is a good call from them, right? They could go into it, they could try and find these frags and go for a heroic 2v3 situation, and it could be emphatic everybody out of their chairs, but really, you just need one more round, and you've got a bunch more chances to opt with. Now, if you go for this and you lose everything, you only have a 2,400 loss bonus going into the next. This way, you have something. Something is better than nothing when you just need that one round of play. AWP will not be obtainable. You can see it here, and I believe that was Electronic, who was just the nuisance in the smoke there to find that frag. The setup wasn't bad to deal with that. They weren't expecting anything through long. They really focused fire towards short, but this time just a change in the pathing. Fame has a good long spawn right now. It just gets tougher in this situation to call all-in longs because they become like a coin toss scenario. So you have this saved M4, you've got some light util that you're starting to spread around.
Oh my god, look at that. How does that not amplify the pressure?
Yeah, don't look up.
Don't look up. You're sitting there and you're just thinking, everyone thinks we're about to finish.
They're starting 4 long. Snow's just going to solo B with this MP9. So at least if it was a fast long play or a pop through, they would have had the defenses there. So you can see hedging in this situation from Pain. This is where you need to take a few more risks, play a little bit more flux, don't play a standard round. So they get the long control. Snow hunkers down on B. To rotate back through spawn. And they're going to set up the boost again. Now, it's just the USP, but if they path towards window, you might be able to get a couple taps from the back of the head. DGT playing Goose. It's something that they've opted for a lot. Big User has been here in multiple rounds. Will it go overlooked again? It tends to be the flash and then the fight, but this time, take a look. Bottom left of your screen, no flash. Flit having a look. Can't go into this round empty-handed. Needs info. Can't cost him his life. Could play ahead of that. Oh, at least he wanted to. Saw the Goose play. Calling him into mid to B. Let's see if NQZ can find any impact.
Yeah, and don't forget that saved MP9. Snow on the other side. Electronic is parting in. Snow gets nothing done. There's a little bit of an opportunity for NQZ's USP. Gets nothing done. Big Uzera walking down mid. It's in blind spot of Icy, and ooh, nearly hit the flick as well. Big Uzera did not hit his shot. Nade grazes him. Big Uzera hears that Flit AK on the other side of the smoke, and as it fades, Flit will adjust. Handles it well. Sometimes that last round is the hardest. Next gun round coming up, that is going to be really telling. A bit of Pain are starting to lose their grip.
Already have to start looking at what the buy is going to resemble next. They're not going to be able to carry anything through other than this M4. NQZ with 24, actually it's going to be the 2,900 loss, so you can definitely get at the AWP.
They want it, they want to take it all away. I don't see a world where he holds on to this. Good shot. Fame hits it. 3 consecutive from VP after 12th was secured. And it is time for a CT timeout. Pain. Have Rix on the mic. Just letting them know. I understand none of us have been to the playoffs. I understand it's closer than it's ever been before, but do not think about that now. Lead to that straying thought. You lose your flow state, you lose your focus, and you just need your focus for a single converted round.
There can be a lot more saves, right? This is the thing. Once they put themselves in a round-winning position, then go for it. But until then, if you gamble incorrectly, if you lose an opening pick, if you lose a site, then you can continue to go for these saves. But eventually, you will have to go for one. So if you get yourself into a 3v3 and maybe you lose the site early and you're rotating in, you might have to give it a look. You might have to give it a crack. Right now for VP, they don't have long spawns. They're unable to just kind of force their way into this. NQZ does have out that AWP, and he's been good with it. He's been damn good with it. Last time it was surprise play through CT that stripped him of it. And right now, it looks like they want to try and finish in towards the B site. Snow and DGT here. The AWP posted. They're going to creep. It's going to contact. HE lands, soften damage. Will there be a smoke? No. Snow sticking to his guns.
Yeah, and he's ready for the contact play. This is his opportunity. The flashes will come through. He starts and loses his head immediately. The flash is brilliant from Electronic. Just like that, 3 bodies down. Intel on the AWP's position, and VP break into B.
Well, Electronic will plant the bomb. That all happened, and that round was over at 1:22.
I would like to learn those flashes from Electronic, because my God, the default positioning of this two CTs completely booked. White screens for both of them.
Now, these hunts are important, and we know we talk about VP, or at least Fame and Flit, coming from the school of Jame, right? Yeah. They know how to come back, they know how to manage their finances, but hunting is something that they're also quite proficient at. So are they going to give this one a go? Because they know that NQZ's alive. If they can take the AWP out of his hands, max loss bonus into the next, they won't be able to buy another. You take away both of these guns, they won't be able to drop. And I feel like Payne will take the more conservative of the approaches anyway. So it might just be a partial with, okay, well, there's an AK. Davidea, it's not going to leer in for that one. Flashed out long is Fame. He's not going to find them perched on short. So they will retain two guns. Remember that Rix just used his last tactical timeout. So right now, BiggyZero is going to need to use these next 20 seconds of freeze time just to talk through what he wants to do. Now, they could drop two guns, but the better option is just to go for light buys, right? Just to get out a couple of upgrades on the players who died, and the players who survived don't invest too much. Just know, hey, if we lose this, NQZ, you need to get your AWP into the next. And this was so quick. Flamus, when he is at the tip of the spear, you get to see what he can deliver. 2 kills, round over, job done, and just 3 more now. Decoy to try and bait some shots. You hear that rattling off, but nobody's home. All boosted. Payne were ready for this maneuver in the first half when Icy saved one. So let's see if it's the same for VP. And that has a timer on it. And that timer has come to its logical conclusion. So clustered around middle to try and deal with the default. VP, just allow the clock to be their friend. Davidea clears the smoke. And it was all a bit of a ruse, likely just there to make them feel that, hey, that's where the AWP could be. Could be prying for an opener. DGT towards long. Now, if he can get up close and personal, it'll be strong. If he stays back, it's going to be very tough. In through the smoke, coming through.
They're flashing through the smoke, and DGT's completely booked. Caught out. Flamus draws first blood.
The Electronic started rotating back immediately, but is that going to be the follow-through? It looks like it. So Flit, he's talking an awful lot.
Yeah, he is. They smoke the cross. Flamus parks.
NQZ's ahead of the smoke.
He's only got a CZ. Held. Ooh, Davidea does well, but no bullets, no head. Flip finds him. And NQZ, the AWP, would have loved to have picked off that piece. Now they're going to surround him, they're going to flash him, and he's going to hit one anyway. Through the flames he gets out. Maybe just a save. Have another go. Bomb has been planted. Bodyguarded by Snow.
Flit's hearing this, those rotation steps away. He might even be able to take this one on the cross. NQZ is solo, just a straight bullet, and there it is. We'll be able to buy an AWP into the next, so it's not the end of the world, but Snow would love to give them that to work with. They're surging forward, they want it to be there. Snow will grab another. Stepping out, Icy finishes the job, and this is just 2 rounds. That pressure, the stress, the realization of the situation. They were so close they could taste it. They were standing up, they were staring them down. They thought the hard work was done, but nothing is harder than this next round of play. 5 kills, it seems pretty damn simple.
Yeah, well, it's been 5 rounds now. 5 playoff points squandered from Payne.
We came into this wondering if it could deliver in the same fashion as the previous 2 series did. MOUZ booking their spot. What a game that was. MongolZ, hard fought on Dust 2, and here we are again. Up on the line, feels like they will have to block with the smoke this time. Snow's gonna have to respect it. There it is, nice and deep. So they call it off. Now it'll be a reroute. That's your opening option. Cancel the plan, make a new plan.
Just round after round, VP staying so calm, so composed.
And it's the vets, the ones finding the output right now. Flit with 22, 19 for Electronic, 14 for Fame.
Oh yeah, you're seeing the pedigree on display.
Flamus and Icy, they've had their moment short. But for these 2, this is a new experience. The other 3, they know what it takes to lift that trophy. They know what it takes to get to those playoffs. With just 2 more rounds. This feels achievable now. BiggyZero floating. B set up strong. Tall box, backside. Jumping up short. 45 seconds. Good restraint on U2. Smoke block B, smoke box short. That's going to give them options.
That was an audible dismount.
Need to be smoked now from Flamus. Looks like this is going to be a fake. BiggyZero blocks it. And it's going to be a finish. MOUZ's been great at this first shot.
Certainly has. And that does deliver once more, but they're already up close. Flit hits the headshot. Orb removed from the ramp. A side taken. Flit brings that bomb through. Icy black snow on the cross. And now a heavy advantage for VP. That's a big duel for Davideus.
They're saving.
Forces him back, and DGT and BigUzera have been given the signal to retreat. Backing away, saving till another day.
Yeah, this is the thing. They have to go for next round, though. And trying to get rid of all these guns. You know it's only going to be the 3,400 loss bonus. That's all it could possibly be. So right now, this is the best type of hunt. This is the type of hunt where you strip these guns and you have them on the ropes. We're talking FAMASes, we're talking MP9s, we're talking bottom of the barrel. The dogs, the hounds, the polar bears, they're off the leash. They're ravenous right now. If they could rip these guns away, that final round becomes so much easier. Boxed in, Electronic is going to take Davideus from the back.
Electronic, he's got him. Guns are gone. It's just DGT trying to hold on, trying to have something into this next round of play. VP, they were down, but they're certainly not out. There was a pistol round, 1v1. DGT loses it in the last second.
Oh, a buzzer beater right there, Davideus. He had a surprising amount of money right there. He can actually drop the AWP for MOUZ. He got the opener again. He continues to deliver, so they can facilitate that. There's another rifle available, but the rest are going to be on less. MP9s, they've gone for 3 of them. The util is going to be there to block early. But right now, this comeback, it is just 1 round away. And then we're in overtime. Then it doesn't matter about the 10-2 scoreline. Back towards B. The AWP boosted right now in Suicide, looking for a fight.
6 on the trot from VP after being cornered by the 12th.
All comes down to this.
Flit. Is in. Perfect. DGT completely unawares, completely unprepared. MOUZ, can he step up? He can. Delivers onto Flit. Forced to watch as his fate no longer in his hands.
FAMAS and Fame partnered up now. If they try and walk into B and bully Snow, there could be a way back through. The smoke on the cross, it's trying to get to BigUzera to support. There's a gun available here. He wants it.
He hears them. Mid-smoke thrown out. BigUzera says nothing out the doors.
Icy holding the rotation.
Oh, BigUzera confirms an AWP holding the rotation. That's something.
All on Snow. It's all on Snow.
Good spread. BigUzera could burn. Seems like he's safe.
Davideus will have this kill.
Should do, but MP9 at this range spots him slipping lower. Snow on
the
higher
support.
left.
MOUZ's here with the AWP.
Here we go. Snow draws attention, gets his. Wants the AWP. My God, he's got the shot. Fame's gone. Big one back. Electronic wants to keep playing. He ain't done. A 2-on-2. Playoffs on the line. I see perfect. He's not blind. Oh, but he's dead now. Oh, and it's theirs. Look what it means to them. The first for all 5 of Pain. The playoffs are theirs.
Every round of play required, and they get it done when the chips were down. They wait for the defuse to come through, but Pain from 0-2. The playoffs are theirs.
Plagued by issues, rosters, visas, health issues. They couldn't have this 5 together. And yet still, they managed to redeem their season. Playoffs at the major when it matters most. Davideus steps up, DGT delivers. BigUzera pulling the strings, and it's theirs. MOUZ, the impact on that AWP, and a valiant fight from VP.
All the way up that mountain just to slip at the final hurdle, 10-2 the first half. It felt like condemnation, but they never gave up. What a way for this to end for VP. But for Brazil, for Chile, for Uruguay, Pain get it done. Made some roster changes, made some gambles, and it's paid off. A season of issues, and theirs isn't done yet. Moody Center coming to you on Thursday, and look at the emotion. BigUzera, he is Pain. He has been in this team for over 6 years, and we're going to throw this over to the interview.
Virtus.pro were trying to mount one hell of a comeback, and especially from starting 2-0 here at the major and fighting their way back, but the playoffs won't be possible this time. Electronic, we've been overall impressed with what we've seen from VP coming into the major. You played Pain once already, switch things up a bit, your Inferno looked great as well. It took a little while for you to get going on Dust 2. Just talk me through what went wrong here.
I don't know, I feel like we just weren't on the same page on Dust 2. That's why the score on the first half was like this, you know. But I mean, we tried to come back, but you know, it's kind of hard when you lose 10-2 on Dust 2. So yeah.
And looking at this run you've had at the Major though, right? You guys went 3-0 at stage 2. You then started off 2-0 on the opening day. You must think things are looking perfect. Then we see you struggle against Furia, struggle then against Vitality, and then here against Pain. Obviously, this is a golden opportunity for you. After winning the map on Inferno, you must have started to believe and say, okay, look, guys, we can do this. So why was the team not connecting after that? Because we've seen what you can do.
If I know, I will say to you, you know, I will fix it in the game. But I mean, like, we just weren't on the same page. That's why I thought.
How disappointing and how much does this hurt, going from the fact of how well you guys were playing at the start?
Of course, it's heartbreaking, you know, like, we wanted to make it to the playoffs, but it is how it is. We lost, so yeah.
Do you still see positive signs overall of a step forward you guys have made as a team coming into this major compared to what we saw across the rest of this year?
Yeah, I mean, of course we are fixing some mistakes, but you know, it's not enough.
Tough moment, hard moment as well. Anything you want to say to all the fans out there supporting everyone at home?
Thank you everybody who cheering for us, who supporting us. I'm really sorry that we didn't make it, but yeah, sorry.
And that's the end of Virtus.pro run here in the Austin Major.
You know, the whole story that we've had for Virtus.pro is what are they going to respond with when they get punched in the face? And Pain certainly delivered some blows to him in the first 2 maps, and even most of the 3rd map. But that response, that comeback, ends in a devastating loss. But Maui, it's so damn impressive to see them have that kind of tenacity to come back and make it close.
That was unbelievable stuff. I mean, the way that Pain were able to just handle them in the first half, despite the fact that it got so close in the second. People like MongolZ holding his nerve in the very last round, getting the multi-kill there. I mean, that was just, it was such a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, really. It's an absolutely wild game of Counter-Strike. Had a bunch of them, but that's what we expect when teams are qualified for the major and all their hopes and dreams come down to these maps, these very last maps in the series.
Well, there's a lot of emotions, there's a lot of stuff to unpack right now, and we got Bigger Zera and MongolZ to be the ones to do it. I can see it in your eyes right now, Bigger. This means a lot to you, man. You've been legends so many times. You had close chances. You've been fighting with different rosters. Now you do it here in Austin. What do you want to say?
What I want to say, just thank you for everyone who is still supporting us every time, every tournament, every like year. It's so crazy to me, like to be here. I mean, was so close. I don't know, the past three majors, I was like 2-2.
Yeah.
I guess, not sure about it, but
Copenhagen
right now,
was painful.
Yeah. And right now I could made it, so I'm so happy.
I mean, forget about the past 3 majors. This year has been rough for you guys with roster changes, stand-ins, not being able to ever kind of get things going. So coming into this major, this has to be just like a massive relief that it's just turned around. Like, what? Did you expect this after the season you guys have had?
To be honest, no. No, because our lineup or something. Just because we had like 12 days in a row just of practice. So we just practiced 12 days. So it's crazy because we have a lot of things that we had no time to like to I don't know, to introduce.
Prepare,
to introduce for the new guy. Yeah, DGT. So yeah. It's so crazy to be here. Yeah, no words.
What can you say about what DGT is bringing as a player? Also, does he speak Portuguese that well?
No. He speaks like the Portuñol, we say. It's more like the Spanish, but a little bit Portuguese. Okay. But we can understand almost everything. But the main thing about him is just about we can understand when he talks slow, but sometimes during the game he's speaking so fast and we can understand anything. Yeah. So about him, like in game, he's an amazing player. You guys will see.
I'm sure. Other question, kind of about you and your individual journey. I mean, you've been on Pain for 6 years now, finally getting to a major playoffs. I mean, there was so much rumbling for years now about, like, why don't you go to Furia? Why don't you go to another team? Like, but you stuck it out with Pain. You made it this far. Like, what do you have to say about just like that, like sticking with this project?
I don't know. I'm the kind of the guy that just want to like be a legend in just one thing, you know. Of course, I sometimes when we will have a lot of loss and this kind of things, we still wondering ourselves if maybe I'm not going the right way. But when we go like through this like playoffs, everything that I pass like worth, you know. So.
Thank you, Z. I wanted to ask you, right? You told me you want to have no regrets in this. You go into this inferno. It doesn't look good for you. It's a scary moment. What did you say to yourself? How did you hype yourself back into the game, knowing that Dust 2 was coming up and what you can do?
I just thought that I can't leave the major like this.
Yeah.
You know, I can't disappoint myself. I can't disappoint my teammates. So whenever Inferno was over, I just thought, yeah, now I need to show up on Dust 2, but not to show up on frags or stuff like that, but be vocal, be hyping the guys up, because I know that this is what made us win Mirage and will make us win Dust 2. So yeah.
It's crazy to me as well. I was seeing that both of you two are the ones standing up, and like we'd see you stand up and pop off, and I'm thinking, oh God, you might be just like angering Electronic, making him get into it. That emotional battle, that's a real thing, right? You were feeling it the whole way through the game?
Yeah, we're feeling the whole series, and I think everyone in the teams loves it, because all the teams here in the major are really loud right now. So we played 3D Max, they were shouting to us. We played Nemiga, they were shouting to us, and today not different. So whenever we got the opportunity to shout at them, because they lost an important round, like the 3K from David on short, we want to shout to them to show you guys you lost a fucking bad round. Deal with it.
I got to ask you, we came into this series, we had some of your stats up on the screen, and you were coming into the series, you were like 38 and 14 in opening duels. Like your openings of rounds is incredible right now. Is that something you like worked on, or is that just like you're like, cool, I'll take it?
Well, actually not. This guy here gives me a lot of freedom, and that's a cool stat because he say that I'm a baiter. So you say that, you prove a point to him.
I'm sorry, I just said you were the bus.
But
screw my entire major right now.
Speaking seriously, we do the anti-strat, and Rix and Bigu always tell me where I can take those shots and where I can punish them.
Yeah.
Because my playstyle is basically that. I don't do a lot of stuff that is ultra aggressive, like Ultimate, for example. I just punish. So I'm really happy that work. It's not a specific work, but it's something that I wanted to improve on because I need and I have to have this impact with the ops. So.
Another guy who was great for you guys today was Davideus, and he had this clip, you just referenced it, the clip on the spray down on short, which you guys probably got to see, but I was curious in the reaction, because him and Snow hyping each other up, the clip's playing right now, I want to know what they were saying to each other. I asked Maui in the green room, I was like, what do you think they're saying to each other in this moment?
Let me see. Maybe I can read
this is so sick. It's such a disgusting spray.
Right now, we are talking, it's planted for short. Chill.
Yeah. He doesn't know about you?
Yeah.
Yeah?
It's so tense. But right here, the celebration afterwards.
And
I got speechless.
Yeah.
Speechless. I was in David's scream and I was like, yeah, this is why we hire him.
Sou eu aqui, caralho. Like, it's me here, fucking.
And there you go. There you go. Oh, that's such an incredible game. When you get done with a game like that, I mean, obviously you come out on the winning side, so it's a lot easier. But at some level, you guys have to just appreciate the Counter-Strike that was just battled.
Yeah.
Yeah, incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. And
yeah.
You want to talk?
No. I was thinking Davideus play.
Yeah, and as you guys said, we had a shit start of the year, so it was not looking good for us. I also said in the interview that people were not expecting that much from us.
Sure.
But we came here with the wish that if we play well here all the year, it's completely passed. It's all passed, and now we can prove ourselves here, and now it's showing for us, so it's really great.
On that note, I mean, I guess my question would be between you guys and between Legacy, who had another really good run here, both your years were pretty rough up to this point. Is this something you guys feel is replicable moving forward?
Yeah.
Say yes.
Yeah.
Say yes.
Yeah. Of course, we want to go more and more, of course, but I think we have to think step by step, you know?
Yeah.
Just, like I said, we just have a few weeks of practicing and screaming, and it's so close. I don't know, all the team have a lot to learn every game. I feel that But I feel at the same time we're so.
Oh, share mics because we lost.
Your mic might have died.
There we go. Yep.
I'll take that one.
That's
and yeah, I'm feeling right now we are just growing each game, you know. And before the major, I was feeling that we had some cursed, like everything that we made, that everything that we went to play was like going the wrong side, you know.
Yeah. Right.
And that was so crazy for us. And right now, go to the playoffs, made it. It's so crazy.
Good.
Crazy.
I just have one quick question for NQZ. Are you the best Brazilian opper now?
Ooh.
Yes.
Spicy.
I'll answer it for him.
I can say yes.
You can say whatever you want.
Yes, I do think so. I do think so. I still have a lot to improve and a lot to learn and a lot to show because, as I said, to Banks is only one tournament. But heading that way, I think that I have a pretty good chance to head to this spot. So yeah.
Cool. Just like the confidence. Appreciate it.
Because one last thing for you. It's Father's Day over here. I'm not sure if they have the same day in Brazil for Father's Day, but your kids watching at home?
Yeah, of course. The last match, my daughter said me to make a heart for her.
Oh, lovely.
And I will make one more.
Yeah, go, man.
Look, right there. I love you. No, te amo, filha. Probably she doesn't understand English.
And while we've got you here, we got a surprise to show you. You want to see the playoff bracket?
Yeah?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure what's coming on.
I'm
pretty sure what's coming on.
Let's take a look at it. Let's see what's going to happen.
Brazilian Derby.
Oh.
I think if I remember correctly, it's the first time we've had two Brazilian teams in a major playoff since Krakow 2017 when it was Immortals and SK.
Wow. Yeah.
And I think it's the first time we've had two Brazilian teams face off against each other in the playoff bracket at the majors as well.
Wow.
So congratulations, a couple of firsts there for you.
Will be a busy day in Brazil.
Hell yeah.
Oh, everyone will be watching. You think you got a good game to go against Furia?
Let's see.
Hey, we'll let you guys get out of here and go celebrate with the team, yeah?
Congrats, guys.
Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
I'll take those mics for you.
Thank you.
Enjoy the celebrations, boys.
Beautiful moments, a first for these guys, and it's been a lot of trying, it's been a lot of fighting, and this one was not easy either. They had to fight to that very last round. Guys, I sat here thinking we're definitely going to overtime. When I saw that I saw that was going down, oh my.
It felt like overtime was coming when it was like 11-7. You could feel it. You were like, oh god, they've lost complete control.
I mean, I thought we were in for another just marathon game on Dust 2. It feels like a lot of the closes have been like that, huh? But credit to Payne. I mean, to just break through on the last round right there with a scrappy buy, mostly off the back of NQZ just moving in so perfectly, angle after angle, and everybody just getting their one. They got their one.
Yeah, everyone just had to get one. That's probably was the call in the last round.
Just everybody get one.
No one trying to do too much. Just everyone get your one.
Well, let's have a look one final time at this bracket that's coming from stage 3 and where we got to across this whole incredible journey as we now look at what we've got. Our 8 teams that made it through. We already touched on the Payne Furia one. You've got MOUZ versus Spirit. MOUZ have got some time to try and level up, and they have been beating Spirit a lot this year.
I think every time. I think it has been every single time. I'm pretty sure it's been pretty consistent for them through and through. I'm kind of surprised. I mean, Spirit came out with a lot of force though in that group stage. So that's not a decided match whatsoever.
Yeah, no matter how many times you beat them in the year leading up to this, that's not a match you want in the quarterfinals. And that's MOUZ once again paying the price for a really crappy start on day 1, going 0-2. FaZe MongolZ could be a very cool game as well. I think that there could be some fireworks there if MongolZ have their stuff pulled together and they look a little bit sharper. I mean, the story of Simple kind of coming back into this major and performing the way he is right now, I mean, I think everyone on some level, no matter what you think, is hoping that FaZe and Simple make it all the way to the finals.
That would be a dream, but they would also have to beat Vitality.
Yeah, they would.
To that final,
Why not
Jason.
Navi? Why not Navi in the semis?
Yeah.
Why would it not be Navi beating Vitality, huh?
Thank you, Maui.
I mean, I'm just saying.
Hey, you're the one who skipped over Navi.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
you said they had to beat Vitality.
Zoom in, it's time for your close-up, Banks. You have to answer for Alexian
It's a scary moment.
No faith.
I don't like it. I don't like it at all. It's horrible.
Have faith in Alexian Blade. Alexian Blade.
I always do. I always will. And I will predict Navi. And then I will maybe cry myself to sleep afterwards. But we'll see.
Crying in silver. Crying in silver, yeah.
Yeah, that's the only way that we can do it. But guys, we got to look at this, right? Who has the opportunity, in your eyes, maybe the best chance to be able to challenge Vitality? Falcons aren't here, right, who are giving them a good test. So let's start. Is FaZe a possible option in that?
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, absolutely should be. I mean, like, look, anytime my reservations about, you know, leading into this major about him aside, the way Simple's playing right now, it's hard to say there's no chance that they can beat Vitality with Simple in this kind of a form. And again, it's another team that's really battle-hardened and very experienced, and they've gotten better every single game. Now you give them an extra 3 days to prepare for the playoffs, and then all of a sudden let's go into that quarterfinal and see what they've got. But there's no reason why the players on that team can't pull it together to beat Vitality.
And it's a best of 3. I mean, they don't need to have that deep of a map pool right now. Just being the more logical side of it. Like, you could get kind of sneaky with the veto a little bit more if you're Kerrigan there. You don't have to stretch it all out.
Which he loves to do.
Yeah, exactly. So hopefully they bring something to the table. I don't even know if they're going to pass the MongolZ test, if I'm being real, though. Like, I feel like MongolZ are playing really good CS in terms of the individuals. I'm not going to say necessarily that they're the most structured team that's super well ironed out all the time, but I mean, if it's heavy hitters for heavy hitters, the only case that could really do MongolZ in is the fact that Senzu is not always the best in the big stages.
Sure. I think, like, I mean, I think I'm with you in the sense that I think it'd be hard to find, like, logical and analytical reasons to predict FaZe to win that outside of Simple. And that is just the Simple factor, and especially the Simple that we've seen in the group stage.
You guys not forgetting this is going to be a stage game in front of a crowd?
No.
MongolZ.
Hey, they're going to turn the corner eventually, Banks. It might be.
Could this be the one?
It might be here.
Okay, maybe MongolZ will then have a shot at it. From here, though, obviously, MOUZ and Spirit will face each other in the quarters. We just saw that. But is MOUZ a competitor as well? Is there a way that they can level up from where they've been? Because right now, they're at the lowest point they've been in the year.
Well, that's just because they had an 0-2 start because of best of ones. Okay. I feel like MOUZ are still in great form. I feel like even they were pushed, don't get me wrong, by Legacy.
Every game.
That was a bit scary for sure, and by Liquid, actually, to be fair to Liquid. But also, I just feel like MOUZ, they're a little bit more experienced at this point playing against Vitality. They took them 5 maps in Lisbon. Even though they got blown out 13-0 on the first, they still really fought back in it. And I think they can draw on some of those experiences. And come on, Spinx is going to bring in a little bit of the revenge factor.
Yeah. I think the MOUZ that we saw here in stage 3, absolutely not.
Yeah.
The MOUZ that we've seen in the past, if they can find that new MOUZ going into the playoffs, that MOUZ has a chance. But working against history, beaten in Lisbon, beaten in Dallas, and not particularly playing like super well in some of those finals and some of those maps in the finals as well. So all depends on which MOUZ we get and if they're able to turn it around in this little break day.
And obviously MOUZ will need to get past Spirit, who's obviously previous major champions. We know what these individuals can do, and we know how much they would love to go for a back-to-back major run. Could they do that by dethroning a Vitality?
Very possible. I feel like Spirit just cleaned up in this group stage. Donk still top 2 player in the world. Completely different style of impact than ZywOo, of course, but one that can just uplift you, even if Shiro's having a bad day, even if Zontix is having a bad day, even if Chopper's making bad calls, Donk can get you to the grand finals. And then who knows, day of Vitality, you know, maybe they get a little bit of a food poison or something.
I'm
not saying that it should happen.
Yeah, right. No, definitely won't be happening.
Too much barbecue. Who knows? You know, like.
I think of all the teams, Spirit probably has the best chance, to be honest with you. And I think a lot of it is obviously going to come down to the Donk factor. I think anyone who plays that style and that role and is that good, who can just give you a 5-on-4, give you a 5-on-3 right out of the gate. You get enough of those in a game, like eventually you're just going to overcome them, but it's going to be a really tough test. They don't go nearly as deep as Vitality.
But you know for a fact, Donkey is playing like crazy right now. Every single day, he's going to be on maximum warm-up mode with that in his sights.
I've never seen ZywOo get 65 kills in a Face-It game, okay? Not in regulation, I haven't, and not on American soil, I haven't.
Goddamn right. Amen.
You like added some nice caveats to that because you didn't know the ZywOo stats if he's ever done that, but
he might have done that in multiple overtimes. I'm not one to say. I'm not really a Face-It historian on those.
Well, we will be finding out in just a few days who has a chance of beating Vitality. But either way, it's going to be an extremely exciting major. And also, it's exciting when you play Blast TV Fantasy. And with that, Maui, we're once again going to be using your name to choose out the players here. This is your little fantasy team, but we're all going to do it together. So no one's even started yet. You're the very first in the world, Maui. They'll all be looking at you and saying, we'll follow your lead.
This is where you become a trailblazer, where the percentages are finally created. There's no data points. We are creating the very first point.
Give it the snow here in the bronze, I think. He's got all that potential now. He's got the potential.
We're gonna pass
He's got potential.
I'm gonna take you right there. I'm gonna pass on potential, and I'm gonna go in on proven experience. I'm gonna give it to.
Bro, give it to Fallen.
I'm gonna give it to Brolin. No, I'm gonna give it to Brolin. I'm gonna give it to Brolin.
Oh,
I think they're gonna pull off the upset. I think they're gonna take down Spirit in that first round.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Watch the power up there.
Good luck. Silver.
Yeah.
Silver. Okay. Who have we got?
Rain, major playoffs.
Man.
Davideus just put out a game.
I'm not sure if I want to double down on Yimpat, but
Blitz had a quad kill today.
I'll just tell you, I had Brolan and Yimfat in my fantasy. It didn't go well, man.
Oh yeah. Well, things change, okay, when they get on stage. Usually they get worse.
I was gonna say.
this time
Working
I'm
against
taking
yourself.
the opposite, okay? Let's see. You know what? I want Yuri. I'll take Yuri. I know that we just had the Pain guys over here on the stage, but now that they're not here, I think Fury's gonna win that game.
Damn.
Okay, yeah,
So
that's fair.
Okay.
So let's get it. Blonde Yuri.
You want your Kinder as well, then?
Bleach Yuri.
Blonde Yuri.
Another Fury player?
No, not quite. Not quite. Let's go get somebody that can actually win a semifinals game, okay?
Mezzi's sitting right there.
That's a good shout.
That's actually not a bad shout.
That's a good shout.
Alicia's sitting right there.
But I'm gonna take. You know what I have to do? Come on. We're in Austin. We're in America.
Sure.
There's only one American on here.
Yeah, you got to take him.
You got to take a leash.
Yeah, put a leash.
Got to take a leash. Of course, you got to take him.
Yeah.
No bias. No bias.
Full bias. Full bias.
Complete bias. He's met us halfway, so we can do it.
Yeah. Okay. And hey, I'm gonna cop out here really hard. I'm gonna cop out really hard
So
on the
you're gonna go
last
simple.
two.
You're going simple, aren't you?
No. We're just gonna pick the major winners. Okay. Give me Flames. Give me Flamesy. Give me Flamesy. And you know who I gotta get?
Rops.
Nope. Guys, come on. The guy with the least cultural impact in this category, Zywoo.
We sure?
I think everyone just kind of.
Yeah, look.
I know why we were
Even the mouse didn't move. Even the mouse didn't move.
Yeah, what the hell?
No one's even giving you an option here.
No, Zywoo, guys.
You sure? 100%? Final answer?
Come on.
Yeah, give him Zywoo. It's his team. He gets to do what he wants.
Zywoo. The air is good in Austin, okay?
And he is actually the best player in the world.
Who's your captain, though? I'm thinking Flamesy, because the 1.2 is not a good enough multiplier, where Flamesy will do you some good damage. You can't really trust the lead, even though it's 1.6.
You know, I'll trust the James Banks tactics, okay? Coach Banks right there.
Yeah.
He's actually undefeated in show matches as a coach.
As a coach, yeah.
And
Not
so
as a player.
I know.
You're welcome.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, not a big
You
deal.
lost. That's all right. I like that
I'm
one.
pretty sure actually we won.
No, we tied. We tied him.
Oh, we tied?
That's why he's undefeated. He's undefeated because he's been tied.
You saved me.
Yeah, exactly.
I like that when it can be a
Confirm
tie.
it. Lock it in. Let's go.
You happy with this, Maui?
Yeehaw!
He's ready for it. And for everyone at home, if you want to make your own fantasy team, maybe you just want to copy the homework of us here and take Maui's team, all you have to do is head over to blast.tv/fantasy and create your own team and watch the magic unfold. There's some prizes you can win at the same time as well, so why not get involved? Guys, we're done.
Wow.
Stage 3 is done. It's been a wild ride. It's been upsets. It's been heartbreak. It's been emotional roller coaster as always. That's why we love the major, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we've been in Texas so long at this point, I have a twang.
You're landing them today. You're nailing it. Twang.
Got that southern twang.
Yeah, that's when the producer
You guys are
comes
just
in my
dead
ear
at this
and
point. You guys are
says,
dead at this
and they
point.
say it's time to cut to
We
break.
have been working for 10 hours.
After
We
that
have
Maui
actually
line.
been working for 10 hours.
Last thing. Final thoughts and words on stage 3, Moses.
A lot of intensity. I think a lot of the favorite teams that we kind of picked to be vitality beaters, though, looked a little bit flat in this stage. I think some of the top dogs coming in looked less impressive than I think some of the underdogs teams. I want to give a shout out to Legacy for the incredible run they had. I think they're one of the best stories that we have at the major, and that's a major including Simple's return, including Vitality's march to a near undefeated season. I think Legacy proved a lot of cool things here, and I'd like to thank the Brazilian teams for giving some more major spots to Americans.
Yeah, they did help you guys in a big way.
We'll take that.
Maui.
Takeaway for me that the Chinese are here. The Chinese are here, and we better watch out. And I don't mean that in a political way. I mean that they're actually putting some good teams forward, actually. Okay, I like that Amelia's bringing something to the table. I like that Ty Lu's showing up with people like Jam Young and G. Man, that dude can eat some ice cream, I'll tell you that.
He can, and he can feed you ice cream at the same time. Stage 3 has been a blast. We've had an amazing time. And with that, we are done and dusted for a few more days. Next, we're entering the Moody Center. It's time for the playoffs. We're going to have a lot of fun. Austin is absolutely amazing so far. So if you're coming on down, come enjoy it. Have fun. And my last thing on this, Simple's back, and he'll be in the grand final.